One day, a strange notification suddenly appeared on his phone. This guy had a face that looked like a pot. A series of strange notifications kept appearing, each with a different message. Kim Jeju entered the 13th floor and reached 100 subscribers. Soon the number of notifications reached 527. Jeju panicked, not knowing where this data came from. Could it be a hacker attack? Suddenly a familiar voice sounded. Jeju froze in place. Wasn't this his own voice? Both the face and the voice were exactly like Jeju's. He didn't remember doing any of those things. In the video, Kim Jeju held an axe and charged into life-or-death battles. In the end, he became incredibly powerful. After watching for a while, Kim Jeju came to an unbelievable conclusion. This was a video of future Kim Jeju conquering the tower. He was the only non-awakened person who knew about the tower, this priceless treasure. According to the video, the gate leading Jeju into the tower would open in 2 years. With the information in hand, conquering the tower would be like eating porridge. Jeju was determined to conquer the tower at all costs. The day of waiting finally arrived. Jeju knelt down, clasped his hands, and prayed for the gate to appear today. Kim Jeju had quit his job last month, missing a promotion opportunity just to wait for the gate. He was in dire need of money. If there was no gate, his life would be over. Kim Jeju held his phone, starting to doubt if that video was a mistake. Right at that moment, a gate suddenly appeared behind him. The gate radiated an immeasurably mysterious power. It seemed to beckon Kim Jeju enter. At this moment, even if he were not called, Kim Jeju would not hesitate and would walk straight inside. Upon entering, a notification panel appeared, allowing him to choose the challenge difficulty. There were 3 levels: low, high, and general. Rewards changed according to difficulty. Having prepared for 2 years, Kim Jeju did not hesitate to choose the high difficulty. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he suddenly lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a mysterious cave. He was a bit surprised at first, but he realized this was the cave from the video. At that moment, an unexpected notification appeared. Jiwoo's stream is about to start. Viewers and followers are both 0. The challenge begins in 1 hour, requiring defeating all opponents. Kim Jeju took out his phone to check the video, but it was not there. It seemed he could only carry the clothes on his body into the tower. For 2 years, Kim Jeju had watched those videos thousands of times, knowing every challenge like the back of his hand. On the first floor, players had 1 hour before the challenge. During that hour, they had to chat with viewers and receive money from them. Viewers were other awakened ones in the tower. They would enter the streams of lower-ranked streamers to sponsor them. The reason was the share money. When a sponsored streamer climbed a floor, the sponsor would receive a share. After 7 minutes, the first person entered Kim Jeju's channel. The user Melon Class sponsored 1 share and 1 follow before leaving. He wanted to see if there were any interesting new names. Time remaining was 51 minutes and 47 seconds until the first challenge. Following a viewer was like adding them to a favorites list. According to the tower rules, once you follow a person, you cannot follow anyone else unless you unfollow that person. Almost an hour passed. Kim Jeju's channel had 15 viewers, 7 followers, and 37 shares. It seemed alright. Thanks to choosing the high difficulty, he attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, only 40 seconds remained. Kim Jeju patted his cheeks to wake himself up. He confidently told the viewers he would prepare immediately. The chat seemed satisfied. The user The Love also returned to follow. Time was up, the clock hit 0. 3 glowing rings suddenly appeared next to the stone. Kim Jeju was nervous, not knowing what would come out. Looking at the gate's size, he guessed it was chicks. Who would have thought 3 pure white fluff balls appeared? Kim Jeju was dumbfounded when he saw them. The chat was also astonished. Some thought he was finished and left. These 3 fluff balls were called popoi. They had a cute appearance but teeth as sharp as saws, capable of gnawing through hard steel. They were very sensitive to the smell of their kin's blood, and were skilled at tracking their killers. More and more viewers were leaving. This was understandable because everyone had encountered popoi and knew their danger. Kim Jeju played dumb and asked the chat about their danger level. The chat diligently explained that when attacking, popoi fur fluffed up, making swords unable to pierce them. Their teeth could eat through anything. Everyone did not understand why they appeared on the first floor. The Love said he would go check other channels, but Kim Jeju knew that they said that, but would not come back. Everyone thought he was a dead man. The 3 popoi, after being summoned, did not attack Kim Jeju. They just ran harmlessly around the stone. Taking the chance, he closed his eyes to think. He had to come up with a plan. The 3 popoi could not appear on the first floor. It was too difficult. They were not the type of monsters that attack first. Suddenly, Kim Jeju noticed something strange. The popoi showed no reaction to him. A bold idea popped into his head. He would imitate the behavior of the popoi so they would think he was an ally. This idea seemed crazy, but it was the best option for now. Fighting them was only a last resort. Immediately, Kim Jeju got to work. He hopped around the stone just like the popoi. At that moment, another viewer was watching the stream channel of the student Jaeun Uni. This student was quite smart and possessed good combat skills. The viewer decided to follow him. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Unable to follow because you are watching another stream. This person sighed, thinking that it was impossible to automatically unfollow if he died. He was probably still alive. The person being referred to was Kim Jeju. His stream channel now had more viewers than before. Everyone was astonished to see a rookie survive while fighting the popoi. Kim Jeju was not fighting. He had truly become a fourth popoi, making the viewers burst out laughing. He even received donations from people who had left earlier. They only noticed the joke without knowing he had calculated everything. The glowing stone that the popoi surrounded was a mana stone. Popoi usually ate stones to stave off hunger, and their favorite mineral was mana stones. When they found a rare food like a mana stone, the popoi would perform their own ritual. However, if there was a stranger nearby, they would search for food instead of continuing the ritual. That was why many people overlooked it. But thanks to his efforts, Kim Jeju was acknowledged by the popoi and invited to join the meal. He did not refuse. Right at that moment, all three popoi simultaneously looked in one direction behind them. They bared their sharp teeth, causing the chat channel to be filled with cries of despair. Many people had suffered because of those teeth. Kim Jeju was petrified on the spot. Suddenly, the popoi leaped into the air, but their target turned out to be the stone. All three devoured it ravenously, shocking many who were seeing popoi eat a stone for the first time. Kim Jeju hesitated, unsure if he should eat the stone. The viewers also did not believe he would dare to do it, but to survive, what was there that one couldn't eat? Mustering his courage, he took a bite. Unexpectedly, the stone melted in his mouth like chocolate. With a refreshing taste, Kim Jeju felt a surge of energy flow through his body, like when enjoying a delicious treat. Soon enough, he and the popoi had devoured the giant rock, leaving only fragments. The chat channel truly exploded. Kim Jeju's name was shining everywhere. After the meal, both he and the popoi were glowing. The popoi hopped around him. The chat channel frantically warned him to stay still if he didn't want to be attacked. Popoi suddenly lunged at him. Everyone thought Kim Jeju was dead for sure. Turned out they were not attacking but becoming friendly, truly considering him an ally. The chat channel constantly spammed question marks, a sight unprecedented in history. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have completed the trial. The path to the second floor is open. After reading it, Kim Jeju smiled in delight. Then he fainted on the spot. The trial had tormented both body and mind. Seeing this, the popoi grew worried and hopped around him. The entire process was witnessed by a mysterious person. A moment later, Kim Jeju finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the three popoi, he screamed, thinking he had been taken down. But when he calmed down, he realized the popoi were worried about him. Kim Jeju patted their heads and thanked them. At that moment, the chat channel exploded. A long stream of messages popped up that he couldn't keep up with. Checking again, the current number of viewers had increased to 127. The number of followers was 58. The amount of coins earned was 258. Kim Jeju was stunned with his mouth agape. 127 people was a large number for a rookie like him. He immediately thanked the viewers. At that moment, the chat channel was curious to know why he had imitated the popoi. If he said now that he knew everything about popoi, no one would believe him. So he picked up one popoi in his hand and said casually, I wanted to get close because fighting them would get me killed. The chat channel spammed question marks. Jeju continued, doesn't the guide say to eliminate all opponents? It just said eliminate. It didn't say to kill them. So I thought it would be better to turn the popoi into allies. Yeah, that's how it happened. I got lucky. The chat channel seemed to believe it, and everyone was envious of his luck. But in his mind, Kim Jeju was very worried. Even if they didn't fully believe it, people would let it slide. He had to pretend to be a rookie who knew nothing about the rewards. So that was the reward after each round. Kim Jeju pretended not to know anything and proceeded to the second floor. The chat channel frantically reminded him that each floor had its own reward, which could be seen in the settings window. Kim Jeju then took out his reward. It was a small white box with a red ribbon. The viewers were surprised because usually, the higher the reward, the bigger the box. He had gone through a difficult trial, so the box should have been larger. Jeju did not hesitate and opened the box. Inside were 3 items, a stone, a piece of paper, and a pouch. The reward was very different from anything he had ever seen on videos. Inside should have been a sword, but even the audience had never seen this before. Kim Jeju carefully examined each item, starting by picking up the small stone. As soon as they saw the stone, the popoi immediately rushed over to demand food. Chat thought it was just food for the popoi, but only Kim Jeju recognized it as a mana stone. He did not expect this item to appear on floor 1. Mana stones usually have a blue glow, but this one was white, so no one noticed. This item was worth up to 5,000 coins. Chat buzzed again. Why not check the item info? Does he even know how? Aha! Look at his face, calm as a dead man. Kim Jeju knew perfectly well how to check, but he did not want to reveal he had just picked up a mana stone. The audience always acted superior, looking down on rookies. Kim Jeju did not mind. The next reward was a free name change ticket. The chat was surprised that this rarely appeared on floor 1, and few people used their real names to stream like he did. Kim Jeju put the ticket in his pocket, not planning to use it immediately. But in truth, he had had a plan for its use 5 years ago. Chat again thought Kim Jeju was a clueless rookie. That was exactly what he wanted. The final reward was a pouch of coins, a common reward everyone received. After finishing the check, Kim Jeju decided to head to floor 2. Just as he was about to step into the teleport circle, one popoi jumped away elsewhere. The other 2 followed, ignoring Kim Jeju's calls to return. Kim Jeju followed the popoi to a wall and Suddenly, the popoi opened their mouths, scaring the audience. Then they gnawed through the wall, creating a passageway. Kim Jeju realized they had discovered something. Could it be a mana stone? A moment later, the popoi called Kim Jeju over. Without hesitation, he lay down and crawled through the hole. The audience could not help but be puzzled by this action. The hole was smaller than he thought, making movement quite difficult. Urged on by the chat, Kim Jeju sped up. Suddenly, his right arm began to glow. Kim Jeju was startled, not understanding what was happening. The audience laughed. "Change your name to Light Man. It's just flashlight mode." I'm dying laughing. This feeling was exactly the same as when he ate the mana stone. The power being activated was similar to a knight's power, wrapping aura around the body to enhance physique. Now, Kim Jeju could easily crush stone with his bare hands. After a while, Kim Jeju finally reached where the popoi had stopped. Beyond the passage was a large open space. The popoi seemed to be surrounding something. Urged on by the chat, he quickly approached to check. It turned out to be a glowing necklace. Seeing it looked like an item, Kim Jeju picked it up to examine. The chat thought it was just an ordinary necklace and paid no attention. But the popoi's attitude was quite angry. Kim Jeju immediately checked the item. The item was called a protection necklace of rare grade. Wearing it around the neck would bring luck, and after saving its owner once, it would be destroyed. The chat exploded. A high-grade item? Why is a protection necklace on floor 1? It must take a lot of petition tickets to get one. Haha, explain quickly. Kim Jeju pretended not to know its value. According to the chat, this item, though single-use, was extremely rare, belonging to the hero grade. In the video, Kim Jeju used the protection necklace on floor 15 to survive. This was an item worth having after clearing low floors. Thanks to the popoi, he got it from floor 1. The problem was he got it too early, which would attract unnecessary attention. As he was worrying, a notification appeared. User Jezu sponsored 10 coins telling him to wear the necklace. The chat immediately focused on the famous big spender, who specialized in guiding rookies. Kim Jeju then put on the necklace, but he hid it under his shirt to avoid drawing attention. Done, he hugged the popoi and left the cave. Stepping to the teleport circle, Kim Jeju decided to bring the popoi along. The place he stepped out into was the middle of a vast arena, with a huge super tall tower behind him. Kim Jeju decided to take a walk around the arena. On the wall were strange characters he could not understand. Luckily, the system had a translation function. Remember the blood and bone shed by those called heroes. After reading it, Kim Jeju laughed and said, "Creepy, it's like they want to scare me." After reading the line beside it, his mood changed. With blood and effort, there is always both nobility and baseness. Do not think all efforts are the same. Kim Jeju thought seriously. Indeed, the same effort did not necessarily yield the same result. Because the world was already set, he was born poor, but effort is still effort. It is always better to try your best. Just then, a notification cut off Kim Jeju's thoughts. The trial will begin in 10 minutes. Survive the monsters that will appear for 30 minutes. Only 10 minutes to prepare, can't waste time anymore. First, he opened the shopping window to prepare supplies. At this moment, someone in the chat mentioned the name Red Bear. Kim Jeju carefully calculated, as this was the highest difficulty. If unlucky, Red Bear would appear. If not, it could be the twin sea serpents. Red Bear's whole body emitted fire, it could spew flames from its mouth, and its size was enormous. He only needed full body armor, and to endure 30 minutes. The twin sea serpents were strong, but out of water, they could not do anything. He just needed to avoid their tail that wanted to crush him. If he encountered them, he could buy weapons to defeat them. He hoped things would go according to his data. But from what happened on floor 1, the chances were high that the same would happen on floor 2. In the end, Kim Jeju had to comfort himself. It would be fine, they would not assign an impossible task. No matter what, he had to survive. 10 minutes passed and the challenge began. The remaining time was 30 minutes. A gate suddenly appeared before Kim Jeju. It was quite small. It must be an old sea serpent. But the door gradually enlarged. Perhaps it was a moon red bear. It kept urging Kim Jeju to buy armor. Suddenly, the gate expanded in an unusual way. Then, it became incredibly huge, causing Jeju to break out in a cold sweat. He did not know what this massive gate would bring. Just then, a giant leg stepped through the gate. It turned out to be a massive green tortoise with countless sharp spikes on its shell. Damn it, was this not a dragon turtle? The chat channel went into an uproar. So the enchanted necklace on the first floor was meant for it. This was the game's perfect balance. The dragon turtle should have required 3 people to handle. How could a second-floor rookie survive? Kim Jeju frantically searched for items in the shop. He currently had 292 coins. After searching for a while, Kim Jeju decided to buy a one-handed axe, Red Dust, for 250 coins. This was a rare-grade weapon, a masterpiece from a master of the Red Iron Arena. The handle and blade were one piece. The blade had silver inlay, high quality. The viewers were greatly confused, thinking he was crazy. Was he going to risk his life? But Kim Jeju was not a fool. He chose the weapon for a reason. In the livestream, if he attacked proactively, carefully, he would receive a hidden reward. That was what he was aiming for. The dragon turtle looked at Kim Jeju with a contemptuous gaze, as if he were just an ant. But Kim Jeju was not afraid and charged forward with the 3 popoi. The dragon turtle lifted its foot and stomped hard on the ground. The entire arena shook violently. Dust obscured the vision. Everyone thought Kim Jeju was dead for sure. Even if he survived, he would be knocked out by the shockwave. Everyone was baffled by his actions. When the dust settled, Kim Jeju appeared unharmed. He remained calm, hanging suspended from the dragon turtle's leg. The red dust axe stuck into it only left a small scratch, not causing any pain or irritation. In this situation, Kim Jeju could hardly deal with the dragon turtle. Originally, he planned to climb onto its back. Kim Jeju was thinking about how much energy he could draw from the Mana Stone. Just then, the dragon turtle discovered him. It took a deep breath and then released a stream of energy. Fortunately, Kim Jeju managed to pull out the axe in time. Then he landed and dodged the attack. Even veteran awakened ones were surprised. During that time, he had thought of a plan. If it were a red bear, he just needed to hold out and it would pass. But with the dragon turtle, he had figured out its pattern and could take it down. Wait for it, the hidden reward. Not even fighting yet and already thinking about the reward, truly underestimating the opponent. It seemed the dragon turtle also sensed that, and it was now completely enraged. It continuously stomped its feet, trying to crush Kim Jeju. He nimbly dodged them all. His target was the hind leg of the dragon turtle. Kim Jeju used all his strength to slash fiercely. The dragon turtle roared in pain, a sky-shaking sound. It attacked Kim Jeju with its tail but was unsuccessful. After landing the blow, Kim Jeju immediately ran far away, having predicted its action. The injured dragon turtle immediately retreated into its shell to heal. This was the reason it was hard to take down. It could heal all wounds inside its hard shell, leaving you only able to watch. At this time, many people entered Kim Jeju's stream because the person they were following had died. Seeing the dragon turtle, they thought he was on the 11th floor. When they learned this was only the 2nd floor, everyone was astonished. But Kim Jeju had no mood left to mind the chat channel. He used his agility to climb onto the dragon turtle's shell. Many people facing the dragon turtle for the first time all thought getting on its back was safe, but the spikes on its shell could turn red and then explode. Kim Jeju hurriedly looked for the dragon turtle's weak point. Just then, a user with a coin donation sent a warning message. The spikes on its back will explode, get down. But no one knew that was exactly his purpose for climbing up here. Kim Jeju found a small spike, used all his strength to chop it off. His entire body glowed green, his strength surged. It only took 2 strikes to cut off this spike. The viewers still did not understand Kim Jeju's purpose. At this moment, the dragon turtle finished healing and crawled out of its shell. Discovering Kim Jeju on its back, it became extremely furious. To shake him off, it rammed its head into the wall. Seeing this, Kim Jeju grabbed the spike and stabbed it into the dragon turtle's neck. And he took the axe and struck it hard, praying in his mind, this was the only chance. Please let this work. One axe blow landed and the dragon turtle screamed in agony. The spike turned red and then exploded. The entire arena was filled with thick smoke and dust. The dragon turtle lay motionless. Everyone worried about Kim Jeju, but the stream was still running, proving he was alive. He walked out from the smoke. His right hand seemed injured. Fortunately, the dragon turtle was immobilized. That was truly a dangerous gamble that nearly failed. The dragon turtle's spikes would explode when magical power was channeled into them. At that moment, Kim Jeju had channeled mana from the Mana Stone into that spike. After that, he used the spine to blow up the Long Kui. The explosion nearly blew Kim Jeju to pieces, but fortunately it only launched Lee Saha away. The head of the Long Kui suddenly twitched, as if it was still alive. Seeing this, Kim Jeju stepped forward and decisively delivered a finishing blow. Quest completed, a path leading to the 3rd floor opened. You not only survived, but also defeated a powerful enemy. You have received a hidden reward. His efforts were finally rewarded. Kim Jeju looked up and smiled contentedly. The viewers becoming even more excited and donating more. Suddenly, a group of popoi jumped out from somewhere and danced in front of him, seemingly wanting to eat the Long Kui's carcass. Monsters in the tower usually have mana within their bodies, and the Long Kui was like a giant mana cake to the popoi. With Kim Jeju's permission, the popoi rushed forward to bite and devour the Long Kui. They were only cute when they kept their mouths shut, but attention gradually shifted back to Kim Jeju. Many people thought Kim Jeju was really lucky to accomplish the impossible. He felt a little worried. Saying it was just luck now would be hard to believe. Kim Jeju folded his arms and said confidently, "It was nothing. I just thought I could do it, so I tried." Viewers watched Kim Jeju because of how he overcame fear, which was appealing, not because of flattery. Currently, Kim Jeju had 198 viewers, 117 followers, and 201 coins. Normally, the 2nd floor would be considered good with just 50 viewers. Reaching the milestone of 100 followers, Kim Jeju received a hidden reward, even surprising the viewers. viewers. But first, Jeju needed to check the second floor reward. The box looked the same as the first floor's, only the contents were different. It contained a bag of 500 coins and a rare spatial backpack, crafted by engineer Rafix, with a capacity of 500 kg. Coins were the basic reward, but the spatial backpack only appeared if you were lucky. Kim Jeju was not unlucky, and viewers would like it. Next was a mana stone. Kim Jeju quickly put it into his backpack without showing a description, to avoid too many questions from the viewers. To change the subject, he checked the hidden reward before being asked about the stone. The hidden reward turned out to be a rune stone for upgrading an item to hero grade. Rune stone increases an item's grade by 1 level, but cannot surpass the rune's own grade. He did not expect the reward to be so valuable, worth 20,000 coins. A few envious viewers urged to enhance a 250 coin kite, but Kim Jeju was not stupid. He knew its value and put it away immediately. Just then, Kim Jeju felt dizzy and lightheaded, probably from losing too much blood. He needed to finish collecting the rewards quickly and move to a new floor, where his wounds would be healed. But Jeju decided to stay and open the follower milestone reward. Congratulations on reaching 100 followers. Due to your high potential, you are awarded a blessing. Choose one of the blessings below. There were 5 blessings: vitality, strength, agility, mana, and luck. The chat channel had many conflicting suggestions. A blessing was a passive skill that strongly enhanced a stat. Mana supported mages and magical research, but was rarely chosen in the early tower. In the end, Kim Jeju chose the mana blessing. The chat channel was disappointed, calling it the most useless, but he was very satisfied with this choice. Unlike mages or knights who became strong immediately, magical research was unpredictable and mysterious, having limits even with hard work. Many people regretted choosing this character class. It was often seen as non-combat, only for protecting the group or crafting. But that was only in the early part of the tower. Kim Jeju remembered a guy in a video who could shoot laser beams from his hand. That man was a genius combat magic engineer. Only a real man would understand how cool it is to shoot laser beams. The popoi had finished disposing of the long kui's carcass, leaving only the meat. Now he suddenly felt sorry for this long kui. Kim Jeju was exhausted and could collapse at any moment. He used his last bit of strength to drag himself through the gate. Stepping onto the 3rd floor, Kim Jeju's body recovered, all wounds disappearing. He was ready for this floor's challenge. At that moment, a notification appeared. The 3rd floor challenge begins. This is a forgotten ancient god's garden. The sleeping guardians will lead you into a trial. Win in combat. You have 10 minutes. Be careful. Leaving the area will cause you to be permanently trapped on the 3rd floor. Kim Jeju concentrated. The 1st and 2nd floors were harder than the videos, but the 3rd floor seemed quite similar. Just then, a gate appeared behind Kim Jeju. A stranger stepped out from it. Kim Jeju now knew that this floor's difficulty had also increased. Kim Jeju glanced at the stranger. Seeing him trembling like that, he must have had a rough time on the 2nd floor. This person looked friendly, extending a hand to shake Kim Jeju's. Kim Jeju politely extended his hand as well, but unexpectedly, the moment the young man touched his hand, he knelt down, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Hello, you are a streamer, right?" Kim Jeju looked embarrassed. "That's right. Did you have a lot of trouble?" The other person regained his composure and let go, but was still covered in tears. "Have absolutely no experience. This is what a true beginner's face looks like." Who could stay as calm as Kim Jeju? After regaining his composure, the other person asked for his name. "I am Hazian Seok. I am Kim Jeju." Hearing that name, Hazen immediately laughed and the atmosphere became much more pleasant. At this moment, he finally noticed the 3 popois sitting on Kim Jeju's body. "Oh, you are Kim Jeju? Sorry, but are those things on your head and shoulders popois?" Kim Jeju cheerfully handed one popoi to Hazen to see. The crowd was going crazy over them, but mentioning the floor 1 challenge still sent chills down their spines. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. 2 giant stone statues slowly rose from the ground. Hazian saw this scene for the first time, scared stiff. Kim Jeju, knowing what to expect, remained calm. One statue slammed its sword heavily into the ground. A clock displaying the view count appeared. Kim Jeju calmly drew his weapon, ready to fight, while Hazian stood rooted to the spot, unable to react in time. If the floor 3 difficulty hadn't changed, Kim Jeju already knew the Guardian's weakness. The floor 3 Golem Sentry was considered the first real challenge. On low difficulty, there was only 1 statue. On medium, there were 2 statues. On high difficulty, it was still 2, but if they weren't defeated at the same time, then the one that was defeated would revive. Kim Jeju didn't hesitate, charging forward to attack immediately. Through the chat channel, many rookies could be seen dying here. They all got dizzy and fell asleep. But if calm, it was easy to see the shield statue would defend, while the spear statue would attack. At this moment, the sword-wielding statue saw Kim Jeju and planted its sword heavily into the ground. The ground shattered into many pieces, dust and debris flying thickly. Hazen couldn't withstand the shockwave, getting blown far away from Kim Jeju. When he came to his senses, he couldn't see Kim Jeju, but the live stream screen was still showing, so there was no need to worry about his teammate's life. Meanwhile, Kim Jeju had used the opportunity to approach both statues. The shield-wielding statue slammed down its massive shield, trying to crush Kim Jeju. The power of this blow was no less than the spear-wielding statue's strike. But when it lifted the shield, there was nothing underneath. Kim Jeju had used a blind spot to dodge the attack, then circled behind the spear-wielding statue. His first target was this statue's leg. Kim Jeju leaped high into the air, both hands glowing blue. The light was stronger than in floor 2, surprising the viewers. He put all his strength into slashing off the statue's leg. The spear-wielding statue lost its balance, falling forward flat on its face. Fortunately, the shield-wielding statue quickly reached out a hand to catch it. Seeing this, Kim Jeju felt a bit tense. There was no more time. If left alone, the spear statue would revive. He couldn't let it recover. With that thought, Kim Jeju charged forward at maximum speed. This time, the target was the shield-wielding statue's leg. As expected, the defensive statue was very tough. Kim Jeju had to slash it twice before the leg was severed. Now both statues had lost a leg, couldn't keep their balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. Kim Jeju stood in the middle but was completely unharmed. The dust cleared and Haezeon rushed over frantically. This teammate was truly useless. It was tough for Kim Jeju to carry the whole team alone. The chat channel only then remembered this was a two-person challenge, and they burst out laughing. After witnessing the previous scene, Haezeon was terrified, not expecting such a large gap between two rookies. Kim Jeju was thinking of a reasonable explanation when he suddenly sensed danger. The eyes of the two stone statues suddenly lit up brightly. It seemed they hadn't been completely defeated. Kim Jeju immediately shouted loudly, "Duck down!" Haezeon heard him and turned his head to look back. At this moment, a giant spear was flying straight towards him. Fortunately, Kim Jeju arrived just in time, or Haezeon would have lost his head. This teammate really was too weak. The two stone statues now slowly stood up. Even with only one leg left, they could still fight. Seeing this, Haezeon was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to move. Kim Jeju carefully considered a countermeasure. He hadn't expected they could throw a spear. Just knocking them down wasn't enough. He had to finish this for good. Kim Jeju gripped his axe tightly, ready to continue fighting. Facing two giant opponents, he didn't flinch at all. Stream viewers were also cheering him on enthusiastically. Kim Jeju leaped towards the leg of the other statue. He slashed right at that moment, then used the momentum to spring forward powerfully. At this moment, Kim Jeju's entire body emitted a blue light. The shield-wielding statue didn't have time to react. Before it knew it, it was split in half by one axe blow. Kim Jeju clung to the remaining part of the statue. Thus, he had dealt with the first guardian. But before he could rest, a giant hand came hurtling towards him. Luckily, Kim Jeju managed to jump to the ground to dodge the attack. But at this moment, he was in a state of free fall, with no room to dodge the next strike. However, time did not allow him to think any further. The shield-wielding statue was quickly recovering. Jeju was forced to finish off the remaining statue immediately. Thinking quickly, he stomped on the statue to propel himself higher, avoiding the second slap. After that, Jeju poured all his strength into a heavy chop on the right arm of the axe-wielding statue. That arm began to crack and then gradually disintegrated. The statue lost all life force and crashed down backwards. Glowing red eyes had also completely died out. Both statues seemed to have been defeated. Kim Jeju walked confidently through the dust. The system kept displaying notifications about sponsors, and all viewers were stunned by the previous performance. Even though Kim Jeju could use the tactic of destroying the red eyes, the weak point of the guards, he still could not quickly destroy these statues. This was originally the hardest challenge, but viewers did not seem to think so. Some had not even finished cooking their noodles before Jeju had completed it. This speed was completely unbecoming of a rookie. Realizing this, Kim Jeju continued to play along. He turned his head to look around, pretending not to know where the gate to the next floor was. Seeing this, the viewers burst out laughing at his cuteness. After the act, Kim Jeju intended to advance to the 4th floor but was called back by Zeon Seo. Zeon Seo had countless questions he wanted to ask his teammate, as he had not had a chance to do anything before the challenge ended. However, Kim Jeju seemed quite tired because the time spent on the 3rd floor was longer than expected. At that moment, he just wanted to go to the 4th floor immediately. Kim Jeju said a polite goodbye, then turned and left swiftly as the wind. Sorry, but maybe next time there will be a next time. Haezeon was left behind, standing frozen in the middle of the desert. From the start, he had not been able to keep up with the pace. Leaving, Kim Jeju walked over to an ancient altar. This place seemed to have once been the site of an earth-shattering battle, leaving only a pile of rubble. Jeju slowly climbed the steps, approaching the central altar. On the stone pedestal lay a mysterious scroll. Jeju carefully unrolled the scroll, inside which recorded a tragic history. We are awaiting our ultimate fate. The desperate screams of the starving and the spirits of fallen soldiers roamed the empire. In the year 1957 of the Asteroid Empire, the Mad King sounded the alarm by beheading the young general who had just returned. The reason was simple. He did not listen to anyone and waged war on his own accord, so he was executed. If the traveler reads these lines, remember never to provoke the king. Even the veteran players watching the stream did not understand the content of the scroll. As for Jeju, he already knew this was a hint for the 5th floor, but for now he could only pretend not to know anything. anything. At that very moment, the gate leading to the 4th floor opened right next to the stone pedestal. Before entering, Jeju decided to check the reward he had just received on the 3rd floor. Not only Kim Jeju, but the viewers were also looking forward to this reward. Kim Jeju opened the gift box, not expecting to find only an empty coin pouch inside. How boring, such a difficult challenge for such a lackluster reward. Jeju was utterly disappointed. But upon closer inspection, he saw this was a 5,000 coin pouch. All viewers were completely stunned by the enormous amount for a tutorial floor. After receiving the reward, Kim Jeju checked his stream channel. Current viewers 211, followers 138, coins 5,608. The increase in viewers seemed to be from Hazian's channel. With a large number of coins, Jeju was considering learning more magic. Just then, the chat channel suddenly reminded him, "Hey Jeju, Popoi has been pretty quiet since floor 2, right? As the caretaker, you need to pay attention." Only then did Jeju turn his head to check. The Popoi were no longer lying on his shoulders, but were flattened on the ground. Kim Jeju was extremely worried, not understanding what was happening. He asked the chat channel for advice, but no one knew, because Jeju was the first person to bring Popoi along. Some viewers thought the Popoi were hungry, so they were this lethargic. Kim Jeju was a bit skeptical, because they had already eaten the entire turtle shell on the 2nd floor. With no other choice, he took out the mana stone from his pouch to try. Even though the mana stone was what the Popoi liked the most, they showed disgust towards it. It seemed they were not hungry. Kim Jeju held his head and sighed in frustration, not knowing what to do. Just then, a viewer named Hamsu supported Kim Jeju with a message, "Try going to the 5th floor." Chat channel saw the message and constantly mentioned that. Though they did not understand, of course, Kim Jeju understood what it was. He immediately remembered that on the 5th floor, there was someone who could take care of the Popoi. There could be no further delay. Kim Jeju scooped up the Popoi and decided to head straight for the 4th floor. At that moment, Zeonseo came running up breathlessly. He was panting heavily as he called out, "Wait, Jeju, wait a moment." Kim Jeju thought he was going to ask useless questions, so he intended to leave immediately. But unexpectedly, Zeonseo bowed his head to thank him. "I know you are busy, but I think I still need to say thank you. Thanks to you, I completed the challenge without a single injury." Kim Jeju, thank you very much. Suddenly receiving thanks made Kyeju a bit embarrassed. He promised to accept Hazian's thanks if they ever had a chance to meet again later. Hazian was overjoyed to hear this. After resolving everything, Kim Jeju turned and stepped through the gate to the 4th floor. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a notification appeared before his eyes. Begin the 4th floor challenge. This is a temple sealed by ancient scripts. Destroy the seal and open the exit within 6 hours. Be careful, failure will result in being trapped on the 4th floor. Words got stuck, but not passing this challenge death. You could buy items with coins, but there was still a limit. Being stuck on a floor was a death sentence. Kim Jeju set the Popoi down and began surveying the temple. 4 sturdy stone walls surrounded him. Above were countless ancient characters and hundreds of crystals. This floor was a test of intelligence. Some viewers said it was simple, others said it was hell. Kim Jeju decided to check the shop entrance. The entrance changed depending on the player's floor level. The shop on floor 4 was different. It had a lot of food and necessities to lure players instead of defensive weapons. Floor 4 was a battle against time. If he got too comfortable, Kim Jeju would surely die from being trapped. After reviewing the rules, Kim Jeju decided to save his coins. Many viewers advised him to throw a party since he had a lot of coins anyway. Kim Jeju wanted to save them for later, because the Popoi were currently sick. After that, Kim Jeju began the challenge. On this floor, he had to use the characters in the crystals to find the correct image and color. The stones would change color when touched. This was the basic rule. He touched the first crystal, and it turned red. The second one turned green. At this moment, Kim Jeju recalled the memory from the video he had watched. It was very headache-inducing at first. He had to remember all the characters he had never seen or heard before. So he decided to replace each letter with a number to make it easier to remember. Thanks to that, Kim Jeju completely grasped how to decode this challenge through the video. The real nuisance of this floor was that the crystals would change color on their own even when not touched. But for Kim Jeju, this was just a troublesome Rubik's Cube that needed time. He confidently touched each crystal in order and repeated it without stopping. The viewers thought he had gone crazy from pressing randomly. But Kim Jeju did not care and continued his work. Soon enough, the first row was completely lit. The chat channel was stunned, but they did not know that everything was as Kim Jeju had remembered. If he kept going, Kim Jeju could finish this challenge in half an hour. The viewers thought he was just lucky and would give up on the last row. Kim Jeju continuously touched each crystal without resting at all. Only 10 minutes had passed, and he had almost solved the challenge. The viewers were once again amazed by this rookie's talent. Finally, Jeju had lit up all the crystals, leaving only the last one. After completing the challenge, the gate to floor 5 appeared. A viewer who witnessed it donated 200 coins with a message. Are you in Mensa? Mensa is the world's oldest and highest IQ society. Kim Jeju answered shyly, thank you for the donation, I am not in Mensa. Actually, I just memorized the entire video, I am not a genius. Another viewer also donated 200 coins with a message, well done. It seemed Kim Jeju had gained his first fans. Kim Jeju happily said to the stream, thank you everyone. I will check the reward very quickly and then continue. He opened the reward for this floor. Inside was like the previous floor, just a bag of 5,000 coins. Now Kim Jeju would start floor 5 with over 10,000 coins. With this amount of coins, he could buy a hero grade skill. This was truly a huge amount even for the viewers. Some were jealous, but others understood the reason. Completing quickly gave a big reward. He deserved it for finishing floor 4 in 20 minutes and winning the 2-on battle on floor 3. After receiving the reward, Kim Jeju carried the popoi and prepared to go to floor 5. Even though he was fast, there was already a rookie on floor 7 because he spent time bonding with the popoi on floor 1. But it was all worth it. Kim Jeju was still moving fast and did not need to try too hard. He just needed to prove he was superior on floor 5, and that was enough. Stepping through the gate, Kim Jeju was transported to a white space. Only a challenge notice board remained. Floor 5 challenge begins. Viewers cannot switch. 1 week in the world of Astros will be granted. Does not affect the real world. You will possess one of the forms of the ruined world of Astros. There are 2 ways to complete the floor 5 challenge. Reach the predetermined ending or eliminate the remaining player. Inside a gigantic castle, Kim Jeju woke up but was no longer himself. He had been copied into another person in this world. Kim Jeju slowly walked to the table and read the diary lying on it. Imperial Palace, February 20, 1944. I am currently 10 years old. I asked my father for a magic beast as a birthday gift, but instead I was slapped in the face. The contemptuous look in my older brother's eyes pierced my heart. What is wrong with that? Imperial Palace, February 22, 1944. I made a secret basement under my room without telling my father. I offered a gold coin to Fordrick, who helped me, but he did not agree. He would give me a magic beast in the future. Through the diary, Kim Jeju learned the identity of the person he had copied. It was the second prince of the Astroth Empire, Kali Zutobrox. The magic beast the prince raised was discovered by the emperor, so he had it burned alive. He received a swollen and painful reputation when a cart of wine caused a brawl on the bed. Kim Jeju had now transformed into the prince with characteristic red hair and dark circles under his eyes. Just as he finished reading the diary, the challenge notification appeared. Proceed to the chosen ending, copied character Kali Zutobrox, mission to become emperor. However, violence cannot be used to seize the throne. Time remaining 6 days and 16 hours. Enemy, what kind of hell difficulty is this? A disregarded second prince having to become emperor in 7 days was nearly impossible. On top of that, he could not use violence. Kim Jeju was mentally crushed. Why did I end up taking on the role of the second prince furthest from the throne? If I could become a magic engineer as planned, how wonderful would that be? At this moment, Kim Jeju recalled the experience before the challenge. When entering floor 5, reality changed. Reaching floor 6 took no less than a minute. Viewers could not leave during this entire 1-week challenge. There were 2 ways to clear the floor 5 challenge: proceed to the chosen ending or eliminate the other player. If the other player achieved their ending first, you would feel the disappearance of this world. The viewers were not satisfied with the system's explanation and started arguing. Seeing this, Kim Jeju immediately stopped them. Everyone, stop arguing. I will ban you from the chat channel if you continue. The chat channel quieted down, then suddenly a notification appeared. Choose the ability you want. This was what Kim Jeju was waiting for. Depending on the choice, the copied character on floor 5 would be determined. If a high difficulty was chosen, an important figure of the Astros Empire would be assigned. Magic ability would assign the role of the Empire's Archmage. Engineer skill would assign the role of the Empire's Platinum Engineer. Physical strength was allocated just like the Imperial Guards. They could be support or assassin classes, but their abilities were much weaker than the other 3 classes, so few people chose them. Kim Jeju folded his arms and closed his eyes in thought. The audience members each gave their own suggestions, but the common point was that no one advised choosing the Ghost Engineer. However, Kim Jeju decided to choose the Ghost Engineer. His eyes sparkled as he shouted loudly, "I will choose it." But before he could finish the sentence, the system displayed a notification asking if he was sure he wanted to choose power related to magical beasts. Magical beast was the term for monster beasts in Astros. Kim Jeju did not have time to explain before the system automatically confirmed. He was assigned a character related to magical beasts. It seemed the system had a glitch, and that was the reason Kim Jeju was turned into the identity of the second prince. At This moment, Kim Jeju was holding his face head hung low on the table, constantly complaining. I said, "Ghost engineer, why did it become magical beast?" But he quickly regained his composure and calmed himself down. "It is too late anyway. Calm down. Let me think about what I need to do. If the end goal is easy, I will continue. For example, becoming a ghost engineer is completed when an invention is crafted. If the goal is difficult, he could aim to jack another player. With a crazy job like Emperor, jacking a player was a good choice. The first day of the week was for getting used to the cloned body. The player needed to read the character diary to grasp the situation. After a moment of thought, Kim Jeju suddenly ordered a servant to summon Fordrick. The first thing after reading the diary was to see what kind of person Fordrick was. The audience witnessing Kim Jeju's acting all got goosebumps, not expecting him to get into character so quickly. After a while, Fordrick arrived. He was a middle-aged man with a scar over his eye, looking anything but ordinary. He respectfully greeted the second prince and asked, "You called me because of the new magical beast, right?" Kim Jeju was hesitating, not knowing what to say, but luckily Fordrick spoke first. Fordrick had prepared in advance. He ordered a servant to bring up a cage covered with a white cloth. "I knew you would ask, so I prepared it. This magical beast comes from the north. It was known to be ferocious but was strangely quiet. That made things easier." When the servant removed the cloth, inside were 3 popoi. Those were Kim Jeju's popoi. As they had entered the 5th floor with him, they were also brought here. Kim Jeju was extremely shocked to see the popoi because he had completely forgotten about them. He was truly a terrible owner. He tried to remain calm and asked Fordrick, "Are they exhausted or something?" Fordrick replied that he had asked the hunters, but they did not know the cause. He examined them himself and saw that they looked like they had absorbed too much mana stone. The audience at this moment realized the huge stone the popoi ate on the 1st floor was a mana stone. A small piece was worth several thousand coins, so everyone was astonished. The popoi had also eaten the entire tortoise shell on the 2nd floor. It seemed they were just too full. At that moment, Fordrick rushed over, shook Kim Jeju by the shoulders, and shouted loudly, "Prince, impossible! How can there be a glowing force emanating from a person's body? What happened during the days you went up north?" Kim Jeju calmly stopped Fordrick and reassured him, "There is nothing unusual about my body, do not worry." But Fordrick was still not calm at all. "Impossible. Normally a person would explode from that demonic energy. Your Highness, you cannot absorb any more demonic energy." At this point, the demonic energy had already invaded Kim Jeju's head area. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening, but from now on, if he got worried or angry, he could become a vegetable. Seeing Fordrick's anxiety, Kim Jeju placed his hand on the man's shoulder to calm him. "I understand, I will remember your words." Hearing this, Fordrick left relieved. Before leaving, he warned that the Crown Prince had been making suspicious moves recently. Fordrick was Kali's only supporter. He was once the knight bodyguard of Kali's mother, Queen Pridessa. After the queen passed away, he left his position to become an assistant for the young Kali. After Fordrick left, Kim Jeju thought about the things he needed to do next. He had to defeat the Crown Prince within a week and become Emperor. Jacking the remaining player was easier, but achieving that which had better rewards would be difficult. Kim Jeju held the cage containing the popoi in his arms and moved closer to the bookshelf. From the information in the diary, he found a book and pulled it out. The bookshelf immediately shifted, revealing a passageway below. The audience was surprised, thinking this was a skill of the ghost engineer. Kim Jeju carefully stepped down the stairs. Below was a large room filled with iron cages. Inside were the magical beasts the second prince had raised. Surprisingly, they were not anxious or hostile, but happy to see their owner. Kim Jeju walked to a corner and placed the cage with the popoi down. Then he turned and walked away in tears. "Popoi, I am leaving you here because I do not know what might happen outside. I am sorry, little ones. This is for your safety." The popoi also cried at this moment, unwilling to part with Kim Jeju. Faced with this cuteness, Kim Jeju could not bear it. He decided to open a shop to find and buy skill books for the popoi. The good thing was the user did not need to read them all, because the content would go directly into their head. Kim Jeju searched for a while, but found nothing useful. Finally, he bought a common rank skill and received basic level 1 beast magic. After learning it, the audience asked if he felt any different, but Kim Jeju did not notice much change. He only bought this skill because it was cheap. The audience advised him to change to a knight or mage before it was too late, but Kim Jeju did not care. Leaving the basement, Kim Jeju pulled the bookshelf back to conceal the passage. Now there was one more place he had to go. It seemed his opponent had chosen to be a knight or mage. The head mage had his own room, while the knight captain had a training ground. If he thought about the reward, Kim Jeju had to limit the actions of other players. At the knight's training ground, Kim Jeju's opponent was practicing skills obtained from skill books. He was extremely astonished by the effects of these so-called skill books. Using just a few, he felt as if he had trained for decades. He was a player named Lee Hazian. He was feeling very proud of his own abilities. He thought he was lucky for choosing the high difficulty on the first floor, receiving a lot of coins. On the second floor, thanks to his kendo skill, he easily defeated the monsters. On the third floor, he used his companion as a meat shield, so he passed through very quickly. He thought he would be criticized by the audience for letting his teammate die, but unexpectedly, his resilience earned him many rewards, even though he almost did not make it through the fourth floor with only 30 minutes left. While Hazian was engrossed in training, the chat channel reminded him, Hazian, another guest has arrived. Multiple chat channels informed Hazian that the person in front of him was the second prince, Kali. Stood frozen in place, surprised. Fortunately, someone in the chat reminded him in time, and he knelt down. He said, Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you. Hazian did not recognize Ji Woo as his opponent. Ji Woo crossed his arms and told him to stand up. He said, Your training for the Empire is commendable. Hazian suspected the second prince was also a streamer, but thought the other probably chose a knight or a mage class. Li Shani's character was a swordsman, the same as Black Lion Lord, an upright man who hated deceit. At first, he had difficulty speaking, but after copying the way other knights talked, he got used to it. Hazian shed his sword and asked the second prince what wind had blown him to this place reeking of sweat. Kim Jeju replied, It is nothing. I just remembered you like alcohol. Did you not cry at my birthday party because your favorite drink was missing? So I plan to send you some drinks. I am not very familiar with alcohol, so I do not even remember the name. Hazian broke out in a cold sweat. How could that man know this information? Having no other choice, Hazian had to seek help from the chat room. The viewers suggested that expensive drinks in Astra were usually apple meow meow, triple shot, and black glutinous rice. They told him to pick one randomly. Hazian randomly picked a name and stammered his reply. I think it is apple mail mail, Your Highness. Kim Jeju thought for a moment and said it sounded familiar. He would send it tomorrow. Hazian breathed a sigh of relief and continued his act. He thanked him and promised to serve the Empire well. Just as he thought everything was over, Kim Jeju suddenly asked, Oh, I almost forgot. What was your Korean name again? Hazian felt as if he had been provoked to madness. He had worked so hard to grovel this whole time, only to find out the other was a player. Hazian stood up, veins bulging on his face, looking as if he wanted to devour the person before him. Ji Woo calmly replied, I am the second prince of Astros, Kali. Hazian could not take it anymore, his whole body exuding murderous intent as he stepped closer. He sneered, Are you a prince? Why not call your subordinates? Daring to come alone to cause trouble. He asked how he knew, saying he had tried his best to act naturally. As he spoke, Hazian placed his hand on his sword. Kim Jeju was not afraid and even quipped back, Why should I have to answer? Kim Jeju recognized Shine Ji because the introverted prince had recorded everything in his diary, including the Black Lion Lord's favorite drink. Hazian was furious but tried to stay calm. Alright, what did you just say? Is not the second prince a useless guy I can take down with one move? Jeju angrily retorted. I have sensed your impatience and vulgarity. I tried to pretend not to smell this disgusting stench, but it keeps invading my nose. Hazian could not stand it. He placed his hand on his sword, ready to eliminate his opponent. Just then, Fordrick came running from somewhere and shouted, What is the meaning of this? He was worried about the prince's safety. Kim Jeju said it was fine, but Fordrick did not believe him. What are you saying, Your Highness? I saw with my own eyes this guy point his sword at you. Jeju quickly explained. It was because he wanted to see his swordsmanship skills, so he asked for a demonstration. He shot a glance at Hazian, signaling him. Hazian, tense, had to play along. Jezu's chat saw Hazian as a fool. He should have just killed Jezu to get to the 5th floor. Fordrick still pressed Shanjae, warning him, I clearly sensed the bloodlust in that demonstration. Be careful of your actions next time, or you will face the charge of attempting to assassinate a prince. You will have all your limbs cut off, tied to a horse, and dragged around the city. Hearing this, Hazian was terrified and bowed his head to apologize. Fordrick let him off, saying for the prince's sake, he would not investigate further. Hazian immediately turned around and fled. Fordrick followed the prince back to his room, constantly complaining along the way about his strange behavior. Kim Jeju asked, From the way you speak, it seems you are very nostalgic for a bygone era. Fordrick was stunned for a moment upon hearing this question, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and smiled at the prince. That is a difficult question. I have no other thoughts than to be loyal to the Empire. After walking a bit, Kim Jeju made an excuse to be alone. I just want to take a walk because it is too boring in the room. Fordrick reminded Kim Jeju to be careful if he met the first prince, then left. When he was alone, Kim Jeju checked the remaining time and saw he had wasted too much. He had to visit the magic machine workshop tomorrow. The chat asked about his next plan. The situation was tense. Kim Jeju confidently replied, I will finish the ending I chose. The chat exploded. You only have 6 days left. People told him to report to Fordrick that guy had threatened him, but Kim Jeju did not want to pass the trial that way. He still believed there was a way to become emperor. At this moment, Hazen was searching for documents about Fordrick. Holding the documents in his hand, he flashed a sinister smile. Earlier, he had cried and begged the viewers for help, asking what he should do. If he were a prince ordering my death, I am done for. A viewer, unable to stand it, devised a plan, telling Hazen to look at that trembling fool in prison. He would teach him how to play that guy to death. First, go to the commissar's office and find information about the second prince and Fordrick. Hazen carefully examined the information about Fordrick. There was one quest that caught the viewer's attention: Fordrick's Royal Disaster Relief Mission. Time limit 29 days, investigate the magical animal ecosystem. Possesses 3 popoi. All 3 were as quiet as the sick, hypothesized due to pollution. Mentioning 3 popoi, the viewers immediately remembered Kim Jeju. Many of Xianyu's viewers had watched Kim Jeju's stream on the first floor. The chat buzzed with discussion about his identity. Hazion still did not understand why the other's identity was so important. The one who devised the plan earlier said it was very important, and told him to head to the outskirts gate right away. There must be a chapel there. At night, Hazion followed the viewer's advice and went to the chapel in the suburbs. He discovered a way to pass the trial, but the prerequisite was to first find out the player's identity. Hazion flashed a triumphant smile. He was very close to victory. 1 hour ago, on his way to the chapel, Hazion had run into Jezu, but this time Hazion was no longer afraid. Jezu still confidently provoked. Again you? I heard you were checking my background. Hazion was no longer angry and calmly replied. Hey, stop that action. You are quite famous. Yeah. Kim Jeju do. Hearing this name, Kim Jeju was slightly startled. Seeing that, Hazion knew he had guessed correctly and quickly left. He ran while laughing contentedly. It is over, it is over. I will not die here anymore. Returning to the present, Hazion went to the chapel in the suburbs. The missing piece on the 5th floor that the viewer had told him. If he found the opponent's name here, he could pass the trial. However, he would lose the chance to upgrade his skills and suffer the penalty for failure. This method was not encouraged, but was skill upgrade important in this life or death situation? Hazion entered the chapel without hesitation. In the center was a large bowl of water illuminated by moonlight. Inside it was a mysterious key. Hazion carefully lifted the key with both hands. Then, holding the key in his hand, he prayed before the goddess statue. At that moment, a notification appeared. Your intelligence will be tested. State the name of the participant accompanying the trial. Hazion immediately said the name Kim Jeju. Checking information: username, Kim Jeju. Confirm answer and proceed. Once confirmed, you cannot change. Hazion did not hesitate and immediately pressed yes. But suddenly the goddess statue shook violently. The statue's eyes emitted a deadly red light. A notification appeared. Your answer was wrong. You have been cursed by a demon spirit mocking intelligence. Current attribute: Royal Cassian Zion. Predetermined ending: lose 5 sword arts of the first night. Curse: lose all acquired skills. Hazion's whole body glowed red. He knelt on the ground, screaming in despair. What did you say? What the hell is this? Everyone is wondering why Hazion answered wrong, right? Everything went back to 1 hour ago, when Hazion left after confirming the opponent's identity. Although the viewer of Zezu's stream had reminded him, he did not stop Hazion. Viewers thought he was an idiot and was definitely going to die. But Kim Jeju wore a cunning smile. Everything was under control. Kim Jeju calmly returned to his room. Then he took out from his backpack the name change ticket received on the 1st floor. The viewers were all stunned with their mouths agape. No way, is he going to use it here? How did he know the hidden piece? This was a scheme from the start, right? From the 1st floor, Kim Jeju had planned to use it on the 5th floor. Kim Jeju did not hesitate and immediately tore the ticket. A keyboard appeared for him to enter a new nickname. And the name Kim Jeju chose was Kim Jeju 2? Truly unexpected. Was he suffering from multiple personalities? After changing his name, Kim Jeju contentedly thought about Shanji's situation. He was the head instructor after all. Surely he must have learned the 5 sword arts of the first knights. Failed the intelligence trial. All skills revert to initial state. Haha. Once skills were reset, the player had to buy skill books again. Without a wealthy sponsor, he had no chance to change the outcome. No one was stupid enough to invest in that foolish name, but the chat channel was currently only interested in the name Kim Jeju 2. The viewers kept teasing about this name. Kim Jeju said awkwardly, "What about Kim Jeju 2? I was in a hurry and could not think of another name. It is simple and not confused with my original name, alright." The chat channel did not seem satisfied with this reason. At that moment, many strange noises came from outside the hallway. Jezu heard it and went out to check. It turned out Hazen was being stopped by the guards. Guards saw the prince and reported, "This is the day Ryan kept saying he had to speak with you. I told him to come tomorrow because it was late, but he would not listen." Hazion was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and speaking to Ji Woo. "Prince, do you have time?" His whole body radiated fierce killing intent. With the prince's permission, the 2 guards let Hazion in, but his weapons were not confiscated. It turned out they were men of the Grand Prince, very happy if the second prince died. The second prince only had Fortrick's army. After entering the room, Seonji approached Kim Jeju with full killing intent. "You bastard! Who are you?" He was furious about losing all his skills. Yet Kim Jeju still dared to sneer. "I think I already told you that." Asian could not bear it, so he grabbed a chair and threw it at Ji-woo while shouting, "Stop the nonsense, you son of a bitch!" Although the room was noisy, the guards outside did not care at all. At this moment, Kim Jeju was about to be in danger. Hazian drew his sword and charged at Jeju. Indeed, everything would end like this. Let us see who dies first. But because he lost his learned skills, Xianji's movements were as slow as a turtle. Jeju could easily dodge the attack, then counter and restrain his opponent. Kim Jeju had once easily soloed the turtle dragon on the second floor, so a skill-less man could not trouble him. Xianji struggled and screamed, but to no avail. With just a little force from Kim Jeju, he could no longer hold his sword. "You are still useful to me, so I let you live. Do not mistake my mercy for fear, understand?" Hazian was frightened and immediately begged for forgiveness. Kim Jeju saw this, released his hand, and chased him away. At this time, the viewers were curious about Kim Jeju's next plan. He was currently still calculating. He could kill the opponent at any time to complete the trial. He lay on the bed, thinking about how to ascend the throne. If the current emperor did not die, there would be no succeeding emperor. Even if the emperor died suddenly, the Grand Prince would still benefit. The best option was to study magic until one day remained, and then eliminate the other streamer. But if he did that, Kim Jeju would have to give up the final reward. Because he was too tired, he fell asleep without realizing it. In his dream, he recalled the videos he had watched. That video was of Kim Jeju undertaking the 5th floor trial with the night option. He diligently trained with the truncheon he received and chatted happily with the viewers. Kim Jeju had been swinging his axe for 6 days, with only 1 day left before the trial ended. At that moment, a gathered crowd caught his attention. The viewers seemed to know something but refused to speak. From the chatter, it seemed an extremely important imperial trial was about to take place. Kim Jeju couldn't contain his curiosity, so he asked the viewers for permission to go and listen. After some pleading, the viewers agreed to let him leave. Kim Jeju, delighted as if he had found gold, headed straight for the crowd. Suddenly, a man called out to him. Who was this?" It turned out to be Alex, the brave Black Wolf chieftain. Kim Jeju greeted happily. "Long time no see, Count. What brings you here?" Count Shun informed him that an imperial trial was about to happen. Kim Jeju was astonished, as only the royal family was required to attend. Something extremely serious must have occurred. Count Shun looked left and right for a moment. Sure that no one was around, he whispered into his ear. The second prince had been arrested for attempting to assassinate the emperor. Kim Jeju's eyes went wide, but Count Shun seemed pleased by this. He said, "It's a good thing that man had no vision. We don't need him anymore." At that time, many nobles in the empire had gathered for the trial of the second prince. Kim Jeju was dazed when he suddenly bumped into someone. It was Fordrick, who looked haggard and dazed. Only Fordrick was truly worried for the second prince. He looked about to collapse, dragging himself along with the crowd into the court. The viewers buzzed with discussion, believing something was wrong. Kim Jeju joined the stream of people entering the court. Along the way, he noticed the emperor had deployed many knights hidden in the surroundings. All those knights were transformed beastmen. The second prince must be in a very difficult situation right now. Throughout the trial, the viewers continuously argued over who was the guilty party. The chat split into 2 factions, their bickering giving Kim Jeju a headache. Due to the serious nature of the case, the courtroom was nearly full. Grand mages, chieftains, counts, and high-ranking nobles were all present. Security was extremely tight. Suddenly, the court clerk rang a bell, drawing everyone's attention. He announced, "I know many high-ranking individuals are present here today. However, the Astro's court judges fairly. Anyone who lies will be punished." This handsome clerk appeared very credible. But in the eyes of the viewers, he was just a loyal lackey of the nobles. After the statement, the clerk introduced the representatives of each class in turn. Finally, Kane, the commoner representative, took his seat. In the middle row, Marquis Crow represented the nobility. At the highest seat, Duke Magnus replaced the late majesty. The seating arrangements clearly showed class division. The commoner representative was merely there for show. After the introductions, the clerk continued by asking the 3 jurors to heed the teachings of the goddess of justice and determine if they could judge the trial without bias. All 3 representatives agreed to take the oath. The clerk said that before beginning, everyone needed to understand the trial would be swift, because the defendant was caught red-handed. Therefore, the testimony had not been taken carefully, and the defendant had not confessed. Hence, this should be considered a procedural trial. This statement indicated they would not need to prove guilt, but would pass sentence immediately. Clearly, something was amiss here. Afterwards, the second prince was led into court with his hands bound in iron chains, with no chance to resist. When asked to state his name, the second prince broke out in a sweat and tremblingly blurted out whether a coward like him would dare to kill the emperor. The clerk asked if he understood that the charges had been determined, so there was no need to argue about the culprit or a lawyer. The second prince had no other choice, so he nodded in confirmation. The clerk then read the indictment. According According to the case file, at 2 o'clock this morning, the second prince Top Rocks went to the sleeping emperor's room and talked in the sitting room for about 30 minutes. The key witness was a beastman knight guarding the emperor's safety, and the clerk asked if there were any mistakes in the testimony. No, because the sitting room was completely quiet. Guardian knight grew suspicious and opened the door. The emperor was slumped on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, and there was no one else besides Kali Zutrox. The second prince wept bitterly, his eyes filled with fear and his body trembling violently. But this was not mentioned in the testimony. The people in the courtroom, upon hearing the knight's account, buzzed with discussion. As for the second prince, he could not contain himself and trembled incessantly. The clerk presented the autopsy evidence, finding dry alapa leaf powder in the teacup the emperor liked to drink. This powder was also found on the second prince's clothes. The lapa flower was very toxic, odorless and tasteless, often used by assassins. After presenting the evidence, the clerk asked if anyone objected or found errors in the testimony. Unexpectedly, the second prince did not resist either, but immediately admitted to it. The clerk immediately declared the trial concluded. The audience continuously booed, not expecting the imperial trial to end so carelessly. Even Jesu widened his eyes in astonishment. A dignified second prince so easily accepting a conviction was truly hard to believe. Just then, Duke Magnus sternly spoke up, telling them to stop. The god watching over Astros must be laughing heartily. The sentence was to tie the second prince, Kali Zutokrox, to a horse and drag him across the kingdom. First, to let the people know, and second, to make him confess his crime and beg for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, the second prince shed tears of despair, trembling. Even at this point, he did not utter a single word in his defense. The class representatives fully agreed to the sentence without objection. Only Fordrick raised a dissenting voice. Duke Magnus then asked Fordrick if he found any errors in the trial. Fordrick dared not openly oppose, only offering a few reasons. No matter how important the matter, the court could not skip the necessary steps and handle it so hastily, as if hiding something. Second, please understand the second prince's normal lifestyle and take some time. But Duke Magnus did not care, asking if he was criticizing his handling of the trial. There was nothing more to say. He dismissed the criminal. His face was full of contempt for the second prince. The second prince was led away by two knights. Fordrick could only cover his face in helplessness. On Jesu's side, he was stunned. He could not believe what he had just seen. The viewers urged him to stop, but no one expected Kim Jeju's limits to have been broken. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I do not accept this ridiculous trial. Just wait, I will destroy the tower and drag the admin out to curse him out." Returning to the present, the second prince had just woken from a long dream. Everything in the video appeared eerily real in the dream. He was truly furious about that trial. The viewers still knew nothing and persistently advised him to kill his opponent to pass the challenge. Kim Jeju did not intend that. He only smiled a sly smile. It seemed everything was within his calculations. Kim Jeju calmly sat down and searched for the diary. Kali was obsessed with the magic beast because of the emperor. Unable to contact through video, Kim Jeju looked into it himself, but the diary was too short. Kim Jeju wondered whether to ask Fordrick. Just as he mentioned his name, Fordrick appeared. Both Kim Jeju and the viewers were startled. Kim Jeju calmed down and asked Fordrick, "When I wanted a magic beast as a child, I was slapped by father. Do you remember me crying?" Fordrick, hearing this, was in a foul mood. "Yes, if it concerns you, I remember every detail. I am surprised you still recall." Kim Jeju asked further, "When I asked father why he was angry, he said you would tell me. You never did. Wasn't that time appropriate?" Fordrick only now revealed the truth of that day. After hearing it, Kim Jeju immediately set off to find the emperor. The viewers saw this and were puzzled. He went straight to the emperor. He had not read the scroll for floor 5. The emperor was a madman. Do not think you can meet him. Everyone had an extreme reaction to Kim Jeju's actions. Their reaction was understandable. The emperor had gone mad since the empress died. He believed someone must be held responsible and trusted no one. It meant he loved his wife deeply. It was truly illogical that he did not love the child she left behind. At this moment, Kim Jeju recalled what Fordrick had just said. It turned out the magic beast was too dangerous for the young prince, so the emperor had reacted that way. After a while, Kim Jeju stood before the palace door. He looked at the knight guarding the door and said, "Before I enter, I need to focus. Can I turn off the chat for a moment? Everyone, do not be angry, you will see when you need to." After turning off the chat, Kim Jeju calmed himself. I am Kali. Instead of being timid and gloomy, I will renew myself to surprise the emperor." After calming down, Kim Jeju approached the knight guarding the door. "Hard at work so early, I have come to speak with His Majesty." The two knights crossed their spears in front of him. Even announcing himself as the second prince, he still could not enter. Having no other choice, Kim Jeju took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty the Emperor, the second Prince Kali requests an audience because he has something to say." After a moment, the door opened. A tall knight walked out and said, "Wait in the waiting room." Kim Jeju was led to the waiting room to meet the emperor. He nervously muttered to himself, I am Kali. After a while, Emperor Rediak Zutobrox entered. He was dignified, not at all mad as the rumors said. As soon as he saw the second prince, the emperor spoke. "It is interesting that you seek me." Kim Jeju stood up and bowed. "What do you think when your son wants to find his father?" The emperor asked. Since when did you see me as a father? Kim Jeju gave a friendly smile. It has always been that way. But the emperor did not believe him. He emphasized that he needed evidence for the words. Kim Jeju continued, I know you secretly kept beastmen near me out of worry. The emperor showed no surprise. You dare make such a guess? Kim Jeju replied, the main point is that I understand. That is parental love. If I were you, I would follow you. Actually, Kim Jeju knew about the secret beastman thanks to the viewer's chat, not because he knew himself. The emperor sighed and stretched out on the chair. Is that all you wanted to say? Jeju glanced at the knight and said, please take the beastmen away so they do not derail the conversation. The emperor fiddled with the ring that controlled the beastmen. When asked the reason, Kim Jeju was a bit embarrassed. The atmosphere was unusually tense. The emperor ordered the knight to leave and asked, now can I hear the real reason you wanted them to retreat? Kim Jeju gave a confident smile. If a magic ring can control the beastmen, then you can tell me about that matter. The ring you are wearing is a fake. The emperor was startled and pulled back the hand wearing the ring, but he tried to remain calm. Ridiculous. Where's the evidence? Your next words will decide your fate. Jeju was not afraid. He took out a piece of paper and read aloud. To be precise, you have another ring. First Prince Sloan Zukrox discovered it and was commended 3 years ago for his excellent leadership in the Lavalik Plains. During the celebration banquet, the crown prince accidentally spilled wine on someone else. The emperor suddenly interrupted, Stop, are you trying to convince me with this piece of paper? Kim Jeju confidently handed the paper to the emperor and continued, This is the content, I will supplement it. The crown prince wiped the wine with a handkerchief and naturally took the other's ring. He quickly swapped the real ring with a fake one and hid it in the handkerchief. The emperor suddenly grew angry. It has been nothing but speculation from start to finish. Where is your evidence? Jizuko calmly replied, No evidence is needed. Haven't you already known everything? I only wanted to say that I know too. The emperor suddenly burst into loud laughter. This was the first time he had truly laughed in a long while, tacitly acknowledging Kim Jeju's words. Jeju asked the emperor, So does that mean I have a few more days to live? The emperor frankly admitted, I didn't expect you to have a secret card. You pretended not to know from the beginning, only speaking now, proving you want something from me. Kim Jeju clenched his hands, full of confidence. Yes, that is correct. I want to become the emperor. The emperor's face darkened. A country cannot have two kings. Hearing this, Kim Jeju flashed a meaningful smile. I know, so you must die. The brown-haired man through the live stream donated 1,000 coins to Kim Jeju and yelled, demanding he do something. Kim Jeju knocked them all down, making the audience marvel at this generous act. Countless other coins were also sent, making Jeju a bit moved. Facing the audience's barrage of questions, what will Kim Jeju do next? Kim Jeju smiled, saying he needed to eat breakfast first, then go learn some new skills. He stood dazed in front of the workshop, the venue for the magical construction class. Suddenly, Kim Jeju was startled to hear the crown prince's voice ring out. The crown prince of the kingdom of Astrid Sloan appeared with an aggressive aura. The viewers loathed the prince at the sight of him. Abusive comments sprang up like mushrooms. The prince looked down at Kim Jeju. You grow more insolent by the day. My father has been too merciful with you. Kim Jeju instantly understood the prince controlled the Bestman tribe using the stolen ring. Curious about what Jeju said to the emperor, the prince rushed all the way here, unable to wait. Exposed by Kim Jeju, the prince's face flushed red with anger. He furiously cursed at Jeju for daring to talk back. Just the prince raised his hand to strike Kim Jeju. Brand, the master serving the royal family, promptly intervened. It is none of your business. The prince was so embarrassed he wished for a hole to crawl into. What do you mean it is none of my business? The two of you are causing trouble in front of my workshop. You are not even emperor yet, but you already demand respect. Brand's counterattack greatly pleased the crowd. Insulted by Brand, the prince was livid, his brows furrowed. He said he would not forget this day's humiliation. Being humiliated in front of Kim Jeju made him want to find a hole to crawl into. Do as you please, I do not care, even if you spit on my grave after I die. But I will carve on the grave the words, Prince Sloan is a useless piece of trash who only knows how to leech. Grant proudly fired back with a full Thormail counter, so savage, making the prince's blood boil. Once I become emperor, I will decapitate that old man first. Let me see if he can still open his mouth then. The prince furiously turned around and stomped away in a huff. Kim Jeju happily thanked Brand and asked to tour the place. Stepping into the magical construction workshop, he smelled the characteristic scent of grease. Kim Jeju, a bit awkward, curiously looked around. The system suddenly notified him that he had entered the area of an individual in harmony with magical construction. He could now purchase related skill books. The skill books were quite expensive, and comments kept popping up urging Jeju to think carefully. He did not care at all. He clicked to buy it instantly, leaving the crowd speechless. A user who went too far with insults was immediately blocked by Kim Jeju. After buying the book, Jeju began to open and learn the skills. But learning all 4 at once was truly not easy, making him nauseous and dizzy, like he had just gotten carsick. He felt he did not fully understand yet, only having memorized the framework. It is okay, even if I only grasp half, I can still simulate if I cannot construct. I must level up the skills first, Jeju thought, holding his head. Seeing the closed door room opposite, he decided to stay for a while. He walked over and knocked on the rough door. Brand opened the door and asked what was the matter. Kim Jeju put on a puppy dog face, indicating he needed a favor. This sudden politeness baffled the crowd. Jeju then followed Brand into the room. As for the prince, he was furious upon hearing that Kim Jeju had met with his father early in the morning. He feared that Kim Jeju was plotting something. Poor Kali, he should have just stayed in his small room. You will witness my coronation from inside your grave, the arrogant prince said. After hearing Kim Jeju's request to use his workshop, Brand immediately refused, because magical engineering was no joke. I have a basic understanding of it, so don't worry. I understand machinery and thermodynamics, Kim Jeju asserted. Brand found it quite interesting. He picked up a pen, drew a diagram, and handed it to Kim Jeju, asking him to try solving it. Kim Jeju broke out in a cold sweat and sat down on a chair. He pondered deeply over the Latin circle on the paper. Latin was a material used like steel in engineering with 3 substances outside the circle. After a while of sweating profusely, Kim Jeju had finished solving the circle, but Sukarna said he was only half right. He thought Brand would not let Kim Jeju use the workshop. Unexpectedly, the old man said that even half correct was an acceptable solution, so he generously allowed Kim Jeju to use the workshop freely. Thinking thoroughly, it is not good for a young man like you to be interested in magical engineering, especially a prince, Grant said, then quietly left the room, leaving Kim Jeju overjoyed that nothing would stand in the way of his learning magical engineering from now on. The following days, Kim Jeju was extremely busy with research and design. The remaining time he had each day was 16 hours. One morning, while Kim Jeju was researching, he received terrible news. The emperor had been assassinated. The culprit was unknown. The second prince, Kim Jeju, became the prime suspect. He was immediately stormed by guards and arrested. His hands were shackled, and he was led to be charged in an interrogation room. Before the trial began, they already called Kim Jeju a criminal. That bailiff was the first prince's man. Despite the assistant's desperate objections due to a lack of evidence, Kim Jeju was still led straight to the trial. Many nobles were already present there. It was as if they had been waiting to attend the moment Kim Jeju was arrested. The secretary's words were exactly like in the film, but fate had been sealed. Standing before the dock, hands cuffed, stared by countless eyes. Only now did Kim Jeju understand what Kali's feeling had been like. The assistant was extremely worried for Kim Jeju, because the majority of the royalty here were on the first prince's side. Dragged to a place with no allies, treated like a criminal. How can I stay calm? Is there any way to get out of here? Kim Jeju thought worriedly. The prosecutor continuously accused Kim Jeju of poisoning the emperor with maple leaf powder. The witnesses kept nodding in agreement. This was a meticulously staged trial to frame an innocent man. Kim Jeju firmly asserted he had not harmed his father, infuriating the dukes with his stubbornness. I have no evidence, but I have a witness. I will accept decapitation if the witness perjures himself, Kim Jeju declared boldly. The prosecutor was burning with anger and demanded Kim Jeju call his witness in immediately. Someone stepped in from outside, causing the crowd to panic in terror. It was the emperor, who was supposed to be dead, now appearing in the courtroom with a dignified appearance. This was truly a spectacular twist. The entire courtroom erupted in shock and chaos. Everyone thought the emperor was already in his grave. Thank God you are all well. I see you all got very close to Sloane during my absence. The emperor, alert and handsome, spoke, making the crowd want to wet themselves. Duke Magnus was also addressed by the emperor, causing him to shrink back in fear. He hurriedly ran down and knelt at the emperor's feet, begging for his blessing. Seeing the emperor turn to him with a sly grin, Kim Jeju had no idea what was happening. The emperor walked around the group of ministers, trembling on the ground. His gaze was full of disappointment at this trash. Head Duke, stand up. How could you let this happen in such a public place? Who is truly fit to sit on that throne? The emperor asked coldly, scaring the duke out of his wits. After he confirmed it, the man could sit on that chair to deliver the verdict. The emperor did not hesitate and immediately sat down on the chair. An official trial began. When asked to summarize, all the ministers turned pale with fear. Luckily, they had received prior news from Grand Duke Magnus. Currently, the second prince, Kali Duzutukrok, is accused of attempting to assassinate the emperor and is requesting a witness. The tree recounted tremblingly, and the emperor quickly pronounced Kim Jeju innocent. Looking back at the events while he was absent, it seemed Grand Duke Magnus had committed no small number of crimes. From now on, you no longer the judge blessed by the goddess Maya, understood? The wise emperor issued the order, leaving Magnus to only reluctantly accept. Furthermore, he was fed 3 consecutive blows by the emperor for the crime of using personal feelings to judge the trial, not supervising the nobles and caring for the people, as well as making a pact with Sloane to raise the price of 10 kinds of grain. Magnus was beaten until both his cheeks were swollen and bruised like a panda. After that, he was dragged straight to prison despite continuously screaming his innocence. 4 days ago, in the Emperor's lounge, Kim Jeju had come to ask him to commit suicide. He had gradually lost patience witnessing his brother's actions. If he were to be killed based on his brother's personality, that man would find a way to eliminate him just because he was an eyesore. In a more childish way, he would want to insult him by framing him for murder and opening a trial. Kim Jeju asserted he had a plan to turn the tide, which greatly pleased the Emperor. Returning to the trial after ordering the release of Kim Jeju, the Emperor loudly demanded the arrest of the first Prince Sloan for the crime of assassinating the Emperor. "Let me go." Sloan kept cursing and screaming all along the way as he was led to the trial. Mark Sloan and his father claimed he was innocent. It was all Kim Jeju's plan. The Emperor's expression was like, "I don't have any son like you." Scolded in the face by the Emperor, Sloan cowered in fear, as flustered as a chicken caught in hair. At that moment, Kim Jeju received a notification requesting to take down the blog of that bastard from earlier, but please feel free to build it anyway. Just as the Emperor was about to pronounce the verdict, Kim Jeju suddenly interrupted. "Wait, Your Majesty. Just a moment ago I stood in the position of the defender. If you ask if I was insulted, yes I was. I want to say so. Thank you for allowing me. I wish to personally prove the crimes of Sloan Zutokrach. Please give me the chance to prove my innocence and expose the true criminal." The crowd below was extremely shocked. They whispered and discussed Kim Jeju's bold, fearless words. Indeed, you would not believe that this was the Emperor everyone knew. He usually pulled him away for the crime of arrogance. But that was a pre-planned card, Kim Jeju chuckled to himself. After receiving the Emperor's permission, Kim Jeju immediately rushed to interview the first prince with blazing momentum. "Your name is Sloan Zutokrach, correct?" Refused to answer. According to the law from the decree of the gods, the verdict will be issued immediately. Please answer. The first prince turned red with anger but had to reluctantly answer yes to Kim Jeju. Kim Jeju asked again, "Did you attempt to assassinate the Emperor?" The question was beyond the first prince's tolerance, causing him to furiously slam the table and chairs. He felt it was too absurd. "Do you have any evidence to deny the statement?" Kim Jeju asked again. Kim Jeju knew that if he intentionally pressured Sloan, something interesting would happen. First Prince Sloan suddenly burst into laughter like a madman upon hearing Kim Jeju mention evidence. "Do you want the position of Emperor? I don't know who instigated you, but if you kneel and beg for forgiveness before things go too far, I might even spare you." Faced with the first prince's arrogant attitude, Kim Jeju coldly flicked him away from himself. If this were the pure and easily manipulated Kali of before, he would have easily trusted his only brother. In the past, on the imperial calendar day of February 19, 1944, Kali, under Sloan's incitement, had asked his father for a magical beast. Not only did he refuse, but he also scolded Kali, causing the boy to cry all evening. Then, on February 22, 1944, Kali built a secret basement to raise magical beasts. That room was gradually filled with magical beasts. Kali thought his father would like it, but in the end he discovered it and became furious. Kali did not speak of this matter to anyone except his brother and Fordrick, so he was very sad. Forced by the Emperor, Kali had to personally burn the herd of demonic beasts in desperate agony. Afterward, he went to a tavern to drown his sorrows but ended up causing a brawl. When he woke up, only Fordrick was by his side. From then on, Kali could no longer trust anyone. He felt that demonic beasts were better than humans. Returning to the current trial, Sloan suggested summoning the beastmen who guarded the living room as a witness. He had a beastman control ring, so he hoped to manipulate their testimony. "With your own eyes, who did you see in the living room?" Sloan asked, pressing the issue. That beastman did not mention anyone's name, but instead spoke his own name. Sloan's name made him freeze, stunned for about 10 seconds. It seemed he was not the only one who owned a beastman control ring. Seeing Sloan sweating profusely, the Emperor sneered lightly, asking him if he was alright. What if the Emperor's real ring did not obey his own commands? Sloan was dazed, speechless. He hung his head wearily, waving his handkerchief, causing the ring to fall and roll to Kim Jeju's feet. "You have admitted to the evidence yourself and saved us time. Sloan Zutokrach, you are convicted of attempted assassination of the Emperor." Kim Jeju picked up the ring and coldly announced. He showed that familiar ring to the Emperor. He confirmed it was identical to the Beastman control ring, a device created by Brand. "This thing does not suit a foolish apprentice who stole his master's fingerprints out of greed for counterfeiting money. Do not disgrace my image any further, Sloan." The Emperor humiliated Sloan until his face turned pale. Just before Kim Jeju delivered the final verdict, Sloan shouted in protest, claiming the trial was not following proper procedure. He said that even Kim Jeju had no right to judge him, along with those who had taken his bribes yet still pretended to be innocent. He has truly gone mad, even admitting to bribery, Kim Jeju thought to himself. In response to Sloan's request, Kim Jeju asked around if anyone wanted to defend him, but no one moved. Since there was no one, Kim Jeju announced he would deliver the final verdict. "Poor Sloan, the people you bribed have turned their backs on you. Given the situation, it is understandable," Kim Jeju thought with amusement. After the verdict, Sloan was immediately arrested with the Emperor's permission. Kim Jeju asked to deliver a final personal message through a series of slaps. First, you mock the imperial law based on divine will. Second, you use the title of prince for personal gain. Finally, out of ambition, you plotted to murder your own father. This goes beyond disappointment, it is disgust. Kim Jeju spoke while beating Sloan relentlessly. The final blow used full force, making his nose bleed like rain. The personal message was over. Kim Jeju ordered the prisoner tied to a horse, dragged along the ground across the entire empire, so the people would know of his crimes. Kim Jeju was now only one step away from the outcome he had chosen. Both the emperor and the courtiers accepted this verdict. Not stopping there, the emperor also requested additions right after the trial ended. Tie Sloan to a horse and drag him across the entire country. Moreover, the dead man had his throat cut and was hung at the highest point of each city for an entire month. Sloan could only cry and scream pitifully, her voice echoing throughout the courtroom. Before the court adjourned, Kim Ju asked permission to make a suggestion. Although it was unrelated to the trial, he felt he had to say it. The reason was that those who ran the empire every day were all present here. I beg permission to speak before His Majesty and the gods watching from above. I wish to become the sun that envelops the asteroid empire. Please grant me permission, Kim Jeju said very resolutely. By invoking the gods of Achat and this entire empire, place considered a world on par with supreme power. Requesting to be the sun was equivalent to asking the emperor to abdicate. Upon hearing this, the emperor burst into loud laughter. He found the man's words to have no persuasive power whatsoever, nor did they have a solid foundation, but in the end he still agreed. This was the final order of the Astrod Emperor Radiac. I, Radiac, declare Prince Kali to be the Emperor of Astros. The emperor declared loudly before the entire assembly. Right in that glorious moment that made Kim Jeju immensely proud, everything suddenly turned completely upside down. Except for him, the surrounding scenery lost all color. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Kim Jeju's body and those around him gradually melted. The background turned only to black and white and then vanished. Startled, he opened his eyes. Kim Jeju realized he had returned to the real world in his original form. The system appeared, congratulating him on successfully completing the 5th floor. At the same time, it continuously persuaded him to become an administrator. The request repeated so often it gave Kim Jeju a headache. The system threatened bloodily that if he refused, his only path would be down to the Yellow Springs. The surrounding scenery was dyed red like blood, throwing Kim Jeju into utter panic. It was not until he shouted a refusal that everything stopped. Are you not afraid of what the future will bring? I will wait for you on the 10th floor. The system displayed the words and then flickered off. There was still time, so Kim Jeju pressed the button to agree to return to the 6th floor to continue the challenge. With a sound, Kim Jeju had returned to Kali's form. He stood with the emperor in the court as if nothing had happened. The crowd was extremely excited to see Kim Jeju back. This is clearly what you wanted, but you seem quite surprised. Do you have something to say? The emperor approached and patted Kim Jeju on the shoulder. Only then did Kim Jeju fully awaken from his daze, startled into apologizing. From now on, even if you apologize, you must do so with great solemnity, because I am no longer the emperor of this land, you are. The emperor said gently, to celebrate this joyous day. The emperor decided to let the entire palace drink freely, not returning until they were drunk. In stark contrast to the lively scene above, Sloan was at this moment being taken down to the dungeon in his most dejected and miserable state. He intended to rush and attack Songjae. He was punched by Songjae, his face becoming deformed. The system announced that Songjae had lost because another player had finished the course first. Because you failed to reach the finish, you will be completely erased from this world. After that warning from the system, Songjae was sent to his eternal rest by Sloan. The remaining time was 1 day and 11 hours. Kim Jeju was now the emperor, and wherever he went, people knelt to greet him. Sounds of celebration were still going on. I have already obtained permission from Emperor Radiac, but anyway, as long as I finish and get out of here, Kim Jeju muttered to himself. So, ignoring the emperor who was waiting for him to drink together, he walked straight into a room where a giant portrait of Kali's mother was placed. When they were in the outside world, Kali's circumstances made Kim Jeju feel extremely sympathetic. He felt that if possible, he wanted to go to the 5th floor to plead Kali's case. Kim Jeju finally completed it. He stood still for a moment before hurriedly returning to the others. This world is fake. Even if it wasn't Kali, Kim Jeju still hoped she would be happy. He gently opened the door, and before him was the boisterous banquet hosted by the emperor. Remaining time was 17 hours. Forced to drink too much last night, Kim Jeju still couldn't get up. He suddenly sat up. The screen had switched to blind mode. He vomited violently and continuously. When Kim Jeju calmed down, the screen returned to normal mode. Reminded by the viewers, he suddenly remembered he still had a pile of coins he hadn't collected. It was all thanks to the bet with Brand. Looking at the number of 16,592 coins, Kim Jeju thought he was seeing things. This bunch of viewers were truly tycoons. They kept gifting him coins, making him extremely grateful for their generosity. So I am finally being recognized. If Sir Loof had gifted so many coins on the 5th floor, it meant he had really put in a lot of effort. Kim Jeju thought cheerfully. He would quickly visit a few more places and then finish the 5th floor. He went to report to his father first because he had something to discuss. It's nothing major, just that yesterday while reading the journal, I came across a few things. When I was little, I was caught with those spirit beasts and father gave me a severe beating. It's not that I resent it, I'm just really curious about why you were so angry. Kim Jeju asked curiously. It seemed he still didn't know the truth. Fordrick had kept his mouth shut, huh? Alright, at this point there's no reason to hide it from you anymore. When I checked your unusual collection of spirit beasts, I saw mixed among them a few that showed signs of going mad. I was going to let it go, thinking you lacked experience in raising spirit beasts. Later I discovered someone had deliberately done it. I believe you know who I am talking about. My feelings were very complicated, but that was the main reason. I saw your mother in you, the pitiful vulnerability to being manipulated by Lisa, and I truly couldn't bear it. Ahem, if your curiosity is satisfied, then go. Your schedule is packed, no time to play around. The Emperor explained before Kim Jeju left the room, bowed his head and thanked him for raising and loving such a terrible collie, until the very end. After Kim Jeju left, the Emperor was awkwardly moved. He felt Kim Jeju had changed too much. Having finished all his business and greetings, Kim Jeju hurried back. Despite the viewer's advice, Kim Jeju still chose magical techniques for himself. On the way, he stopped by Brand's place to inquire about his health. He also went to pick up some gloves. Seeing Brand worried, because the gloves were quite dangerous, Kim Jeju was a little moved. Thank you for worrying about me. Please, do try to stay healthy and complete many more good inventions. Kim Jeju bowed solemnly in thanks, making Brand feel awkward. He carried a pile of messy stuff back. Kim Jeju thought about how, after this trial, everything would cease to exist. Collie's unfair death would repeat itself as before. He hoped the time spent on this 5th floor would hold some meaning. At the same time, on the 3rd floor, user 4901, Jinha was struggling, laboriously carrying items up the stairs. Drenched in sweat, he went looking for the portal to enter. Viewers called him an idiot for not seeing the scroll on the other side. Jinha grumbled curses under his breath as he unrolled the scroll. Astrad Empire, 1957. For the first time in history, a stern and fair ruler who never erred spoke out. The emperor was incredibly wise and bold. The entire populace praised him. The nobles showed fear and reverence. Celebratory ceremonies were held throughout the empire. The explorers reading this, I implore you not to trifle with the benevolent heart of Astro's ruler. Signed, Fordrick. The viewers following the developments were bewildered by the absurdity, the contradiction to the truth. As soon as he returned to the palace, Kim Jeju shouted loudly, calling for Fordrick to check on the reason why the Popoys had become like that. I still haven't found the cause but saw no signs of madness. And so far there haven't been any abnormal manifestations. You don't need to worry, Fordrick replied obediently. Hearing this, Kim Jeju laughed happily, dismissing him to prepare for the journey to find Popoy. The Popoy herd was sleeping soundly in their pen. When they saw Kim Jeju come down to visit, they got excited. As he opened the pen door, they rushed over to surround him, their eyes smiling. Kim Jeju pet them for a while before carrying them up to his office. After turning off the comments, he began to fix that gauntlet. It was very unstable. Just as Brand said, one mistake would be dangerous. Interfering with pure magic was truly difficult. Fixing one spot would break another, creating a vicious cycle. This was why he respected Zenon so much. Zenon, the magical engineer he knew from videos. When Zenon rose to fame, the engineers in the tower were even divided. Even though he was not a prodigy like Zenon, he could not give up. Kim Jeju made up his mind and worked hard on fixing the gauntlet. 10 minutes left and finally it lit up. He put it on and poured all his strength into it. Speed was a bit slow, but it was still useful, he thought. The system turned the comments back on at that very moment. Focused on fixing the gauntlet, Kim Jeju almost forgot about this. 5 seconds left. He put on his luggage and vanished from the gateway he had been in for years. After passing the challenge, the gate to the 6th floor slowly opened. As soon as he stepped in, the comments were filled with the quarrels of the Gangwon residents. Kim Jeju and Songjae's fans argued fiercely, making him break out in a sweat. He disabled commenting for viewers under 12 hours. Once the atmosphere quieted down, he opened the gift to check it. A huge gift box fell down, startling Kim Jeju. He decided to set a voice message limit at 500 coins, thinking no one would be crazy enough to do that. No one would be foolish enough to gift 500 coins to a newcomer from another channel. Unexpectedly, within seconds, Luca gifted 1000 coins with a message asking to be unblocked. Kim Jeju did not unblock him but still accepted the gift. He opened the huge gift box, and inside was a set of ordinary common clothes. Viewers were disappointed, thinking it was a premium gift. It turned out to be mocking him. It was a message from the administrator, telling him he was just that guy Kim Jeju from the video. But there was nothing he could do about it, he thought sadly. He opened the next box and was startled to see the leather boots of the Lord of the Seven Serpents, Lostant. Kim Jeju quickly put them on, wondering what the administrator was thinking. There was a reason the viewers were not surprised by the item. It was hero rank because it was extremely difficult to control. In those videos he could not use them and had to watch others use them. Kim Jeju sighed as he put the boots on his feet, but they felt comfortable, probably because he had eaten a mana stone. The last box was a pouch containing a genuine 5,000 coins. He had also been thinking about learning a different skill. With these coins he could buy that thing from the 10th floor. Now onward to the 6th floor. This was a team challenge, and it would be troublesome if they saw the popoi. He thought for a moment, then locked all the beasts in his backpack and set off. In a flash, the team members were all assembled. The 6th floor challenge began. The scenery changed into a vast forest, and the requirement was to eliminate all enemies. There were a total of 5 waves, with 59 minutes remaining until the first wave. Kim Jeju appeared last in the group. In front of him was a muscular man like a knight. That frowning man seemed to be a mage. The last person was a girl in a uniform wearing a mask. What, is it your first time seeing a person? She saw Kim Jeju staring and asked with a raised chin. Kim Jeju was frozen stiff by her crazy, aggressive attitude. Hey, whether we like each other or not, we have to get through the tutorial together, so do not fight. We have a new member, why not introduce yourself, suggested the eel-eyed knight. He was Jung Kang-heel, 26 years old, a physical trainer from the outside world. Kang-heel was confident in his skills because he had chosen a high difficulty. The mage Park Jinsu coldly stated that after this, they would each go their own way and not bother anyone. Seeing the attitudes of the two, Kim Jeju guessed there was a conflict between them. I am Lee Saha, I will not go into details, but I am quite good at punching and getting punched, the strong-willed girl continued. Last is Kim Jeju. I am Lee Kim Jeju, I run a supermarket outside, and I am a magical engineer. Hearing this useless class, the whole group was shocked in surprise. Isn't a magic engineer supposed to be useless in a fight? Kang-heel asked in surprise, what were you thinking? Your viewers must be devils. Kim Jeju still insisted he chose his own class, making Kang-heel helplessly hold his head and sigh. Lee Saha thought it was nothing major. The important thing was to do well yourself, but Kang-heel still harshly criticized Kim Jeju's class. The student is right, let's stop arguing and start planning. First, let's look at our situation. Mist surrounded them from the outside, looking like smoke but feeling hard as stone when touched. That was the border of this floor. Kang-heel and Lee Saha are mid-range fighters, fight on the front line. I will support the center with magic. Jinsu assigned positions. Kim Jeju watched the rear and supported when someone was in danger. It seemed he was classified as useless. Kang-heel stood by sighing because Kim Jeju was not a fighter yet was in the group. That reaction was not wrong, as the current view of magic engineers was like that. Kim Jeju told himself anyway nothing major would probably happen. Time until the first wave began had officially arrived. Within the thick mist, a spiked claw gradually appeared. Kang-heel grabbed a giant blade and was about to charge into attack, but was immediately stopped. Lee Saha and Jinsu stopped him because people in the room were having a strange conversation. Hey, I am the floor boss of the 6th floor of the 5th tier. Whoever attacks first will surely win, go on. Kang-heel ignored the advice, excitedly took his sword, and charged at the monster. But the sword was deflected upon touching the claw due to its terrifying hardness. Kang-heel was scared and broke out in a sweat. The claw flung his sword away and then coiled tightly around his body, causing him to panic. Attacked by the monster, blood gushed out. Kang-heel struggled and cried, begging it to release him in vain. Only then did he see clearly. The monster was a giant beetle that should not appear on the 6th floor. Though it ranked in the hundreds among the devil species, it was on the same level as monsters on the 25th floor. This monster would single-handedly massacre the new recruits who had just set foot on the 6th floor. Kim Jeju knew in advance this was a guide event, but he did not expect the admin to adjust the difficulty to this extent. Just as Kang-heel was about to have his head bitten off by the monster, Lee Saha, looking as tough as a rock, managed to block and parry a fatal blow for him. She grabbed the monster by the head and smashed its skull with her fist. Green blood splattered everywhere like chicken sauce. The first wave ended quickly. Old man, do you want to die? I told you to wait because something was strange. Why didn't you listen? A weakling who just likes running around, so annoying. Weak-willed adults like you are the most useless bunch. Lee Saha scolded Kang-heel so fiercely that even Kim Jeju was stunned. Lee Saha looked toward Kim Jeju. Remembering that he was just a magic engineer, she turned away with disappointment. She thought he would be just as weak, but she still found something familiar about Kim Jeju. It was as if she had met him somewhere before. Thank goodness, it was not time for me to act yet. Kim Jeju thought as he stepped into the pool of the monster's green blood. Viewers in the chat were constantly praising him. Kim Jeju scratched his head and hands sheepishly. Jinsu's fans were just as numerous in here. Back to Kang-heel, he had been sitting there like a sulking lump all this time. Seeing Kim Jeju come to ask, he said he was fine, but his hands and feet trembled like they had motors. Poor teacher Kang-heel agonized. Kim Jeju used his magic gloves to heal him. As soon as he touched him, Kang-heel's scream echoed through the mountains. You will feel a lot of pain now, but you won't lose any more blood. Kim Jeju comforted Kang-heel, who was now lying on the ground sobbing heavily. Jinsu was somewhat fascinated by Kim Jeju's fancy gloves. Seeing the two men endlessly discussing various items, Lee Saha silently assessed from afar. Magic engineers were all the same, nothing special. For the second round, Jinsu offered to support Lee Saha from the rear, while Kim Jeju held his original position. As for Kang-heel, because he was heavily affected by the intense treatment process, he still lay limp like a man who had lost his soul. The group decided to leave Kang-heel behind, because they could not drag a burden like him along. After the fog, the number of monsters appearing was twice as many as before. Lee Saha quickly rushed forward, delivering a blow that shattered the first monster. The second one quickly met the same fate right after. Comments jumped continuously because they could not believe Lee Saha's superhuman strength. The second wave ended so quickly that Kim Jae-ju did not even get a chance to do anything. He single-handedly handled all the monsters in the second wave. The title of Close Combat Prodigy was indeed not just a hollow reputation. Lisa had climbed to the 4th floor only through luck and donations. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she played the role of a civilian, wandered around, and coincidentally met her master and awakened. Her agile body and hand-to-hand combat skills made her famous everywhere. Being in the same class, it was unexpected to meet here. Meeting Lee Saha at such a difficult time was truly fortunate, Kim Jae-ju thought to himself. This wave had 2, so the next wave would probably be 4, right? You block the front, I support from behind, and you take care of the one lagging behind. Trust everyone in the end, we will not lose anyone else. After Jinsu proposed, all 3 quickly got into combat positions as they entered the 3rd wave. Everyone was quite surprised to see only 2 monsters appear. Lee Saha did not understand the reason but still rushed forward to deal with them first. Only Kim Jae-ju and Jinsu remained, both had a foreboding sense of trouble. Suddenly 2 other monsters appeared right in front of Zizu. It turned out there would be 2 sets, not simply 2 monsters in total. Jinsu attacked with firepower, but it was ineffective against the monsters. Kim Jae-ju immediately put on his gloves and told Jinsu to dodge to the side so he could show his skill. Lee Saha fought while worrying about Kim Jae-ju's side. Hearing a panicked scream behind her, she startled and turned around, thinking more monsters had appeared. A moment of negligence, the monster lunged and blocked right in front of Lee Saha. She had no time to counterattack. She had to hold her breath and close her eyes, trying to defend. Suddenly, a squelching sound rang out, and blue blood from the monster splattered all over her face. Her eyes widened as she watched the monster crumble after a lightning-fast punch from Kim Jae-ju. Against strange monsters, a magician easily becomes their prey. Therefore, Kim Jae-ju moved forward to shield Jinsu. Monsters could fly straight at the target with terrifying speed, their hard shells resisting steel weapons. But if observed from a different angle, Kim Jae-ju realized that was all they had. His crushing punches broke the monster's limbs and made them bleed. In the end, they all shared the same tragic fate of being crushed flat under his strength. Jinsu's mouth hung open in astonishment as he saw Kim Jae-ju handle the monsters in the blink of an eye. Lee Saha could probably easily handle the remaining 2. Just as Kim Jae-ju thought that, he witnessed Lee Saha being threatened by the beasts. Her life hung by a thread. Fearing he might not save her in time, Kim Jae-ju utilized the strong thrust from his shoes. A swift whistling strike full of smoke and fire sent the beasts away to a distant place. Lee Saha was bewildered by Kim Jae-ju's strength. She had not even seen the speed of his attack before the beasts were blown apart. The 3rd wave ended amidst the bewilderment of Kim Jae-ju's teammates. Lee Saha stared at Kim Jae-ju as if trying to bore a hole through his face. She told herself to stay calm, be strong, and pretend nothing happened. Heat from Lee Saha's anger made Kim Jae-ju tremble with fear. If he looked at her now, he would probably say something wrong. He had to change the subject. He deflected, asking Jinsu if he had any stronger spells. Jinsu sighed, replying that those were the best he knew. He curiously asked Kim Jae-ju, saying that as an engineer, his speed was even faster than a knight's. He awkwardly said it was just a coincidence. As the group was chatting, Kang Heel interjected with a few words, making the atmosphere fall silent. He really knew how to kill a conversation. 2 minutes remained before the 4th wave. This time, the group would face 8 monsters appearing from both sides. Everyone quickly switched to alert mode. They gathered together, forming a defensive circle of 4 directions. The fog grew thicker, an unearthly chill ran down their spines. It seemed the changes were not enough. They even doubled the difficulty by doubling the monster count, clearly wanting to block our path. Kim Jae-ju was worried when he saw the monsters appear right in front of the group. Kim Jae-ju and Lee Saha coordinated their attacks. It took them a while to eliminate all the monsters. 4th wave ended, and the group prepared to enter the 5th. Everyone's face was heavy, as they could all guess what would happen in the 5th wave. 16 squared is Toonfic 6. It was truly unbelievable. Jinsu grimaced and said that the viewers had called the admin, but no one answered, driving him crazy. Kang Heel, out of fear, argued with Jinsu. The atmosphere is tense as a drawn bowstring. With 26 seconds left before the 5th wave, Kim Jae-ju decided to try the only remaining method. He put on the gloves and loudly ordered the group to step back. Before them was a dense army of monsters. Kim Jae-ju held his breath, swinging his hand to shoot magic from the gloves towards them. A powerful stream of energy erupting from the gloves made Kim Jae-ju's hand tremble slightly. He told himself he had to use one move to finish them all. Kim Jae-ju gritted his teeth in determination, and the power in his arm suddenly surged. Under that brilliant destructive magic flow, the monsters vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The ground was left with only cracks and thick smoke and dust. Jinsu and Lee Saha stared at Kim Jae-ju with their mouths agape, looking astonished. Taking off the gloves, Kim Jae-ju suddenly slumped to the ground, coughing up blood nonstop. He silently realized he had expended too much mana. Although he had hidden a magic stone inside of the glove, it still was enough. He felt all the magic within his body vanish. But without it, he would have collapsed long ago. Kim Jae-ju thought shakily. The trial was over. The path to the 7th floor was open. Jinsu and Lee Saha quickly asked about him when they saw him coughing up blood violently. He reassured them that it was just a side effect of using mana. He said that magic engineers also often experienced it, and as a mage, Jinsu should understand. Rezu burst out laughing seeing Jinsu and Lee Saha worried for him, saying the side effects were not that serious. Before leaving, Kimju suggested the group check their rewards. He was a bit surprised to see they didn't seem to want to separate. Lee Saha suddenly called out to Kim Jeju and removed the mask that was stuck to her face. Behind that mask was the beautiful face of the beauty Lee Saha. She spoke with a decisive tone, telling the strange guy she was asking for his real name. Lee Saha said impatiently that her viewers couldn't find the name Kim Jeju on the system. Only then did Kim Jeju remember his name had the number 2 at the end. He silently thought that Lee Saha and Jinsu's viewers were very loyal for remembering so clearly. He didn't expect so many people would jump to watch his stream. He wondered if he should tell her, to see the viewer's reaction. Lee Saha thought to herself that the name Kim Jeju also had the number 2. It was truly strange. Kang Heel's viewers had all run over to Kim Jeju's side, forcing him to set a limit. After blocking Kang Heel's viewers, the remaining number was insignificant. Kim Jeju said worriedly that it was hard to receive viewer rewards on this floor. The viewers also left one by one. Kang Heel almost lost all his viewers, making his heart jump. Suddenly, the rewards for the entire group appeared. Kim Jeju was hesitating, not knowing whether he should open and look. Suddenly, another gift box dropped in front of him. The 6th floor rewards seemed to be based on ability. Kim Jeju's box was both large and different. Kim Jeju began to open his gift box. Kang Heel, being nosy, crept closer again, wanting to see what was inside. Inside were the gloves of Lostant, capable of controlling temperature and casting magic. Even though he already had gloves, he would gratefully accept them if the system gave more. Kang Heel immediately mocked him because his gloves didn't look any different from normal gloves. A moment later, Kang Heel shamelessly came to ask Kim Jeju to remove the viewer limit for him. Kim Jeju coldly refused, saying doing so would be inconvenient for his longtime viewers. Kang Heel was furious, silently cursing Kim Jeju for trying to steal his viewers. Kim Jeju also received another bag of 5,000 coins. He decided to say goodbye to Lee Saha, then quickly packed up his things after they left. He waited for the gloves to cool down to continue to the new floor. Unexpectedly, the popoi in his backpack sniffed out the scent of magic. He popped out of the backpack and bounced around wildly, catching Kim Jeju off guard. Struggling, his heart stopped as he realized Lee Saha had not yet left. She looked at Kim Jeju and the popoi indifferently, with a gaze full of suspicion, while Dudu was confused and didn't know how to explain to Lee Saha. Lee Saha had already been captivated by the cuteness of the popoi by then. Called back by him, she shyly panicked and ran away as if fleeing for her life. Kim Jeju, even though he did not understand much, also had to quickly get on the road. With all the luggage ready, popoi was neatly packed. Kim Jeju immediately set off to the 7th floor right away. At this time, somewhere on the 7th floor, a psychological battle was gradually brewing. Although he already knew quite clearly about the challenge through the videos, but when setting foot into reality, he still felt a bit overwhelmed. In front of him was a giant relief sculpture and an old acquaintance. Kim Jeju was startled to realize that man was Ji Seok, the one who had killed innocent people for no reason. That man was extremely dangerous. What were you doing before coming to the tower, Ji Seok? Kim Jeju curiously asked. Are you interrogating me? We don't even know what the challenge is yet. Asking that is a bit early. Ji Seok sneered. He was the person Kim Jeju wanted to punch the most if they met. It was fortunate he appeared, but he was the worst opponent in many ways. Kim Jeju thought to himself about the 7th floor challenge named the Lie Detector. It was a psychological game of exposing the opponent's lie or deceiving them with one's own lie. A series of rules dozens of pages long about the statue had been established. Kim Jeju sighed, not knowing how to ask to make Ji Seok lie. There was only 1 minute left. Ji Seok stepped up to the stone slab in front and asked a question. Kim Jeju, do you know me from before I entered the tower? Kim Jeju was startled by the question but tried to appear calm. He said he did not know that man. That was a lie. Ji Seok sneered and smugly pressed the button. The viewers clamored that he guessed wrong this time, but unexpectedly. An eye on the relief suddenly lit up, making them eat their words. Kim Jeju had lied about not knowing Ji Seok. Now was his turn to ask a question. If it was unnecessary in a challenge, would you kill someone? Of course, always ready. Ji Seok's decisive answer was true, leaving Kim Jeju speechless. Kim Jeju, you already knew what the 7th floor challenge was, right? Ji Seok smirked and asked again. Kim Jeju felt a chill, sweat pouring out as he stammered a denial. That was a lie, Ji Seok asserted as he placed the stone in position. The statue's second eye lit up again, bewildering the viewers. How had he discovered so many things in such a short time? Had my emotions upon seeing Ji Seok revealed too much? No, upon entering the 7th floor, he realized I had not checked the challenge details. That was my mistake, but I know you. Kim Jeju calmed down and continued questioning Ji Seok. If the person you needed to kill was your wife, would that still be fine? Answer me, still no problem? I cannot do that to my beloved wife. Ji Seok's voice trembled. That was a lie. Kim Jeju decisively slammed the stone into the empty slot. The statue's eye immediately glowed red, causing the viewers to buzz with discussion. Kim Jeju, do you know I am married? Ji Seok suddenly asked back. Kim Jeju affirmed he had known for a long time, and that was the truth. It was Kim Jeju's turn again. Ji Seok, if your wife entered the tower and got in your way, is that reason enough for you to kill her? Definitely enough for me to cut her in half and throw her out onto the street. Can you really do that? This outrageous question made Ji Seok flustered. This statue judges lies based on truth. It also considers each person's way of thinking and reasoning. When seeing Ji Seok deny that he could kill his own wife, Kim Jeju strongly focused and affirmed that was a lie. He quickly placed the final stone into position. After his question, Ji Seok suddenly wondered if he could actually do it. Kim Jeju chuckled inwardly, knowing that man was fully capable of doing it. The test result was clear. Ji Seok had just lied. Viewers' sympathy for him dropped to negative infinity for his cruelty, enough to make even Satan yield. Ji Seok burst into insane laughter, his eyes full of malice as he asked Kim Jeju back. Kim Jeju, be honest, this is your second time entering this tower, is it not? Kim Jeju admitted once again and then blurted out that it was not. That's how it is, you'd better stop lying. Ji Seok laughed loudly, then pressed down hard on the stone on the mask. Stone statue slowly opened its 3 pairs of demonic eyes wide. The notification of punishment for Ji Seok startled him, as he had not anticipated it at all. Kim Jeju understood clearly that he was not the person in those videos. The national statue would examine his private thoughts and everything the player was thinking. If he felt this the second time, then Ji Seok would be the winner. But the person in that video is not me, Kim Jeju thought to himself. At this moment, Ji Seok was already approached by the statue, which coiled around him like a snake. His limbs were squeezed tight, unable to move. Just as Dui Sia was about to be slashed by the statue's swinging sword, Ji Seok tremblingly asked Kim Jeju who he really was. He stammered out the question, his voice full of fear. Does that matter? I don't know. Let's just say we knew each other in the past. Kim Jeju replied while recalling the images between him and that man in the past. Ji Seok had personally disposed of his own wife back then, simply out of boredom. The statue now truly struck, slashing heavily into Ji Seok's shoulder, blood spraying profusely. Amidst the agonizing screams, Kim Jeju closed his eyes tightly to avoid witnessing it. This horror movie-like scene should have been blurry with a bleeping sound covering it. All of Kim Jeju's actions now were merely to avoid a known terrible future. Faced with the audience's provocative comments, Kim Jeju sighed and stepped into the next round. Round 7 ended, and the gate leading to the 8th floor opened. As Kim Jeju opened the system to check the rewards, countless gifts and messages demanding the chat ban be lifted poured out. No, they are the audience from Song Jae's side. They will definitely cause trouble if I lift the ban. No way, Kim Jeju decided. This round's reward was the Lost and Protective Gloves, capable of nullifying any spell. This was precisely the ability Kim Jeju had been hoping for a long time. As soon as he put on the gloves, he sensed countless streams of power converging into them. Remaining reward for him was, as usual, a few coins. Amidst the audience's eager anticipation, Kim Jeju stepped onto the 10th floor. This place had a lush green forest. Birds chirped merrily, but his mind still felt tired. The system required him to defeat all the enemies that appeared. Time immediately began counting down from 10 minutes. Kim Jeju dropped his backpack to the ground and leaned against a tree to rest, waiting for the time to pass. A group of popoi began to crawl out of the bushes in droves. The snakes with scales looked quite ferocious. It seemed they would charge and attack Kim Jeju. Unexpectedly, they instead scrambled to hug him. The group of creatures was too lovable for words. Was it because I learned the basic lessons about magical beasts, or had they started to adore me? I can feel the emotions of the popoi. They were very happy to see me. Kim Jeju breathed out as he hugged them. The group of popoi kept arriving in greater numbers, clung all over Kim Jeju's body, making him suffocate. While being crushed, the gate to the 9th floor suddenly appeared. The situation was exactly the same as back on the 1st floor. Once the popoi no longer held hostility, it meant he had completed the mission to subdue the enemy. Kim Jeju's reward for this round was a scroll containing information. It spoke of the broken world tree and its spirits flying out. Those spirits wanted to plant a new world tree. Thorin and Foden were the names of the world tree, an element that could change the fate of the Astra world. When the world tree was overwhelmed by an evil spirit, Astrad would fall into chaos. The 25th floor challenge had changed the entire world. Meanwhile, those evil spirits saw this collapse as an opportunity to rise up. Kim Jeju lay flat on the grass to rest for a while. Around him, the popoi gathered into a pile around his body. A while later, opening his eyes to wake up, he was startled to see his stomach had become a playground for the piled-up popoi. That's enough rest. Kim Jeju sat up, put on his backpack, and prepared to enter the 9th floor. He only brought along the 3 popoi that had followed him from the 1st floor. The remaining popoi sadly watched Kim Jeju disappear behind the door, looking truly pitiful. The challenge on the 9th floor was about to begin. This was a temple sealed by an ancient language. The requirement was to break the curse to open the escape exit. The maximum time was 2 hours, and if he could not break it in time, he would be trapped forever. The task required making the gems on each wall the same color, but all 4 walls did not need to match. The administrator here really did not want him to pass easily, nor did his teammate. Kim Jeju thought as he walked over to greet the mysterious girl in the robe ahead. As soon as she saw the adorable popoi on Kim Jeju's head, she excitedly rushed over. She tightly grabbed his hand, making Kim Jeju blush deeply. "Oh right, I am sorry I got too excited." Girl smiled and asked his name. After learning he was Kim Jeju, she said her name was Hayeon. "I know we are on the same team, but I did not expect to meet you here," she thought with delight. Hayeon was more widely known by her alias, the Witch. She did not care about the difficulty at all, only focusing on the popoi. Many had suffered terrible fates after being captivated by that smile. Kim Jeju suggested they split up and each handle one wall to speed things up. Once he remembered the sequence, he could have done it all himself like on the 4th floor, but it was not good to attract Hayeon's attention. Kim Jeju, both alert and deliberate, pressed the light switches on the wall slowly. The strangest thing was that 40 minutes had passed, and Hayeon was still clumsily failing to finish her part. He guessed she was doing it on purpose, but he also did not want to be trapped, just because the two of them suspected each other. Kim Jeju sped up pressing the lights, and in a flash, the entire wall was a single color. He then finished Hayeon's part as well, thankfully still within the time limit. Kim Jeju made a sweeping motion with his hand, completing the task in an instant. Hayeon put on a fake, sweet face and smiled, asking how Kim Jeju could be so good. She even took the chance to touch him, making Kim Jeju both annoyed and embarrassed. "I am not a real genius, you know that, right? I am sure you do." "Miss Hayeon, if it were you, you would not need even an hour to solve all 4 walls," Kim Jeju said coldly, pulling her hand away and lowering his voice. Hearing that, Hayeon immediately revealed her true face as a sly fox. She gave a long, crooked, sneaky smile, her eyes staring at him lasciviously. Hayeon was truly a proper big sister type. Caught out by Kim Jeju, she burst into amused laughter. She suspected this was his second time entering the tower. "What are you talking about? Do you think that is possible?" Kim Jeju answered irritably. "I agree with you, but the boys in my stream room are suspicious. They wanted me to ask that question. They even gave me a pile of money." Hayeon laughed carelessly. Kim Jeju did not bother to answer directly. He wanted her to understand that this time, she was firmly under his control. Of course I do not think this is your second time in either, but you are too careful. Maybe it is regression or reincarnation or something. My boys gave me a coupon to rewatch, and I saw your 7th floor challenge. If it were a second time, you would not look like you barely know the tower. It is more like you know a lot about that person, right?" Hayeon taunted, tilting her chin up. She was a famous witch. Once she set her sights on someone, she would chase them to the tower's end. If that happened, it would be trouble, but a good answer might avoid it. Kim Jeju thought it over, then softly sighed, agreeing to tell Hayeon everything. In exchange, Kim Jeju asked for the robe she was wearing. Hayeon had originally thought Kim Jeju would have some grand request. Who knew he only wanted the robe? Truly disappointing. So under Kim Jeju's gaze and countless viewers, Hayeon boldly took off her robe, revealing a thin inner garment and an extremely tiny waist, making the straight guys in the chat swallow their saliva. Kim Jeju forced himself to hold back, determined not to let this witch charm him. Annoyed at being ignored, Hayeon angrily threw the robe towards Kim Jeju. This was not an ordinary robe. It also had a mana-boosting function, which was why he wanted it. After putting on the robe, Kim Jeju finally agreed to answer Hayeon's earlier question. "It is not my second time entering, nor is it regression or reincarnation. I just know this tower's structure better than anyone. It is fundamentally an irrational structure that exposes everything about the streamer. Without viewers donating, climbing the tower becomes increasingly harder. Therefore, the viewers have formed factions with overwhelming power, while low-floor streamers can only beg for mercy. Like that guy on the 6th floor, if he is wrong, viewers get excited seeing a streamer in trouble and swarm in." Kim Jeju only said that much. He did not want to reveal anything more. Upon hearing this, Hayeon suddenly burst into crazy laughter. Then she even acted seductively, saying she liked boys with many secrets, making Kim Jeju want to throw up. Just as he was about to turn away, she called after him, suggesting he reveal his real name. Kim Jeju was startled, feeling uneasy inside, not wanting Hayeon to know his hometown name. So Kim Jeju ran with all his might towards the door, forgetting even to check the rewards. Soon, Kim Jeju stepped onto the 10th floor with its ancient and spacious architecture. After stuffing all the popoi into his backpack, he adjusted his cloak and hat before beginning to wander the area. He witnessed with his own eyes a commoner girl bump into a noble. Kim Jeju broke out in a cold sweat, worried that the girl would be in trouble this time. Unexpectedly, that noble not only did not scold her but gently helped her up and asked after her with concern. Kim Jeju could not believe a noble could be so friendly to a commoner. He began to feel that something was truly strange here. In the park, a middle-aged man was feeding pigeons when he suddenly flinched. He discovered that Kim Jeju was already standing right in front of him. "In that footage, I met the manager on the 10th floor, right in this park." Kim Jeju thought to himself, then sat down beside the man and curiously asked him how long he had lived there. "I don't know, I don't remember anymore," the manager replied. Kim Jeju then asked if he was happy now. "I don't even know if I can still call what I have emotions." The manager answered quietly as he swung his arm, scattering seeds half-heartedly onto the ground, mingling with the roar of the waterfall. Kim Jae-ju suddenly remembered when the system had asked him if he wanted to take the admin's place, and at that time Kim Jae-ju had agreed. Just as he finished scattering the food, the manager suddenly threw the empty box hard into the flock of pigeons, startling them into flying away in all directions. He moved like lightning, grabbing a nearby pigeon. His gaze turned cold and sharp, fixed on Kim Jae-ju. He remained calm and addressed him with the two words admin. When he opened his eyes from the dark night, Kim Jae-ju did not understand why he was standing in a crowd of screaming people. He clearly remembered that just a moment ago he had been talking with that admin. The leader of the riders below kept shouting, "Who dares to look down on Taruha?" Hearing this, Kim Jae-ju quickly realized that man was Taruha in the ruins. At the trial location of the 15th floor, Taruha here had fallen into the hands of the demon monsters. They had all reached a level of immunity to all damage from level 15 players, and on this floor, there were countless such monsters. A warrior had to die, but things did not stop there. On the 15th floor, there was no endpoint. Monsters would endlessly spawn from the heart. This was truly a nightmare that repeated itself until the day Taruha fell. Even on that day, it still refused to stop. Taruha soldiers charged forward to fight the monsters hand to hand. Both men and beasts clashed in chaos. Seeing the monsters gradually gaining the upper hand, Kim Jae-ju began to feel a bit anxious. But that worry turned into horror when a monster with a 1,000-fanged snout was suddenly standing right behind him. It opened its mouth to devour Kim Jae-ju, blood splattering everywhere. Once again, Kim Jae-ju opened his eyes in panic, the scene returning to the same park as before. "You just witnessed your fate. What do you think?" The manager spoke up to ask. Kim Jae-ju asserted that no matter what he did, he would not change his decision. "What did I do to you? Did I not make it clear? I was just showing you the future earlier." The manager sneered, saying, "I have already changed the future I showed you last time. You saw that clearly too, right?" Kim Jae-ju answered, sweating. That was true, and that was precisely why he wanted Kim Jae-ju to become the admin. "No, I am not the Kim Jae-ju from that footage," he declared loudly. Though he did not know why those footages were shown to him, he firmly refused. Kim Jae-ju did not want to die. He would rather take his challenge. "Are you not curious about the reason behind those footages? If you want, I will tell you." The manager tightened his grip on the pigeon in his hand and casually asked, "What is an admin? Have you ever thought about it?" "As the name suggests, they are the supervisor who manages the tower," Rezu replied. "Then what about the world of Astros? Do you think it was created just for entertainment?" he asked. Kim Jae-ju had always thought the world of the 5th floor was fake. He did not act like a prince. He had beheaded that Song Jia. That was not the case. To be honest, there were several other candidates who could have assumed the admin position before you climbed the tower. There is only one admin. Whoever leaves this position has their own life. The human heart is very complex. Building the tower, appointing a new admin, creating a system suitable for everyone. I did everything I could, but every time I fixed this damned Astro world, it just kept breaking. If I filled one hole, another would rip open. If I kept filling them, another would appear, like pouring water into a bottomless cup, like the glove you created. He grumbled through gritted teeth, angrily stomping the ground, causing the earth to crack. I got a bit emotional in front of you. The admin is like a vase filled with water. Astro is that water. But I have been that vase for too long. He no longer remembered why he chose this job. It had been far too long. He was exhausted, no longer feeling love, hate, or sadness for people. All that remained was the responsibility to carefully fill the jar. He seemed to go mad not only in front of Kim Jae-ju, but his face also gradually melted, finally revealing only a blurry pigeon head. He believed that every admin had failed, that only Kim Jae-ju had completed the task well. So what was the meaning of the tape he watched? Kim Jae-ju wondered. That was the future if he became an admin. No, it was already the past. Digging through someone's memories was like excavating their soul. If he could do that, he would not have to be annoyed, the manager said. It turned out that Kim Jae-ju himself had sent himself those tapes of the future. What did it matter whether it was him in the tape or him now? Both were Kim Jae-ju. His curiosity had been somewhat satisfied. Were there any more questions? He asked with a slight smile. Kim Jae-ju still felt that his self as an admin was different from the current Lee Saha. He had one more question to ask. After the 5th floor trial, the atmosphere on the 10th floor changed. Did he know why? Hearing that, he laughed loudly, firmly stating that Kim Jae-ju would surely be a good admin. Everything he did each year was entirely for himself, yet it changed Astro just like in the tape. Kim Jae-ju muttered to himself, then abruptly stopped and loudly cursed the admin. Kang So-ha, nicknamed the Love, was furiously typing on the keyboard. Her mouth wouldn't stop cursing as she saw Miss Ha-yeon clinging to Kim Jae-ju without letting go on the 9th floor. Turning to Kim Jae-ju in the present, after hearing him firmly refuse to become an admin, the manager muttered something under his breath and then suddenly fell to the ground. He turned into a pigeon and flew straight into the sky, leaving a bewildered Kim Jae-ju behind. He guessed the admin was not the one who sent those videos. Kim Jae-ju, why did you send those videos? You were doing a very good job as an admin. What's the matter? To find the answer, he had no choice but to continue climbing the tower. Kim Jeju told himself. Popoi, seeing him sad, licked his hand to comfort him. That was right, nothing would change if he just stayed in one place. He had more viewers than he thought. People on the 10th floor could not see the likes of streamers on the same floor. The number of followers back on the 5th floor was 235. If it was now 227, then there were only 10 people on the 10th floor. Most of Lee Song-jae's viewers were users above the 10th floor, so they had been filtered out. All they wanted was to find slaves, allies, or earn more coins. After some hesitation, Kim Jeju decided to start broadcasting on the 10th floor. Although this was a rather dangerous move, he still wanted to take the risk and see. Seeing him return, viewers flooded in, a storm of comments nearly crashing the chat room. There had been an invitation to a guild from Crimson Eagle, but Kim Jeju did not want to tie himself down. After chatting with the audience for a while, Kim Jeju said he needed to organize his items before going up to the 11th floor. Actually, he was trying to switch to channel 97. Each country had 100 channels, and Kim Jeju was on channel 1 of Korea. The only thing that changed when switching channels was the users entering the tower. The location and the people of Asura remained the same. Kim Jeju quickly teleported to Cheonram Park, a place with no useful magical items. After walking aimlessly for a while, Kim Jeju reached the Empire's magical industrial workshop located on the main street, the Jai Seminar. He came to find Brand and get some miscellaneous things fixed. The workshop owner was a bit surprised to see someone looking for Brand instead of heading to the palace. He was also surprised to learn that Kim Jeju was interested in magical engineering. Because of this, the two of them began to get acquainted initially. The shop owner named Gray offered to look at Kim Jeju's items. Picking up the gloves to examine them, Gray judged that they seemed to be made very hastily, but were also interesting. Gray made an appointment for Kim Jeju to pick up the gloves in a few days. At the same time, he told him to remember to bring magic stones to test the operation. Kim Jeju started looking for magic stones again. From the 10th floor, there was a free auction house, but only items matching the player's rank were visible, making it very hard to find any. Instead of the free auction house, in the real auction house, items like magic stones were quite rare. The disadvantage was that he could not see the item information, so he could only trust his eyes. There must be a suitable magic stone. He wanted to buy a machine bloodstone, but that was not something easily obtained. He walked and pondered at the same time. The blonde man mistakenly thought Kim Jeju was a mage because he saw him wearing a round robe. He approached with his girlfriend to try to get acquainted. He whispered to advise him not to enter the auction house, because he would be rejected like he was. Moreover, he could not see the item information either. He wanted to use Kim Jeju to join his group. Hearing the sweet introduction, Kim Jeju hesitated a little, because he also needed members to go up to the 11th floor. Kim Jeju was handsome, not stupid. He knew the man was trying to trick him. Kim Jeju quickly turned around and coldly walked away. The girlfriend tried to hold him back, but was quickly and roughly shaken off by Kim Jeju. After making her fall to the ground, Kim Jeju was dazed, feeling he had been a bit too harsh. Perhaps it was because she reminded him of Ajin Hayeon that he got so agitated. After the apology, Kim Jeju hurried away, leaving the cursing of that couple behind. Both were convinced Kim Jeju didn't have enough money to enter the auction house. Who would have guessed the system miscalculated? Kim Jeju had 42,950 coins, far beyond their imagination. He walked straight through the main entrance, under the stunned gaze of the nasty couple. Just as he stepped inside, the staff immediately handed Kim Jeju an identity verification form. He chewed on the pen for a long time, still not knowing how to write his name correctly. That sight made the viewers both amused and sympathetic. After thinking for a while, he decided to write the name Kim Jeju. But the result from the system did not match. Out of options, Kim Jeju had to add the number 2 behind his name. Only then was it considered a successful verification. After removing his hat for security inspection, he quietly stepped into the auction waiting room. The sight of nobles and commoners chatting felt very strange to him. More surprisingly, Kim Jeju happened to meet Saha. Seeing him here, she was extremely astonished. Kim Jeju offered her a cup of cocoa and then sat down opposite her. Seeing her curiosity, he explained the reason for his presence. He said he came to buy a magic stone to replace the pair of gloves that were damaged last time. The atmosphere between them fell into an awkward silence again. Lee Saha trembled slightly as she thanked him for the last incident, which also made Kim Jeju flustered. It was all because of him, and the difficulty had increased as a result. She kept thanking him, so he had to change the subject and ask why she always wore the uniform. This outfit holds very precious memories for me, she replied. Kim Jeju realized that in the videos Lee Saha only wore the uniform. There must be a reason for that. After reaching the 15th floor, she had achieved power that no one expected. Making friends with her isn't so bad, he thought to himself. He softly asked Lee Saha if she wanted to be friends. Lee Saha felt a little shy, thought for a moment, then pressed the accept button. She coughed and asked how he could approach Popoi, but Kim Jeju refused to reveal it. That made her feel a bit annoyed. The system suddenly displayed a notice that the auction was starting. Please invite the players to proceed inside. Lee Saha stood up in frustration, scolded him a few times, then walked straight inside, which made Kim Jeju a bit intimidated. He quickly found his seat as well. The auction at Selenon officially began. The auction host was Raiden. After a long rambling introduction, he finally got to the main content. The first item was an Earth Red Dragon egg from the Rav volcano region. Kim Jeju had studied magical creatures, so he knew taming it wouldn't be a problem. But when it grew up, it would be 3 meters long and breathe fire. Very dangerous because it was too conspicuous. The egg was eventually bought by someone else for 6,000 coins. After quite a while, it was finally the 8th item. It was a necklace that Lady, the royal's daughter, had sent to the auction. Although it had no special functions, the necklace was very beautiful, with a large diamond in the center. Kim Jeju quickly offered a price of 10,000 in coins, because he knew it was the bloodstone he was looking for. This figure made the viewer's eyes go wide due to his willingness to spend. Naturally, the gem experts wouldn't know the material used to make it. Because bloodstone was an ordinary gem, Kim Jeju thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Gray, the youngest of a gem trading family, offered 11,000 coins, higher than his. When Kim Jeju stared at her, she acted cute and winked, which irritated him. Full of anger, Kim Jeju gritted his teeth and raised the bid to 12,000 coins. Graytail didn't back down either, continuously raising the price rapidly. Two went back and forth for a while, and the price had already exceeded 20,000 coins. Kim Jeju thought the bloodstone was very precious, but it wasn't the end of the world if he couldn't get it now. He would focus on a more ordinary magic stone. Just when he was feeling desperate, Lee Sa suddenly placed a bid for 21,000 coins, causing an uproar among everyone, especially Graytail. Lee Saha took Kim Jeju's place, continuously bidding against Graytail. After a tense and fierce bidding war, the necklace ultimately belonged to Lee Saha for a price of 30,000 coins. The first auction ended extremely successfully and smoothly. Kim Jeju was a bit regretful not buying the bloodstone, but he managed to get a decent magic stone for 6,001. Just as he reached the door, he was surprised to see Lee Saha standing there waiting for him. She eagerly shoved the bloodstone into his hand. She said she wanted to give it to him, because he seemed to really like it. He once said we should be friends. Friends can give each other gifts, right? Lisa finished speaking shyly and then hurriedly left, leaving Kim Jeju dumbfounded with a 30,001 bloodstone in his hand. Lee Saha's attitude was really strange because Kim Jeju knew she wasn't that type of person at all. He had absolutely no idea what she was thinking. At this moment, Lee Saha was reminiscing about the past. When she first transferred schools, she didn't have money to buy a uniform. It was Kim Jeju who left some money for her. That incident had always stuck with Lee Saha, even though Kim Jeju didn't even recognize her. Being too impatient, Kim Jeju went to Gray's place a day early to pick up the gloves. He saw with his own eyes his ugly gloves transformed into something astonishingly beautiful. Kim Jeju couldn't help but stare wide-eyed in admiration. This time, he also brought the bloodstone with him. He wanted to ask Gray to adjust the size before attaching it to the glove. You don't need to worry about that. I've already grasped the structure of the glove. A magic stone can fit right in, because the size of the magic stones you use will vary. So I just need to create a glove that can adjust accordingly, and it's done, Gray said as he demonstrated on the spot for Kim Jeju. He pressed a button on the glove, and a magic slot immediately popped out. Then, Gray placed a magic stone in. Instantly, the glove snugly held the stone in the exact center position. Now you don't have to worry about the stone's size and can equip it freely. To remove the stone, just press that button twice. Broken or depleted stones will fall out automatically. After hearing Gray's explanation, Kim Jeju was astounded, his mouth agape, not knowing where to get the money to pay. Seeing him in a daze, Gray smiled softly and reassured Kim Jeju not to worry. Ray finally finished fixing the tooth. Kim Jeju had no desire to stay and sightsee on floor 10. He only wanted to quickly set off for floor 11. Next morning, while Kim Jeju was still fast asleep, the mischievous, hungry Popoi climbed onto his stomach. They bared their teeth and licked his face wet, startling him awake. Before feeding them, Kim Jeju turned on the stream. Over 200 people were already waiting, truly loyal fans. While he waited, the Popoi finished off their breakfast. Kim Jeju took the opportunity to change clothes. A comment asked if he had thought of a name for the gloves. Kim Jeju hesitated for a moment, then recalled yesterday's event. Back then, Gray had just finished repairing the gloves and called him over to try them on. As soon as he put them on, Kim Jeju felt very comfortable. He awkwardly tried to pay a fee but was flatly refused by Gray. Gray said accepting money would ruin the best day of his life. Instead, he should give the item a name. No matter how exquisite, a named object is still a lifeless thing. Remembering Gray's words, Kim Jeju decided to give the gloves a really cool name. The spatial gate connected to floor 11. Something was behind it, but blocked by an invisible wall. Aside from players, Astrod residents could not see or enter the gate. Even after changing channels, Kim Jeju still ran into many people. Floor 11 had many team challenges. Players often formed parties through tap. Kim Jeju planned to just join one at random. He wanted to help viewers on floor 1, but needed to be careful, because he didn't know what tricks the administrators were pulling on floor 11. If they party up and get pulled into a manipulated difficult level, it would be dangerous. Kim Jeju opened the system to select the difficulty. Strong players on floor 5 often increase the difficulty. Those being threatened would lower it to survive. Kim Jeju didn't care, confidently choosing the highest difficulty. As soon as he stepped through the door, a couple arguing loudly caught Kim Jeju's attention. The system announced that enough players had gathered. The 11th trial against the demon beast would begin in 20 minutes. Seeing Kim Jeju wearing a robe, the couple assumed he was a mage. The two happily approached to greet him. Kim Jeju guessed they were a swordsman and a spear user, and they were probably glad to see a mage. The person opposite him was curious about his gloves and robe. Kim Jeju quickly clarified that he was only a magic engineer, not a mage. The moment they heard the words magic engineer, their attitude instantly shifted 180 degrees, turning to disgust and disappointment. Knowing that Kim Jeju only carried a support tool, they grew even more desperate. When the time started, the couple immediately assumed a defensive stance. They prayed that the particular thing would not appear. White foam rose on the water's surface, and their faces grew paler by the minute. Their reaction was terrible. Was the administrator up to some trick again? Worried, Kim Jeju raised both hands, ready to channel his strength. Contrary to his concern, only a giant dragon turtle emerged from the water. Is that all it was? Kim Jeju took it down cleanly. It seemed he would not even need to use his gloves. One smash with his staff axe was enough. Kim Jeju stepped forward, a cool expression on his face, declaring he would handle it. The brown-haired man grew annoyed upon seeing this, but before he could speak, he was intimidated by Kim Jeju's axe and gloves. Dragon turtle, now enraged, roared loudly. He charged straight onto the shore, relentlessly pursuing the couple. As they performed the baiting task, running back and forth, Kim Jeju, from behind, took the chance to swing his axe and land a fatal blow. Overexerting himself, the axe blade broke off from the handle and rolled to the ground. Kim Jeju quickly retrieved the axe blade to continue dealing with it. The monster stopped roaring and curled up into a recovery mode. It could not go into the water because it had to flee quickly. What a relief. If it had dived down, even a saint could not have caught it. Kim Jeju looked at its spiked shell and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself. At this moment, instead of needing the couple's help, he preferred to fight alone. Swift as lightning, he crouched and launched himself onto the monster's body. Holding the axe with both hands, he continuously chopped off the spikes on its shell. The monster went berserk, its entire body glowing red with fury. Kim Jeju scrambled away on all fours before it exploded. In those final seconds, relying on his veteran basketball experience. At the arcade machine, he used the axe and the sharp spikes from the very same monster to stab back into its neck. Deafening explosion rang out. The monster had been completely eliminated by Kim Jeju. It lay motionless on the ground. The gate to the 12th floor was about to open. Kim Jeju's cool performance left the couple stunned. They bowed their heads to thank him for saving their lives. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the brown-haired man suddenly asked for his name, and Kim Jeju felt a surge of desire to speak. He coldly asked them to leave. After waiting for the two to go away, Kim Jeju returned to his handsome, calm demeanor and prepared to open the gift box to take a look. Inside the huge pile of gifts was a pouch of 5,000 gold coins, along with a spatial storage bag and low-grade magic stones. The mediocre rewards of this 11th floor left Kim Jeju slightly disappointed. He continued to open the reward from the 9th floor to check. Inside was still a gold pouch and something that startled him. Oh my god, in Kim Jeju's hands was a Lostant leather robe. He immediately put it on to try it. He found it so long that it felt like he was wearing his father's coat. He would adjust its length. This coat was a bit flashy, so he changed the material too. He added a hat as well. Kim Jeju thought as he used magic to remodel the coat. Just a few seconds later, a super premium leather coat was produced, perfectly fitting him. Reading through a few comments, Kim Jeju decided to head back to floor 11 again to find Lostant's equipment. There, he once again defeated the dragon turtle of the vengeful spirit. It seemed the new coat was quite useful to him. After finishing, Kim Jeju left like the wind, ignoring the world calling out to ask his name. Back at the normal floor, before him was the park where he first met the admin, making him a bit nervous. Popoi inside the furry backpack rustled as they unzipped and crawled out. Watching them toddle around was unbearably cute. Kim Jeju had been thinking about naming these Popoi for a long time. Reading the comments, none of the names the netizens suggested pleased him. Lost in thought, Kim Jeju suddenly remembered something and opened the system to check the magic beast section. There were many skills related to magic beasts being sold at low prices. Who would want to spend money learning magic beast skills anyway? Honestly, who would think they'd buy books nobody else wanted? Kim Jeju grumbled for having accidentally bought a few magic beast books to improve his identification skill. After comprehending them through magic, Kim Jeju's head began to throb even though he hadn't actually read all those books. Holding his head, he looked at the squirming Popoi at his feet. Kim Jeju, dazed, realized they looked very different from before. It was probably due to the skill. Alright, he had decided. Goddess of love Polaha, you will be named Laha. You love to eat, but remember to take care of the other Popoi first. This one is Raskodin, the brave god Kodin, who will lead and protect the other Popoi in danger. Finally, the goddess of wisdom Tabarin, you will be Barin. You are the most careful and clever of the three. Kim Jeju suddenly finally stood up and said a sentence. The names he came up with made the poi immensely delighted. Almost forgot to turn on the live stream. Kim Jeju awkwardly let the popoi down and continued up to floor 12. He didn't want to keep them in his backpack, but he also didn't want to attract attention. Say what you will, even though it's a new skill, I still feel guilty for... It feels like locking them in a bag, Kim Jeju thought with some concern. After wandering around for a while, Kim Jeju arrived at floor 12, a picturesque field. 3 people were already there waiting for him. Person in armor introduced himself as Kim Jaeon, saying that he cheerfully stepped forward to shake hands with Dae-do. The long-haired girl named Soo Hyun, who had known Jaeon since floor 10, also stepped forward to greet Juju. By the way, your attire looks really unique. A long robe with a hat, I haven't seen it in the store. Did you make it yourself? Soo Hyun asked curiously. Kim Jeju smiled brightly and said it just appeared somehow, even though he actually made it himself. The last person slowly walked over from behind at that moment. Staring blankly at Kim Jeju, it confused him a little. You said your name is Kim Jeju, right? You accidentally became an emperor before, didn't you? The stammering words tore through the space before Kim Jeju. Kim Jeju hurriedly rushed over and covered the boy's mouth. Fake a cough, shut your mouth, please. Hearing Kim Jeju say to introduce himself first, the boy then smiled with bright, squinting eyes and said his name was Sang Jung, a hardcore fan of Kim Jeju. Kim Jeju sighed in frustration. He thought he wouldn't meet any of the 8 old viewers. Life is unpredictable. Soo Hyun, seeing Kim Jeju and Sang Jung knew each other, she laughed contentedly. This is much better than all 4 of us being strangers. But you're so strange, you were confident earlier, why are you so nervous now? Jae-un asked Sang Jung curiously, making him flustered. Kim Jeju felt like he was sitting on pins and needles behind them. Eagerly changing the subject, he asked Jae-un and Soo Hyun why they weren't in any guild. Both scratched their heads, saying guild life didn't suit them, always demanding contributions without helping much, so they left on their own. This was also the first time either of them challenged floor 12. By now, our broadcasts have been dead for a long time. Viewers only curse, they don't give a single coin, Jae-un said irritably. It seemed they had given up halfway. It must have been hard to find info about floor 12 after leaving the guild. Floor 12 wasn't easy for knights or close combat classes. Both are knights, so the first time would certainly be difficult. Kim Jeju guessed silently, then turned to ask Sang Jung what he had been doing before coming here. He said he got kicked out of a guild and was wandering. While looking for someone from floor 1 as a companion, I saw the Emperor, a truly amazing broadcast from a newbie, and I got rich after supporting him. Thanks to that, I have the gear to get all the way to floor 12. Sang Jung proudly boasted about his experience fighting Yin Wooji on the 12th floor, earning endless praise from Kim Jeju. With only 10 minutes left before the match, Jae-un suggested starting the mission planning. Seeing that Sang Jung already had experience, Kim Jeju asked him to decide the positions. John found it quite puzzling that Sang Jung was so obedient to Kim Jeju. Knowing Kim Jeju specialized only in technical magic, Jae-hun immediately did a complete 180 in his attitude. I knew it, every time I reveal my class I get this reaction. Jeju sighed while Sang Jung got hot under the collar defending him. Teacher Jae-un asked about his equipment. Kim Jeju said he only had one piece, but it was very useful, used to support the battle with magic breaking and strength enhancing functions. Despite Kim Jeju's attempts to explain, Jae-un still mocked his class, his attitude so excessive that even Soo Hyun couldn't stand it. Soo Hyun was an assassin, so this place wasn't favorable for her to hide. Compared to a knight, her skills were weaker, and an assassin wasn't much help fighting magical beasts, she thought gloomily. After some calculation, Sang Jung decided on positions for the whole group. Jae-un and I will stand on the top, block the enemies. Kim Jeju will be in the middle to support both sides. Soo Han will assassinate enemies from behind. Also, there's something more important than positions. Don't rely too much on your skills in these real battles. The enemies could be ZD or venomous hounds. Simply put, they are creatures that learn very quickly. If one dies, the rest won't die from the same old move. It will be dangerous if everyone relies too much on swordsmanship. The same movement means death in a second, Sang Jung warned. Jae-hun immediately got angry because these skills were ones he had learned himself on the 5th floor. He couldn't just forget them and rely only on his physical strength. Or maybe not, figure it out yourself. Sang Jung replied coldly. Kim Jeju observed from a distance, feeling that they didn't seem to get along with each other. Sang Jung approached Kim Jeju and whispered, asking why he was hiding his ability to fight on his own. Fighting on my own in a team combat like this isn't good. People will think I'm showing off. Kim Jeju replied in a low voice. Start time was drawing near, and the group immediately took their positions. They waited for the ferocious beasts that were noisily approaching in packs. Sang Jung realized they were ZD and began shaking uncontrollably. The fear within made it impossible for him to stay calm. Calm down, like this you'll get hurt. Everyone will be fine. Kim Jeju spoke reassuringly, helping Sang Jung regain his composure. Jae-un at the front arrogantly mocked them for being afraid of those weak beasts. Soo Hai moved forward to observe, reporting there were 16, but the boss at the front was the most frightening. After hearing this, Jae-un immediately got agitated and recklessly charged straight at the boss. He didn't care at all about his teammates or the formation that had been set, making Kim Jeju sigh in exasperation. There are always those who don't listen to advice and have to experience the consequences themselves before they give in. That confidence could take him to the 10th floor, but if he stays stubborn, it will backfire immediately. If I help him now, he'll die later anyway. It's best to let him experience it himself, Kim Jeju thought to himself. Magical beast sensed Jaeon's agitation and charged forward like a storm. One look at its attack power was enough to see it was no joke. Facing the boss, Jaeon was only then terrified as he realized its immense size. But it was too late for regrets now. The boss pointed straight at Jaeon's face and spewed out a string of bizarre language. Jeju didn't understand what it said, but he could feel its emotions, similar to when he had named the Popoi. Though fake, its fighting spirit was extremely intense. Zeti were a common type of monster in the north of the 15th floor. The more you kill, the weaker they become, and they die when they lose their leader position. Instead of fear, they turned it into fighting motivation, as if wanting to prove they weren't old yet. Jaeon didn't want to be humiliated in front of the others. He gripped his staff tightly and thrust it straight at the boss. Compared to the boss, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was like throwing an egg at a rock. His basic attacks had no effect at all. Skills have no effect? Nonsense. The only way to take it down is to use skills. I'll blind it with an aura light, then attack. Even though it's a simple skill, it's perfect for distracting the opponent. I'll finish you off. Jaeon thought wildly as he swung with all his might, aiming straight at the boss. Unexpectedly, his magic didn't even ruffle a single hair on the boss. Instead, it enraged the creature, its giant hands clenched, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. In that moment, John thought this life was as good as over. Kim Jeju had timely rushed over to save his life. Jaeon, scared and flustered, fled from the scene, leaving Kim Jeju alone to hold off the boss. Kim Jeju felt it was indeed strong, but it was nothing his wit couldn't handle. Seizing an opening, Kim Jeju thrust straight into the boss's chest, causing it to fall to the ground in pain. Fresh blood gushed out like heavy rain. The remaining Ziti, seeing their leader dead, were terrified. Kim Jeju was swift as lightning, immediately seizing the opportunity to send them off as well. After the bloody battle, the door to the 12th floor finally opened. Suhan and Sangjung hurriedly thanked Kim Jeju endlessly. Only Jaeon was extremely embarrassed, not daring to look at him. You know what Sumiha means? Jaeon suddenly turned back to ask. It means kid. It called you a little kid, Kim Jeju replied. Jaeon was embarrassed and immediately rushed straight toward the door. He disappeared like the wind, not waiting for Suhyun. Sangjung also awkwardly prepared to leave. He said he had watched Kim Jeju's stream since floor 2 out of curiosity. Thank you, Sangjung, for watching the stream and supporting me. Being a floor 10 player, you must have had a hard time too. Kim Jeju respectfully thanked him. Sangjung replied, thanks to you, I earned money. After watching the stream, I learned there are people living in the tower. I hope you reach floor 100. Sangjung bowed solemnly, which made Kim Jeju very embarrassed. Suddenly, Kim Jeju seemed to realize something and was stunned. It turned out Sangjung saw the door open and happily jumped right in, completely forgetting about Kim Jeju. Kim Jeju watched with his mouth agape as that guy vanished like the wind before his eyes. Truly amusing. Before leaving, he had to check what rewards he received first. The system displayed 1,000 coins and a basic swordsmanship book. This round had low difficulty, so the rewards were not outstanding. I will keep the swordsmanship book until I finish learning magic. Done, Kim Jeju again shouldered his backpack and returned to floor 10 to switch channels. After that, he planned to go up to floor 13. The scenery of floor 13 appeared with thick, blinding snowstorms. Kim Jeju was the last person to appear at this door. The other 2 Americans had already been sitting by a fire warming themselves for a while. This time, Kim Jeju was playing big, switching to the American channel for style. They saw his lip movements didn't match English speech and guessed he had just switched channels. Even with interpretation, the lip movements didn't change. He realized he was not an Asian American. Kim Jeju was worried, then introduced himself as Korean. He jokingly asked, north or south? Nice to meet you, I'm Kuttner. Are you streaming? Kuttner happily shook his hand. Caught off guard by the question, Kim Jeju flatly denied it, saying he had no viewers. Truly hurtful for the viewers. Kuttner led Kim Jeju over to introduce him to the group of people in black sitting nearby. He had just met them, but had no hesitation in making introductions. These guys probably already know each other. Kim Jeju thought warily. They could be the Black Scorpions, a trash group accused of dark deeds. 6 people forming an 8-person team, pretending not to know each other, waiting for more people to join. They would cozy up and then turn hostile. This group usually targeted enemies or sent monsters to attack prey. Afterwards, they would pretend to rescue them and then extort compensation. Worse, they would rob the equipment of those without money and silence them. With strangers joining the team, they feared no retaliation. Kim Jeju stood thinking for a while about how to handle this group. Kuttner heard Kim Jeju mention 2 professions, being a magic engineer, and gave a half-smile suggesting he helped support the team. I was easily invited into the team. That's understandable, since I look like a weak prey. Kim Jeju guessed silently, not expecting that after him there was still 1 more player needed to make 8. The last person to appear in a miserable state was Jack, who had escaped from floor 12. Kuttner's group took turns mocking Jack, making him feel both humiliated and angry. having escaped floor 12. Now Jack was forced to join Kuttner's group to clear floor 13. Truly out of the frying pan into the fire, utterly unlucky. The battle time was about to begin. Kuttner was ready, sharply snapping his fingers to call everyone together. Jack questioned his role. Kuttner told him to just provide support from the rear with Kim Jeju. Jack showed displeasure, but right then a pack of poisonous hounds swarmed in. Jack screamed in fear, which greatly annoyed Kuttner. This fool talks too much. About 40 of them, I'll take down 20 first. Then let the remaining ones attack the rear to start the scheme. Kuttner calculated silently, but in the midst of them jostling each other, Kim Jeju had already shot forward and smashed the leading boss monster with one staff strike. The entire group was stunned, eyes wide at Kim Jeju's power. Another pack of poisonous hounds charged toward Kim Jeju in an instant. They all shared the same fate as the boss under a single slash from Zizu. Kim Jeju laughed fakely, telling them why they didn't swing their swords and fight, instead of just standing there watching the poison spheres. He revealed that the robe he was wearing was just equipment, shocking Kuttner's group. The atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring as Kuttner ordered maximum focus. Behind Kim Jeju were the poison dogs surrounding him. In front of him were Kuttner and his men looking at him like prey. Monsters have keen instincts. Surely they know who the most fearsome predator is. Thinking that, Kim Jeju cautiously stepped forward. He directly asked Kuttner's group what they planned to do with him. They widened their eyes and pointed their swords at Kim Jeju. Kuttner coldly asked, "You are a hunter? You dare lie to me that you are a magic engineer?" Kuttner went crazy, roaring with fury. "Clearly the equipment on you is lost in items, you scum. Don't think that just because I am a criminal, I don't watch the broadcasts. Can an ordinary body withstand the pressure of lost in items? Do you think I am stupid? Do you think we have never dealt with arrogant hunters before? They always exist, but we are the ones who survive in the end." Kuttner and his companions roared, killing intent radiating as if to tear Kenju apart. They were furious at being looked down upon by him. Jack did not understand what was happening, his face confused like a lost soul. Jack curiously approached Kuttner and asked about Kim Jeju's fancy glove. "It is a rare item from tier 20, worth thousands of koi of hero rank." As Kuttner spoke, his underlings grew pale with fear. Kim Jeju's pile of fancy items was beyond their expectations. Getting back to the present, Kim Jeju put his bag down on the ground. Kuttner secretly rejoiced, thinking he had given up. Contrary to expectations, Kim Jeju took off his glove. He was not a teacher, but he wanted to teach Kuttner a lesson to prove he was not lying. Kim Jeju truly was the king of items, the lord of equipment. He had everything, just lacking a lover. The ferocious poison dogs lunged to attack Kim Jeju, but in less than a minute, they were blown away by the power from the glove. Kuttner witnessed this and trembled in fear. He did not expect Kim Jeju to be so strong. His dogs gathered again, sensing the pressure. Kim Jeju casually finished off the remaining few. The magic burst from the gauntlet did not just kill the dogs. It also cracked a part of the sky. It was more stable, and the force was also less than during the cleaning sweep. His body was still full of mana. The consumption had decreased significantly. The side effects were fewer. He no longer needed auxiliary force from the ground. Kim Jeju thought to himself. One of Kuttner's underlings saw an opening and attacked from behind. But man proposes, God disposes. The one who bled was him. Challenge ended. The gate to tier 14 had opened. They were scared and tried to run but were blocked by Kim Jeju. After letting Jack go ahead, he gave a gentle smile and approached them, tending to want to have a friendly little chat. Kim Jeju had no intention of letting them return to Mother Earth so quickly. At least he had to squeeze a few things out of them first. "How many koi do you have?" he asked with a beaming smile, startling them. They were startled and fell to the ground in fear. "Calm down, buddy. We can talk slowly." But Kim Jeju certainly had no friendship with them. There is no misunderstanding. If it was a normal gang, he would not have remembered that name. Black scorpions operate on 13, robbing survivors. They accumulate wealth and power quickly, and become even more rampant after reaching tier 20. Kim Jeju did not want to talk much with these thieving wretches. He said it was just a joke, then kicked the purple-haired guy into the wall, making him scream in pain and fear. He set a few rules for cooperation. First, keep your mouth shut until asked. Second, no lying. I trust you are smart enough to understand. Kim Jeju stomped the purple-haired guy's face into the snow, making him tremble violently. He spoke intently, saying, "I will set a few rules for easier cooperation. First, do not open your mouth before answering." His face darkened. He continued, "Second, do not lie when answering." Immediately, something flew over, blood splattered on the snow floor. Kim Jeju's entire body darkened, emitting a deep blue light colder than the space, causing fear. "I believe you understand me." Someone was grinding their teeth in anger. Jerry was dissatisfied and yelled, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" He turned to the group behind him, their faces pale, pointed at Kim Jeju and shouted, "This bastard is still smiling, and he's even wearing gloves. Charge together, Jack. Grab the item worth a few thousand won." Looking at the people in front of him, he suddenly realized, why are they acting so scared? Seeing the purple-haired guy trembling and lifting his eyes to look in one direction, Jerry wondered what they were looking at. Sensing the murderous intent surrounding him, Jerry spoke up, "What are you guys looking at?" Instantly, Jerry sensed something terrifying, his eyes widening in horror. Kim Jeju's voice rang out, "I'll show you the consequences of breaking the rules." A black tendril wrapped around Jerry's tongue, causing him only to let out a single scream. The comment section buzzed, "A tentacle? Awesome. Are you crazy? Kim Jeju, how are you so good at using tentacles?" Blood splattered, and Jerry screamed in terror. Jerry's tongue was pulled out by Kim Jae-ju's tentacle and fell to the ground. Kim Jae-ju's face was icy cold. You people don't even deserve to be treated like humans. Comments below stirred again. Look how cruel Kim Jae-ju is. Cruel but very cool. Jerry is just a show-off kid. Looking at the mucus on the snowy ground, Kim Jae-ju asked, anyone else have an opinion? Speak up now. The snowy scenery was bitterly cold, but Kim Jae-ju's face was even colder. He said, I'll take that as no one having an opinion. Comment, would they dare to speak? They just obey after having their tongue pulled out. Kim Jae-ju asked, does anyone have a recovery potion? Heal that guy. The purple-haired guy immediately ran over to check. Yes. Kim Jae-ju said softly, Kuttner, please step forward. The guy named Kuttner stepped forward and asked, what do you want? Kim Jae-ju didn't answer, just gave a smile. He gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly to others. Kuttner, you're just trash. But I think you're a good leader for your teammates. The comments evaluated. How evil? Is that a compliment or an insult? Sounds like a compliment. Kim Jae-ju smiled. Too bad everyone gathered here reacted to your words, and those two knights ran away just from your gesture. Kuttner broke down and asked, what do you actually want to say? Kim Jae-ju sent a friend request to the guy. Accept my friend request. Kuttner panicked. What? How do you know my account name? Kim Jae-ju's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. First warning. Kuttner cried in fear. Okay, I accepted it. Comments. Kim Jae-ju scared him shitless. Why the sudden friend request? Jealous you didn't get one. In Kim Jae-ju's thoughts, Kuttner, the account name is Guy. That's his nickname. Kim Jae-ju waved for the others to come back. Now everyone come back. The injured can sit down. Kim Jae-ju lit a blazing fire. He said, I told you were a good leader, didn't I, Kuttner? Kuttner was speechless, not daring to say anything. Kuttner didn't answer. Kim Jae-ju radiated a red murderous aura answer. Kuttner broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, yes, you did say that. Comments laughed, he's scared. Kim Jae-ju happily stood up and gestured. That's right. Since you're a good leader, you have to plan for the future. I'm sure you've made plans to reach floor 20. How much money your teammates have, how to use it. You must have instructed them. Kuttner broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, stammering that. Kim Jae-ju turned to the people who had turned their backs on him. It seems you figured it out. How much money do your teammates have? Send it all to me via friend mail. Half of his face darkened in warning. Go ahead and say it. Don't lie. If it's not as agreed, I'll be very disappointed. The comments buzzed. The Emperor's disappointment is scary. That disappointment means business. He's playing for real. An image of two palms shaking hands, surrounded by money. This money management structure prevented anyone from taking the money directly, unless the owner voluntarily sent it via exchange. The money would disappear with the owner's murderous intent upon death. That's why the robbers had to use complicated methods. Kuttner bravely stood up and thumped his chest. That's bullshit. What do you expect from people who live day by day doing things like this? Kim Jae-ju was surprised and called Kuttner. Kim Jae-ju leaned close to Kuttner's ear and whispered, sooner or later, until you complete floor 20. I heard you say this in a bar. Flashback image. Kuttner was living comfortably, holding a glass of beer and emptying it. My biggest regret is leaving the magic stone hidden in the guild house on floor 10. Kim Jae-ju gently blew into Kuttner's ear. That's what you said. Kuttner sweated and denied. Bullshit. Comments. What is he saying? A secret whispered in the ear Oyechich. Kim Jae-ju continued coldly. I heard that stone is worth 10,000 won. Do you think I'd waste time watching hundreds of channels? Image of Kuttner standing before a beautiful blue stone. Due to his difficult and suspicious personality, he had a trick to extort all the money. He bought the magic stone with value like money, making it easy to convince the guild members to use it. Kim Jae-ju compromised. If you give up all the money you have now, I won't touch the stone and will let you return to floor 10. Kuttner thought he was someone who could easily find his name. Kuttner thought further, he'll find the magic stone easily too. Not long after Kim Jae-ju received the mail, Kuttner said, fine, I'll do as you say. Kim Jae-ju scratched his face looking at the image. What's the name of that knight over there? Jerry? He innocently said, right, you can't talk because you bit your own tongue. Comments. You were the one who caused it. Why call Kim Jae-ju evil? It's just a joke. Why are the fans getting so heated? Kim Jae-ju said, too bad you can't speak. Not if you have over 2001. Shake your head if not. Jerry shook his head. Kim Jae-ju looked at the statistics panel. Strange. According to Kuttner, including entertainment expenses, he recorded that yesterday you earned at least 3,000. Instantly Jerry nodded hastily. Daidu's face had darkened. He said menacingly, don't you dare mess around. No one will return alive if you don't cough up all the money today. Kim Jae-ju looked at the system panel. 2001 is on the record, 150 more than what the stash keeper said. Probably spent on random food and drinks. Whatever. Kim Jae-ju asked one last time, has everyone coughed up all their money? The group nodded frantically. He ordered, good, now put all your recovery potions into a bag and set it aside. The purple-haired guy was unwilling but didn't dare argue, only thought, taking even the last potion. This guy is more ruthless than us. He picked up the bag of potions and said, good. Then, he opened a spatial teleportation circle and said softly, "Time to say goodbye." Everyone Kuttner was probably very happy to be freed soon. But instantly, a wave of dark energy was released. Screams of terror rang out. The group lay on the ground. Jerry. Kim Jeju continued, "I only cut a little off each of your ankles. Consider it payback for being juvenile criminals, Jack, for fraud and daily racketeering." A bunch of degenerates gathering together seems fitting. The group lay paralyzed, unable to get up. The comment section was lively. "For real? How did he know? If true, they totally deserved it." Someone immediately poured a potion bottle onto the wound. A wave of curses rang out everywhere. Someone screamed for blood, others asked for meaning. Everyone was furious at this madman. Kim Jeju grabbed a man by the collar and directly asked him if he knew anything. He calmly said the 14th floor was a maze, interestingly a challenge designed for a 6-person team. Kim Jeju coldly said to put the money into the account to form a team. While at his feet, someone was hugging his leg begging for mercy. One man shouted that he had promised to let them go back to floor 10. Kim Jeju said the condition to return to floor 10 was to vomit up all the money, but someone objected. He explained that was the amount Kuttner knew, but the real sum was different, and he had never said they could keep a single coin. He looked at the system screen. Even though the money remained, no one wanted to hand it over. Kuttner was furious, shouting that he never intended to let go from the start. Kim Jeju calmly replied that he did not lie. The problem was there was still money not yet surrendered. He brushed off his hands, looking nonchalant. The screen was full of comments. Everyone realized Kim Jeju had exposed Kuttner, and everyone wanted to know the story. He hummed leisurely, paying no mind to the doubts, only answering 2 words. He did not want to. Below, near his heel, a white gift box with a beautiful red ribbon peeked out. His voice rang out like a question. Even if they cleared floor 13 many times, they would at least receive 1 gold coin. The gift box gradually appeared, and a black hand felt its way towards the ribbon. Comments scrolled rapidly. Some asked if he had planned everything in advance, some praised him for being correct, and some got goosebumps. Kim Jeju quickly grabbed the owner of the mysterious hand, a bald man with sickly white skin, who cried out in shock from the strong pull. His voice now became ferocious like an echo from hell. Since the team was formed, they had to get through floor 14 themselves. Kim Jeju lifted the man by his collar and threw him into the dangerous whirlpool of power. Kuttner was sucked into the whirlpool, disappearing gradually, but his voice still echoed, cursing him for life. He did not care, only turned around to check his own information and rewards. Comments flooded the screen like a storm. Some said Kim Jeju was the first to captivate them so, leading to many questions. The screen displayed red text, a pouch of 1,000 common coins, and his expression was not pleased. Indeed, it was only temporarily acceptable. Kim Jeju picked up the blue magic orb and the coin pouch. Comments criticized the reward as too ordinary, and someone asked if he planned to go to floor 10 to sell the items. Kim Jeju calmly answered no, his bag was still light. He did not have enough necessary items yet. Going to floor 10 would just waste time. In his mind, he thought luck was a key factor on floor 14, so it could not be called a team challenge. Then he turned and told the viewers he would go to the next floor. His slow steps led him to a maze with bright gray bricks, surrounded by black cubes. The system welcomed him and asked him to choose a starting point in the middle. Kim Jeju stepped in, looked around and quickly found the others. 2 men, one with blonde hair and one with brown hair, were discussing whether to split up, and they decided to wait for the last member. They saw him approach, hurriedly waved and shouted for him to come over. The brown-haired man cheerfully asked if he was Asian and from China, but Kim Jeju calmly replied that he was Korean. The man laughed loudly and joked about North Korea, then introduced himself as Robert and wanted to introduce the team. Comments joked how every foreigner was like that with Koreans. Guessing the group had 2 knights, 2 mages, and the last member unknown. The introductions went quickly. Each person was pointed out in turn, including 2 women and a black man wearing a straw hat. Kim Jeju observed and noted everyone seemed to know each other, asking if it was their first time on floor 14. He found it strange that an experienced team would not know this challenge. Robert changed his expression upon hearing that, praised him for being quick-witted, and comments appeared again criticizing those with sharp minds. After a few conversations, Kim Jeju understood that Robert's original team had 6 members, but Fordman's friend was severely injured on floor 13 and had to return to floor 10 for treatment. He understood no wonder their equipment was good, and it was strange that only 5 people in a team all trusted each other. Robert explained they wanted to wait for their friend, but that friend begged them to go ahead because he did not want to be a burden. Kim Jeju nodded in understanding. The brown-haired man was still worried he would not believe them, said they were not thugs, and could understand his caution. Kim Jeju smiled amiably and said it was fine. Comments continued lively. Kim Jeju was unusually relaxed. Everyone began introducing their classes and strengths. The introductions went smoothly. Robert suggested discussing a strategy to explore the maze. The others asked about Kim Jeju. He confirmed it was his first time. One person in the group cheerfully said they would explain clearly. He gave a slight smile, thinking he already knew the challenge format, but since the maze changed constantly, it could be considered a first time requiring luck. Robert began talking about the maze with countless corners. If they hit a dead end, they would encounter traps or monsters. On a wooden table was a black cube with white dots allowing them to choose a starting point. The only condition to pass was to find a path from one of those points to the center of the maze, a glowing golden circle. Robert continued, the path and width always change, making no specific strategy usable. He instructed everyone to form their own formation. They could start together or split up. One of the 4 positions would have fewer traps and lower level monsters. They needed to pray. Kim Jae-ju raised his hand and asked if they split up and landed in the easiest position, could they pass on their own? Robert shook his head. Even without knowing the easy path, the mortality rate was very high alone. He thought the maze changed randomly. If he used the gloves in a narrow corridor, the other members could block the path. He decided to take a different path alone, startling everyone. Robert slammed the table in strong opposition, saying he could not let him go alone. He said they would not agree to let him face danger just because he was not a team member. Kim Jae-ju firmly said he believed he could handle it himself. Robert worriedly said he knew he had cleared floor 13 alone, so he'd not doubt his ability, but he could not let him suffer for their benefit. Kim Jae-ju silently realized this team had much more conscience than the previous one. Even so, he still crossed his arms unwavering, saying he would stand still until everyone departed first. Comments exploded again, criticizing him for always doing things his way. He stood silently under everyone's intent gaze. Robert finally gave in, saying, I agree, I cannot stop you. Having said that, he brought out a turquoise bottle, saying that while it was not some precious treasure, it would surely be of help to him. He handed the bottle to him and instructed, if he sensed danger, he only needed to stop and wait. If he took the right path, all 5 of them would get through. Kim Jae-ju took the turquoise bottle, happily agreed, and said that he would do as told. Hearing this, Robert felt relieved and decided on a direction. He said they would start from the west. Then all 5 of them vanished into the western beam of light. He stood watching them disappear from sight. After that, he turned toward a different direction and said he would start from the north. Kim Jae-ju placed his hand on the northern table to prepare for departure. In the western part of the maze, Robert's group began slashing at the jack ghost beasts. Chris asked Robert if he would be alright going alone. Robert smiled confidently and said someone as light-footed as him would hardly be in danger, and if he were, he would stop immediately. The blonde-haired woman holding a magic staff turned and asked how he knew that Asian guy was light-footed. Robert checked his shield as he replied. Just by looking at how he greeted them, he could tell the guy had assessed the team's experience. He also noticed the team was short-handed for the challenge, and in a suspicious situation, he remained calm and gathered information. Robert keenly noticed he was hiding something under his sleeve, and with sleeves like that, there were certainly other things. The yellow-clad girl bit her lip in thought, understanding why he was confident, but going alone was still very dangerous. Robert agreed, no matter how good the equipment, going alone wasn't wise, so they needed to reach the center as quickly as possible. He turned and continued walking, saying that perhaps he would stop and wait before things went too far. The group moved on, when suddenly a large pool of blood appeared on the ground. Someone's voice rang out asking what to do now. Another said they had won, so it should be fine, but there were still concerns. Robert looked fearfully at his shield, which had a large chunk broken off, and broke out in sweat. A leech attacked unexpectedly, and he blocked it by reflex. It was the strongest magical beast on floor 14. What terrible luck. The blonde boy exclaimed in panic that his sword was broken and hard to use. The leech's body had corrosive acid, and fighting would affect equipment durability. Robot Lisa frowned and said they had won, but the equipment was damaged, and difficulties were coming. They had to be mentally prepared for at least one person to be sacrificed. The dark-skinned boy observed the surroundings, worried that at this rate, everyone would die. He wasn't expecting that friend of his to make it through the maze on his own. Strange sound echoed, and the dark-skinned boy shouted, asking if everyone heard it. That sound was like a surge of power rushed towards them at incredible speed, and everyone felt it. Expressions of worriness mixed with fear appeared on everyone's faces, and they all assumed combat-ready stances. The wall in front of them shattered into pieces, and a blue light shone through. Someone cried out asking what was happening. They saw Kim Jae-ju appear from behind the rubble, completely unharmed. He gave a wry smile feigning innocence, and asked if everyone was okay. Kim Jae-ju rubbed his face for a moment, then said everyone should head north. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body glowed and slowly faded away. The moment he opened his eyes, he scanned his surroundings. The backpack behind him shook incessantly, trying to get out. As soon as he opened the bag, something stuck its head out curiously to look around. Kim Jae-ju turned his head in surprise and asked Burin why it had run outside. The chat section was in an uproar, everyone finding the name a bit awkward. It kept rubbing its cheek against him affectionately, asking if he was bored. Kim Jeju casually set it down on the ground and asked if it wanted to get down, and what was wrong. Popoi kept looking around searching for something, surprising him, and he asked if it was hungry. As soon as he finished, it ran towards the wall. Its small, pure white body suddenly sprouted fangs and a large mouth, making the chat explode because it was still cute. Popoi quickly bit through the walls in front of it, leaving him stunned. Kim Jeju broke out in a cold sweat, silently watching in disbelief as the stone walls crumbled under Poi's teeth. He asked in disbelief if there was magical energy in this black wall. He had never heard of black mana stone before. Seeing Popoi glow after swallowing the stone, the chat exploded, asking if the entire wall was mana stone. Everyone was stunned that the unbreakable door had been broken. Then 2 more Popoi crawled out, all of them excited. The previous Popoi turned its head, saw its friends, and squealed with delight. The chat asked if Barin was on the development team, or if Kim Jeju was starving it. Kim Jeju looked at the group of Popoi in confusion, thinking to himself that he had given them plenty of lavish stones in his spare time. One remaining Popoi held a stone fragment in its mouth and slowly approached. It raised its head and proudly showed it to him, full of excitement. Kim Jeju sat down, smiled, took the stone, and said he wasn't angry, he was just thinking. He asked if it was for him, then thanked it, and Popoi jumped up happily in response. He took the pair of hands from his pockets and carefully checked if this was mana stone first. As soon as he fitted his hand in, the pink stone in the socket immediately shattered and glowed. He tried fitting another stone, and the chat laughed mockingly, thinking he would use it right away. Everyone joked that if you owe money to Kim Jeju, you would lose everything, even your underwear. He looked at the glowing stone on the back of his hand and speculated that if it was mana stone, it would activate. He wondered if it would work. Excitement collapsed as the stone fell off immediately. Kim Jeju sighed, put the pink stone down, and said so this wasn't mana stone. Popoi happily jumped up and swallowed the stone into its stomach. The Popoi that had been resting on his shoulder acted cute and said, from now on, let's just walk like this. Watching him and the 3 Popoi advance, the chat excitedly theorized about the path. People mentioned there would be a penalty for climbing or flying over the wall, but walking should be fine. They quickly entered inside, facing a 3-way fork with many different paths. Kim Jeju crossed his arms worriedly and asked what to do now. The chat teased him, saying just touch the wall and keep going. Someone tried it and lost 3 days. He noticed a pillar of light nearby that was very eye-catching. His gaze turned towards Lee Saha's location, a red pillar of light shooting straight up into the sky. That was a blood-sucking demon. Wasn't that where Robert and his teammates were? Kim Jeju turned and asked the Popoi beside him, smiling and pointing at the wall, asking if the little one could break it. He quickly became excited, jumped up high, and cried out Popoi. As soon as he finished, fangs appeared from the corners of its mouth, its eyes full of excitement. Just one bite shattered the wall, shocking Kim Jeju in the chat. This time was different. The aura showed it was enhanced. He shouted for it to stop, but in vain, telling it to take it easy. He turned his head and yelled to everyone that he would go over there to check the situation. The chat teased him, saying the difficulty level over wasn't popular, so be careful. He quickly advanced, following the debris flying everywhere, calling out to Laha to slow down. He was completely focused on the glowing Popoi, thinking Robert and his teammates must be on the other side of the wall. Wait, that wall. Though he had just pulled away, it could not stop it. The wall completely collapsed, and Popoi sighed contentedly at his achievement. Kim Jeju stopped the nightmare, his mind still reeling. He quickly hugged it to his chest along with the rest of the Popoi. Laha, come here. Can you little ones be quiet for a moment? Smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the figure opposite. The Popoi behind him stepped back as he held them. Ehem. Is everyone all right? Robert nodded to confirm, but worried for him. Since that moment, you broke several walls to come here, right? Kim Jeju tried to push the Popoi into his bag, forcing a smile. Somehow, things turned out like this. Anyway, I was worried seeing the blood-sucking demon, but it seems no one is seriously injured. Robert sighed with his teammates. Actually, no one got hurt, but our equipment is nearly all ruined. This is quite embarrassing. You know about them, right? They are very poisonous, so the equipment is in terrible shape. He continued to force a smile. Then wait for me here for a bit. Everyone will be in danger continuing with such bad equipment. Robert reached out in confusion, wanting to ask more. What are you talking about? Kim Jeju quickly stepped back and fled. Well then, I will see everyone later. Robert and the girl behind him were confused. He just left, but the female mage hesitated a little. The sound of Popoi we heard when the wall was destroyed came from Kim Jeju, right? He could not help but sigh. Having just left that area, he glanced around, observing, it is fine, I warned them, so they probably will not move carelessly. He quickly released the eager Popoi from his back. Let us go, little ones. We just need to follow the direction of the light. Explosions sounded in waves. The sturdy stone wall under the continuous fierce bites exploded. This is the last one. The Popoi, under his command and with extraordinary strength, kept clearing the way, making the comments livelier. This is the right way to do it, right? I was just imagining it. Who knew it would actually break? Is this a bit too much of an abuse? Will he get punished for flying through the wall? All 4, endlessly amused, stood before the pillar of light in the maze, the Popoi hopping around excitedly. quickly. This is the center of the maze. We just need to touch the light pillar to pass the trial. His hand reached out then stopped. Wait a moment. Kimju quickly called the popoi into his bag worriedly. I will hide the popoi first. Others will be summoned here if I block that pillar. The comments laughed loudly. At this point, this spatial subbag has become a cave, a popoi pen. He immediately touched the light pillar after finishing. A notification board appeared quickly. Trial cleared. The light pillar opened up a vast area with a sound. A group of robots looked up in shock at the system board. Trial cleared. Kim Jeju's serious expression along with the excitement of the robot group gradually disappeared. The echoes everywhere vanished along with the information board. The space gate to floor 10 will now open. The space gate to floor 14 will now open. The group teleported to a single spot safely. Robert's eyes widened quickly. His footsteps approached, moving with his iron armor towards him. Robert hugged him tightly. You really are. Thank you, Kim Jeju. You are about to be suffocated, this guy. Other comments had not yet teased him. He pushed him away slightly with a forced smile. You flatter me, it was very exhausting inside. This big guy hugged with the full strength of a knight. If my body was not reinforced with mana stone, my ribs would be broken. Robert laughed heartily. Thanks to you, we passed the trial without anyone getting hurt. Even if I wanted to give you money, I am completely broke. The other two teammates quickly raised their fingers. I think we were about to give up when my sword broke. Thank you. All worries are gone now. All thanks to you. Thank you. Robert's group decided to part ways with him and asked curiously, we plan to go to floor 10 to meet an old friend Foxman at the hospital. What about you? Do not worry about me. Go ahead. The comments at this moment endlessly discussed Robert. If Kim Jeju were not here, Robert would also be acknowledged as quite strong. In front of Kim Jeju, no one is worth mentioning at this level. Kim Ju must be on par with that kid on 20, right? The dark-skinned Eastern man, about to head for the exit door, bowed his head. According to Eastern customs, I should say farewell like this. Who knows, floor 20 is also quite tough. He needs to reach floor 15 first. Many strong people go up there. This time the administrator also did not provoke him, so he probably will not get into trouble on floor 15, right? He stood on the grass pondering. The floor 15 trial is in Northern Astros, a place to learn skills, complete quests, and grow. Everyone says this floor is easier than 5. However, Kim Jeju was a bit sweaty. That only happens if the administrator does not intervene during the hours. Mentioning this, he frowned slightly and thought, the last floor administrator that you set up for me. He recalled the remaining memory was a panic-stricken face. What he faced was a large, jagged mouth full of sharp fangs. It seemed it was not an illusion. He looked at the comment stream, then scratched his head and pressed confirm. I was a bit too lost in thought. I will check the reward and go immediately. He realized, right, because there were signs of admin interference from floor 10. The possibility of floor 15 being more normal than I thought is high. The system displayed the reward board. Do you want to receive the floor 14 reward? He quickly agreed. Seeing the monotonous reward made the comments buzz with discussion. Is this the standard reward for floor 14? Is this a dung heap? Who knows? Kim Jeju looked at the thing before him with apprehension. I am opening it now. Carefully opened it with both hands, observing the inside. The system board appeared next to each item. Common Knight's two-handed sword, 1,000 coin bag, lowest grade mana stone. Seeing what was before him made him unhappy. This is really bad, huh? Hey admin, this box is too shabby. The final notification line appeared. All rewards have been received. I have received the reward. I will continue on immediately. Suddenly another board appeared before him. He looked at the board appearing around him and kept forcing a smile. Thanks guys. Everyone put on your AT. We cannot lose Kim Jeju. The comments watched him enter the red vortex before him with some surprise. Kim Jeju, do you plan to go straight to floor 15? Go to floor 20 and do some Rixen before the dawn 8-head. Comment lines were continuously excited. Go straight to floor 15. Anywhere 15 is a rest floor. He looked at the comment stream and chuckled. Although I really want to go to floor 15, I have to go back to floor 10 first. I need to arrange a few things. The comments immediately turned. Why? Please continue quickly. Do not go back anymore. He stepped into the gate to floor 10 and looked up with a sinister smile, because what he needed to bring was currently on floor 10. He himself stepped through the gate, his entire figure instantly disappearing through the blue light. This time, in a grand palace, floor 10 of the Astrut Empire, the travel management center came out. The receptionist with blue hair seemed quite surprised. You want to know where the Black Scorpion gang is? Kim Jeju smiled and nodded. The receptionist quickly reminded, please fill out this identification form first, and also please take off your hood. He smiled and reached up to take it off. Alright. He quickly filled in the information on the paper. Judging by the handwriting and style, the receptionist guessed that he was dressed like a traveler but possessed an unusually elegant aura. A noble maybe. He reminded reminded her, I have filled it out. The receptionist replied, okay, let me see it. After verifying your identity, I will update the information. Your name is Kim Jeju too, right? He forced a wry smile. Yes, that is right. Comments immediately teased him. Hey, feeling embarrassed about that name, huh? Learn to accept it. The receptionist confirmed quickly and then smiled as she returned it. Identity has been verified. Your personal information will be recorded. Do you consent? Kim Jeju nodded in agreement. Jung Moo turned around and walked away. Let us go. He wandered around with the paper in his hand. The gate in the northern area of the Traveler District. So it is at the very end. Kim Jeju let out a tired sigh. Repeating the same question over and over was truly exhausting. Recalling how intently the receptionist asked, he suddenly understood, even for someone from the Empire, they still could not remember the Traveler when the channel changed. He also remembered the image of the receptionist smiling as she returned the information. To them, the current channel was their entire world. Thinking about signing the paperwork made him even more tired. To find the location of the Black Scorpion gang, he had to repeat that question across 7 or 8 different channels. Kim Ju stopped, looking at the location he had worked so hard to find. Is this it? The sight before him got him excited, a dark alley, very fitting for the gang leader's style. Walking deeper inside, the scene was filled with old, worn-out houses. He pounded hard on the wooden door to get their attention. Seeing no response from inside, Kim Jeju kicked it hard. It seemed no one was inside. Comments lively, use the universal key. Say the door opened by itself, I will report it. As soon as he stepped inside, he carefully observed, thinking of a way to find it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the backpack off his shoulder and smirked wickedly. Faster than finding it myself. The group of popoys in the bag immediately crawled out, excited. He held a mana stone in front of them, smiling. This is a low-grade mana stone. Do you think you can find it? Comments got hyped. Popoy, activate hunting mode. The mother of those popoys must be huge. The group of popoys immediately scattered around to search. One popoy was ecstatically hopping up and down in one spot. He approached it pleased. So it is here, huh? It immediately nodded in approval. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Jeju stomped hard on the spot where it'd just been jumping. The wood under his foot splintered, revealing a small hole. Right beneath the dent was a large treasure that excited the popoy. Good job. Comments, what is that? That spot must be worth at least 20,000 coins. Looks like there are even intermediate grade stones. Looking at his covetous, wicked face, Comments sighed. This must be what Kim Jeju always mutters about. I will let you live, so cough up that mana. Poor Kuttner, just gives and gets nothing in return. He quickly stored the stones into his bag under the hungry gaze of the popoys. Kim Jeju understood the look and quickly picked out the larger stones. He happily placed them before them. Good job. Here is your share. At that moment, a huge crowd was bustling in front of the warp gate. He took the chance to look at the system in his staff, warhammer, book, greatsword, and, alright, I have sold everything. I kept a few mana stones for the gloves. I cannot believe I earned this much. Looking at the money in his account, he could not stop getting excited. Streamer Kim Jeju 2. Current holdings are 8740. With this many coins, there was a high chance he could buy a full set of Lost in equipment all the way up to floor 20. Kim Jeju walked through the crowd, thinking about how to deal with the freezing northern region. I will use Lost in equipment for a thermal regulation coat. The surplus mana stones after upgrading the gloves have also been absorbed. Preparation is basically done. A curious comment appeared. Are you planning to stay on the American channel? Kim Jeju shook his head. No, I will switch back to the Korean channel. I want to collect my viewer count reward. Walked through the hurried crowd, deep in thought. Even if I bump into my own viewers, I still need to increase my viewership. Comments, Americans don't like Asian streamers. Are you finally planning to go up to floor 15? Aren't you going to learn magic construction techniques there? Seeing the lively comments, Kim Jeju replied, I am planning to learn knight skills. Comments were surprised. Knight. You didn't even look at it back on floor 5. Why the sudden decision? A knight on floor 15. Something big is coming. Standing in front of the spatial gate, he was firm. Floor 15 is the best place to learn knight skills. To be able to withstand magic construction equipment and a full set of Lostant, I need to increase my physical stats first. He stepped forward with a happy smile. Well then, I am going in. As soon as he entered, he discovered he was on a snow-covered city, and he freaked out. What the hell is this? Forced to be an outsider. Why am I outside? It seems time has stopped. The white castle before him was covered in snow. A user entering floor 15 is supposed to appear at the challenge fountain in the center of the city. He looked around at the area where the white fog appeared. If there aren't enough people, you cannot leave. You can only interact with other players while waiting here. Gazing at the snow-white houses, from the architecture he could tell this was the Northern District. Could this be the admin's doing? Comments, wow. Does time stop before enough people arrive? Thanks to Kim Jeju for showing us this scene. Look at how messy the admin is. Just as he was about to stroll around and observe, a notice board appeared. Users 4750, 4873, 4891, 4889. A total of 50 people have entered. The required number of players has been met. The final board appeared. The challenge of floor 15 will begin shortly. At this moment, he shivered under the strong gusts of wind. Jeju quickly put on his hood. Damn it, the wind is so strong. He quickly entered the castle gate, ignoring the introductory notices that kept popping up. The kingdom of brave warriors whose capital is the front line against monsters. Welcome to Taruha, the frozen land of warriors. Seek power and receive your quest. The notice board reminded him, the gate at the challenge fountain will open after completing the quest. You must reach the fountain first. Comments calmly, everyone gets the same instructions. The challenge seems normal. The admin is just trying to make things difficult for others again. As soon as he stepped inside, a questioning voice made Kim Jeju look up in surprise. Who are you? Man with displeased eyes, arms crossed, looked at him. I have never seen your face before. Looking at your neat imperial gear, are you a traveler? Kim Jeju forced a smile, shocked. Yes, a pleasure to meet you, Sir Giant. He extended his hand gently. A pleasure to meet you. I am Palaham. He also quickly raised his hand. I am Kim Jeju. Comments gossiped in surprise. Captain of the warrior brigade, Palaham. Run. Why is he already here? As soon as their hands clasped, he could feel the pain. His hand was gripped tightly and could not move, causing him to wince. His mind was completely baffled. What kind of strength is this? Palaham smiled, but asked with a sound of oppressive surprise. How did you leave the fountain to come all the way here? Kim Jeju panicked and spoke with difficulty. I am not too sure. It just happened. Those words only made the grip tighter. He was panicked, his hand feeling like it was caught in a press, unable to budge. He laughed loudly and asked again, so this is your first time here? Yes, that is right. He looked at him with amused eyes, and yet you are already this strong. I like that boy. As he said this, he raised one leg high, staring directly at him. I see a warrior within you. Kim Jeju was startled as he looked down, his eyes filled with fear at that tremendous surge of power. He immediately pressed his body down to maintain balance. His arms and shoulders quickly tensed up to brace against the force. Kuda charged in with terrifying force, the frigid air tearing through the space. His other hand gripped the man tightly, his entire body struggling to resist. She looked intrigued. Oh ho! He looked at his upright defensive posture and teased. Withstanding a kick from me, is that thanks to that interesting suit of yours? Either way, it is quite impressive. Comments exploded, unable to believe it. No, the warrior team leader is already here. A trembling madman appears. I think Kim Jeju should not fight him right now. He lifted his head with difficulty. That is a rather rough way of greeting. Palaham looked down at this moment, extremely excited. Then he had blazing red eyes and a manic grin. Kim Jeju relaxed his body. That is indeed an intense greeting. Palaham laughed delightedly. That is because those guys from the Empire are too green. Just consider it an initiation ceremony. He looked up with apprehension. Even so, I still feel like you could kill me at any moment. He sighed in annoyance. Even your way of speaking is exactly like those imperial bastards. I held back as much as I could so you would not die, so stop complaining. He could not help but be startled as he looked up. He was not even using full strength, yet the effects of the lost and set have been completely nullified. As expected, it is impossible to reason with him. Looking at Palaham's figure and the murderous hatred emanating from him, Kim Jeju understood the deep-seated loathing for the Empire ingrained in his heart. The scene of him opening his eyes wide in helplessness, all stemming from the death of his son. The scene of the father sobbing while holding his son's body. A minor conflict with the Empire had taken the life of his son, who was still too young. The image of him quietly gazing at the snowy mountains and forests, his hatred growing with each passing year. It extended beyond the Empire, affecting even the travelers who had passed through. He looked at the man before him with great sympathy. Palaham, the warrior team leader, who would have thought he would be in a corner of this arena tower. The comments were in an uproar, some saying to initiate him, others saying he was surely going to die. Kim Jeju raised his head and asked, after this initiation ceremony, can I leave? No. He calmly asked further, do you want something from me? Palaham sighed. If I say yes, would you agree to it? He nodded in agreement, as long as it is within my ability. He laughed heartily in satisfaction. That is the right attitude. I take back what I said about you being no different from those imperial bastards. He stepped forward and signaled. Now carefully repeat my words. Remember to say it loud and clear. Not too hard, right? The comments below teased him. Kim Jeju looked up awkwardly. Is that all? That is right. Just repeat my words. Even knowing that he is one of the weirdest people on floor 15. As soon as he finished speaking, Palaham immediately took a deep breath, and then a shout rang out. Right at the top of the castle, a pillar of snow erupted. The shout did not stop. covered his ears tightly, wincing in pain. The comments below went into chaos. What the hell is that? Is that not Zeddy's shout? My ears are bleeding. He asked him with an excited face, how does it feel? You can do it, right? Palam's eyes gradually turned cold. He suggested coldly. If you are not clear on it, I do not mind doing it again. No, I heard it very clearly. Kim Jeju broke into a sweat and explained. I was just asking what it meant. He crossed his arms and frowned. You do not need to care about that. Just repeat what I just said. Do not be like those imperial bastards. He firmly refused. I do not want to repeat something whose meaning I do not know. The man sighed warily. The comments below clamored. Wait, who's leaving the game right now? What are you going to do in this situation? A long-standing tradition in South Korea. I will show you my grand palace. Palaham turned around and told him to follow. For a first-timer, it seems you know nothing about the greatness of Taruha. Follow me. The comments advised him to run. Kim Jeju watched his back. There was no reason to complicate things. He swallowed his saliva, thinking silently. The warriors following Palaham were not scary at all. It was a bit tense at first, but meeting him in the end was inevitable. He thought of one of the three, Balam, the greatest warrior of Taruha. And since I was originally planning to learn how to break the skill form, this is not a bad start. He frowned, even more certain. If I break the skill form, the body will no longer move according to a pattern. Instead, it will take full control of that skill. Under the dense secret orders, he quickly went outside with the man, and the two approached a large cannon next to the wall. He turned his head happily and asked, do you know what this is? It seems like a mana cannon. He looked down with interest. You know it? In the Empire, this thing is still in the development stage. He boasted about a recent feat. Last battle I tricked those imperial bastards and wiped them out with this thing. He gazed at the explosion with satisfaction. After that, they wanted to build their own cannons. As far as I know, they are still struggling. Palaham admired the clear sky with delight. The snowy forest is just the right timing. Should I try using it? It has been a while. Palaham pointed at the massive world-ender heart core of Lisaha. See that lamp thing over there? Yes. He said it was not that big initially. Back then, looking from here, it was only the size of a mole. When I got closer, I saw monsters using their bodies to shield it. It was the first time I had seen such creatures. Kim Jeju watched him picking out mana stones and asked, so you came back immediately? I only came back because my follower's condition was too bad. Do not misunderstand. He gripped a stone tightly. Do you know where those monsters came from? Kim Jeju lowered his head. I do not know, but it would be impossible for me not to know. He frowned. Palaham slammed the cannon to activate it, growing out of some kind of black thing. Can you believe it? Comments were curious. What the hell is Palaham doing? He fired without adjusting the angle. It seems he already locked the target. A loud explosion shot out from the cannon. The wave of explosive power and damage instantly shattered the world-ender heart core. The whip vines immediately extended outward. He quickly blocked the pressure to protect the tree. He was not happy seeing the great Taruha clan destroyed by something that looked like bandits. How ridiculous. He turned around with a bright smile, saying it was quite interesting. This damned world kept repeating, and if violated, it only left faint memories, but enough for us to know everything was repeating. Hearing that, he thought the man did not seem like a floor 5 person, but a Taruha from floor 15. His gaze turned to the world-ending heart, which held the memories of their kingdom's collapse, an ending repeated countless times. As soon as it sprouted, that creature's heart drained all the surrounding life energy to bloom. The image of the carefully nurtured world-ending heart suddenly exploded, and when the flower bloomed, demons and monsters poured out like a spring, leading to the complete annihilation of Taruha. Palaham suddenly burst out laughing, then startling him. He smiled and turned around, saying he had rambled a bit too much. The greatness of Taruha was now no different from a joke. Kim Jeju looked at him in astonishment. The old man had witnessed monsters invading the kingdom and his own death many times, yet remained calm. This person truly had good control over both his soul and body. Palaham smiled and turned back, saying enough joking around. If he had business, do it quickly and then leave. Was the initiation ceremony over or not? He raised his hand in a gesture of acceptance. That was right, he had to say he did very well. His face darkened. My business is with you, Captain Palaham. The comments were astonished. Was Kim Jeju intentionally ignoring the advice? Was he a frog? Palaham crossed his arms and looked at him in surprise. Oh ho, meaning you knew me before. Interesting. Tell me, what is the matter? His gaze stopped, full of certainty. I want you to teach me how to become a warrior. Palaham looked at him, exclaiming with interest. Very soon after, he laughed loudly without stopping. You must have been teased a lot by people, huh? He completely calmed down, breaking into an excited smile. Well, there were indeed a few travelers here and there. Both his face and eyes showed an expectant look. Let me tell you in advance, most can't even stand 1 hour, let alone an entire day. Kim Jeju's eyes, though excited, turned sharp again. Are you refusing? Palaham looked, then shook his head. What are you saying? Am I that cold-hearted? Comments from experienced people screamed. Why did you make me fight 20 Zeddy? You madman, are you a victim? How did you survive? Why didn't you just refuse and walk away? He stood watching from Lisaha and helped me when I was about about to die. He reached out his hand in front of him, speaking excitedly. Alright, I will give you a mission. Go get familiar with Taruha and then come back. Being too eager from the start will only get you killed easily. Kim Jeju's eyes held doubt. But if you only have faint memories after each time this place is destroyed, how can you be sure you will remember me next time, right? Palaham looked at him then nodded. Don't worry, a special traveler like you will not be easily forgotten. So what if I want to learn right now? As soon as the words were spoken, they seemed to hit the right spot. He laughed. If you really want that. He opened his eyes as wide as possible. The comments reacted violently. Look, this is exactly the look he had when he threw me into 20 zeti. Damn it, this is trauma. Kim Jeju awkwardly stepped back. Alright, I will do as you say and take the mission first, then come back later. Palaham smiled in agreement. Good choice. At your level, hunting red-jowed white boars would be quite suitable. He asked back with some surprise. But aren't you in the middle of leaving the mission? Kim Jeju was startled, confused. Frantically opened the system window. What the hell? Wait, but let me see. The notification board appeared. Floor 15 has assigned a mission to retrieve the organic creature's heart. You cannot leave floor 15 until it is completed. Warning: if the heart is not taken before it blooms, Taruha will collapse. Looking at the final warning line, if the heart is not taken before it blooms, Taruha will collapse. Kim Jeju was shocked, unable to understand. What is this? His whole demeanor darkened. What is the meaning of this? A blue notification board appeared. Floor 15 challenge notification. Mission to eliminate the creature's heart. Cannot leave until completed. Warning: if the heart is not taken before it blooms, Taruha will collapse. He stared intently at the words, his face panicked. I was worried about this. Is that man truly insane? No, he is definitely insane, but those words struck hard at his mind. You will not be able to leave floor 15. Kim Jeju regretfully slapped his hand on his face. If I can't leave, when Taruha collapses I will be dead too. The comments were also constantly popping up. Suddenly Captain Palam appeared, cutting off his train of thought. He looked at him and asked, something wrong? He helplessly nodded yes. Kim Jeju frowned, his face tense. Just as the audience said, the mission is too hard for floor 15. Even if all 50 people joined forces, they couldn't scratch the creature's heart. Comments showed sympathy. Even on floor 25 it was hard to see it. I thought he just needed to deal with the monsters it spawned, but he really has to destroy it even for Kim Jeju. This is too difficult. Palam asked, I don't know what happened, but can I help? But he just turned his back. No, sorry, can I come back later? He laughed. Do whatever you want. Kim Jeju pondered. If I come back, where should I find you? Come to the place where the light is brightest at sunset. He bowed his head in greeting. Okay, then I am off. Watching his retreating back, Palaham crossed his arms and thought about this young man. It seemed something urgent had happened that made him become quiet. Kim Jeju slowly walked towards the wooden door. Surrounding it were wooden houses built very close together. Everyone was speculating in the comments. I think the admin is annoyed by our noise and gave this mission. That could very well be. Thinking back, I guess you are right. This bastard admin is doing a purge. These things they do quickly. The face under Kim Jeju's hood looked very tense. Who gave the mission was too obvious. The one trying to throw me into a test once again. Admin. Thinking of the massive purplish-black creature like a mountain shuddering, he told himself, I have about 1 month. Recalling the mission board, floor 15 challenge notification, he calculated it usually takes less than 30 days for the creature's heart to bloom. He sighed, I need to know if I am alone here. Maybe the others received the same mission. If so, we could cooperate. He continued walking towards the houses. I should find the others near the challenge fountain. He moved forward without noticing a man's shadow behind him staring intently through the window frame. The wooden door suddenly opened. A man drenched in sweat, eyes wide, face pale, rushed out. Our savior. He knelt down, pulling at the hem of his coat, his voice trembling. Please, please. He stretched his hand towards him, shouting loudly, stop the approaching destruction and save us. Sensing the man's fear, Kim Jeju also became confused. Seeing him turn his back and leave, that man shouted even louder, oh, save me. He lowered his head and pulled his hood down. They are always like this. It cannot be blamed. That was what the admin told them. Otherwise, they would go mad and commit mass suicide. A man appeared, enveloped in the golden light of gods, with white wings of the celestial realm on his back. The admin had created a setting that one day, a traveler would come and save them all. Everyone clasped their hands and prayed with bright smiles under the beautiful halo. That person sent a prophecy that the players would eventually free them from disaster. Kim Jeju bit his lip, unsure if any player truly did that. To them, this was just a part of the tower to overcome. The frightened people and their skinny hands appeared in his mind. In reality, they might realize it, but they had no other choice but to hope. Not knowing how many times he had sighed, he focused on the challenge ahead. Kim Jeju continued heading toward his goal. Before him was the skyscraper that housed the fountain trial of the 15th floor. Sujung chatted with Sanjiuk. It was supposed to be 50 people. Why do I only see 49? He replied with interest. I don't know either. Must be a mistake somewhere. Kim Jeju raised his hand to interrupt their conversation. Excuse me. Immediately, Sanjiuk blocked the purple-haired girl. What's the matter? He took off his hood and smiled brightly. Ah, sorry, I am also a player. I have a few things I want to ask. Hearing this, he warmly said, "Oh, you are the last one, nice to meet you." Quickly introduced themselves. "I am Kim Sanjuk, she is Lee Ju-sung. I am Kim Jeju." Hearing his name, that guy was incredulous. "Huh? Is your name really Kim Jeju?" Before he finished, the girl next to him hit his arm. "Hey." Young laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, he is a bit childish. You just came from outside, right?" "Yes, I have a few things I want to ask." She held her staff enthusiastically. "Sure, what did you want to ask?" Kim Jeju asked. "Did you see if you received any quest?" The girl opened her quest board. "We just arrived. Wait a moment." Notification board only had the text, "You have not received any quest." A comment immediately popped up. "Damn admin." But that seemed to be a quest exclusive to Kim Jeju. He lowered his head in silence. "I understand." The purple-haired girl asked back worriedly. "Is something wrong?" "No, don't worry. Thank you." If he was the only one who received the quest, the others were just bystanders. Lee Ju-sung offered to help. "If you need anything, just tell me." No matter what happened, the chances of them being able to help were not high. Sang Hyuk remembered and asked for an opinion. "Oh, we all added each other to the friend list. Do you want to be friends too?" Kim Jeju fell into thought. Even if they could hardly help with destroying the heart, adding them as an audience wouldn't hurt. The comments assessed the two people before him, finding them quite kind. To be sure, he asked again. "Did you two use your real names as usernames?" "That's right, both of us did." Hearing Sang Hyuk was about to search for his name, he panicked. "Well, I will also search for Kim Jeju's name." No, I will send a request later." The comments were excited. "Embarrassed about your number too, aren't you?" Sang Hyuk asked back in surprise. "Huh? Why later?" Lee Ju-sung behind him laughed gleefully. He asked about the quest, he must be very busy. The comments exploded with amusement. "Are you not Kim Jeju, but a Kim Jeju-like? What if he sent a request and they were imposters? Then you would just have to change your name, Kim Jeju." Kim Jeju sighed wearily, looking at the man who had just begged. "Oh, the savior." The comments kept teasing. "Stop teasing him. Come on, you guys are making him cry now." He thought to himself now. "To be honest, I am lost. Now I have to go back and meet Palahum." Kim Jeju stepped towards the old castle with determination. All he could do was become stronger. No one was in the castle. Remembering the words before leaving, he told him to go to the brightest place. He turned and left, considering finding the location Palahum mentioned. The comments watched him turn around, scattered, asking each other. "I don't think Palahum can jack that tree. I think Zizu is looking for him just for training. Do you really want to taste suffering again, human?" "Zizu, that is your purpose, isn't it?" He directed his gaze towards the solitary house at the foot of the mountain. He raised his hand to shield himself, thinking about the brightest place. His eyes lit up when he saw the large house at the foot of the mountain cast in the twilight shadow. It must be over there. Strong steps trampled the snow as he advanced inside. Standing before the house that looked small from afar, he was astonished. "It is big." The dog inside woke with a start, perking up its ears to listen. It immediately barked in warning. The comments were curiously amused. "It has been a while since I last saw a dog. What breed is it? Looks like a hound, reminds me of my dog. It lived for 16 years. He cautiously entered. The comments kept discussing. "Don't cry, it went to heaven." "No, it was neutered." "Damn it, oh master." He struggled to soothe the angry dog. There, good dog." Noise sounded. Palom stepped out with a smile. "I was wondering who it was." He crossed his arms, looking at him cheerfully. "So, did you solve your problem?" Palahum petted the golden dog and asked, "Have you found the way?" Kim Jeju expressed, "Yes, I think I will handle it. Actually, I came to discuss that matter." Suddenly, Palom changed the subject, picking up the dog onto his shoulder and smiling. "Hey, have you eaten anything yet?" He answered honestly, "No, I haven't." Put the dog down. "Come inside first." Pointing into the house, he said. As the ancients said, a full stomach is the foundation of the path. Kim Jeju had no choice but to follow. He nervously pushed the door and stepped inside, looking at the clean and tidy house before him. At the door, Kim Jeju paused and thought, should he take off his shoes? He did not know if their culture was the same, but wearing shoes inside went against his Korean conscience. The comments were lively. "That is a tough question, Kim Jeju. Turn on Korean mode. Wearing shoes on the carpet is a bit much." Palaham, walking ahead, spoke up. "Come on, come in." Inside, a blonde woman was cooking. Kim Jeju greeted. "Excuse me." The comments were astonished. "I have never seen Palaham's house before. Quite modest for the title of greatest warrior. If you know the world is a cycle of destruction, I think you would be a minimalist too." The woman saw him and gave a bright smile. "Welcome, are you the new adventurer who has been around here lately?" The comments were surprised. "Is that really Palaham's wife? Wow, his wife is so nice. Alright, now we know his type." Kim Jeju smiled, put his hat down and replied, "Ah yes, nice to meet you. I am Kim Jeju." Charlotte gave a bright smile. "I am also very happy to meet you. I am Charlotte. I was very curious because this is the first time he has invited an explorer for a meal. You really are a lovely young man." She brought out a tray of food consisting of sausages and fried eggs. Jiadu shyly reached a hand to rub his neck and said thank you. Palaham clenched his fist, his face darkening. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and sit down. You are always in such a rush." "Oh yes, sir. Charlotte introduced the dishes like sausages, bread, fried eggs, and canned fish. I have prepared the food that explorers really like. Come on, eat up. Ju did not stand on ceremony, thanking her for the meal. Suddenly Charlotte became serious, her expression full of pressure. With an angry look, her arms crossed over her chest. She interrogated him. How long do you plan on being deceitful in the tower? Palaham's image became distorted. Kim Jeju was startled. Wait, how can you say it is deceitful? Kim Jeju thought helplessly. Palaham, I did not think you would be afraid of your wife. Comment 1. Even the greatest warrior gets yelled at when he comes home to his wife. Comment 2. Honey, I just found a 50,001 receipt in your graduation album. Can you explain? Comment 3. Screaming in the comment section. Palaham suddenly stood up straight, slapping a hand on his shoulder. Ahem, it looks like you are done eating. Shall we talk a bit? Kim Jeju was astonished, still holding his fork, wanting to protest. But I am still... After speaking, he ran off. Good, I will meet you outside. Kim Jeju was speechless, unable to call him back in time. Turning back, he smiled awkwardly at Charlotte. I guess I have to go now. Your cooking is really delicious, Charlotte. She happily clapped her hands together. I am glad you liked it. Kim Jeju opened the door and walked outside, seeing Palaham reaching out a hand to pet a dog. If it were not for Charlotte and this little kid, I would have gone crazy a long time ago and probably wandered hopelessly on this white land. Kim Jeju nodded, praising her as she seemed very kind. Seeing someone compliment his wife, he became happy. Haha, to me she is perfect. Then he immediately became serious. But are you really an explorer? Kim Jeju nodded. Yes. Palam asked, really? Then how are we in your eyes? Even knowing the world is about to end, we continue to exist in this meaningless, repetitive life. Do you not find it ridiculous? Kim Jeju retorted in his mind, thinking about having to kneel and beg. Of course not. Whether they cling to a foolish belief in a savior or live a repetitive life, they are just learning to survive in their own way. I do not think so. He wondered, is that so? Palaham seemed to be attracting dark energy. It is all the same. Kim Jeju was startled but still replied seriously yes. He then continued with a loud laugh. Haha, you really do not know how to say things to please others. I cannot guess what is going on in your head, seriously. Palaham put his arm around his shoulder, but oddly enough, you are not bad. Kim Jeju was not arrogant. Is that a compliment? Comment 1 agreed. He tells us to get lost every time he gets a compliment. But now, comment 2, haha, there are many victims here. He explained, I am currently in a difficult situation, so I want to become a warrior. Palam's eyes glowed red. I assume it has to do with your mission, correct? And he patted his shoulder. Alright, I will see you again tomorrow morning. Make sure you rest well tonight. He was curious. Are you not gonna ask the reason? Palaham waved his hand and walked away laughing. I will ask tomorrow. Just sleep here. Comment 1, Kimju is being treated as an outcast. Haha. Comment 2, here he wants you to sleep on the grass with the dog. Comment 3, Kim Jeju has chosen a thorny path. Kim Jeju watched Palaham walk into the house, thinking normally I would use the facilities near the challenge fountain, but right now I barely have enough time for training. He was a bit anxious. I cannot waste time on something like that. My life is on the line. I have to level up. The system displayed a notification panel, announcement of the 15th floor trial. You have received a mission from a mysterious benefactor. Mission, eliminate the heart of a living creature. You can only leave the floor after completion. Warning, if the heart is not retrieved before it hatches, Taruha will collapse. Next morning the sun was high. Hey, explorer, what kind of ability do you want? The extraordinary combat technique of Taruha or the way of using the Emperor's skills? Kim Jeju rubbed his head, tired from sleepiness. Are you not going to let me wash my face and have breakfast first? He thought to himself. At least I should get to sleep inside. Palaham was full of energy, hands on his hips. Washing and eating will be better after training. Do not talk like a weakling. Comment 1 doubted, is this a military base? Comment 2, it reminds me of the morning blood training. Kim Jeju replied, I want to learn the Empire's axe skills. He thought of the double-bladed axe. It was the most familiar weapon. It was also the weapon the Taruha warriors were most proficient in. Plus, Palaham was best at using an axe. Palaham rubbed his chin. So that means you have already learned the Empire's skills? He replied, no, I have not. Palaham decided, if so, it is quite strange for you to want to learn the Empire's skills. But first, I do not like the outfit you are wearing. He asked in surprise, my clothes? He pointed and ordered, take them off immediately. Comment 1, take it off. Comment 2, oh damn. Comment 3, he does not like married women but men. He scolded him. How can you wear clothes with protective functions? It will hinder the training process. Kim Jeju listened and took off his coat. Understood. The folded coat emitted a purple aura. He thought to himself, that is reasonable. Even though I control it, it still reacts automatically when in danger. Palaham suddenly appeared behind him, slapping his shoulder hard. Oh ho, you have a decent physique. You must be very popular with the girls. Kim Jeju was startled. Please do not say things like that. Comment 1, that is right, Kim Jeju really is popular. Comment 2, right, that high school girl Hyeon, right? Comment 3, our Kim Jeju has committed many sins. Lameo. He cracked his knuckles, warming up, then let us begin. I was quite annoyed that our first meeting ended too soon. He was astonished. What? Palaham had already thrown a punch and charged forward. Kim Jemju barely dodged, evading to one side. The punch carried a gust of wind. Oh, you. He stepped back, raising a hand in a defensive stance to remind him. Wait, you could at least give a signal before starting. Palaham did not care, laughing menacingly. Next will be a kick. Both of their legs gathered power. Palaham kicked straight at a spot and yelled out. He had never learned those skills, but you can use instinct. You are truly talented. Kim Jeju frowned. If you are just playing around, stop. Or is this part of the training? He threw another punch. You talk too much. This time is for the head. Kim Jeju could not react. I cannot dodge this in time. Getting punched in the arm, he blocked with his hand, then it immediately trembled. His power felt like being hit with a hammer. Palaham smiled and announced, it is not over yet. Continue. Each strike aimed at a part of the body, the chin, the stomach, then the head, the hip, continuing the fight. Kim Jeju could only defend and dodge. He gasped, looking at his arm covered in bruises, astonished, wondering if that man was a monster since he had been attacking nonstop for an hour. He tried to calm himself. He couldn't keep fighting anymore. Lying on his back on the ground, he was exhausted. He hadn't even had time to eat breakfast yet. Palaham smiled, folding his arms as he looked down, asking if he hadn't said he never learned the Empire's skills, right? He continued, then that was impossible. Kim Jeju was still breathing heavily, not understanding what he meant. Suddenly Palaham asked if he liked it. Before his eyes, the system displayed a notification that he had learned a new skill, Teruhar Warrior Martial Arts Level 1. Kim Jeju nodded and smiled. 1 hour had passed. He chuckled softly, feeling this was truly amazing. The system displayed another notification for learning Teruhi Warrior Martial Arts Level 1. Palaham asked again. He liked it, right? Kim Jeju smiled. The feeling was really great. He tried to push himself up with his trembling hands, looking at the system panel. He didn't expect this to happen, commenting that Kim Jeju didn't even know and wasn't sure if this skill was good. Comments suggested he learned it from being punched and that it was a good passive skill. Kim Jeju thought even if it wasn't system assigned, it wasn't a bad thing. Here, the user had classified skills into 2 main types. Active skills were used when the user actively employed them. As for passive skills, they were always active and often formed from the frequent use of active skills. Using high-level skills could also activate passive skills, costing no mana or aura and increasing the user's advantage. Palaham clasped his hands behind his back, saying don't tell him he was wrong. Kim Jeju asked if he would be worried if his guess was wrong. He smiled calmly, saying he was just testing him and guessed he was looking for an opening to avoid getting punched. Kim Jeju felt like getting angry. He adopted a fighting stance with full determination, asking if he wanted a rematch. Palaham laughed loudly, saying someone suddenly became fierce. He put force into his feet, determined to try his new skill. He dashed forward quickly, shouting, here I come. He was amazed by his speed and movement, thinking everyone would agree he was worthy of being a Teruha warrior. He wondered how he could imitate his movement after seeing it only a few times. The punch flew towards Palaham's face but was blocked by him. He sighed, knowing it looked good at first glance but the attack was still clumsy. He said he still had plenty of time to. Before he finished speaking, he received a knee strike. He smiled confidently and asked what he wanted to say. Palaham tightly gripped his hand and raised it high, emitting black aura. Realizing the punch was a trap and his own mistake, Kim Jeju broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he might have made a mistake. Kim Jeju thought initially he just wanted to see what this skill was, but as he dashed forward he changed his mind. Feeling the power in his legs, his body felt so light it wanted to fly. His hands emitted blue aura. For the first time he felt he could do anything, but the huge difference made him afraid to think about regaining his original physical condition. Remembering that knee strike earlier, excessive confidence made him think of landing a blow on Palaham. Kim Jeju thought nervously this was a failure against Palaham, then advised him to let go. Palaham asked back angrily. Kim Jeju didn't dare face him, turned his head away. Comments praised him. He was amazing. The dog was witnessing from the side. The sound of punching echoed steadily in the yard. He yelled, tighten your waist. Kim Jeju couldn't dodge in time and got hit. Palaham cheerfully asked him how he felt. Kim Jeju fell to the ground, his body battered, saying he was trying to kill him. He happily retorted, telling him he was overreacting, he was definitely keeping him alive. Charlotte peeked out the window and shouted loudly, saying enough, come in for breakfast now. Palaham put his arm around his shoulder and invited him to go. Kim Jeju nodded in agreement. The system notified that Teruha Warrior Martial Arts increased to level 2. Comments were surprised that the passive skill leveled up so easily, thinking Kim Jeju was the only one with that skill and didn't know much about it. Just like the audience said, leveling up a passive skill wasn't easy. He smiled, thinking his fists became stronger after that strike. But Palaham was truly a good teacher. Kim Jeju was happy. The atmosphere seemed to bloom. He praised the beautiful sky, even though it was actually very gloomy outside. A humorous comment asked if he had been punched silly. Seeing the comment, he asked if everyone wasn't going to eat. Comments said they were watching and eating at the same time, laughing out loud, especially when they saw him getting hit. He puffed out his cheeks, replying indifferently. Turning around, he saw Palaham playing with the dog. He told it to eat a lot. Kim Jeju thought of his own 3 Popoi kids, telling himself he needed to find a stone for Popoi. He asked him how breakfast was. He replied it was very delicious. His wife's dishes surprised him. Palaham suddenly became serious, saying he had been thinking about the mission he accepted. Was it related to defeating a giant or a monster? Kim Jeju scratched his cheek with his hand, answering roughly that was it. He looked towards Lee Saha in the distance, folding his arms, saying he thought so too and understood why he wanted to learn, but a few things seemed strange to him. Kim Ju curiously asked what it was. Palaham replied, considering his ability and that strange outfit, he didn't really learn from him, did he? He explained, from the start he had intended to meet him when at the castle tower. Palaham is very smart. There is nothing forcing him to be this late. Either he took a mission he didn't want, or it was an impossible mission. Kim Jeju asked back, so then what? Palaham pointed to a spot on the mountain range. A prominent red dot stood out among the white snow. That was what he had to defeat. A giant flower bud was emitting a terrifying blood-red aura. He continued, or am I wrong? Kim Jeju was silent for a moment before answering, you are correct. He thought there was no reason for him to lie here. He just wanted to confirm his own suspicions. Comment 1 praised his sharp observation. Comment 2 said it was just a guess. Comment 3 said old ginger is spacier. Palaham turned and lamented, gods sometimes play cruel tricks. Kim Jeju asked in surprise, do you believe in gods? He asked back, surprised, do I not look like someone who believes in gods? He answered uncertainly, well, a little bit. He wondered, do you think trying to kill that thing is meaningless? Palaham stepped forward, nothing in this world is meaningless. He gripped the wooden railing tightly. An action one considers meaningless can sometimes be more important than anything else to the person doing it. A memory flashed through Kim Jeju's head. His face fell, more important than anything else. He asked bluntly, so will you help me? Kim Jeju waited nervously. After a moment, Palaham turned around and smiled in agreement. All right, let's go. Kim Jeju asked back in confusion, go where? Palaham confidently pointed his thumb towards the flower bud on the mountain. Over there, of course. There is a saying, to defeat your enemy, you must first understand them. The giant flower bud emitting aura had already shown how dangerous it was. Kim Jeju was flustered. Are you serious? I haven't even learned any combat skills yet. Palaham turned his head and taunted. If you don't want to, then forget it. Kim Jeju panicked and agreed, but if it gets dangerous, we have to leave immediately. Palaham smiled reassuringly, then turned away. I'll prepare some things. Kim Jeju was speechless. A comment wondered why he agreed. Another said Palaham was pretending. Kim Jeju plopped down on the ground and sighed. He had no choice. He bet that old man would be angry if he didn't ask. A comment asked if the reconnaissance trip meant anything. If he really got angry, they would become a punching bag. Kim Jeju turned and smiled at the dog. Hello there, good dog. The dog came closer and sniffed his hand. Suddenly Popoi appeared. A comment asked how they popped out. Were they hungry? Haha, Popoi. As soon as Popoi appeared, it showed hostility towards the dog, making it back away. Popoi on his back let out an arrogant cry. Kim Jeju held to Popoi in his arms, looked at the awkward dog, and apologized to it. Then he said to Poi, sorry for not being able to let you guys out. Just then, Palaham opened the door. Seeing the Popoi, he asked, what did you do to them? He flinched. Oh, well, he explained vaguely, it just happened. A comment laughed at him, making excuses. He nodded, I see. Comment 1 said Palaham seemed quite taciturn. Comment 2 said it was probably because he was the warrior squad leader. Look how cool he is. To escape the awkwardness, Kim Jeju changed the subject. Oh, what's the dog's name? Palaham heard his question. It seems I forgot to introduce him. This friend is a mule. His name is Kim Jeju. Big Brown Dog did not look happy. Comment 1 said, isn't there also a person named Kim Jeju? Comment 2 laughed, so that's a dog's name? Comment 3 said it must have a different meaning. Kim Jeju was shaking with suppressed laughter. I see, that's a good name. Palaham sat down to pet the dog. The Popoi slid from his shoulder to the ground. Kim Jeju looked towards the source of the red light, the organic life-form heart, the source of the destruction that caused Terohar's collapse. A flower bud full of sharp teeth, and Kim Jeju was about to face it. He wondered if he could destroy it. Kim Jeju gritted his teeth in determination. No, he absolutely had to succeed. Even the admin was getting involved. He had no other choice. A few hours earlier that morning, a hand held a beer mug. Heard someone invited an adventurer home for a meal. The other person replied, that is correct, Sir Leto. Lo brought the mug to his lips suspiciously. What the hell is that guy thinking? A dinner invitation from the greatest warrior. An honor only for those who have proven themselves. Leto rubbed his head in irritation. What a headache. He thought no matter how the gods toyed with them, being invited to eat at Taruka was still a rare honor. Leto sighed and returned the beer mug. That guy must be up to some mischief again. Kurun took the mug. I think it's different this time. Kurun said the squad leader and the adventurer earlier had just finished a sparring match. He added, I don't think the squad leader was joking. Leto wondered they had a sparring match. He burst out laughing. Haha, that's some nonsense the squad leader likes to do, poor adventurer. Kurun replied, it's been a long time since I saw the squad leader truly happy like that. Leto was silent for a moment. Then he put on his shoes. Now I'm curious too. Stepping out the door, we don't have anything to do anyway. That's better than sitting around drowning sorrows in a bar and waking up with a headache tomorrow. Kurun hesitated. You're going right now? Leto answered readily, of course I have to meet that adventurer. Leto pulled on his coat and laughed. What are you saying? We just happen to be going there, right? Kurun showed a question mark. We? Leto smiled brightly, of course we'll go together. Kurun was full of resistance, crossed his arms in protest. No way, go by yourself. Leto was suspicious, what's wrong with you? He grabbed Kurun by the scruff and dragged him along. Haha, come with me. I'll let you die peacefully. He struggled in vain, I don't want to. In the snowy mountain, surrounded by a white season, pine trees loomed on both sides with two figures faintly visible. Leto smiled confidently, holding an axe. I'll bet 500 coins again. Kurun was panting and trembling, trying to climb up. Unbelievable that you would bet with coins. Seems like you adapted pretty quickly. Leto waved the axe back and forth. Our currency is worthless anyway. His hand gripping the axe was covered in bulging veins. We need to cooperate with our saviors. Kurun said that sounded nice, but he had only spent all the money he earned to buy gear for another adventure. Suddenly Leto pointed, we have arrived. The sounds of fighting rang out. Two looked at each other in surprise and quickly headed that way. They peeked through the fence into the yard. Just as Palam punched his opponent's arm, he gritted his teeth and panicked without stopping. Then he immediately bent down to sweep his leg at Palam, who naturally dodged. Leto was astonished at the door. He had already controlled his power that well. Kurun was serious, it was the same when he punished me. Leto turned to complain, I am being serious here. Kurun, are you joking with me? Kurun retorted, I am also serious, have you ever seen me joke? Leto thought to himself, for a moment I thought he was not an adventurer. Kim Jeju raised his hand to wipe his sweat, those movements. In Leto's blue eyes, the two people in the yard appeared like true Taruha warriors. Kim Jeju continued attacking, Palaham calmly dodged. He quickly counterattacked. Even though Palaham was holding back his strength, he could still steadily find openings. Leto evaluated not bad, he could surpass a centurion. Kurun warned the waist, then Kim Jeju took a hit and let out a sound. Leto was startled and shook his head, wait, what am I thinking? Suddenly Kurun remarked, that adventurer is a skilled warrior. Leto said it was because the warrior leader was holding back. If he was serious it would be different. Kurun did not argue, oh definitely. The two stopped. Palam leaned on his hands while Kim Jeju knelt breathing. A voice echoed out, enough, come in for breakfast. A moment later, Kurun bowed his head and said, Leto, it is time to wake up. Leto groggily opened his eyes, Turned over, let me sleep a bit more. Kurun sat beside him calmly. There is a snake next to you. Leto immediately jumped up in panic. Where is the snake? He was embarrassed and grew angry. There is no snake. Kurun smiled, I am the snake. Leto gritted his teeth, you damn snake. Karel pushed himself up from his knees. Alright, get up. The warrior leader went out again. The other two stood in the yard. On Kim Jeju's head were a few little popoi. He tried to get close to one of the dogs, but it resisted. Leto called out, hey, are you not done yet? He noticed the white lumps on Kim Jeju's body. Are those spirits of the world tree? Kurun replied, according to my memory I have never seen an adventurer carry those around. Leto said, I trust your memory, let us go ask. Kurun's eyes sparkled, yes, alright. A little popoi had just jumped down when it saw a foot in front of it, startled. The comment reminded Kim Jeju that someone had arrived. He stopped, Leto placed his fist across his chest in greeting, hello, warrior leader. Palaham crossed his arms and laughed. What are you doing here? I thought you were drunk in a bar. Came to check if I lost my mind. Probably because this is the first time I invited an adventurer. Leto avoided Palaham's gaze, that is not the reason. Palaham laughed loudly, you should learn to lie first. He introduced Kimju, an adventurer. Kimju smiled nervously. Leto thought the boy was strange. He greeted him then pondered, earlier he fought like a warrior, but his attire was that of an imperial. Palam glanced at Leto, who was startled. Leto smiled menacingly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leto, Centurion leader of the Taruha warriors. Kim Jeju smiled and replied, pleased to meet you. I am Kimju, an adventurer. Palam pointed at Kurun. That odd fellow over there is named Kurun. Not a warrior, but his wisdom is second only to the queen. Kurun waved his hand, you flatter me. He placed his hand over his chest in greeting. I am Kurun, pleased to meet you. Kim Jeju nodded, likewise. Popoi jumped out. Those round white lumps were super cute. Kurun was quickly enchanted by them. There were floating hearts all around. He joyfully looked at the little popoi in Kimju's hands. The comment said another popoi fan. Palam suddenly spoke, perfect. The three turned to him in confusion. He clapped his hands, I was planning to bring more people. It is great that you came yourself. Palaham tilted his head and asked, so Leto, if you do not want to, just say so. Leto was puzzled, where are you planning to go? Palaham pointed towards the white snowy mountain, over there. Leto followed his gaze and asked, are you serious? Palaham smiled, relax, just a little sightseeing. Leto nodded in agreement, very well. Kurun trembled and stopped him. I do not think that is a good idea, Leto. He placed his hand on the axe, but I have a condition. He pointed the axe head at Kim Jeju, that adventurer. He thought to himself, that rude guy. Leto stated bluntly, I want to have a match with him. He said confidently, I will show you the power of Taruha. Kiran could only tremble beside him, unable to stop him. Leto swung his axe lightly. My life will be in danger going with you, so I have the right to know your capability. Kim Jeju was surprised. Never thought the leader would suggest a sword duel. Comment 1, he is very arrogant. Comment 2, the leader's smile is deadly. Comment 3, never seen anyone like this on Kim Jeju's stream. Kim Jeju gripped his bag strap and thought, if not for Palaham, I would have asked Leto for training as plan B. He smiled, set his bag aside and replied, alright if you want. In his head he thought, getting Leto's recognition is also advantageous. Comment 1, does anyone else find this a bit strange? Comment 2 reminded he is the captain, not an easy opponent, be careful. Kim Jeju dropped few popoi to the ground. You might get hurt, remember to stay away from me. The mountain was still covered in a blanket of white snow. Palaham curiously asked, are you planning to fight in that outfit? Kim Jeju explained, this is just a practice session. If he thinks it is fine, then it is fine. Leto asked suspiciously what Palaham was talking about. He immediately explained, this adventurer's outfit is very special. Raising his hand to visualize, it moved just like a living creature. Hearing that, Leto sighed, are you worried for me because his outfit can move? Turning to ask, you reminding me made me remember, you still need a weapon. Kim Jeju immediately waved his hand to refuse. No need, do not worry about that. Leto said to Karan, lend me your axe. A sound of something scraping the ground seemed to echo. Leto immediately pulled his foot back, startled by the noise like a snake moving, but there was nothing. He wondered, could he have misheard? He asked, what is that? Kim Jeju glanced over, an axe had now appeared in his hand. Leto questioned, are you trying to copy our warriors? He honestly raised the axe and replied, no, I use this often. Then he explained, this is one of the functions of the outfit I am wearing. Leto let out an oh, I see. Comment 1, is he suspicious of you? Comment 2, who has the time to copy him? Comment 3, that outfit is really something. Leto observed the axe, a large blade attached to a long handle. Anyone looking at it could see it was identical to a warrior's weapon. How dare he, an adventurer? The more he thought, the angrier he got. Was he mocking Taruha? Leto grinned through gritted teeth, truly an interesting outfit. Regardless, this match is for you to prove your ability, so I will give it my all. He immediately charged forward, thinking inwardly that this brat was too arrogant. He signaled, begin. Comment 1, look at his face. Comment 2, does anyone know why he got angry? Comment 3, open your eyes and watch carefully. Leto from Lisahar reached him in just 3 bounds. He raised his axe above his head and said angrily, I will split your head in 2. The axe came crashing down, a dull thud. I guess that hand-to-hand fight between you and the warrior squad leader was no fluke. You can still react to my attack. Kim Jeju used his own axe, gritting his teeth to block Leto's attack. His arm trembled enough to tell how powerfully he had struck. Gripping his axe tightly, he then swung a blow that forced Leto to step back. Gaining momentum, he immediately charged forward to slash. Leto dodged quickly. His axe was blocked again by him. With a flick, the axe left his hand. Kim Jeju became serious. Comment 1, Kim Jeju, are your gloves just for cooking? Are you hiding your real strength? Comment 2, you could just blow him up with a magic cannon. Comment 3, good idea. Kim Jeju pondered, with the Taruha warrior's personalities, maybe because he used the robe's power they thought he was a coward. Leto flashed a provocative smile. Is this all you have got? The rustling sound of snake skin scraping the ground sounded again. Kim Jeju thought, so this was why I hoped to save this for a more necessary moment, but perhaps there was no other choice. Leto was astonished, his arm holding the axe aloft suddenly could not move. Leto turned his head and saw black patches tightening around his hand and the axe. What the hell was this? He thought to himself, since when Kim Jeju's cloak transformed into a fabric that could move and writhe. He stood calmly in front of Leto. His eyes emitted a cold blue light. He declared, this ends now. Leto was terrified. The snake sound earlier was not a mistake. He could stop his attack cold. He tried to pull his hand free, but could not. It was clenched so tight his hands trembled. He finally tore free from the binding thing, but it did not stop there. He raised his axe, smiling arrogantly. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Kim Jeju let out a sigh. I advise you not to move. It would be better. His cloak emitted a soft glow of light. Kim Jeju flicked his hand. It formed into a spear that stopped right at Leto's neck. A drop of red blood flowed out. Leto felt as if a giant snake was constricting his entire body, unable to move. Kim Jeju signaled, let us end it here. The snake body gradually loosened. Leto looked at him, gritting his teeth. Kim Jeju pursed his lips, looking back, meeting his gaze. Clap of hands suddenly interrupted the two. Alright, that is enough. Palaham cut in with a smile. In any case, the adventurer wins, right? Leto raised both hands in a surrender gesture. I concede. Kim Jeju explained, without this gear, I would be the one losing. Leto said calmly, either way I accept the defeat. You can enjoy your victory. Comment 1, why did he drop the honorifics already? Comment 2, he does not need to act brave now. Comment 3, he lost so fast, and he was still using honorifics. Kim Jeju stared at the black power emanating from his palm. He told me to be happy, but without the lost in power, I would have lost from the very start. Thinking about Palaham treating him specially like a kitten, Leto became jealous. Since Leto wanted to show off in front of Palaham, getting agitated was understandable. The way he acted was like a child jealous when a teacher favors another student. He thought if they fought again, he would be more alert, and he would have no chance of winning. In the lower district, a voice spoke up. "Come on, Captain, we are heading to the Rotten Mountain Range. Why bring so much stuff?" The people nearby discussed. "Are you sure?" Another person whispered. "The conversation is getting darker and darker." Karun complained, not having a tarp and sleeping bag to lay on the ground. "Last time you said a great warrior did not need that stuff, then ended up sick as a dog after sleeping outside." Palaham seemed indifferent. "I knew it would happen sooner or later, so I had sand prepare in advance." Karun objected, but his gear was always full of fakes. "I was saying these things." Before I could finish, Palaham smacked me on the head and told me to shut up because I was too loud. Kim Jeju turned to look at them, thinking one must be very skilled to dare provoke the Japanese soldier captain like that. Comment 1 wondered, is Karun the one who arranges things for Palaham? Comment 2 said, how pitiful. Comment 3 said, life is so hard. Comment 4 said, that's why no one goes mountain climbing with that boss. Palaham strode over to Kim Jeju and asked, where are all the spirits? He was surprised. What spirits? He explained, don't you know those things like cotton balls? He suddenly understood. Those popoi. I was afraid they would attract attention, so I put them in my bag. Palaham walked alongside and chatted. How interesting, I thought they hated being locked up. It seems they like you, remember to treat them better. Then he put his arm around Kiran's shoulder and whispered something. He thought to himself, spirits, comment 1 spirits, what are they? Comment 2, I don't know, who has the time to find out what they are? Comment 3, those cute things. Comment 4, that's enough for me. Unlike magical beasts, no one knows anything about the history of popoi. All that is known is that they appeared when a branch of the world tree broke. No one knows the reason or how they were created. He suspected, does Palaham know about them? Leaving the city, Balahamdi turned around from the front and asked, is everyone ready to have some fun? A moment later, looking at the thick snow ahead, Kim Jeju felt a bit worried. It was snowing heavily, the trees above were withered, their branches bare. The 4 of them stopped at the boundary between life and death of the trees. Everyone continued climbing, Valaham still leading, followed by Leto. Kim Jeju walked up, turned back and asked worriedly, are you okay? Do you need any help? Karun was carrying a bulky load of luggage, breathing heavily, and said, no, don't worry about me. Kim Jeju looked at the 2 people ahead and thought, he doesn't look okay at all, because he's not a warrior, much weaker. Palaham just dumps all the stuff on him without a care. Kim Jeju called out, hey, let's rest a bit Before he could finish, Palaham signaled for silence, looking upwards. A monster with sharp teeth, fur as white as snow. With fierce red eyes, it appeared before Valaham. It was a frost giant. Behind it was a whole horde of frost giants. The frost giant and Palaham charged into a 1-on-1 fight, quite boring. After breaking apart, the frost giant roared, Ruben La. Palaham refused to be outdone and roared back, Sabella. Kim Jeju covered his ears, annoyed. These people are so loud, but he couldn't pass without dealing with those frost giants. Karun dropped his luggage onto the snow and said, risky move, wait behind for a bit. Kim Jeju was astonished. He was worried. With that many, the 3 of you will be in danger. I think I should join the fight. Karun took some metal tubes from his backpack and said, no can do, you stay behind and handle the stragglers. Leto smiled confidently, this is nothing for a Taruha warrior. Risky move, you just need to step back and watch. Karun stuck the iron rods into the ground. Kim Jeju asked in surprise, what are those? He thought they looked like wires, but they were much sturdier and harder. Karun introduced them, this is safety equipment. I was planning to use it to set up camp, but using it like this works too. A question mark appeared over Kim Jeju's head. Karun punched that pole hard into the ground. Kim Jeju watched the scene quietly, thinking, comment 1 who said he wasn't a warrior? Comment 2, let me show you real strength. They tied ropes connecting the poles that had been driven into the ground together. Karun dropped his bag onto the snow. Risky move, keep an eye on the bags for me. Kim Jeju agreed. Oh, alright. From the other side, another roar sounded, Sumaha. The 2 of them turned their heads in shock and saw Palaham approaching. He quickly called out, wait, why are you here? You shouldn't be fighting. He came over and patted Leto on the shoulder. No need for me to get involved. Let's watch them fight. Leto and Karun held their weapons full of confidence. The frost giants continued their fierce roaring. Palaham leisurely pulled on several already taut moon-white ropes. Kim Jeju asked, will they be okay? A whole pack of frost giants roared madly, Rakuha, Rakuha, Rakuha. Leto raised his weapon in front of him. Pushing off the ground for momentum, he swept past 7 frost giants. At every spot he passed, a frost giant was struck by a fatal axe blow. One frost giant roared and reached its hand towards Karun. He dodged nimbly. Spinning around, he chopped his weapon into the frost giant's arm. The wounded frost giant roared in pain. Kiran hugged one of its legs tightly. The frost giant swung its leg, trying to shake off the one clinging to it, and let out a huff. It continued to roar go. Blood splattered, and a head rolled to Kim Jeju's feet. He exclaimed amazing. He thought about their coordination. Leto used overwhelming strength to quickly take out a large number. Meanwhile, Kiran, lacking Leto's strength and speed, still cleaned up the stragglers. Between them was a natural harmony that only came from mutual trust. Above, one frost giant clung tightly the cliff wall. He still thought, I didn't expect Kiran could fight like this. Instantly, that frost giant lunged down right in front of Kim Jeju. He slowly closed his eyes, blood splattering from the ice giant. Two more appeared before him, but before his robe could even stir, they exploded. Kim Jeju darkened his expression, thinking that if he attacked next time, he should give him a signal. That air pressure nearly ruptured his eardrums. Palam smiled and explained he only snapped his fingers. Do not overreact. How would he have time when the enemy was already close? Snow continued to fall, the white ground littered with the corpses of ice giants. The remaining ones, seeing the scene, became cautious and did not dare advance further. The pack leader emitted a red aura, then turned and walked away. It turned away, and immediately several in the pack followed suit. Isaha watched their retreating figures. Palaham clasped his hands. It was over. Leto did the same. Yes, that was right. Kiran, withdrawing his tube, pouted in boast. Keto turned back in anger. What did he just say? Kiran pouted. He fought beautifully. Comment 1 said Kim Ju should give him a cannon shot. Comment 2 said that was a good idea. Leto was just arrogant. Comment 3 insisted Kim Jeju could defeat them with a single blow. Looking at the scattered ice giant corpses, Kim Jeju wondered why they suddenly came down here. They must have gone mad. Leto was also puzzled. The ice giants living on the mountain slopes almost never came down. Palaham smiled and rubbed his chin. They were not mad. Kiran fearfully realized, do not say he played a trick on them again. He answered confidently, that was right. You all spend all day in the bar. What would you know? Kiran was speechless with anger, sir. He complained, damn old man, are you okay? Leto silently picked up the bag from the snow. Kiran continued to lecture, do not trick people like that. The townspeople see adventurers as saviors. If it ends too quickly, we will lose trust. You know, nothing good comes from outside. Palam picked his ear and gestured. Why are you worrying so far ahead? The world is not ending anyway. Kiran fell silent, thinking about this premature action from the start. Creature's heart takes a year to bloom, but what he saw from the castle wall was not even half the size of its mature form, so for it to fully develop and bloom would take about 5 to 7 months. In other words, he could only remove it at that time. Thinking of Palam's cold demeanor, Kiran realized the city was heading for its end because of no one other than him. When he saw Palaham on the small screen, he was completely different from the Sir Palaham he knew. He fired magic cannons from the city wall into the Doomsday Heart, then personally rushed in to draw attention. To heal its wounds, the heart frantically absorbed life force from the ground. Bud bloomed into a monster with sharp teeth. After healing, the excess life force was used for growth. Kim Jeju propped his chin and thought. Palaham could not be unaware of that. Rather, he was venting his anger on the recurring doomsday disaster. He turned to Kiran and asked, Kiran, let me ask you something. He replied, go ahead, anything. Kim Jeju spoke. When Palaham draws that much attention, do the city folk and those on the mountain not notice? Kiran was silent for a moment before hesitantly answering. He rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He often wondered that himself. Maybe they did not know, or he continued his silence. Forget it, he did not know either. Let us go. Kim Jeju watched Kiran's back and thought. From his expression, he thought he had his answer. He walked behind, realizing there were not many people in Taruha with the power to stop information from spreading like that. The two walked on the white snow, leaving a row of even footprints. Comment 3 said he thought it was Elvis in the forest, but it turned out to be all furry creatures. Comment 4 said to report the admin. Comment 5 said to give the white-skinned, blonde girls some black tea fish. The system announced player Blizzard was temporarily stalled. Comment said crazy, open AO black tea fish. Palaham walked over, snapped a branch off a tree by the road, then turned back. He asked, in the chat channel earlier, did he know why there was no snow around Taruha? Kiran spoke worriedly, Captain, about that. Leto looked at Kiran reassuringly. Calm down, the captain brought this up for a reason. Kiran wanted to retort. Palaham thought of a stone radiating brilliant light, beautiful and warm, sleeping deep beneath the city. Not only magic engineers from across the kingdom, but even the best mechanics of the empire were summoned here to build a machine using that stone. Thanks to the machine, Taruha had no heavy snow, they had a warm life. It was a heating device, using the stone as its energy core. Comment 1 said he did not say that back on the 15th floor. Comment 2 said Kim Jeju was showing off his magic engineering studies. Kim Jeju thought to himself, this was something he had not seen in the video. He wondered, why are you telling me this? Palaham casually patted his shoulder. He just wanted to tell him a secret about Taruha that other old adventurers did not know. Comment 1 said, but now we know too. Comment 2 asked, what if we accidentally find out? Comment 3 said, because we cannot go down to lower floors. He quickly winked and decided from now on, his name will be Kim Jeju. Kim Jeju wondered, that name is for a dog, is it not, or does it have another meaning? Comment 1 asked if he planned to exploit Kim Jeju. Palaham laughed loudly and gave him a hard slap on the shoulder, almost making him fall. About that, he would tell him when he got the chance. You know, Kim Jeju cried out. Oh, Palaham announced, we are here. Kim Jeju darkened his face at the sight before him. Slimy things clung to the branches, constantly dripping down. Branches centered around the giant bud were all dead and dry, while the flower emitted infinite life force. He looked at it, thinking this was the only living thing on the dead ice plain. Stepping 1 foot in, he stared at the bizarre bud emitting a soothing sound, like a fetus in a womb waiting for its day of birth. Kim Jeju's face turned pale. If this thing awakened Taruha's, would he have to destroy it himself? Palaham's voice jolted Kim Jeju awake. It seemed to have grown larger. Palaham pretended to observe outside. Kaelin, standing next to Lin, said, of course, thanks to someone it grew that big. He and Leto set their luggage down on the white snow, and it seemed someone else had arrived before them. Leto said calmly, did he think the ice giants would let monsters roam freely on their territory? Looking at the death flower bud, he speculated a clash had occurred here, but there were no corpses, meaning that thing had absorbed and digested them all. Dunn looked up to ask Palaham's opinion. What should we do? The adventurer captain is still here, or should we go back since there are no monsters? Palaham walked cheerfully. Upon hearing Kidun's words, he played dumb. What adventurer? Bring my sheep over here. Kidun pointed his hand in the opposite direction. Kim Jeju felt helpless inside, understanding he was signaling him to run away. Comment 1 said his bad feeling was strong, his legs were shaking. Comment 2 told Kim Jeju to run before things got worse. Comment 3 remarked if he thought about the mission, this was the last time he would see it this close. Kim Jeju silently agreed, right? This was a good opportunity. As someone who had fought hundreds of battles with world-ending calamity, he must know something. He needed to gather information from Palaham right now. Kim Jeju walked over as Palaham was touching the roots of that thing. You forgot your promise, didn't you? He replied, the promise to go back if it was too dangerous. Of course he remembered. The boy said bluntly, but you are deliberately putting everyone in danger. He retorted, what danger? Isn't your mission to destroy this thing? Try touching it. Kim Jeju flinched back, asking troubledly if it was necessary. Palaham knew what he was thinking, saying cheerfully, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Right. Kim Jeju pondered for a moment. Lord Palaham was right. He reached out his hand and touched its branch. Lord Palaham touched it and was fine, so there probably wouldn't be anything. His own perception changed. Kim Jeju was surprised. He could feel life force very clearly. It was like a plant, but not a plant. Palaham crouched down and asked if he felt it was alive. Kim Jeju said yes. He looked at the large flower bud beside him. Right, this thing is a living creature. It devours any creature that comes close. I can't stand it. Kim Jeju asked confusedly what he meant. Palaham clenched his hand into a fist, the matter of something that had just decided to root itself near Taruha. He turned his head to look at Kim Jeju with a dark expression, to bring Taruha to an end of destruction. The boy flinched and tried to calm him down. Let's calm down, thinking to himself, wasn't this a bit dangerous? The other two had already gone and hid outside, not daring to step inside. Kim Jeju felt shocked as if betrayed. Those two knew about this beforehand and had already run away. Palaham suddenly smiled and told him to watch closely. The boy flinched and stopped him. Wait, what are you planning to do? Palaham acted quickly, tightening his fist and aiming it straight at the flower bud. The punch was fired. The point of contact with the flower bud emitted a blinding light. Leto outside admired, Martial Hero Extreme is amazing, Captain. Kidun was a bit bored, getting a headache. The things that were punched scattered and fell profusely. Kim Jeju was astonished, covering his hands over his head. You defeated the ice giants without a scratch and are now actually punching the world-ending calamity. Even if it is the world-ending calamity, taking a hit like this should take a while to recover, right? The flower bud had been punched down to just a stem, the air smelling of a foul burnt odor. Suddenly, something from that flower stem shot up, hup hup. The flower quickly returned to its intact state. Kim Jeju was horrified. It recovered already. Comment 1 said the recovery was terrifyingly fast. Comment 2 said, oh my god, so scary. Comment 3 said, how could anyone defeat that thing? Baraham smiled and placed his hand on his shoulder. This trip. This you probably won't see tomorrow. Kim Jeju was frozen. Kim Jeju imagined the flower bud blooming with petals full of sharp teeth, his body tied up by the branches, unable to move. Kim Jeju fell into doubt. You were destined to die from the start. Can I do it? He thought a single punch from Palaham would be enough to settle this. Looking at the flower still intact before his eyes and the flower standing there as if it feared nothing, the flower swelled up, gathering energy as if preparing to release something. It blew several black things into the sky. Esu looked up to follow them. A black lump fell not far from him. He was startled to see a pile of black mud in front of him. Black mud fell to the ground but could move, writhing. Kim Jeju watched their transformation in disbelief. Comment 1, what is that? Comment 2, what is this? A shiny black lump. Comment 3. Are they sanitation workers? Lumps of black mud quickly formed into a group of black beetles with red eyes. Comment 1. I saw them in the city before. Thought they were guards. Comment 2. They really are guards. That's crazy. Comment 3. Goodbye city. Kidun cried out worriedly at the unfolding situation. Captain, he threatened to tell Miss Charlotte you're risking your life again. Palaham turned his head. Hey, you can say that later. He excitedly raised his fist in a gesture. Alright, let's begin. Several beetles had their bodies punched through and fell lying on the ground. After a while of fighting, only the corpses of a few beetles remained around. Kim Jeju let out a breath. It ended easier than expected. I don't think it was that bad. Captain Natbine is here. Clearly we didn't face any difficulty. Every time Palaham moved, they simply disappeared. Kidun ran over and cried out, we're done, right, please let's go back. Palaham tilted his head. Should I? He turned to ask Kim Jeju, are you satisfied? Kim Jeju silently looked at the giant flower bud. This thing will drain all the life energy on the mountain just to survive. Palaham laughed and joked. Were you trying to bore a hole through it with your eyes? Go back, let's go drink. He thought to himself. He understood why Palaham kept going crazy. The image of a sword submerged in flames appeared. Even if Palaham did nothing, Taruha would eventually be destroyed. He was just doing what he was doing. When asked if he could handle it, Palaham meant to say give up if you are powerless. Kim Jeju gripped the strap tightly. No, I am not satisfied yet. He was determined. Going back like this would gain nothing. He ran forward, using his snake body to set. The feeling of facing this thing was nothing but helplessness. Climbing up the giant flower bud, he felt the thorns inside terrifyingly large. Karun shouted in worry, Kim Jeju, what are you planning to do? Kim Jeju replied curtly, I need to see it with my own eyes. Climbing to the top of the bud, he put on the gloves, staring intently at the bud. Kim Jeju began activating the gloves, thinking he had to increase the virtual force to jack this thing. Only that way could he destroy it before the flower bloomed and regenerated. Bud opened slightly. Kim Jeju tried to accumulate energy, gritting his teeth. If he did not jack it with the magic cannon, things would be terrible. The world Ender Heart would develop faster than it is now. If so, instead of a month, we would only have a week or a day. Comment 1 said, think carefully. Failure is just a waste of time. Comment 2 said, what more can he do? This mission is already impossible. Comment 3, Kim Jeju is on the Black Manager's blacklist. Kim Jeju thought of the terrifying development speed of the bud. If he went back immediately, the world Ender Heart would be even stronger. So much so that even the magic cannon could not inflict damage. It would also spawn monsters stronger than the sanitation workers from earlier. He gritted his teeth tightly, his body trembling. Yes, this was the death sentence the manager gave him for refusing. Energy was still gathering in his right palm. Why was that? He stomped his foot to gather strength. I will do everything I can. He released the entire magic cannon inside the bud, silently encouraging himself, hang in there. His vision began to blur. Kim Jeju's face darkened, cursing. Damn it, the bud was accumulating something dark. The power of the magic cannon was decreasing. Kim Jeju's orifices bled. He bit his teeth tightly. If this thing regenerates, I will lose my chance. I am going to die. The round coat floated up and twisted. Comment 1 asked what he was doing. Comment 2 told Kim Jeju to give up. The magic cannon had run out of energy. At the same time, the bud also opened. From inside, the bud spewed dark brown mud, a guard monster. Kim Jeju worried. Even though it wasn't fully developed, it had already created a high-ranked monster. If it spawned as many monsters as before, Palaham should ask Leto and Kiran for help. I need to hurry. Kim Jeju dove straight into the bud. Comments went crazy. Why are you going in there? Inside, he calmly observed the wound had healed. The space was shrinking. He thought to himself, is this the end? The magic cannon once again gathered energy. He smiled, speaking as a precaution. Thank you everyone for watching. On the screen, the image of Kim Jeju appeared. A trembling voice with clenched fists rang out, Kim Jeju, you. The green-haired girl shouted angrily at the screen, you crazy bastard. Lines of comments popped up. Kim Jeju, are you crazy? Stop talking uselessly, run quickly. Damn it. At the same time, the world Ender Heart regenerated rapidly. A commenter said, I will tell you how to destroy it, just get out of there. Blood flowed from Kim Jeju's nose and ears. He thought angrily, if you know, say it now. Even if I run outside, I will die if I don't save Taruha. Even attacking with a mana cannon, the regeneration ability of the world Ender Heart was still high. He was squeezed by cells, moving with difficulty. Damn it, was the cannon too weak or what? Suddenly his bag opened into a sparkling, mysterious purple space. From that space, 3 little popoi climbed out, faces covered in tears, pressing down on him. He turned his head in panic and scolded. La Koden Baron, what are you doing? Go back now. The little popoi, eyes brimming with tears, clung to his neck and cried pitifully. Popo boy. Then they tried to puff up their fur, extending their hairs upward. The more fur they extended, the more pained their expressions became. White hairs touched the world Ender Heart, and were immediately attacked by black smoke. The black smoke wrapped around the popoi's fur, making them tremble in pain. He looked at them as if understanding something. Born from the fragments of the child tree, popoi were the polar opposite of demonic energy. One little popoi appeared with a faint golden light from the broken part of its body. Just touching the world Ender Heart was painful. Popoi trembled, faces covered in tears, being devoured by the black smoke. They were doing everything to help me. Understanding that Popoi was trying their best to help him, Kim Jeju felt sorry. You guys, I am sorry. He tried to gather mana to help the 3 little Popoi writhing on his body. He tried to accumulate small amounts into a big one, waiting for the chance to unleash a powerful strike on the world ender heart. His face became joyful. It was working, just a little more. Suddenly his whole body went stiff. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, blood flowed even more. His hands trembled. Damn it, it was over. A thick black stream escaped outward. His body was drenched in sweat. The Popoi on his shoulders were exhausted, their eyes gradually dimming and darkening. His whole body fell. I had hoped to defeat the administrator. Scene changed to a snowy ravine. A group of people sat together, burning a very large fire. He woke up groggily, seeing 2 men talking. The long-haired man holding a large piece of meat spoke to the short-haired man wearing a robe. He is going to die anyway, so what is the problem? We need to report this to the adventurer. The short-haired man retorted, and the long-haired man sneered. I knew it. I am serious. Seeing the 2 people in front of him clearly, he thought, Balam and Karan, am I really still alive? His face was full of surprise. The little Popoi had their eyes tightly shut. The short-haired man's voice rang out. We don't have much time. The demon flower is about to bloom completely. Hearing this, he turned over and buried his face into Popoi, thinking that for some reason he felt sad about this. He suddenly touched Popoi and noticed their distress. Normally, they would react immediately when he woke up. He gently rubbed Popoi. They seemed to have been slightly poisoned. He had to go to the 20th floor to heal them. Holy water could only be bought on the 20th floor. He held Popoi in his arms, determined that he would do it. The red-haired man suddenly spoke up. Captain of the warriors, I have a question. The tall, red-haired man's face was full of scars. He said, this adventurer, I mean Kim Jeju, why did he bring up the story of the Sunstone? The team leader was the long-haired man with a scarred face. He turned to look at him with a probing gaze and said, I am also curious. I want to know how much he knows. The red-haired man prepared to speak. Your tone sounds like he knows some unbelievable secrets. The team leader exhaled and replied, I was wrong. He suddenly jumped up and continued their conversation. Tell me what you are talking about. What is it that I do not know? 2 comments immediately popped up. Hey, are you okay? The red-haired man and the short-haired man exclaimed in surprise. Agreed. The team leader looked at him and spoke. You are awake. There is no urgent matter to attend to. Come over and eat something first. 2 comments appeared. You bastard, you scared me. Oh my god. He just imagined Kim Jeju dying. He looked at him urgently and said, it is urgent. Will you tell me right now? That man just smiled and waved at him. If you want, I will tell you. Eat first. The comments continued. Is Popoi okay? They are still asleep. It seems nothing will wake them right now. He tightened his legs, the flames dancing. That man asked, how do you feel? He checked his body and replied, I am fine, though my arm is numb. It is still okay. That man smiled, saying it was strange. His spirit was weak, but everything was fine. He smiled and replied, it must be because of my suit. He thought inwardly, it seemed the wrist guard had saved him. The team leader smiled and said his suit was really useful. Thanks to it, that man had to struggle hard to move him. He laughed loudly, saying to let Palaham and the cloak fight it. The image of Palaham trying to pull him out appeared in his mind. Palaham was the one who pulled him out of the heart of destruction. He nodded gratefully at his smile, saying, thank you, sir. He directly thought yes. His expression somewhat evasive. He asked, why did you save me? The time of destruction was set because of me. He recalled the image of the heart of destruction rapidly growing. Clearly, it was still alive and breathing. It had become much stronger and could summon even more terrifying monsters. Team leader said seriously, Leto, when do Taruha warriors like us abandon Kim Ju? Red-haired Leto replied, either when he dies or when he runs away like a coward. Palaham asked, are we in that condition? Leto replied, no. Palaham held a piece of perfectly grilled meat in front of him and asked, did you hear that? He fell into thought. Palaham smiled and said, Andy, you need energy before doing anything. Comment. Palaham is grilling meat for Jizuki. He reached out with both hands to take the piece of meat. He decisively bit into the fragrant, golden, crispy piece of meat. He ate at a speed that stunned the other 2. Palaham watched him eat until only a little was left, smiling happily and said, you look more lively now. He wiped his mouth with his hand, grinning happily and said, it was delicious. Seeing that, Palaham enthusiastically offered another chunk of meat, asking if he wanted more. He waved his hand, thinking inwardly, more? And then panicking refused, no, I am full. Can we get back to the topic? Palaham agreed readily, of course, just ask. He immediately asked, what size is the small sunstone? Palaham gestured with his hand and replied, how small is it? He asked further, do you know where to find it? Palaham replied, I do not know. He stroked his chin and thought even Palaham, the warrior team leader, did not know. If he had the sunstone, he could destroy the heart of destruction. The most powerful person in Taruha might have information. Having thought it through, he stood up energetically and said, I want to meet the queen. In the snowy canyon under the vast night sky, all 4 people huddled together with their heads in. Palam spoke, right, I understand your intent. A silver-white gauntlet with a ruby magic stone core. Palaham said, you want to put the sunstone into this thing to destroy that flower, and to get it, you want to meet the queen. Jayu clenched his other hand over the gauntleted fist, nodded and replied, yes. Palaham looked at him and asked further, hey kid, do you know how powerful the sunstone is? His voice was hesitant, I do not know. That man immediately turned his head and called Kiran. Kiran startled and replied, yes. He took the gauntlet, channeled his mana, showed it to Kiran and asked, calculate how many bloodstones of this size are needed to match the sunstone. Kiran gestured with his hand, hesitated, Kiran grasped the gauntlet, calculated carefully, and replied, for this size, about 11,950 stones are needed. That man said triumphantly to him, hear that if you use it, even your bones will turn to dust. He spoke up in surprise, but perhaps that man cut him off, saying if he intended to just divide it. He reached out to take the gauntlet back from Palaham, lowering his voice with determination, it is fine, I am prepared. He looked at the equipment and said steadfastly, die like this or die from the apocalypse. I want to do everything I can. 2 comments advised him to give up, but Popoi would die if he did that. That man looked at his determined expression, then smiled helplessly and let out a soft breath. He nodded and said, all right, I will inform the castle. He started and quickly said, thank you, sir. Palam told him to rest. There was still travel tomorrow. Kiran trembled, his face panicked as he looked at Leto wanting to ask, is he really meeting the queen? Leto just sighed and threw up his hands helplessly. On this side, he gently put away the equipment and said, I am going to sleep a bit. My body is not doing well. That man looked at him, smiled and told him to rest and regain his strength. You will need a lot of energy tomorrow. He nodded slightly with a helpless expression, thinking inwardly, haha, I know. Suddenly a sound made him lift his head. The blue mana stone in his hand was glowing. He thought inwardly, a mana stone. He held the mana stone and brought it closer to the tired group of Popoi, asking, any of you want to use some mana stones? You guys need to eat something to regain your strength. Seeing the listless Popoi, his face was confused. He recalled their earlier excitement at seeing mana stones. He thought inwardly, even though they loved mana stones, they had no reaction. Seeing him still awake sitting there, that man held a bottle of alcohol and asked, Kim Jeju, can you not sleep? He startled and replied, I guess I am just a bit bored. Palam heard that and excitedly said, a good song creates something wonderful. In Taruha, when facing death or happiness, people sing. He was surprised, staring blankly at him. Palaham smiled smugly. Imparting knowledge, most warriors place their hopes in songs. Having a song named after you is the greatest honor a warrior can receive. Leto rushed over and slung an arm around his shoulder, excitedly continuing, with the information about you, the commander could write over 20 songs. He trembled and replied, I know. 2 comments jumped in. Palaham just wants to show off. He looked at Kiran with interest and said, Kiran, sing us a song. Kiran was startled and asked back, huh, me? He looked at Kiran with a smile and a muscular arm full of threat. The lad had no choice but to accept his fate and agreed, I will sing. 2 dissatisfied comments jumped in, why listen to the young master sing? Kiran coughed lightly into his hand, clearing his throat. Then he sang in a clear voice. Every melody was beautiful and stirred the heart. The comments were all surprised, wow, so good, he sings really well. That is why Palaham takes him everywhere. He also looked at Kiran with admiring eyes. Leto seemed immersed in that beautiful melody. As for the team leader, he was sipping his bottle of alcohol while enjoying the singing. In the quiet dark night, the melody hummed softly, the fire crackled and cast a warm orange glow. A new day arrived in the vast white snowy forest. The 4 people carried all their gear, ready to depart. Kiran spoke up, now we turn back, we still need to prepare for the final battle. Suddenly the team leader stopped Kiran and said, Kiran, I want you to wait here with Kim Jeju for a moment. Kiran was a bit surprised but quickly agreed, okay. In the early dawn, all 4 people began their journey, heading toward the next mountain. Kim Jeju held the weak Popoi group in his hands and asked Kiran what the things emanating from the flower did to them. Kiran laughed and said Palaham had already taken care of them. Kim Jeju fearfully thought to himself that he had dealt with them himself. It seemed Palaham was stronger than he thought, but every time, he was helpless against the last flower and had to endure the devastation. 1 hour later, Palaham gripped the scroll tightly and said in a voice that it was time to go see the queen. Kim Jeju nervously asked again if it was that soon, were you sure you had permission? Kiran was also panicked, but Palaham just laughed gleefully and said not to worry, go quickly. Kiran would lead the way. Kim Jeju nodded and said he would return. Could he help take care of the kids while he was gone? Saying that, he handed the struggling Popoi group to Kiran. He thought to himself that he could no longer take them along, as they would not be safe even with the sunstone nearby. The 2 then walked to a magnificent and grand castle. At the gate were red flags with a shield and sword emblem. They started running, causing the people around them to stare at them like strange objects. Kim Jae-ju ran ahead of Kurun, forcing him to chase after and yell, asking if he knew the way here. Kim Ju quickly denied it, saying he was mistaken. Kurun looked at him with sharp eyes and said even so, he was still walking ahead of him. He just chuckled and said he was just walking a little faster, but his face was full of worry. He thought to himself that it seemed he had been exposed because he was in too much of a hurry, but there was no more time to worry about that. He remembered that the demon flower had bloomed 3 petals, dyeing the space red. He was worried when he saw 3 petals had bloomed this morning. That meant in less than 2 days, the remaining 7 petals would all bloom. Suddenly he noticed the comments. They asked him if he was planning to turn off the chat again. Last time he had mercilessly turned it off when meeting the Emperor. Someone said this was a matter of life and death, so he had to focus. Ahead, Kurun was saying something to Gatekeeper. He put on a smile and said no, he needed everyone's help right now. He said loudly he needed to think of a plan if the queen refused. Then he moved on to the difficult problem of not having enough time to find all the hidden sunstones. He said to Kurun, everyone, I need some Su. Kurun looked confused and said we are about to enter. He said to the comments again, everyone is not contributing Su because they think I will die here, right? Comments immediately jumped up and asked why he was suddenly asking for Su. They said this time they were not contributing anything. He walked and thought that the viewers were also users like him. Even though they were worried for him, they still made logical judgments. He imagined the scene of hugging a pile of Su and then dying. He thought Kim Jae-ju would die here. Then he rationalized Su as a person's bloodstone to climb the tower. If a sponsoring user died, their money would be considered a total loss. After that, he put on a confident smile thinking then everything would be fine if he did not die, right? Kim Jae-ju entered the castle full of confidence. On both sides of the path were white statues holding weapons, looking extremely majestic. He walked and thought that since entering the 15th floor, he had not received any sponsorship. This change started after he was assigned the mission to eliminate the Destruction Realm core. He clenched his fist tightly. Suddenly the axe moved. 2 guards crossed 2 spears to block Kurun. They said only the traveler was allowed in. They had orders to keep him here until everything was over. Lord Kurun. Hearing this, Kurun froze and asked angrily what. Meanwhile, he behind remained calm. He laughed and patted Kurun on the shoulder to comfort him, saying it was fine, he could go in alone. He should rest for a bit. Kurun could only sigh while Kim Jae-ju quickly became serious and observed his surroundings. Then he raised his index finger and said confidently to the comments after successfully clearing the 15th floor. He would show everyone how to reach the 20th floor in the shortest time. The comments went wild, saying look at this guy acting all high and mighty. They asked what he needed to do now even if he got the sunstone. He hugged his arms tightly, the words giving him a headache. He thought they were not wrong. Trying to persuade would only be counterproductive. He ignored it and quickly walked towards the guard who was opening the door. He said resolutely, whatever will come, let it come. He did not forget to turn back and raise his fist, smiling and saying if they changed their minds, sponsor him when he gave the signal. He would definitely change their minds. After entering the hall, he knelt down, one hand clenched and crossed over his chest. He bowed respectfully and proclaimed he was honored to meet the great queen of Taruha. He secretly opened his eyes to look up, thinking to himself that this person was half of the queen's face appeared. She said in a voice that she never thought there would be a day when Palaham of all people would personally write a letter of recommendation. She truly wanted to see what he looked like. His voice rang in his head. That was the ruler of the north, the queen of Taruha. He softly asked Kim Jae-ju what he came here to seek. She guessed it was not for pleasure, was it? He replied respectfully that he came for the sunstone. The queen asked for the reason, and he replied he would eliminate that demon flower for her majesty. She chuckled softly and said there was no need. Then the staff struck the floor hard, making the kneeling Kim Jae-ju tremble. She looked down from above with a gloomy and vicious expression, and said that no matter what he did, that fate was still unavoidable. He stubbornly added even so, he still needed Her Majesty to give it to him. She asked again why she should do that. He said nervously he had already learned the secret of the sunstone beforehand. She gripped the scepter in her hand and said in a dangerous voice, why do we not hear that secret together, dear traveler? Her face became terrifying and she threatened that if he dared to say the wrong thing, do not blame him when his blood stained this floor red. He looked at her in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought of the queen who ruled the country extremely brutally. She ruled Taruha with an iron fist, a harsh template. He opened his mouth to take a breath, thinking that just one mistake would be the end of him. He began to tell the origin of the sunstone, that it was rumored to be a gift from the god of victory, an image of a white-winged war god giving a sparkling yellow stone to miserable people kneeling in the deadly white snow. He continued that was not the truth. The sky suddenly poured blood rain. The queen frowned and warned, did I not warn you that I would kill you if you dared to say the wrong thing? The axe blade was pressed against his neck, drawing a few drops of blood. He swallowed dryly. The soldiers held his arms behind his back and forced him to kneel. The sharp axe blade was close to his neck. Cold sweat flowed, but he tried to calm himself and replied yes. The queen said in a voice if death was what he was seeking. Quickly continued, he knew who her son was and trembled slightly inside. The queen's look at him was full of surprise and panic. She waved her hand and told the soldiers to all leave so she could speak privately. The soldier nervously warned that it was very dangerous, Your Majesty. They could not leave her here alone with this outsider. She asked again if they had confiscated all his belongings, right? The soldier stubbornly said no matter what, it was not safe. A loud sound rang out in the silent space. She said in a stern voice with a terrifying expression to the soldiers. It seemed they did not respect their own queen. The soldiers immediately rushed out and slammed the door shut, yelling that they would be right outside. He looked at the scene and could only smile helplessly. The queen raised her hand to order him to continue. She said, I allow you to finish your story. He wiped the blood from his neck and said thank you. Since there was not much time, he would get straight to the main point. It seemed that within the empire existed a document about the true origin of the Sunstone. She looked bewildered and said it was impossible. He smirked smugly, thinking that the queen had begun to let her guard down. This was his chance. He continued to tell her that she was actually the mother of J.D. Aksu. That man had hair exactly like the queen and wore a red round cloak. But due to political issues, she was forced to move to the cold north, becoming the queen of the land of Lisaha. He added that because she had to face the barbarians to maintain a strategic partnership, the emperor had given her the Sunstone out of pity. After hearing this, she remained silent, staring at him with a dark gaze. She kept tapping her scepter on the floor. He thought that seemed to be her habit whenever she was thinking. She clenched her fists, full of anxiety, silently praying for her to decide quickly. Finally she spoke, it seemed you were not lying. His face brightened with joy and he continued, then, but she added, what if I refuse to help? He was utterly disheartened upon hearing that. Kim Jeju immediately threatened, I will spread the rumor that the Sunstone, the symbol of Taruha, was merely a gift from the empire. She retorted, who would dare believe that rumor? The air between them was thick with tension. She raised her scepter to intimidate him. Even if they believed it, what if I cut you down here and prevent anyone from knowing the truth? She curled her lips into a sinister smile. On the screen appeared the image of a long-haired person gritting their teeth in anger, asking who this brat thought they were. He tried to turn his head, looking sideways, and threatened her back. If I die, my friends will not sit idly by. He silently prayed that the signal just now was enough for them to act. After that statement, the room fell silent as a tomb. She withdrew her hand, hugging the scepter to her chest, sighed, then chuckled. She said, you claim someone was in this room insane. He panicked, thinking. Everyone then asked her in disbelief, wait, you know that adventurers like us livestream, right? The queen's gaze turned sharp. She commented that of course, 9/10 of them were abandoned by viewers and could not continue as streamers. He cut in, saying I am different. She rested both hands on the scepter, shifted slightly, then laughed and asked, really? In my eyes, you are among that 9/10. After that, she assumed a majestic posture and shouted loudly to call the guards, take this man out immediately. Suddenly, the room echoed with an unfamiliarly Saha voice saying, what a savage hag. Taruha Queen stood stunned, asking what that was just now. On the screen appeared a line announcing a user donated 5,000 coins with a voice message, what a savage hag. Seeing that line, Kim Jeju, though trembling and drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, thankfully, then said to the queen, that is right, I am live streaming. She asked irritably what that person just said. Kim Jeju rubbed his hands flatteringly, saying they hope the Taruha Queen will show mercy. Internally, he felt relieved that the voice message was not translated. The queen said suspiciously, that phrase is too short. I do not think that is what it means. Kim Jeju evaded and tried to explain it was an idiom. In my world language, a few combined words can have many meanings. The queen sighed and said, this time I will let you off. She gestured for the guard to withdraw. He was bewildered but immediately complied. The strange sound echoed again. This hag is freaking dumb. On the screen appeared a line from user The Love donating 5,000 coins with that message. The queen's face wrinkled. She looked at him in confusion and said, I think it said something else again. He beamed brightly and defended. They wished the queen to achieve much glory. Comments kept popping up, like that love guy makes me want to use my voice, wanting to buy the voice pack, and that guy's awareness. Seeing everything going smoothly, Kim Jeju grinned slyly, thinking good, everything is still going according to plan. He was extremely smug, thinking that now the queen could not behead him. The queen slowly settled down and asked Kim Jeju how many people were watching. He immediately replied about 2,000 people. Comments popped up saying the view count was 10 times that number. Kim Jeju was lying already. He eagerly added that these people would go through the level 6 adventurer channel and spread the news when they knew the truth. The queen nodded and said, fine, you win, stop repeating yourself. She sighed with a headache, holding her forehead tiredly, saying if the rumor spreads, she will face criticism and contempt upon returning from the dead. The queen continued, I will tell you where the Sunstone is, and with my permission expression, no one will stop you. She extended her hand towards him, indicating she would heal his wound. Kim Jae was surprised but quickly stepped forward to thank her. Kim Jae raised his fist in celebration, his bright smile inwardly joyful. This gamble was extremely successful. Comments popped up again, asking about the book and the Kurun matter. After leaving the Tarua Palace, he turned his head looking for Kurun but saw him nowhere. He asked a nearby guard about Kurun. The armored soldier replied that he had left earlier because of urgent news he wanted to share with the other adventurers. Comments appeared again, some saying they thought Kim Jae had gone crazy and nearly got himself killed, or that it did not matter, not getting beheaded by that flower would still be fatal. Kim Jae excitedly said to the viewers, "Thank you everyone, without your support I would have failed." They replied that the love was the one who carried, and admitted they thought it was hopeless, so they just sat back and watched. The screen displayed user, the love donating 5,000 coins with a voice message. "I just do not like that queen, do not misunderstand." Kim Jae saw it and smiled even brighter. His face was as bright as a flower, warm enough to melt the snowy mountains behind him. He happily said, "Thanks to you I was not dragged off to be beheaded." Kim Jae felt panicked and helpless when he thought about being kicked out of the palace by that queen. He thought if the plan failed, he would have to flee and tear the city apart looking for the stone, which would be very difficult to find. Suddenly his eyes caught something. It seemed someone was coming. He quickly walked up to Palaham and asked why you said you did not know but then lied to me. Faced with the barrage of questions, he just rested his hands on his knees, panting, then replied that even the strong must obey the law. Beside him was a fat dog with brown and black fur looking warm. The queen said the sunstone was at Palam's house. Amidst the village scene, white all year round from being beside the perpetually snow-capped mountains. His voice rang out, though he understood Palam could not give it to anyone. Why was he wasting time when everything was about to die? He stopped and noticed the group of injured popoi gathered into a small pile. He called out the names of each Laha, Kodin and Barin but none of them stirred. Comments appeared asking, were they not the popo? They looked even worse. Kim Jeju stroked them, thinking that the pollution was getting worse. They did not even react when he called their names. Palaham said it seemed they came here when he was not home. He sat down, unzipped his backpack, and took out a mana stone. He thought that only giving them this little meant they had moved. Should he give them more mana stones? Palaham suddenly put his arm around his shoulder, startling him, then asked if he knew why spirits liked mana stones. Comments appeared like there was no use talking. Everyone knew it was because mana stones were delicious. Kim Jeju stood up and asked Palaham if he was sure. Palaham laughed and said Chiron told him so it was certainly not nonsense, but it was just a hypothesis. Both stood before a wooden door. Palaham told him to turn off the live stream before entering. He quickly replied, okay. Palaham added that turning it on was fine. They could come anytime if they got bored. All the comments were wary, some saying they would not breathe a word, or come on, we were not outsiders. Someone said they were very curious and wondered who could be an opponent for a level 15 Palaham. He quickly raised his hand to the screen and pressed the off button to turn off the live stream. His expression was slightly cautious, thinking there must be a reason to hide the sunstone in this house. Then he said to Palaham, it is off now. Inside the room, a neatly organized bookshelf appeared. Kim Jeju stepped in, astonished that all four walls were lined with books. He exclaimed, so many. Palaham laughed, I have only read a portion of them. After that, he reached out and lifted something. He bent down, reached for the lowest shelf, and struggled to lift it. Dust flew everywhere as the shelf was raised and then tossed sideways onto the floor. Palaham opened the secret door and waved for Kim Jeju to follow. Kim Jeju thought to himself, only he could have lifted that door. Inside appeared another wooden door with a wheel in the center. Palaham quickly inserted a key into the lock. The door swung open, light shining directly onto him. He adjusted his stance slightly, observing everything happening around him. As he descended the spiral staircase, he pondered the glowing stone so bright it illuminated every step without need for lamps. He said, the deeper we go, the brighter it gets. The stone radiated brilliantly like a miniature sun, true to its name, Sunstone. Kim Jeju, dazzled by the light, had to shield his eyes and exclaimed, is this? Palaham laughed with satisfaction. Yes, it is the Sunstone. The stone was kept inside a transparent cylindrical container, with secure mechanisms at both top and bottom. The small stone emitted a sunlight-like glow that no other stone could replicate. Kim Jeju urgently asked how to retrieve it. Palaham, while manipulating the mechanisms, replied, just stand still and watch. If an outsider touches it, that would be me. After a moment, the sturdy mechanism opened, revealing the box containing the stone inside. Palaham held the container with the sunstone and asked Kim Jeju again, you will not regret this, will you? Kim Jeju reached out to take it, his expression serious. I would regret it even more if I could not uproot that damned flower. Suddenly, Palaham gripped the container tightly, asking him with a hesitant look, do you think we have never tried before? Kim Jeju asked back, you have already attempted to destroy it? Palaham continued, even after destroying it, it grows back. That is fate. It cannot be changed. Palaham added that this was why the queen had given him the stone so easily. Hearing that, Kim Jeju yanked the container from his hand, resolutely replying, "No problem." Kim Jeju clenched the stone, full of confidence and determination. "I will do whatever it takes to change the future." Leaving the room lit by the sunstone, the scenery outside Palaham's house returned to its gloomy appearance with soft golden sunlight. As soon as he stepped out, the soldiers immediately turned the live stream back on. Comments flooded in, "Just tell us where it is already. We will not tell anyone. Remember to keep it secret, got it?" Seeing this, Kim Jeju froze. Someone messaged, "I am bored. I ordered some chicken to eat. Every time I eat chicken, I remember my childhood parrot." "Why a parrot?" "Because they are both birds." In front of the delivery guy, I yelled, "Delicious. Chicken, I hope you accept your fate like me." After reading the comments in helplessness, he quickly turned off the live stream. Palaham stepped out and asked, "Are you leaving right now?" He startled and replied, "Yes." "What about you? What are you going to do?" Palaham clenched his fist, giving his trademark smile. "It has been a while. I think I will join the battlefield soldiers. Karan and Leto will probably welcome the chance for revenge after the beating they took." Uindu smiled and sighed softly. "You think I will fail?" Palaham replied, "You misunderstand. It does not end with just destroying the sunstone." Palaham grew angry, recalling the demon flower-spewing darkness to attack the castle. He said they had malicious intentions towards Taruha, but had used all their energy to summon monsters. Kim Jeju felt a chill hearing this, realizing even if he defeated them, there were still things to handle afterward. He bowed his head, "Thank you." Palaham pointed and advised, "If you are truly grateful, then discard that imperial attitude of yours." Then he gently said the time just now was short, but he could see he was happy. Now he should quickly be on his way. He made a fist, placed it over his heart, tapped it, and said sincerely, "I truly felt very happy too." After that, he instantly transformed into a flowing light and flew away, leaving Palaham standing alone amidst the white snowfield. He sighed, smiled to himself in satisfaction, and muttered, "This is the last moment before he dies. Many will think he has saved us when they see that expression." But he suddenly looked serious. "Now then, let us see what we can do." Palaham called out loudly, "Karan." Immediately, the leaf-capped young man appeared in panic, replying, "Yes." Palaham asked, "Where is Leto?" Karan replied, "I do not know what is bothering him, but it seems he is stuck at the training grounds." Palaham laughed, "That is even better. Hurry and summon all the commanders and soldiers." He immediately turned serious, a murderous smile spreading. "We will declare war. Tell them to prepare their weapons fully." Karan acknowledged the order, "Yes, my lord." After that, he rushed towards the door. Opening the door and stepping outside, Karan remembered the heavily poisoned Popoi lying with closed eyes and drenched in sweat, making him worried. "I wonder if the spirits are all right." Suddenly, Karan's face showed extreme terror, as if encountering something horrifying. He cried out in fear, "Hadu hat." Elsewhere, in the palace hall, the queen was reading documents while listening to a soldier report. "Your Majesty, the Sun Commander has begun assembling his troops." She asked back, "That fool? It has been some time, but it is no surprise. I am sure he will die in battle." The soldier hesitated and added, "He is inviting all soldiers from Lan Yuan, Chia, and Bai Hu to join as well." The queen took notice and sighed, "That idiot, did he ask my permission? What is the point of doing this?" She read the document and said, "It states here it is to awaken Tarua's great mind. He has never believed in salvation or the word of God. I do not know what drives him to do this." The soldier asked, "What should we do now?" The queen placed her hand on the document, "Just satisfy his request. Nothing will change anyway." Elsewhere, a young man with short brown hair was extremely panicking. He gripped a green potion bottle tightly with trembling hands. "Wait, I only received a few potion vials." The purple-haired young woman beside him asked worriedly, "Is something wrong?" He said angrily, "Really? Do you think I worked my eyes out for days just for this?" The girl bit her finger gently, confused, and muttered to herself, "That is strange. I was quite sure that even yesterday." In her memory, a bald old man said excitedly, "Perfect. I am sure you two can match the strength of 3 frost giants." Even as of yesterday, the warriors were taking on impressive missions. The bald man picked his ear lazily and said, "I am a bit thirsty. Go get some water." They decided to take small missions in exchange for minor rewards like a few potions. Suddenly, the screen displayed, "Mission completed." Next, the gate leading to the Fountain of Trials had been created. Both stared at the screen in shock. He yelled, "It is already completed." The purple-haired girl asked in panic, "Is something wrong?" He asked his teammate uneasily, "Is the mission already completed?" The purple-haired girl asked back in confusion, "What do you mean?" While operating on the screen, he said there was no other way. Even though only a few dozen viewers remained, he was forced to start the stream and ask for the chat channel's opinion. In his mind, he recalled the unpleasant reason he had to turn off the stream earlier. He had turned it off because everyone was just swearing and complaining. but this was his only option. Suddenly, his eyes squinted and a bead of sweat rolled down. His voice rang out, "Go find the heart of the end." Two people stood on the city wall. The purple-haired girl wore a long, light yellow robe that touched the ground, holding a spear in her hand. As for him, he was dressed as a swordsman with a great sword on his back, trying to look out from the holy temple towards Li Saha. While squinting to look, he muttered to himself, "I came here because I was told to, but what is going on?" The demon flower seemed to have fully bloomed. Around it emanated a terrifying deathly aura, causing all the live viewers to panic. Comments flew like the wind. "The petals have already appeared. We got tricked. That bastard doesn't thank us. Run away or stay if you want to die. Taruha will be destroyed by that thing." Behind the young couple was the sound of panicked soldiers. He said fearfully to the purple-haired girl, "Taruha will be destroyed by that thing." "It seems so." Purple-haired girl asked back in a daze. "It looks dangerous, doesn't it?" "I can't confirm anything except its ugly appearance." Comments popped up again. "Why are the soldiers moving so chaotically? I even see the commander. Are they fighting? Hey, follow them to watch the fun." Hearing the comments, the brown-haired boy gazed thoughtfully at the soldiers running amok behind him. Then he raised his hand as if to touch the screen, insinuating to the viewers, "You guys don't give me any money. You only cause trouble, so I'm ending the stream here." Watching what was happening on the screen, he laughed gleefully. Then he took the purple-haired girl's hand and called, "Let's go, Sudung." And Sudung asked blankly, "Go where?" Soldiers lined up neatly, raising their voices in a spirited song. The two stood on the city wall looking down and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow." Comments appeared again. "They are singing again. Do you understand what they are singing? Can't translate it. I think this is a song honoring the great commander. They seem to be preparing for battle." Hearing the discussions, he rubbed his chin and wondered, are the soldiers having a civil war again? Those comments made him think to himself, "I don't plan to run away. If something happens, I want to see it with my own eyes. That's how I got into the tower." After thinking it over, he puffed out his chest cheerfully and said loudly to the viewers, "Everyone, I will observe the battle to the end, even if my life hangs by a thread." He sneered, raised his hand in a gesture asking for gifts, revealing his true nature as he added, "In return, I think you all know the drill." Two comments appeared at the same time. He turned on the tip mode, he turned on the gold donation mode. He spread his hands in a helpless gesture but with a cheeky attitude, saying, "If not, it's fine either way." The viewers immediately typed quickly and sent money. "We will pay." "Wait, we'll chip in if you risk your life. This time it's for real." Donations of 5,000 gold, 100 gold, 1,000 gold, 300 gold appeared continuously on the screen, making him excited. He shouted out loud with great exhilaration, thank you all very much." Then he patted Sudung's shoulder and said, "Hey, you should go back to the gate. This place is dangerous. You could lose your life." Sudung looked at him and asked back, "What are you saying?" "No, I would rather die than leave you alone." The two suddenly became gentle, their affection so romantic amidst the brutal battlefield. He advised, "I'm telling you, this is very dangerous. Listen to me, understand?" She, with tears welling in her eyes, replied, "No, I will not leave you." Suddenly, a tremendous force descended. Its speed was too fast, startling both of them. A loud shout rang out, and that force drove straight into the demon flower. The demon flower took the full force of the extremely powerful descending blow, its blossom appearing to be torn apart. At this moment, in a dark room, a girl was looking at a system panel. Suddenly, someone burst in and asked, "Ebro, what are you doing here? Why are you just lying around here? You should be at the guild meeting." Kang Soha scratched her belly irritably. "I told you not to call me." She continued, "What's the point of going there? It's full of people with no ambition, who just want to live forever in the tower." The red-haired guy laughed and said, "I know you understand the problem. Living here is much better than on Earth." He started to ramble, but the guild leader is already annoyed. There's a change in the plan for the 10th floor, you know. The guild leader doesn't like things slipping out of control, so she cut him off. "Hey!" causing him to freeze. She got angry. "I'm not in the mood, just tell me quickly." The red-haired guy immediately turned around and hurried out. "Call me if you change your mind." As soon as the door closed, she turned back to the screen, nervously biting her nails. "Please." On the screen was a scene of Kim Jeju streaming as he ran through the forest. "Kim Jeju, you insane bastard." The scene shifted to Kim Jeju clinging to a tree trunk climbing down, the comment section full of worry. "Look how calm you seem for someone about to die. Why not get someone else to do it? If you knew for sure you would die, would you dare to go?" The love asked, "Kim Jeju, are you really going to do it?" He replied, "Yes." In his heart he thought, "I'm trying to move as fast as possible, but I have to take tours, so time is quite short." He hurriedly hid when a monster was hunting him. Just as the heart of the end started to bloom, the ice giants that were hiding earlier would gradually appear. Seeing the monster turn its head and leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm trying to avoid all unnecessary conflicts to save time." Then he thought tensely, "I still have the sunstone and the pair of gloves, but I still feel like something's missing." He took a step forward. In front of him was a gigantic demon flower with sharp teeth. Comments, "Oh my god, 6 petals, everyone can see it's real." He frowned and thought, "Let's just end this and get it over with." Suddenly, someone appeared from behind him. Finally, you've arrived. He glanced behind him in surprise. The comments section was full of questions. What is he doing here? Karan held a bundle in his hand and said, I'm starting to get tired of waiting for you. Comments. Good. Is he crazy? He asked in surprise. Karan, why? He pulled the bundle open, revealing 3 large, pitch-black cotton balls. I came to give you this. 3 completely weakened Popoi lay panting heavily inside. Popoi. Kim Jeju shouted loudly, you must understand why I came here, right? Karan explained, I didn't come because I wanted to. The spirits crossed the wind and snow to get here. I'm just helping them. It seems they noticed you disappeared and decided to go look for you. He reached out to pet their heads. No way. They shouldn't be able to move at all. Take them back. It's too dangerous here, Karan said. I don't think the spirits want that. Withdrawing his hand, he wondered to himself, why did they do that? Comments. Poor Popoi. They dragged themselves here in this condition to find Kim Jeju. I feel so sorry for them. He thought he hadn't done much for the Popoi, only using them for survival and climbing the tower. He hugged them worriedly. I understand. Thank you for coming all this way. Karan bowed his head happily and replied, you don't need to thank me. I did this on a whim, but now I have to go. Even though I'd return if I die in battle, I prefer a peaceful life. Kim Jeju, may your soul be protected by the glory of Taruha. Having said that, he left and he watched him walk away with a smile. Immediately after, he put the few Popoi down on the snow. Hey guys, don't overdo it like that anymore. Get in the pouch and rest now. I'm sorry. I'll take you to get treated right after I'm done, okay? And he clenched his fist, determined to tell the administrator that even if he died, he would make him pay. He sat down angrily and assumed a defensive stance. At that moment, Zhang Xin immediately bloomed and shot something into the sky. A gigantic, hideous monster with multiple heads appeared before his eyes. Glint of acceptance of the challenge flashed in his eyes. He charged forward, continuously attacking and dodging the giant monster. From the air, he quickly approached Zhang Xin, realizing he needed to strike directly at its heart the moment the distance closed. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy into his gauntlets. But the monster suddenly appeared, blocking his path to the demonic flower. He hastily dodged its attack. Instantly, he kicked straight at the monster's head. He used the momentum to spin around and leap toward the demonic flower. In an instant, he landed on one of its petals. He nervously channeled energy into his gauntlets before the guardian beasts could swarm in and block his way. Suddenly, something licked his face. Turning around, he found several Popoi had appeared without him noticing. He asked the kid in bewilderment what it was doing here, then noticed his backpack had been opened. Though it seemed tired, it still looked at him happily and chirped Popoi. For a moment, he felt his feet rooted to the spot. Then he quickly refocused. There was no time to hesitate. Just as the demonic flower opened its maw to shriek, he fired a stream of energy. Feeling the power was truly magnificent, he strained himself so much that blood began to leak from his nose and mouth. The monster at this time also appeared behind him, preparing to attack. He smiled smugly, saying it was already too late, you bastards. The group of monsters looked utterly bewildered. Immediately, a massive source of energy appeared, blowing all of them away. It formed a blinding pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky. Palaham grinned, showing his teeth. It had finally begun. Leto also stared in the direction of the pillar of light. Palaham raised his hand high to rally the group, saying that adventurer Kim Jeju had single-handedly entered the forest to destroy the demonic flower, and asked since when they had become so weak. The sea-green-haired man sighed in exasperation as Palaham enthusiastically spoke of how they used to tear out their enemies' hearts, and that the great spirit of Taruna had long been abandoned. Utterly fed up with the empty rallying cry, the sea-green-haired man cut him off, declaring that the sun's commanding warriors firmly disagreed. Palaham looked with interest at the one who had just spoken, stating that Lucan, the commanding warrior of Lam Yuan, had something to say. Lucan put his hands on his hips, flicked his hand, his face full of discontent as he said they had done their utmost, and even if they destroyed the demonic flower, it would change nothing. Palaham sneered, asking if that was really what he thought. Lucan refused to back down, retorting that if he thought he was wrong, then he should ask the others. Lucan turned and loudly asked the warriors of Lam Yuan if they truly thought this boring life would ever end. The group raised their hands in unison and shouted, "Do not try to resist fate." Lucan sighed, mocking that the sun had set and to stop acting stupid. Palaham laughed heartily, slapping Lucan's shoulder with his hand as he laughed. Annoyed by the loud laughter, Lucan had to cover his ears with both hands, his face twisted in discomfort. Palaham flashed a triumphant smile, gritting his teeth as he said he couldn't believe his comrades were more troublesome than an adventurer, to the point that he couldn't express all his embarrassment. Sanjiuk, with his mouth agape, stammered, asking everyone what was happening. Had the flower just exploded? As the comment section buzzed with discussion, a commenter suggested someone had used a sun to destroy it, but hadn't they stopped doing that? A blue lightning bolt struck down from above onto the clearing. The dazzling light prevented viewers from observing the battle. The commentator recalled that Palaham had once been kicked out and suspected he had ordered his underlings to do this. Sanjiuk scratched his head awkwardly, asking what a sun kick was. Then a user spoke up to warn that many people had been seriously injured by Palaham for daring to peek at it in the past. Sanjiuk, flustered, pleaded to know what was going on when the girl shyly tugged at his sleeve, asking if that was true. The purple-haired girl shouted, asking him if he hadn't promised to protect her. Sanjiuk finally noticed the girl behind him, blushing with anger, and awkwardly replied. Sanjiuk quickly got into character, his eyes full of deep emotion as he said he wanted her to go to the gate first, because he was afraid he couldn't protect her properly. The girl, tears welling in her eyes, shyly replied that even so, how could she leave him here alone? Viewers angrily commented that this was not the time for flirting, and asked if he had never been on a date. This opportunity was more important than life itself. Both were drawn by a loud noise and turned their heads in unison. Sanjiuk froze, exclaiming, "Oh my god." A blue lightning bolt from the sky struck straight down onto the undead horde that was crawling in a long line along the snow-covered road. The undead turned into slimy mud, splattering across the white snow. It seemed to be over, but that mud then connected to form a huge, strangely shaped creature, its entire body emitting a red glow. Sanjiuk hugged his girlfriend, trembling in fear, asking what the hell that thing with the bunch of tentacles on its head was. A viewer calmly introduced that it was merely a guardian, with the identifying trait of being tough and fierce. Sanjiuk was reassured but still trembling, asking about the thing that looked like a cockroach, which amused the viewers and drew comments. They said it was exactly what he thought. Don't worry, the worst that could happen was being devoured raw by them. Sanjiuk told the girl to run immediately, not a girlfriend, just a friend, and told her to hide before things got worse. Sanjiuk grabbed the girl's wrist, urgently turned around and said, "Focus and just run." Palaham stood behind Lisaha, releasing a surging crimson force around his body, raised his kite high and said, "Warriors of Taruha, will you fight?" The group obeyed the command, grabbed their weapons, and charged to attack the strange-shaped monster horde. The blue-haired girl descended straight onto the empty ground, creating a massive shockwave. Sanjiuk, who was running, stumbled and stopped, a blinding blue light casting onto his face. The purple-haired girl turned and asked worriedly, "Is something wrong? Let's go." Sanjiuk did not answer, his eyes still glued to the dazzling light zone, thinking fearfully, "I need to go, we have to go." He decisively turned his head toward that land, telling himself, "This damned curiosity. Just a moment, I need to check." In the middle of the land, completely covered in white snow, a large dark patch suddenly appeared. Right in the center of it was a strip of light converging into a human shape. Sanjiuk could not believe his eyes. He asked doubtfully, "It looks like a person, am I seeing things?" From within the white light strip, a dark figure radiating a deadly aura emerged. Kim Jeju floated in midair with his eyes tightly shut, vaguely thinking, "I do not believe in an afterlife. I think that when death knocks, I would be overwhelmed by endless thoughts. My parents abandoning me, the kindness of people at the camp, those I met in the tower, and every past experience. As if my life is rewinding before my eyes, but I cannot think of anything. Is this how I will die?" Kim Jeju tiredly opened his eyes slowly. His eyes widened from the sudden pain that hit him. It hurt so much, his eyes felt like they were burning. His eyes, hands, and feet seemed to be evaporating into thin smoke, his whole body trembling in pain. His body felt limp, breaking into pieces, then turning to smoke. Kim Jeju helplessly felt the pain, thinking his whole body was blazing as if about to melt and evaporate. Though the pain did not last long, the sensation of his body slowly disappearing was very clear. He snapped his eyes open and woke up in a different dimension. He curiously looked at the child sitting with knees drawn up, covered in wounds, wondering who that was. Kim Jeju lifted his foot, wanting to step toward the boy, but was helpless. He gritted his teeth in frustration. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get any closer. He froze when he clearly saw the boy's appearance. That tear-streaked face was exactly like his when he was young. Kim Jeju stood frozen in shock as my past self. The black curtain behind his back slowly cracked until the dazzling light from outside the silk shone through. Kim Jeju was surprised. "What is that?" A huge round, white object appeared from that blinding bright area. Mizu stared in shock at that enormous object. The black wall completely shattered. That huge, soft object cried out, "Popoi." The comment section exploded. "Oh, that is savage. What do you mean savage? Do you think climbing the tower is a game?" Before him were 3 Popoi crying worriedly over him. He immediately called each one by name, Laha, Kodin, Baron. Right after, he quickly jumped up naked. A few cries, the Popoi cheered joyfully. The comment section asked again, "Kim Jeju, can you put on some clothes?" He was still bewildered. "What happened? Am I still alive?" Tiny Popoi were cuddling in his hands. He asked in surprise, "Why are you guys so tiny?" The comment section kept discussing Kim Jeju's naked body, saying, "It is a bit strange, isn't it? Are you cold? Please put on some clothes, it is hard to look at." He read the comments in confusion. My body feels a bit strange," then looked down. The comment section buzzed again. He must be in shock, which makes sense once since he just died and came back to life. While looking down at his naked body, the system panel displayed a notification. User The Love donated 82 coins, with a voice message telling him to put on clothes. This made him feel extremely shocked at that moment. A moment later, the system panel displayed live stream settings activated blur mode, making him blush in embarrassment. Looking at the fragments of the Lostant equipment and the remains of the mechanical glove, he calculated, Lostant is still fine, but the mechanical glove is completely destroyed. He rummaged through the rubble searching for something, wondering where the most important thing was. Suddenly a guess flashed in his mind, do not tell me. Instantly, white energy currents radiated around him, startling him. Did I swallow the sunstone? One account recounted, Kim Jeju remembers the scene of using the sunstone to fire that cool weapon. People remembered his tense expression and began commenting. Someone complained, just watching the screen and my eyes nearly burst from the brightness. Anyway, right when we thought he had evaporated after swallowing the light. That comment continued, the robe and the popoi spitting out protective fur neutralized part of the impact. They remembered when he was injured, how the popoi healed him, even if only one was conscious. The comment continued, it picked up the sunstone from the ground and ate it. That person remembered the scene of the trembling popoi, trying to swallow the sunstone. Comment said, then its body glowed, its eyes closed tightly. We kept watching and because the broadcast was still running, we knew he was alive. Another comment said, it licked the other popoi and ran all over his body to heal him. That gave them energy to move. Watching almost made me shit my pants. The 3 popoi became happy. Someone commented, popoi is the absolute best. Kim Jeju confusedly picked up a wooden sign. Wait, but how is that related to me being alive? Comments flooded out. You are really impatient. I understand, but after seeing your hair grow back, I realized the popoi were the solution. Everyone teased, do you think it only licked your head? He blushed looking at the 2 popoi in his hands, asked how long has it been? The comment section teased, smooth change of subject, probably only about 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Only then did he look up worriedly toward Lee Saha. Is Taruha safe? Even though I survived, countless monsters must have poured out after the core of annihilation was destroyed. He gathered strength into his legs for a leap, even with Palam among them. They could not kill all the monsters. He said he must get to Taruha immediately. Next moment he shot off at light speed. He was startled in midair, letting out a huh, while the popoi clunkly to his body. He flailed his arms in fear. Why is it so high up here? On this side everyone was still fiercely fighting the monsters. One by one they were taken down. He smiled confidently, continuously unleashing attacks on the monsters. Suddenly he stopped and noticed a an energy sphere was hurtling straight toward the group of monsters in the distance. The monster looked up and saw it. Immediately after, it was touched by the sphere and exploded. Then that beam of light continued to rush forward, destroying everything in its path, causing everything to explode. The monsters immediately took notice of this direction. Palaham also noticed and was utterly astonished. Right in the middle of the explosion, something began to appear. It was the glowing silhouette of a person, but no one could clearly see that person's face. Kim Jeju sighed softly, struggling to control the surging mana. A comment asked if he could go to the Fountain of Challenge. He immediately turned his head and replied, no, I am not a shameless person who knows how to run away. Other comments also chimed in, telling him to forget about repaying the debt. Kim Jeju never listens to anyone anyway, but I think he just landed right in the middle of the enemies. At this moment, the monsters had completely surrounded him. Palaham was still intently staring at Lee Saha, when Karan poked his head out and asked, Captain, what is it? His entire body was enveloped in light. Jack continuously killed the monsters as they approached. That man only then opened his mouth to ask, do you still remember the story from when you were a child? Karan was surprised. Sir, are you talking about the great warrior? He turned his head and smiled. That is right, your memory is good. Karan nodded thoughtfully. Although I am not entirely sure, that person wore a white robe and was glowing. On the other side, he raised his fist and lunged forward, cleaving the ground horizontally, then punching down, shattering the earth. Only then did Karan snap out of it. No, wait, that is just a legend. Palaham laughed and said, on that day, the savior will rekindle the glory of Taruha. Karan panicked. Impossible is just another person came and finished the sentence. It is just a story. The captain still believes in fairy tales? That man sneered and pointed his finger at Palaham. Do not cling to false hope anymore. That thing will eventually turn Taruha into dust. Both of them looked over in annoyance. Palaham ignored him and asked Karan, do you know his name? Karan hesitated. That man, being ignored, could only shut his mouth. Karan lowered his head and thought. After a while, he hesitated and said, the great warrior Kim Ju. What we are seeing is identical to the story of the legend. It is a person whose face is unknown, radiating a massive source of energy. Kim Jeju swung his fist again. Several large monsters still stood encircling him, his body emitting a powerful white light. Spinning his leg around the system, a notification appeared. Taruha close combat skill has leveled up to level 3. Kim Jeju thought, it seems even in this state, I can still level up skills if I continue. He was astonished by the sight. The monsters were all kneeling and bowing their heads before Kim Jeju. Comment 1 was shocked. What is that? Are they surrendering? Comment 2 was scornful. Foolish, of course not. The horns on their heads began to transform. They suddenly became straight and sharp, gathering energy and shooting toward Kim Jeju. He was a beat slow, seeming about to be pierced by those sharp spikes. Several horns on the monsters' heads had already flown off, as if a large hole had been punctured. Several strips of white cloth wrapped around Kim Ju, now tightly coiled around the incoming horns. He smiled. It is hers. His tone was not one of asking permission. I am borrowing a bit. You do not mind, right? Comment 1, nice, knew it. Comment 2, dear friend, lend me your item. The monster roared in astonishment, tilting its head back. Comment 3, why even ask? Just borrowing a bit. Kim Jeju gathered energy into the sharp spike in his hand, pulling it back. Using force, he hurled it straight toward the monster. The sharp spike was returned with immense destructive power. After a moment, the spike returning item session ended. The surrounding area was in ruins, the spike stained with blood and monster carcasses. Kim Jeju was covered in splattered blood. He lowered his head to wipe his sweat. There are too many of them. Suddenly he noticed. Monsters in front were stacking their bodies on top of each other, surrounding him from all sides. Comment 1, that looks terrifying. Someone from above asked, want me to come help? The other replied, wait a bit longer. Palaham smiled with folded arms, watching the monsters that had formed a large spherical mass. If that truly is Lord Kim Jeju, us interfering would not be good. He noticed the number of monsters was increasing. Since they surrounded him, there had been no movement. If this continued, something bad might happen. Karan turned and ran. I cannot stand it anymore. Let me go get the magic cannon. Suddenly, he froze and looked in that direction. A massive beam of light radiated out, an explosion of blinding light. Karan lay on the ground, clutching his head in fear, saying, Commander. Dirt and rocks from the explosion were scattered everywhere. Palaham stood still, not moving. Karan thought, how many times had Taruha faced doom? He had never seen this sight. On the other side, Kim Jeju was surrounded by a surge of power. His feet were floating, his authority making one want to kneel. A pillar of light from his body shot straight into the sky. If this was truly the formation of a Kim Jeju, light gradually dimmed and then vanished. Palam spoke, seems it is done, let us go over and see. Kiran, confused, held his chest and stood up. What does it mean, sir? Palam said with interest. Let us go see if Kim Jeju has truly appeared. Kiran had no choice but to agree, let us go. A short while later, they also approached the scene. Looking at the crater from the explosion, Kiran was astonished. This is truly no joke. The center of the crater, a source of blinding light still emanated. What was that light? Seeing Palam slide down into the crater, Kiran panicked and called out, Commander sir, wait. Seeing the crowd coming to watch was very large, he thought to himself if he hesitated any longer, he would be left behind. He hurriedly slid down after Palam. Palam looked into the light and asked, are you Kim Jeju? Kiran slid down, his wounds aching painfully. He frowned, looking ahead. It was too bright, he could not clearly see his face. Ahead was the shadow of a man, but the light was too strong. That person landed, opened his mouth as if to speak. Kiran looked at the several strands of white wrapping around, silently praising how beautiful that suit was. But now was not the time to pay attention to that. Everyone was confused, how could this be? Kim Jeju added one more word. His body leaned forward and then fell down. The light vanished completely. The sensitive areas were covered by white cloth pieces. Kiran exclaimed in panic, hey, are you alright? The group of Popoi jumped and swarmed around Kim Jeju, trying to throw themselves at him. Popoi. The two people looked at the strange creatures that had just appeared. The Popoi, seeing them, also happily jumped up to greet them. The three little Popoi were clinging to Kim Jeju. The other two people sat down beside him to observe. Palaham looked at the person lying on the ground and called, Kim Jeju. In the hazy state just before fainting, he saw the faces of the two people, quite familiar. The sky gradually turned to dusk, then night fell. The sunlight rose high once more. Waking up groggily, he opened his eyes to look at the ceiling. Kim Jeju wondered to himself, where am I? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Wait, the battle is over. He sat bolt upright, panicked. Then where is Taruha? The two little Popoi also jumped up, happily rubbing against him. Laha, Koden, Barin. Kim Jeju looked at them and smiled. Remembered the fist from before that had defeated the monsters. His body had glowed in the middle of the 7 monsters. His body had acted on instinct. The more he fought, the more the man in his body increased. Before he even realized it, he had lost consciousness. Kim Jeju rested his chin on his hand, seriously recalling. The last thing he remembered was fighting the monsters. Looking around the room, if Taruha had been destroyed, he would not be lying here now. The belongings were ordinary, nothing was out of place. He spoke up, and the little Popoi happily rubbed against him. Kim Jeju played with them. Alright, I am glad to see you all too. Seeing them safe, everything must be fine. Comment 1, Kim Jeju, you finally woke up. Comment 2, thought the live stream crashed. Comment 3, pretended to scold, you idiot. The room door opened, you are awake. Palaham, holding a pot of hot soup in his hand, remarked, you look healthier than I thought. Kim Jeju called out, Balam, I want to ask a few things. Palaham directly fed a spoonful of soup into his mouth. Eat something first, then talk. Kim Jeju yelled, hissing and sticking out his tongue, too hot. You have no sincerity at all. Oh, sorry about that. A moment later, the soup pot was completely clean, one could see their reflection in it. Kim Jeju drank some water and complained, "My tongue still hurts from that." Palam said, "Everything passed in the blink of an eye. If someone said that battle was a sign of the apocalypse, I would believe it too." Kim Jeju thought to himself, "Unbelievable." Palam announced, "Also, you are no longer Kim Jeju." Kim Jeju was puzzled. "What do you mean, sir?" Palaham placed his fist over his chest. "I am honored to meet you, Kim Jeju." He was flustered. "Huh, what are you saying, sir?" Comment 1 joked, "Our blanket, isn't that a name for a puppy?" Comment 2 said happily, "Kim Jeju is a great puppy." Comment 3 laughed loudly, "Why are you so salty?" Kim Jeju said, "Alright, thank you, sir." Palaham went outside, leaving only him and the popoi in the room. He put his feet on the floor, stood up, and performed an uppercut. The group of popoi did the exact same thing. Kim Jeju punched forward. The popoi also punched along. Comment 1 said happily, "They are imitating, so cute." Comment 2 exclaimed, "Too cute." Kim Jeju looked at his hand as he clenched and unclenched it. Seems fine, even better than that. His body felt light as if he could run around a mountain range. He raised his hand and placed it on his chest, feeling it. This is the real test. Where his hand was placed, a source of power was gathering. After waking up, the white mana from before had disappeared. The only thing left was his initial mana, and his mana circulation seemed fine. Suddenly, Kim Jeju froze from an intense pain shooting straight to the top of his head. He crouched down, covering his mouth tightly with his hand. Popoi turned back to look at him worriedly. Kim Jeju realized his palm was full of blood and gasped heavily. Seeing Popoi's worry, he quickly wiped his mouth and explained he was fine. Popoi looked at him with teary eyes. Kim Jeju tried to wipe the blood off his face, then forced a smile, saying he was really okay. Palaham entered with a basin of water, asking if he had rested enough, and if there was anything wrong with his body. Kim Jeju replied that he was fine, but there was a strange problem with his mana. He tilted his head and asked if mana was a mage's power. He admitted his body had that kind of power, but he couldn't control it. Setting the basin down in front of Kim Jeju, the splashing water startled Popoi. Palam asked what he meant by not being able to control it, if the mana wasn't flowing. Kim Jeju dipped his hands into the water, saying the mana did circulate but suddenly stopped and dissipated when it reached his heart. That was why he coughed up blood. In his mind, he thought so that was why they had given him water to wash himself earlier. Palaham rubbed his chin, thinking Kurun probably knew more about this stuff. He recalled that the heart converted natural energy, not mana, and wondered if he was mistaken. Cupping water in his hands, Kim Jeju guessed the stone he gnawed on the first floor made the water's surface reflect memories. Mana was the power used in magic or sorcery. Conversely, he used mana the same way a knight used aura. Kim Jeju dejectedly washed his face, saying he didn't mean to. He just did whatever he could to survive. Before he realized it, his physical strength had become much stronger than before. Palaham handed him a handkerchief and asked, in short, he was using mana like natural energy, also called aura, right? Kim Jeju looked up to take it, admitting that was correct. Palaham asked if that was okay, putting aside whether it was possible. He could only answer yes, then briefly told Palaham a few things. Outside, Leto stood with a stern face, blocking the entrance. A negotiator suggested letting them in. The one behind urged him to sneak in, calling him an assassin. The other was afraid because Leto was a team leader. What if he was caught and executed? The persuader clicked his tongue irritably. What was the big deal if they went in? He couldn't believe these people. Palaham and Kim Jeju stepped out of the house. Everyone saw them, and one person wondered if that Kim Jeju wasn't the one with the 3 popoi. Kim Jeju also looked in that direction, puzzled as to why there were so many people. Comment 1 wondered if there was a festival or something, with all those warriors gathered. Comment 2 mused he was famous now. It would be their secret. Comment 3 expressed that the bulletin board on floor 20 was full of messages looking for his channel. As soon as he came out, Palaham yelled Kurun's name. Comment 1 complained about the noise. Comment 2 asked why he was looking for Kurun. Kurun crawled out of a bush, his messy hair stuck with leaves, and answered flusteredly. Comment 1 was surprised he came out of there. Comment 2 happily felt he had seen this scene before. Comment 3 remembered Fordrick. Elsewhere, Fordrick suddenly sang a note. Palaham directly grabbed Kurun and dragged him inside. Kurun could only smile awkwardly. The people outside were annoyed that he brought someone inside. They recognized Kim Jeju was there. One person, angry at being treated unfairly, grabbed Leto by the shoulder and shouted, thinking being a team leader was all that, "Move aside." Kurun pondered, then raised a hand to signal, saying there were 2 possibilities. He held up 2 fingers, his other hand pointing, continuing that if mana wasn't circulating. First, the mana channels were blocked. Palaham raised his head. Kim Jeju carried popoi on his head, thinking to himself that Kurun was talking about side effects. The endpoint of the mana circuit was the heart. Each surging stream of energy flowed toward it, and Kim Jeju clenched hands slightly. Since he had used mana like aura, this wasn't strange. After going up to floor 5 and hearing Fordrick, he had stopped using mana the old way. Every time he did that, he felt a strange sensation run through his body, a numbness to the extreme point. The heat inside him seemed to flow backward, he lost his emotions, and turned into a monster. Kim Jeju tilted his body slightly and asked what the other possibility was. Kiran explained the spirit was rejecting the Sunstone's power. The two conflicting powers were in his body. Kim Jeju crossed his arms, not understanding, thinking he no longer had the Moonstone's power. Kiran smiled and asked if he hadn't said the mana was being rejected by the heart. He explained that because the power was too tremendous, the heart compressed it to function. The heart was filled with the Sunstone's power, so the weaker mana was rejected. Kim Jeju thought about it, finding it made sense. If the heart was pumping Sunstone energy, it was easy to understand why the existing mana was being drained. He inwardly praised this man's judgment as divine. Palham put his hand on the back of his neck, laughing and telling him to try and see if there was a hidden power in his heart. Kiran also chimed in, "Go ahead and try, nothing to lose." Kim Jeju thought to himself he might as well. Since there was nothing to lose, he circulated mana and a thin, pale blue skeletal glow emanated from his hand. Not trying would be a mistake. Mana would run wild if he didn't find the right path. Layer of bones as thin as if about to dissolve into the air gradually gathered. Kim Jeju crossed his legs, relaxing his hands on his knees, mana radiating from his body. He concentrated on the mana in his heart, ignoring the other sources. But there was no reaction. Kim Jeju closed his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. He recalled Kiran's words. If nothing happened, he should recall the most emotionally intense memory. Kim Jeju thought to himself it would be like he said. He briefly recalled the first time he met Popoi. In front of a huge rock, his past self awkwardly looked at the three of them. Then, when he met the administrator, he had many encounters. In the memory, the man's figure was obscured, his face unseen and gradually fading away. So, onto a recent memory. The image of a young Kim Saju crying sorrowfully with wounds appeared. Thump! His heart gave one powerful beat. Kim Jeju's eyes snapped open, a brilliant golden gleam flashing in his pupils. A fierce aura stronger than his existing mana. His heart pounded loudly. He judged that the energy in his heart deactivating the mana was correct. Palaham looked at his complexion and asked worriedly if he was okay. Popoi suddenly had a drop of water fall on its head. It didn't understand anything. The sound of a heart beating loudly echoed in the space, extremely clear. Kim Jeju panicked. A hot energy radiated and sweat poured like rain. Kim Jeju doubled over, coughing up a spurt of blood, his face turning pale as he covered his mouth. Fresh blood flowed through the cracks in his fingers. Palaham and Kiran panicked, asked if he was okay. He didn't have a chance to answer. That was the only thing on Kim Jeju's mind. Heart-wrenching pain left him numb, each breath labored. He clenched his hand tightly on his chest. The aura from his heart billowed up fiercely, as if wanting to burn its host to death. He feared it was ravaging his body, turning him into a fireball. Kiran approached and asked urgently. That energy was still in his heart, running wild, wasn't it? He told him to try to control it. Watching him shake violently, he was also very worried. Kim Jeju gasped, unable to speak, only able to think in his head. Even though his body was immobile, he could feel the terrifying heat increasing. Kiran was startled by his body temperature and quickly pulled his hand back. Kiran suddenly spoke, telling him to release it. Palaham and Kim Jeju were panicked and looked up at him. Palaham said there were people outside, not knowing what would happen. His body burning up made Kim Jeju dazed. He thought to himself that if he didn't listen to Kiran, his body wouldn't be able to take it. He gritted his teeth, straining to lift himself up with difficulty. Trembling, he clenched his blood-soaked hand tightly, thinking to himself if that was the case then. Kim Jeju raised his fist high, the hot energy gradually gathering on it. Kiran hugged Popoi, slightly leaning his body away. Thunderous explosion sounded, firepower bursting like fireworks, dyeing the space red. Leto and his teammates were also stunned, their eyes wide at the sight. Intense beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the roof tiles, creating a tremor around the area. Kiran was dazed, in his palm was little Popoi struggling and vibrating, calling out boy boy. He looked up at the clear blue sky through the broken roof, praising the sky is so clear. Palaham looked at Kim Jeju lying slumped on the bed, said calmly, I saw it. A Popoi escaped from Kiran's hand, hopping closer to him. Soon it was dark, the stars twinkling up high. Amidst a heap of arguing comments, Kim Jeju groggily opened his eyes. His head was heavy and tired. He wondered why he could see the night sky. One comment caught his attention. Hey, Kim Jeju is awake. At the same time, Kiran poked his head out, smiling happily and saying he was awake. He had been asleep for a day and a half. Are you okay? Want some water? Kiran asked repeatedly, making him confused. Kim Jeju's brain had just started working again. He panicked, ignoring the three Popoi sleeping soundly on his chest. He stammered in reply, I'm fine. Then he was startled again. Kim Jeju paled and said loudly, wait, the fire sun, is anyone hurt? He jumped up without thinking, banging his head into Kiran. The Popoi also rolled everywhere. Kim Ju held Junjun's head saying sorry. Karan also held his forehead and turned away. Jun weakly replied it was fine. Taking a breath, feeling the pain, Karan chose to ignore it and looked at him, saying the team leader had a wound. Palam is hurt, is because of me. Kim Jeju blamed himself. He panicked, his voice rising to ask where he was. Karan raised his hand and pointed upward, seeing on the roof at the hole, a person was fiddling with a plank. Palam looked gloomy, with a nail in his mouth fixing the plank. Karan explained the landlord scolded him so he was feeling down. Jeju smiled wryly. So it was a wounded heart. Elsewhere, somewhere on floor 20. Sejun bit his nails, fiddling with the system screen, muttering was he on 15 or which floor. He scratched his head and swore, that bastard Kim Sanjiuk is so useless. On the screen was a search bar for the name Kim Jeju, but no information came up. Sejun frantically bit his nails, thinking if he found Kim Jeju, everything on floors 30 and 40 wouldn't be a problem. He could also escape this godforsaken place. Remembering Kim Sanjiuk and the pile of gold, Sejun recounted he had given him too much gold during the live stream. He tried to dig for information but failed, only getting the name Kim Jeju and unable to copy it. Sejun got angry and threw a beer can hard, shouting where the hell is he? With an angry expression he threatened inwardly. Maybe I'm not the only one who wants that monster. Imagining Kim Jeju with many eyes and hands ready to catch him. Sejun was determined to find him before he reached floor 20. On the other hand, on floor 70, under a clear sky and developed urban scenery, a white car was cruising on a long bridge. A man's voice echoed in the car asking him how he planned to dress when meeting the guild leader. The person next to him irritably replied, "Don't meddle. Is everyone as concerned about appearances as you?" Ji Woo frowned at him through the rearview mirror, saying, "Why are you being so unpleasant? The earth is about to explode." Kang Soha frowned at the driver, seriously replied, "Can't believe the admin. It feels wrong. Anyway, remember to be careful when meeting the guild leader." Director Nam sighed and advised, "I don't think it's a big deal, but he looks unhappy." You're the same the way he smiled when the cap fell off. He turned his face away humming, not bothering to reply, "Damn it, I really don't want to go there." A while later, in front of the gate of a magnificent white mansion, blonde rogue, guild leader Hypocrite, slightly curled his lips in greeting, "Very pleased to welcome you." Mr. Ji Woo and Kang Soha simultaneously nodded in return. Ji Woo smiled and said, "Nice to meet you. Seems no one else is coming." Guild leader Hypocrite sat at the head of the table, clasping his hands with a sly smile. On the table were many delicacies: lobster, roast chicken, steak. Director Nam softly thanked him for the meal. As everyone cut their steak, the guild leader spoke up, asking Kang Soha if he had watched many Floor 1 live streams before coming. Ji Woo was holding a lobster plate. Both of them froze and looked at the man at the head of the table. Kang Soha replied, "Yes, what about it?" His eyes locked tightly onto Ji Woo. Park Ji Woo avoided his gaze, sweating in silence. The guild leader laughed twice, squinting his eyes and saying, "Don't worry, just curious about one thing." His gaze sharp and focused on Kang Soha. He continued in a polite but clear tone, "I believe you are the perfect candidate for this position. This fake fox beauty, one look at that smile and I know he's about to ask me to do some dirty work." Kang Soha was annoyed but didn't show it, his hands clenched. He asked in a low voice what this was about. The guild leader said there had been a change on floor 5. The emperor and citizens had switched sides. He bit into a piece of meat and sneered, "Go find out." Hesitating, Kang Soha asked if it was really necessary. He shrugged, glancing around and saying matters on floor 5 didn't affect floor 70. This is just the admin's hobby, isn't it? Before he finished speaking, with a thud, a silver knife stabbed straight into the piece of meat. Kang Soha was startled and turned his head to look at the man. The shiny blade pinned the lobster head firmly, reflecting a deep, sinister smile. The guild leader asked softly, "Do you take me for a fool? You're just being lazy about the job, aren't you?" The hand on his thigh clenched into a fist, his mind telling himself to calm down. This man didn't know anything yet. Kang Soha pretended to be confused, glancing around and asking what he wanted him to do. The guild leader said the change came from the players, he knew that. The collapse of a great dam starts with a small crack. He lifted the knife, chuckled coldly, "Floor 70 is nearing completion. Don't let any incidents occur. If the reason lies with a user," guild leader Hypocrite smirked, his eyes cold. He brought the knife in front of him, his voice dark, "Jack at all costs." Back with him, mana sources were moving in the air. Some late comments appeared, people wondering if anyone was sending messages. Below that said, "Try to see if they would come." Another comment jumped out with unrelated content, "Kim Jeju is my little treasure. This place is terrible." But if he opened his eyes, Kim Jeju pretended to close them. He thought to himself. A comment asked him what he was thinking. Kim Jeju jumped up, rubbed the popoi on his shoulder, smiled and said, "I'm thinking of you guys." The popoi that was being petted let out a sweet poi. The comments popped up, one hating the flattery, another suspecting he ate something wrong. One replied, "I'm also thinking of you." Kim Jeju opened his eyes, a serious look in his eyes as he thought many people were gathering around the house. After the creature was born, he thought everyone would run out the gate, but it seemed he was overthinking. In the spring of hardship, there is a system called the Hall of Fame. He recalled an icon containing content based on difficulty, time, and public satisfaction. Each user was ranked differently. Everyone was tense at that announcement. He thought to himself the problem was that after the final solo mission was completed, the 10th floor had closed. The names of the top 3 on the Hall of Fame would be revealed one by one. Top 1 Kang Sun Chan, Top 2 Park Chan Hyuk, Top 3 Brexit. The initial plan was to use the hall to attract viewers and earn rewards based on followers. But with this mysterious source of power, there would surely be people in the tower keeping an eye on me. The shadow of the so-called admin appeared. Kim Jae-ju lamented quietly, "If they keep staring at me, Popoi will also be in danger." The reward system had started to work against me. There was no guarantee they hadn't infiltrated my viewers, nor any way to know if they had recognized my power. Kim Jae-ju lowered his head, thinking gloomily. His hands clenched tightly. Whatever plan they had, he was still confident he could handle it. He turned his head to look up, whispering to himself, but that was no longer a hypothesis. On the table were the fragments of the familiar glove. He told himself, my power is unstable and the glove was destroyed. Even though the lost in gears were slowly recovering, I am not sure when it will be completely healed. This was indeed the perfect time if someone wanted to harm me. Kim Jae-ju was dazed when he suddenly noticed the white fluff ball on his knee. Popoi's childish mood was very cheerful. It chirped at him, but the comments on the screen did not. They complained with boredom. Kim Jae-ju, how long are you going to sit on the 10th floor? Are you just going to lie around on the bed? We spend precious time watching you, and you do nothing. Popoi looked at him with sparkling eyes and chirped a few more times. The comments also went wild over this little one's cuteness. A comment asked, "Can you guys hear Popoi?" Below someone replied, "You're not hearing things, it's real." Lee Saha even laughed wickedly. The upstairs person, however, seemed very familiar with this clone voice and replied, "I don't believe you anymore." Over here, Kim Jae-ju rubbed the little ones' heads, his expression bright and more lively. He thought to himself, these Popoi are really cute, and suddenly an idea came to him. What if I trained them in combat skills? 3 Popoi lay curled up in the palm of his hand, laughing happily until their eyes squinted, sweetly chirping Popoi few times. Kim Jae-ju looked at their smiles, his eyes lit up, his mind went blank and stopped functioning, unable to think of anything else. Kim Jae-ju hugged the 3 Popoi and lay back down, thinking happily. No, not only was I not sure of anything, I also didn't feel comfortable taking these guys into a fight. I really was overthinking it. Seeing this scene, the comments changed their focus again. Kim Jae-ju, trade points with me? I can't believe you're keeping all the Popoi for yourself. Don't hoard the Popoi! He suddenly thought there were only 4 days left until the 10th floor closed. Kim Jae-ju tapped the system screen and opened the skill list. Kim Jae-ju thought, I have no choice but to become stronger. It seemed all skills were at level 4 before the battle. I could make a new mechanical glove and collect the remaining gears. If I upgrade the Taruha skill further, I could protect my body without items. Kim Jae-ju pondered, imagining bursting out power with aura. But upgrading passive skills was too difficult, so, you want to train with me? Palaham turned his head and asked him seriously. Kim Jae-ju continued the thought in his head. You see, you can do it. It seems those hits weren't enough. I'm fine, but are you sure? What if you faint again? Palaham's voice carried a hint of distrust as he sighed. He was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, You told me I was a fierce warrior, didn't you, Kim Jae-ju? There's no guarantee I can return to the 10th floor, and even if I could, Balam wouldn't remember me because of the system. Kim Jae-ju reasoned, his expression challenging. He found it understandable. Making friends through quarrels and fights only led to exhaustion and wasted time. It was better to upgrade power and climb to the 20th floor as quickly as possible. Therefore, learning from Palaham was the best choice right now. Palaham's 5 fists, carrying a source of blazing red aura, hurtled towards him, but it stopped right in time just before his face. Kim Jae-ju was startled. The force of the fist even made his hair stand on end. Palaham laughed, a hint of kindness on his face. Remember, there are no more outfits to protect you. Kim Jae-ju also smiled in return, his face full of interest. I fought you last time without them. Have you forgotten? Outside the fence, people gathered in crowds, noisy and bustling. Kim Jae-ju swallowed quietly, thinking to himself, despite worrying about that audience, the people behind always support me. He clenched his fists, his expression serious. Palaham laughed so hard he showed all his teeth, extremely excited. Don't regret it. The sound of impact on flesh and clothing rang out. Palaham swung an aura punch at him, his expression fierce. Kim Jae-ju gritted his teeth, hurriedly blocking just in time. On the third day, Balam knocked Kim Jae-ju down mercilessly. On the second day, the two sides clashed. This time Kim Jae-ju took the initiative, forcing out a shockwave of energy, the collision releasing a wave of tremors. Until the last day, time passed, and before I knew it, there was only 1 day left before the 10th floor closed. Kim Jae-ju stood in the towering covering thick dust, straightened himself, and looked at his clenched hand. He flashed a victorious smile, a satisfied smile from the bottom of his heart. The skill information panel then displayed a notification. Combat skill Taruha has leveled up level 5. Return to the hotel. In the room, the popoi were constantly nibbling on a stone. The comments wondered, oh, is it tasty? They look like they're eating well, so they must be fine. Kim Jeju watched them happily and thought quietly. The mana stone Kurun brought them must be delicious. He turned back to the system screen, stroking his chin and thought, according to Palaham, I have to leave tomorrow morning, so tonight is the last night on Taruha. If so, looking back at the experience, the trials with admin interference yielded very useful rewards. The system panel suddenly appeared. Complete trial received reward. Confirm. Accepting the reward immediately would only give those watching more information about me. Kim Jeju thought it over, asking himself, should I stop the live stream? Then he countered, no, if I let them know I'm on guard, things will get even more complicated. I'll check the reward now, Kim Jeju said, simultaneously pressing the confirm button on the screen. The comments cheered, finally looking. After all this, could it be you got an epic grade item? Bang, suddenly a gift box appeared from the air, crashing straight onto the floor, startling the popoi who cried out in panic. I still have to receive the accompanying rewards, Kim Jeju thought to himself as he lifted the lid of the gift box, his expression expectant. One by one beside the items appeared a system panel with a brief introduction. Beep pouch of 5,000 coins, standard grade. Items will automatically convert into coins upon receipt. Bing space backpack, low grade, invention of the genius magic engineer Vecbis, maximum weight capacity 500 kg. Lostant's leather robe, master of the 7 serpents, hero grade. Lostant's robe, the controller of snakes possessing different abilities, made from the skin of the snake that died after reproduction. That snake's ability is completely preserved in this robe. Ability, prediction time, 10 seconds. Kim Jeju picked up the robe and examined it, feeling a bit disappointed. I thought I would receive another item from Lotanto, and they would cry. The comments saw his disappointed expression and tried hard to console him. Lotanto seems determined to cram items down your throat, huh? If this is how it ends, what's the point of playing? Probably giving out easy trials is unfair. Kim Jeju imagined it, thinking to himself, from what I've heard, it makes other people's bodies look overlapping, but I'm not sure exactly how it will be. The comments also chimed in. That red robe is indeed an item from that place. Lol. Right, I used it once and got so dizzy I sold it. It's more troublesome than normal. I'll just try it on now. Thinking that, Kim Ju immediately took off his shirt, revealing his firm abs. The comments clamored, suddenly a striptease. Kim Ju isn't planning to blur this, is he? Just taking a shirt off, it's fine. One comment yelled, don't blur it. The robe was laid quietly on the floor. Kim Jeju widened his eyes and thought, I think using the prediction time effect will be quite difficult. I wonder if I can control it. Suddenly, a suffocating feeling engulfed him. Kim Jeju was astonished. I feel like everything I see is shaking, so dizzy. The image before his eyes seemed blurry and flickering. Just looking at something made me feel drained of energy, as if my vitality was being drained. Kim Jeju covered his mouth with both hands, seeing stars and feeling dizzy, even nauseous. Focus. The voice was like waking a drunkard. Kim Jeju opened his eyes wide, becoming alert. The image of his 3 little ones was still hazy and indistinct. In an instant, it became clearer. They looked at him with eyes sparkling as if filled with water, letting out soft cries. Kim Jeju was overjoyed, inwardly cheering, I can see. Suddenly, he covered his mouth, his face paling. It was probably a lingering symptom. Kim Jeju turned his head away and retched painfully. Even though now he could only see Popoi's small movement in a second, if he practiced diligently, he would activate it. Kim Jeju wiped the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, items and reconstruction needed time to get used to. The next morning, the sound of boots scraping against the road echoed. Kim Jeju thought this was the hardest item to use from Lostant, wondering if he could combine it. He stepped outside looking tired, his mind spinning, covering his mouth with a yawn as he pondered. When he woke up this morning, Corinne, Leto, and Palaham were all not home. Where did they go? He wanted to thank them before leaving. Kim Jeju looked around, suddenly feeling a void in his heart even though he knew he would never see them again. Today, the town was eerily quiet. Kim Jeju was startled. Something was very unusual. The streets at this time should have been bustling, but there was no one. He suddenly thought of a horrifying hypothesis. Had the disaster of floor 10 already occurred? If that was true, the disappearance of everyone, including the other players and Palaham, was understandable. Kim Jeju gritted his teeth and rushed down the street. The challenge fountain was still open. Before him stood a tall, modern tower, completely different from the ancient houses surrounding it. Kim Jeju stopped, he muttered in doubt. His doubt deepened when he saw everyone with one hand on their left chest, facing him. Then suddenly a shout rang out. Kim Jeju, may glory shine upon your path. Kim Jeju was startled. Everyone chorused, Kim Jeju, may glory shine upon your path. Leto and Karun were in the crowd, smiling at him. The live stream comments were shocked. What is this? Where are the other players? Did they chase them all away? Kim Jeju Jae-ju felt shy, his voice rising. I was just wondering where you two went. What is this? Karun gave a casual smile, then a familiar voice rang out, clear and articulate. Great warrior Kim Jae-ju. It was a farewell. Balam stepped out from behind Leto and Karun, smiling generously. Karun happily repeated, may glory shine upon your path. Kim Jae-ju said shyly, Palaham, I am just an explorer kid, isn't this a bit too much? Palaham laughed heartily. Are you embarrassed? You deserve this send-off. Her voice was full of certainty. Suddenly, Lee Saha's voice sounded beside him. Kim Jae-ju, may glory shine upon your path. Kim Jae-ju was startled and turned around. The simple man grasped his hand, speaking and crying, Savior, great warrior Lachanta. Kim Jae-ju recognized a familiar figure from his memories. He stopped thinking. This was the farewell that all the people of Taruha had agreed to carry out. The farewell. Palaham held his shoulders, smiling. Be at ease and don't forget, you will walk the path ahead with our blessing, and all our respect for you. Karun enthusiastically raised his fist to everyone. Cheer up. He laughed so hard his eyes narrowed like a crescent moon. A farewell unprecedented in the past. Leto, usually calm, said nothing, only nodded firmly at him. And in the future, they would never meet again. Alam smiled at him, sending him a message. If it is you, you will do well, oh warrior. Kim Jae-ju's eyes glistened with tears. He was truly deeply moved. A bright smile from the bottom of his heart, he said. Thank you, everyone. At that moment, our warrior seemed to shine. Comments appeared rapidly. Are you crying? He is actually crying. Adults crying is normal. It has been a while since this scene, and that was how my journey in Taruha ended, long and short in a way. Kim Jae-ju waved goodbye to everyone, and the people of Taruha waved back. Then he turned his head to look ahead, his eyes firm. Heading towards the end, Kim Jae-ju quickly walked towards the tower, each step full of determination. He put on his hat thinking. Although saying goodbye to his friends in Taruha was sad, he needed to focus on the next floor now. Gripped the door handle tightly. Not knowing what would happen, he had to concentrate fully. Kim Jae-ju told himself, then silently swallowed. The door opened, the light inside shining dazzlingly. A system door opened, and out stepped player 4901, Big Jin-ha. The system announced, you have arrived at the challenge fountain of floor 15. When entering the room on floor 15, one saw a large chandelier. The room had definitely been thoroughly decorated. When everyone was inside, the system prompted, a total of 50 participants have entered, no more can advance. Inside the room, food and drinks were prepared for them while they waited. Just a few seconds later, the system announced that the number of participants for floor 15 was full. By this time, Jin had already gone out to the town. He looked at the bustling crowd and laughed, much easier than before. Bros, just take quests from the locals here. I think it will end quickly. Can you let me see it now? The viewers mocked. This guy is so shameless. Don't expect a single coin before 15 is cleared. Someone made a request. I will let you see if you go to the center of the mountain along the castle gate. Jin-ha dashed off without hesitation. Alright, I am going up. When he reached the spot, Jin-ha looked ahead in confusion. What did they want him to see? In front of him was only white snow-covered mountains. Was there anything? The viewers were also confused. Where is it? It disappeared. Annoyed, he thought to himself, why didn't they explain first? Suddenly he heard voices singing softly. Looking again, below where he stood were many people drinking beer and singing. He asked the chat, are those the good people everyone mentioned? They look like some uncles, and they are singing too. The viewers confirmed, that's right, they are usually not this happy. As he listened to the singing for a while, the lyrics flashed instead of just the melody. White fur coat, sparkling skin, explorer and great warrior Kim Jae-ju. The viewers chatted, oh, the song is occasionally clear. Floor 10 was just like this. A buging. What is the admin doing? As the players were about to enter, suddenly a young man blocked them. Hello, I belong to the Hypercrite Guild. I need to confirm a few things, please cooperate. Caught off guard by the inspection, the two were surprised and angry. He smiled and explained, sorry, we are looking for a deceiver and fugitive. Without an event stream it is hard to find evidence. The only way left is face checks. He muttered to himself, Kim Jae-ju, short hair, wearing a backpack, brown hooded coat. His eyes glanced around to see if he was there. The stopped man had to take off his hat so he could see his face clearly to be allowed in. The girl next to him angrily shouted, is this enough? With so little information on Kim Jae-ju, he was completely confused. How could he find him? He smiled lightly. Thank you for cooperating. Then he left. The line of people wanting to enter stretched long. Having to stand and wait for inspection annoyed every player. Kim Jae-ju in the crowd gently craned his neck. What is this? Seeing the inspector ahead, he found it hard to escape. Just as I thought, they are checking people at the floor 10 gate to find me. My name has spread to higher floors. The chat was confused. What is going on? Is someone targeting Kim Jae-ju? Those hypocrites. Someone consoled. It is okay, Kim Jae-ju. Kim Jae-ju pulled his hat down, an idea striking him. Should I run? No, they will chase. Cannot get caught here. Alright. The effect of the Hall of Fame was easy to predict when it announced the top 3 players this time, with Kim Jae-ju ranked first. Everyone immediately stirred, all wanting to befriend him. A girl hurriedly asked, "Wait, but are you sure this is Kim Jeju?" The guy across from her cursed in frustration, "How could you be so dumb? After we were kicked out, he was the last one in. If not him, then who?" They had no idea Kim Jeju was nearby watching them. He knew as soon as the results came out, his information would be leaked, so he dashed into the system door and ran straight to the 16th floor before things got troublesome. Kim Jeju silently concluded that players usually return to the 10th floor after a big mission, so any group targeting him would flock to the 10th floor, and he did not need to fall into that trap. The place he had just arrived at held a statue of a man holding a staff, standing in a guard posture. Behind the statue was a house that exuded an old and gloomy air, causing players to feel a slight chill. Kim Jeju looked at the house, reminding himself that the 16th floor mission was a major challenge combining floors 3 and 4, with 30 people from two factions attacking each other. In that situation, even if he encountered an enemy, he must not be reckless. The viewers felt sympathy for him seeing this. Doesn't it need many players? Why is he going alone? Does Kim Jeju want to play the lone boy? I'll give you enough money for pan-fried mandu, Kim Jeju. Hearing them say that, he only smiled faintly and replied that if they just waited, they would come. Just as predicted, right after that the system announced consecutively, players 480-80, 480-82, 4885, 4891. A total of 30 people had entered the challenge. Cannot enter further. The required number of people has been reached. Looking at the announcements, one player said in surprise, "Is it closed? But we are still short one person. Is someone already here?" The system also added that the challenge difficulty would be adjusted according to the average level of the players. That moment, a man seeing this chuckled. Bold indeed, daring to go up to the 16th floor alone. The person beside him sighed in relief. "We got lucky. I thought we would have to wait long." At this moment, the system signaled that the 16th floor challenge was about to begin, with 10 minutes remaining to enter the ancient temple of the god. Kim Jeju stood still in one spot, his face dark and full of anxiety. Soon after, the two players who had been there earlier approached him. The man with a scar on his eyebrow told his teammate to prepare, then cheerfully waved and left. He saw the gloomy expression on his face. The man wondered why he was covering his face if he was a criminal, but he still spoke up and asked if he was a player. Seeing the player in front of him, Kim Jeju slowly stepped closer, gave a slight nod, and answered with a hum. Asked if he was alone, he answered vaguely that it was due to personal circumstances. But the man still wanted to know more, so he frankly refused with an apology. Receiving that answer, he grew angry, drew his sword and threatened, "If you don't tell, it will be hard to get along with us." Even so, he just gave a light smile and said he understood, but it was very difficult to explain right now. At the same time, he thought to himself, was he crazy having to spill blood right after entering? So he softened his tone and said he seemed worried. "Let's talk first, I am Lisa Yoon." The system again sounded a notification that the time remaining before the challenge was 20 seconds. Out of politeness, he also gave his name, "I am Kim Jeju." The system continuously announced the time from 10 seconds until the challenge officially began. The statue he had seen earlier suddenly became enormous and began to move. Seeing the statue stand up, Sayun shouted in alarm, "You madman, behind you!" Immediately after, a red flash of light blazed like lightning. Before he'd recover, Kim Jeju acted, cutting the statue into many small pieces, dust flying everywhere. Seeing this, Sayun was stunned. "Huh?" At the other group of players, they also heard the loud noise and quickly looked over. They saw the broken statue fragments rolling on the floor. What happened? Chat channel immediately exploded. They were all dumbfounded. Is Kim Jeju crazy? Does he really want a solo? Even if he's good, this is a bit too much. Someone even messaged, "Ew, Emperor plus Kim Jeju plus Popoi?" Just as he finished, Kim Jeju walked to another place to continue his mission. He felt his movements were no problem, even better. If he wanted the plan to succeed, he had to finish everything quickly. Stepping into the old house, he was slightly startled. The 16th floor challenge had only just begun. As he walked, he touched the wall to feel his way. At this moment, another giant statue appeared before him. Seeing it, he fell into thought, asking himself what he should do. He realized that overthinking only complicated the problem. So then, once he made a decision, he would just go gently. The statue was still awakened. In its original bucket, a green liquid like water began to appear and emit faint wisps of smoke. The statue slowly turned its eyes to look toward him. Outside the house he had just entered, Sayun looked around helplessly. His friend was still in shock from Kim Jeju's actions. He said he must be very seasoned to get through alone. Back to Kim Jeju, the statue was already destroyed by him before long. The statue shattered and rolled everywhere, water from the bucket spilling onto the floor. Wherever the water touched, it turned to ice. As for Sai-yun, he reasoned to himself, since the first challenge of floor 16 is like floor 3, knowing the stone statue's weakness means one can pass the stage alone, but afterward, there will be countless traps and seals. After passing through the door is a long hall. If you step in without knowing anything, the hidden stone statue will be triggered. The vase that the statue is holding will spill a liquid that causes large area freezing. Even if you luckily avoid it, the cold mist rising from the frozen area is very difficult to overcome, and even if you get past the ice, stone statues on both sides will attack along with arrows shot from the front. Cooperating is the only way to survive here. When Sai-yun entered inside, he quickly turned back to instruct everyone. Apprentice, bring the solution, and remember not to touch the ice. They immediately obeyed. Sai-yun searched everywhere, but the icy spot on the floor was clean without a trace. He quickly pointed up at the ceiling. What is that on the ceiling? The player next to him, confused, also looked in the direction he was pointing. He stared at the ceiling for a long time. Then, he made a judgment. It looks like footprints. When he asked in doubt why they were on the ceiling, Sai-yun confidently said, that player earlier must have stepped on the ceiling to cross this place. He probably easily got through those traps that way and quickly defeated the monster. Thinking of Kim Jae-ju walking on the ceiling, he found it even harder to believe. Did he run across that entire long ceiling? How is that possible? He gave a helpless laugh. So is his way of smashing the statue normal? Did you see how he moved? He only then realized that not only was Kim Jae's action of walking on the ceiling abnormal. Beside him, Sai-yun's apprentice politely announced, the cut is done, sir. Sai-yun then carefully walked along the path of sand flowing on the floor. In his heart, he thought he didn't know what the man's goal was, but it was certain. The man did that to show his own value. They cautiously walked through the remaining ruined battlefield. On Kim Jae's side, he was pressing a red button. Around the wall where he stood were countless blue buttons. At this moment, Sai-yun was still thinking. In front of us. Suddenly, Kim Jae-ju heard a rumbling noise. He gently turned to look. You have arrived? Sai-yun replied awkwardly. Yeah, the road went smoothly. At this moment, he finally got a good look at Kim Jae-ju's face and realized he was younger than he thought. Now he smiled as he looked at him. I know this might be a bit rude, but may I know the name of your guild? Sai-yun did not hesitate to say Hansin. Hearing this name, Kim Jae-ju silently committed it to memory, as if formulating some plan. At this moment, he suddenly smiled. Just standing around talking won't do. I'll speak directly. I want to ask you a favor. His hand waved forward. When it comes time for the screening, we are the Hypocrite Guild. Please cooperate. Sai-yun in front immediately raised his voice, sneering as he looked at him. The Hypocrite Guild, you are too arrogant, relying on your guild's reputation to order us to wait. He also angrily refused the screening order. Why should we cooperate just because of your words? These people are my guild members. Kim Jae-ju behind him was somewhat worried. He didn't know if he could use Sai-yun's refusal to get through, but he still told himself, it will be fine, they can't forcibly screen the Hansin Guild. The screening man heard this and still wanted to proceed. He even offered a little compensation for the screening. This matter is very important. If you find it troublesome, we will give you 50,000 kois. This touched his pride. Are you looking down on us? Just 500,000 kois and we might consider it. But 5,000 kois? Get lost. Do we look that easy? Being stuck here is already infuriating enough. Seeing the awkward situation, he quickly glanced at his colleague, who gently shook his head to signal that they should let them pass. Then they even bent down sincerely to apologize to Saiyan. We are sorry. The entire Hansen group and Kim Jae-ju were immediately allowed through. As he left, he turned his head to look back at the two men. He asked his colleague if Hansen was really that strong that they had to be cautious. The man sighed warily. Their guild master holds the 10th floor. Causing trouble is not beneficial at all. Once Kim Jae-ju was sure they had escaped, he let out a relieved sigh. Soon it turned to late afternoon, then late into the night. Lee Saha looked at him with affection and reminded him, so Kim Jae-ju, tomorrow you will meet the guild master as promised. Kim Jae-ju nodded politely and replied, yes, I will go to the location you mentioned. Thank you for your help. He laughed heartily and humbly answered, it was nothing. We were the ones who received help. We did nothing yet still got the reward for a difficulty 60 challenge. He also laughed it off, saying he only did it because of his help, so he shouldn't worry. A few viewers left comments. Why did you suddenly get involved with Hansin? Those lunatics have already taken over the 10th floor. A little while later, the Hansin group left. He watched their retreating figures and sighed in relief. In the chat, someone defended them. Calm down, they are not bad people. Another person retorted, you must be from Hansin, right? When he returned inside, he read through the comments. Based on their reactions, they were likely players from the 30th floor or above. Although the Hansin group prioritized player safety and tried to escape the tower early, They faced fierce resistance from the 30th floor players for using violence to control the situation when the game first started. On the other hand, the main goal of the Hypocrite Guild was to modernize the tower. They would use any means to achieve their goal and exploit other players like machines. After taking a bath, Kim Jae-ju looked at the two guild systems and thought to himself they did not intend to side with anyone, but he hated the Hypocrites. Currently, they were the ones most wanting to kill him. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, so the Hansen Guild should be able to help him. While lost in thought, just before the meeting with the guild master, a sudden noise behind him made Kim Jae-ju startle and freeze up. He gently turned his head and teased, "Scared, huh? Finished eating?" Aha took a deep breath, then cried out "Popoi," making the viewers find it utterly adorable. Someone asked in the chat, why has the player, the love, not appeared recently? He himself and everyone in the chat were also suddenly reminded of it. There was always a layer of dirt around here, so it felt like something was missing. Huh? That player is not among the viewers? Did he go to sleep? Doesn't he watch even when sleeping? The scene cut to the 50th floor, at the Hypocrite Guild's complex factory area 2. Kang Soha sat there and asked confidently, "Am I not disturbing you, sir?" After he saw the badge on the outer layer of her coat, he immediately bent down, rubbing his palms together to receive her politely. "What nonsense is that? It is a great honor to welcome you to this humble place." She gave a faint, cold smile. "Just call me by my title." Outwardly, he was all smiles, but inwardly he cursed her. "Oh, this lunatic. What is she trying to do here? I heard that after the 7th floor you don't need a team, so why did she suddenly come back?" Suddenly, she raised her hand and demanded to see the work data. "Can you show me the daily data on the supply source and machine productivity?" This made him freeze, unsure how to explain. Looking at his expression, she found it very irritating. "What? You don't want to?" He hurriedly waved his hand. "Of course not. Just wait a moment." In truth, he really did not want to give it, as the embezzlement of raw materials could be exposed. Suddenly, a young man stormed in, kicking the door open, his voice filled with anger. "The person in charge here, come out right now." Her subordinate asked for her opinion first. She swiftly stood up and ordered them to capture that man and evacuate the workers. As for the young man, he looked around him. He kept grumbling. "I worked so hard to get down to the 50th floor. Isn't the leader here?" Kang Soha stepped closer to him, asking, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Hearing her voice, he turned to look. From his previous actions, she guessed. "It seems you're not lost after all." Seeing her, he grew angrier, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Are you the leader here?" he demanded bluntly. "I came to cause trouble." The boss showed no mercy because Kang Soha was a woman, swinging a powerful punch at her. Luckily, she dodged in time. She stepped back, warning, "Do you know you're violating the treaty?" He looked at her provocatively. "Doesn't that only apply when I'm part of some guild?" Hearing this, she easily deduced that he knew about this matter, likely having once belonged to a guild. After retreating to Lee Saha, she asked, "Why are you doing this?" He recounted clearly, "I heard you people bothered someone I care about. I didn't expect you to dare cause trouble even on the 10th floor." He threw another punch, this one much stronger, with all his veins bulging. Hearing about the 10th floor, she felt confused, unsure what was happening. He didn't give her much time to think and continued attacking. "Take this." Dirt and rocks flew up, but Kang Soha remained unafraid. She held her stance, even as someone loudly called her second heiress. She was silent for a long moment before finally speaking, "Popoi." Hearing this word, Pod suddenly flinched. The stones that were about to hit her abruptly stopped, hovering in the air. He was utterly surprised as he approached, stammering, "You are..." She simply smiled brightly at him. The 10th floor of the Greysoft Kingdom. There, a black-haired man was intently observing the finished product through a mini telescope. He said to someone, "Wait, are you really going to do that? You asked to borrow the workshop for a few days, so I'm curious what you want to make." Turned out he was observing a hand model, which had not just 2 or 3 triple helix mana circuits, but dozens, clearly a bomb. After examining it closely, he turned to Kim Jae-ju and said, "With knuckle joints this prominent, they're probably for fighting." Hearing this, the other stiffly agreed, surprising him. He thought to himself that while he couldn't learn imperial martial arts, he had mastered the Taruha combat technique even better. If so, he needed to change his equipment to something more suitable. Although he expressed concern that using it like that would be too much for his body, the other waved his hand shyly and answered, "It's fine thanks though." The chat channel had a few bored comments about this. "Its magical mechanics gives me a headache just looking at it. Been watching this all day." All he could do was hope for their understanding. He replied, "Sorry guys, it's a necessary situation. Please wait a bit longer." The black-haired man, about to leave, instead stared at him intently, filled with hesitation. He answered them, "I plan to go to the next floor, but I have to settle a debt first." They were surprised. "Oh, you're really going for it, huh?" And so the time gradually passed into the afternoon. Then it grew late into the night. He kept his promise and went to meet the guild master of the Hanjin Guild. The man introduced himself. Hello, I am Han Sung-min, Guildmaster of Hanjin. He politely asked him, would you like some tea? He smiled sheepishly and refused. No thanks. This small detail alone caught the Guildmaster's attention. Most people would say yes to be polite, but this young man clearly showed his wariness. At this moment, Sung-min spoke up first. I heard you were framed by the old guild and pursued. I want you to join our guild. He suddenly sneered and then said, I think it's all deception. You're not even in the Hypocrite Guild. Kim Jae-ju did not hide it and responded firmly, you're right. Actually, I thought I would have to reach floor 50 to meet you. I didn't expect you to be here. Watching him speak, he silently analyzed the identity of a pacifist named Han Sung-min. He was not strong in martial arts, but no one could get in his way. Even if some people taunted him as just a lucky person, Sung-min shrugged and asked him, it seems you have the information in hand, so what is your real motive? He was thinking that the next day, those people would praise Han Sung-min to the skies again, when he called him by his player name. Hey Kim Jae-ju, hi, startling him. He clasped his hands together, looked at him strangely and asked, the rumors haven't spread yet, but I know about the things you did on 15, so floor 5 and floor 10 were also your doing, right? He thought to himself he will find out soon enough anyway, so lying is useless. After sighing and hesitating, he confessed, yeah, it was me. Sung-min rested his chin on the table and lamented, hearing you confess so easily is really disappointing. Spoke first Guildmaster Han Sung-min, make a deal with me. He was surprised, what deal? I don't need anything from you. He smiled confidently and said no. He knew he had many delicious ingredients, and Han Sung-min was a top-class chef. He said firmly, there is, I'm sure of it. He looked at him and imagined the delicious dishes he would cook later. After a pause, Sung-min suddenly laughed loudly, laughing like crazy. Only when he stopped, he proposed the deal. Then how about this? He happily replied, tell me. He said softly, go to floor 17 and prove yourself. Show me you are worthy of a transaction. Kim Jae-ju wondered, what if I've already passed floor 17? He happily replied, then even better. He also warned in advance, the shadow game on floor 17 times 2 will be much harder. Kim Jae-ju asked back, how will you test it? What if I'm lying? He sighed and said briefly, there are many ways, don't ask anymore. For him, this was killing two birds with one stone, since he had to floor 17 to get to floor 20. Getting Han Sung-min's recognition was even better. Very quickly he agreed to his request. Alright, I accept. In another place, footsteps were moving very cautiously. A small girl seemed to be lost, her whole body radiating anxiety, her eyes looking around for help. Where is this? It's so dark. There's no one. Can I do this? In the chat channel, people encouraged her. Just calm down, they will fight each other. This isn't a team challenge, you can do it yourself. Receiving the encouragement, she felt much more at ease. She smiled, thank you very much. Just then, the system showed a notification. Players 480, 491, 492, 48995, 6 people have entered. The required number of participants is met. Made her want to scream in fear. Then a series of functions were disabled and the difficulty increased. Difficulty adjusted to average level. Chat, store skills disabled. Viewers cannot leave until the challenge ends. Finally, a notification, the floor 17 challenge is about to begin. Time remaining 10 minutes. Suddenly, a strange noise made her jump. When she turned around, she saw new players had appeared. Not just one or two, but many. She was skeptical, there wasn't anyone earlier. She pressed the system button while trembling inside. Can I do this? So scared. The system announced, floor 17 challenge. One of the 6 people will have their soul swapped with a shadow. Find that person or sacrifice 3 people to the evil god's altar. Otherwise, the other 5 will die. If the shadow is chosen as the sacrifice, the shadow will live. Use the window to vote. The system announced, use the system window to vote and find the demon. The demon will be distorted based on the average difficulty of the players. Trang Suk, a young man with blue hair, said, alright, we've finished introductions. Let's discuss what to do next. Each person will ask questions. Jin Sung was annoyed to hear that. But there are 6 distortions. How do we know who is lying? Yumi timidly asked, does 6 distortions mean there are 6 things that have been changed about the person we need to find? Mina covered her mouth in fear but replied, yes, it will be difficult, but it's better than doing nothing. Haezong said seriously, anyone can try to lie. I'm a psychology student, I can easily spot it. Kim Jae-ju carefully felt and observed his surroundings. He thought everyone's clothes had changed, and items had also disappeared. Suddenly remembering Popoi, he wondered to himself, is that group of Popoi all okay? The system announced the time remaining until the challenge begins is now wireless. The challenge begins. Receiving the notification, everyone paid close attention. Terrain around them began to change. Yumi was scared. Mina asked in surprise, what? Statues began sprouting from the ground one after another. Some statues even held weapons. The system announced, time remaining to make a decision is 60 minutes. All 6 people were in an area surrounded by 2 statues. A sacrificial altar appeared. The stone blade of the god statue became sharper. Kim Jae-ju observed closely, thinking to himself, just by looking, I know what will happen to the sacrifice, truly cruel. Mina suggested, should we vote for the most suspicious suspicious person and ask the stone statue if that person is the demon. Trangsuk said urgently, whether one person is the demon is meaningless. Minna replied, then I'll know the reward is worthless, but we can draw lots. 3 people, Trangsuk, Yumi, and Kim Jeju, listened as Minna continued, and choose 3 people to be the sacrifices. Jin Sung angrily wanted to punch Minha. Are you picking a fight with me? Someone will die. Do you want to turn this into a game of chance? Minna said nonchalantly with a smirk, go ahead and hit me if you want. I'll be very grateful that you volunteered yourself as a sacrifice. Saizu was very angry to hear this, but couldn't do anything. If there was a conflict, the attacker would immediately be chosen as a sacrifice. That was the rule to prevent the challenge from being easily overcome by force. Kim Jeju looked at Jin Sung and Minna, thinking if this continued, he could really hit her and become a sacrifice. Then Minha turned and said, also Yumi. Those words made Yumi jump and stutter, yes. Minna started questioning, you said you were a personal trainer on Earth, and recently switched to magical construction technology. After listening, Yumi stammered back, is something wrong? Minha was staring at Yumi. Kimju clearly stated that he learned magical construction techniques and skills along with their levels. She asked why he was so vague. Yumi, hearing this, panicked, turned pale, only stammering out, well. Minna immediately closed in on Yumi. She said, if you don't explain clearly, I'm forced to suspect you know something. Yumi was in tears, her whole body trembling, saying she had just heard from someone on the 10th floor that someone had made an incredible mechanical glove using this technique on the 6th floor. So, Kim Jeju suddenly recalled something, asking back, what, the 6th floor a mechanical glove? Yumi hurriedly defended herself. I'm not good at magic, and I don't have the courage to go to the front lines. I heard magical construction techniques weren't bad. That was the real reason I changed my direction. Minna calmly shook her head. You should have said so from the start. Don't you see how tense everyone is? Yumi trembled, aggrieved, saying, you're so mean. I'm just introverted. She was aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. Turning around, she met Kim Jeju's staring gaze and was startled. She immediately huddled against Jin Sung, making his face turn as red as a tomato. Minna pointed at Yumi and asked Haezong, the psychologist, if she was lying. Yumi became even more frightened. Yumi wept in grievance, shouting, if you want to make everything ugly, then you're even more suspicious than I am, Minna. She continued, forcing me to sacrifice others for no reason. How is that different from Jack? Minna was furious, only managing to choke out 3 words. Oh heavens! The two went at each other. Minna yelled, I was being too nice, so you're making a fool of me? Yumi retorted, you have no evidence, yet you're accusing me. Minna shot back, then where's your evidence? At that moment, a voice chimed in from outside. You're a real mad dog, Haezong said from behind. Then let's do as you say. Haezong pointed at Minna. To be honest, you're the most suspicious one here. You keep leading the conversation and butting into others. Having a nuisance like you here is troublesome. Better to eliminate you first. Minna was terrified. Why is she suddenly targeting me? I just led her to attack someone else. Haezong looked around and said, look around you. Do you think I'm the only one who thinks that way? 5 people stood together, looking in Minna's direction. No one intervened. No one said she was wrong. They only watched quietly and coldly. Minna's face darkened, panicking as she defended herself. What? I thought we agreed not to play games of chance to decide who dies. A hand was raised and a voice said, wait a moment. Kim Jeju continued, please let me ask one question. Upon hearing this, Haezong replied, you're not going to ask an ordinary question, are you? Asking about gender, male or female, is meaningless if the demon has changed its gender. Kim Jeju was flustered. The statue's judgment is based on the original gender. He thought that if he asked the statue whether the demon was female, it would say no if the demon was originally male. A mocking shadow flashed through his mind. He thought asking about easily changeable things like gender or occupation wouldn't help find the demon. Trangsuk spoke up. Sacrificing one suspect is better than letting 5 people die, right? A voice came from behind. Are you sure you won't be chosen as the sacrifice? Trangsuk was stunned. That person turned to the 2 frightened girls. Given the current situation, it will be Minha and Yumi. Kim Jeju continued. Then who will be the last one when we've destroyed each other? He reasoned that instead, they should use the right they were given before making a decision. Jin Sung agreed. Trangsuk spoke again. One question. 1 death is better than 3 deaths. Haezong raised her hand. I agree. Yumi also agreed. Minha did not hesitate. Since you've spoken up, go ahead. Kim Jeju was delighted, thanking everyone. Kim Jeju said cheerfully. Then, he placed his hand on the statue and said he would read out his question. Contrary to Kim Jeju's cheerful attitude, the demon felt irritated. He thought it was really bad luck to be in the same room as Kim Jeju. Had he already been caught? He warily watched him. Even though he tried to handle the situation by mixing truth with lies, the fear of being discovered never faded. Kim Jeju touched the massive finger of the statue. Then I will speak my question. He asked, did the demon's gender change from male to female? Purple-haired girl grew impatient. Hey, just asking about gender isn't enough. If it's wrong, what are you going to do? However, the statue made a noise. The statue's face changed, breaking into a horrifying grin, sending a chill down the girl's spine. Kim Jeju looked at her, confidently saying, I know who the demon is. Someone asked curiously. You know, from just that one question? Someone explained. Even if the gender changes, habits remain the same. If it's someone you know, it's even clearer. This made him suspicious of the phrase, someone you know. Kim Jeju smiled confidently. That's right. We've met before, haven't we? Even though she tried to use Yumi's appearance, her identity was exposed. She still didn't understand what was happening. She stammered a denial. What are you talking about? I've never met you before. Kim Jeju continued. Or should I call you him? The girl's terrified expression was like proof of his speculation. Kim Jeju recounted. Hyuk once participated in the trial on the 6th floor with me. His nature hasn't changed one bit. He pointed out another clue. Do you remember what Yumi said the first time we met? On the 5th floor, she chose a high difficulty and said she could use a bayonet. She's definitely a level 6 command engineer. This matches what Hyuk once said. She had introduced herself as a fitness trainer. Hyuk also once said, I'm 26, a trainer in real life. Yumi also said she heard about a magical mechanical glove. If what she said was true, I'm sure that's the Hyuk I know. The clear evidence made others suspicious as well. Hyuk stubbornly refuted. It's not me, I'm being framed. Someone asked, why were you so flustered when Kim Ju approached? Hyuk stumbled for a reason. Because a strange man suddenly came up to me. They didn't believe her. The other person pressed. You were fine when Jin Sung was near you. Why only sensitive with Kim Jeju? The other agreed. Yeah, you weren't scared of me. You even charged into my squad to beg for help. She even mocked. From what I know about you, that means you know something about this guy. It's very strange. Hyuk couldn't deny it, his whole body trembling with fear. Hyuk used crocodile tears to plead innocence. The stone statue confirmed the demon is a man turned into a woman. I'm the only real girl here. There are many other women too. Is it not too much to target me just for that? Seeing Hyuk keep denying, Kim Jeju sighed. I don't like witch hunting either. Let's do this. He turned to the remaining girls. Let me ask the remaining 5 questions, okay? If you don't like it, just interrupt me. They all agreed. I have no problem with that. Me neither. Made Hyuk extremely anxious because the atmosphere had changed, with no one left to oppose. He touched the statue's finger again. Kim Jeju started asking questions before he arrived, whether the ghost had met him and if it met him on the 6th floor. The statue quickly showed the same smile as before, signaling the answer was correct. He could ask about these things later. Should he continue asking? It made her freeze in terror. Hyuk tremblingly spoke. Why did you do that? There must be a mistake. This is absurd. She hurriedly clung to the man beside her, hoping he would believe her. Really, I'm sure it's a mistake. But he mercilessly shoved Hyuk away, telling Lee Saha to stay away from him. The girl inside sighed helplessly, clapped her hands and said, okay, it's clear, make a decision, there isn't much time. Hyuk completely collapsed because no one believed him. Are you guys joking? But they kept discussing, ignoring Hyuk's words. By then, Hyuk's face was covered in tears and snot. She still stubbornly denied the crime and blamed Kim Jeju. That man is lying, he's deceiving us. Do you want to die? She just washed without saying a word, her hand still voting in the system. No matter how many times he screamed, it wasn't me, it really wasn't me. No one believed him. They still voted for Yumi. At this moment, Kim Jeju, while voting, told her she should consider herself expelled. After pressing it, the system announced the voting was complete. A moment later, the system quickly announced the results. Yumi 5 votes, invalid 1 vote. It made Hyuk completely despair. He held his head in his hands, unable to accept it. This is absurd. Impossible. His eyes had become lifeless. Then the statue quickly pounced on Hyuk. When caught, he kept begging for mercy, please. But he was still put inside the statue very quickly. Quickly, circular bars fell down, swallowing the light. He stayed inside, crying out, no, I don't want to die. He tried to shout, save me, but everything was meaningless. Seeing this scene, they could only awkwardly look away, pretending not to notice. Then, the system announced, you have eliminated the ghost and completed the trial. Chat, storage, and skill functions have been activated. Your statue chamber also gradually disappeared. Now, 2 gates appeared. The gate to the 18th floor will open immediately. The gate to the 10th floor will also open immediately. Before entering the gate, one person promised him, hey Kim Jeju, I'll treat you to a meal when we meet again later. Another person waved goodbye to him. So this is why everyone fears the 17th floor. You're amazing! The purple-haired girl even chuckled towards him. Thanks to you, I survived. Goodbye. Watching them leave, he felt quite helpless. They sure left quickly. One other girl hadn't left yet. She called out, Mr. Kim Jeju. He replied, yes, miss. She looked at him and smiled proudly. You passed the trial. He didn't quite understand the statement. Passed who? Her? So he asked what she meant. She just smiled lightly and pointed at the chat section. The viewers told me to say that to you. Kim Jeju was stunned. Oh, really? After receiving the news, Suzan immediately went to report to the guild leader. Guild leader Kim Jeju has completed the trial. Sung Min turned back and smiled at him. Yeah, I heard. He grumbled in annoyance. God, you know everything already, so why do you make me report every day? He sighed helplessly. You also know the eyes of the world. If you hadn't come, I'd really look like a good-for-nothing. Therefore, he lowered head to gaze at this place through the window. But I heard the 20th floor is chaotic. Did you pick up any news? But Suzian was busy and didn't know. You know I've been busy lately. A newly formed guild is really troublesome, but I can't fool Sungmin. He asked, Big brother, is that the high school girl? Then he reiterated, you should learn to prioritize important things. You're acting strange lately? Having any difficulties? Making him only awkwardly apologize, I'm sorry. He asked about the source collapse incident. Do you know about that incident? When the incident occurred, all players on the 10th floor were moved to a pitch black space. When they returned, many changes occurred, a phenomenon called source collapse. He asked worriedly, did the 20th floor change like the 10th floor too? He smiled evasively. It might have, it might not have. I'm not sure, but the 15th floor certainly changed. Perhaps because they are about to riot. He looked at Lee Saha distantly down below, and the root cause of those changes was probably that person. The person he was referring to was none other than Kim Jeju. Looking at him, he smirked. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun, compared to everyone else. Everyone, a life without surprises is the most boring life. His smile grew increasingly dark. Down below, Kim Jeju was walking while peering around as if looking for something. At that time, he thought to himself, I definitely can't see them anymore. I came through the gate but haven't seen anyone from the Hypocrite Guild. Those guys always lurking on the 10th floor to find me. Did he suspect Hansen? No, that was too obvious. Today, the smiling man pointed him to the right. Mr. Duyu should go this way. Amidst the turmoil, a user named his lover donated 1,000 coins with a voice message. Kim Jeju, your big brother here. It immediately cheered him up. Thanks for the support. The viewers were happy for him seeing his lover. Long time no see the lover, but any good news? What does the emoji mean? Quickly walked to Sungmin's room. The man lightly knocked on the door and reported, Guildmaster Kim Jeju has arrived. He opened the door gently for him to enter, while he himself stepped back outside. I was very glad to meet you. Sit down, you are late. You are not planning to run away, are you? He asked suspiciously, didn't you say I had already passed the trial? He chuckled, so you figured it out. I really worked hard, constantly worried about what to do if the surveillance network couldn't catch you. So I went a bit overboard. He cursed inwardly, worked hard my foot. He analyzed the 17th floor just now. Han Sungmin must have identified all the players who entered at the same time as him, then planted subordinates disguised as audience members to monitor them. That man displayed the authority to force players to obey his commands, and the number of people he controlled was massive. He said he could monitor him at all times, so he shouldn't try anything. That must have been a warning. That was childish but effective. Only then did Kim Jeju put down his backpack and sit. Suddenly he scratched his head and asked him, Mr. Kim Jeju, what is your true identity? He seriously explained, I thought you got lucky, but I have never seen anyone complete the 17th floor so calmly. You seem very familiar with the tower. He asked back with a serious face, is that really important? He snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. Yes, I want to know. I have never encountered such an interesting matter before. You are amazing. He said bluntly, then let's make a deal. At that time he thought, I will use my abilities to prove that I am not someone lowly. Now it was Han Sungmin's turn to prove whether he was the person he needed. Without looking at him, he chuckled softly, weighing each other up, aren't we? He replied innocently, is that so? His coldness made Sungmin falter. No reaction at all? That would be difficult. He clenched his own hand. He thought, now let's see who holds the better cards. Even knowing that Kim Jeju's cards were very good, he still didn't know what they were. He had never thought he would panic when information was brought up. He wanted to say, then I will tell you about the trials of floors 18 and 19. Is that why this matter is interesting? Kim Jeju once again refused the goodwill. No need. He felt like he had been struck mid-swing. No need? Does he mean he already has the information even though he has never been there? His smile became forced. Remembering when he first met Kim Jeju, he thought he was just another madman in the tower, but his calmness irritated him, as if he knew everything. Sungmin asked awkwardly, Ji Woo, how much do you know about this tower? He only replied, just enough to satisfy Han Sungbin. He was furious, good one. He thought inwardly, that vague reply of his really pissed me off. Is he doing it on purpose? As the afternoon waned, more specifically about an hour later, the two of them were still going back and forth in discussion. Finally, Sungmin could not take it anymore, threw up his hands and said, I surrender. He thought tiredly, I won't get any information out of him continuing like this. I will explode from anger. He offered, what do you want? I will help. As if he had hit the jackpot, Kim Jeju smiled slightly, pleased with himself. He said something not even he expected. Please eliminate me. The twilight of the evening outsell golden. Sungmin laughed in confusion. Huh? You wasted all that time just to ask me to eliminate you? Are you kidding me? Kim Jeju scratched his head awkwardly and said, I am sorry, that is not what I meant. I intended to ask you not to let me appear until floor 20. Ding, even Sungmin was speechless with him. Sungmin seemed to understand, smiled, and asked probing, "So you want me to get rid of the rumors that are spreading?" Kim Jae said yes. "Can you do it?" Sungmin replied absently, "Of course not. The rumors have already spread." Having just said no, he immediately had another way. "However, I can make your presence fade into the background." Kim Jae did not understand, asked back suspiciously how. "Simple," he said as he raised both hands, mixing the well-known rumors circulating recently. In one hand, he held a blue sphere. "With the rumor about you, Kim Jae, in the other hand, he held a pink sphere. Use rumors to cover up rumors." He mixed the two pink and blue spheres into one. Sungmin continued, "Doing this will buy enough time until you reach floor 20. What do you think?" Kim Jae agreed, immediately said, "That is enough." At this point, Sungmin thought the deal was done, but he still felt a bit like he was at a loss because a guild master backing down would hurt his pride. Sungmin spoke again with the upper hand. "Since I yielded to you first, can I ask one more question? But you must not lie." Kim Jae agreed, "Fine." He thought it would be best for the agreement to be bilateral, as both parties would need to support each other in the future. Jinha began to speak. "This is information I still haven't figured out." Kim Jae listened without knowing what he was referring to. He continued, "I heard you wore a fursuit on the 15th floor, and it made sounds." Kim Jae did not ask further, nor did he say anything. He pondered carefully. Lying would only tire both of them out. If this person was determined, there was nothing he could not find out. After a period of inner struggle, Kim Jae sighed and reluctantly told the truth. He took something out and said, "Laha Koden Barin." "Huh, what do you mean?" Jinha was stunned, not understanding what he was saying. Something glowed in the darkness like a pair of eyes. Then 3 extremely adorable white fluff balls appeared. Jinha looked in surprise at the cute animals that had just appeared. This group clung to Kim Jae, acting spoiled, looking extremely cute. Jinha looked at them, surprised and helpless. They were so tiny they couldn't even go home on their own. Earlier they were small and adorable. Now they were baring their fangs and claws ferociously. Jinha concluded they seemed afraid of him. Kim Jae grew suspicious. He must have been brutal on the 8th floor. Popoi were very sensitive to the death of their kind. Jinha let out an awkward loud laugh. He asked what he did before coming to the tower. Kim Jae knew he was changing the subject. Hesitating for a moment, Kim Jae decided to tell this story since everyone was curious. He thought revealing it now was also good. He told Han Sungmin about his past, how he came to the tower, and even the identity of the white fursuit being Popoi. Sungmin adjusted his glasses and said the reason was to make a living, to earn money. Sitting down to talk, Sungmin seemed surprised because the reason was more ordinary than he thought. Kim Jae confirmed, making a living was the biggest motivation. Looking back at the Popoi clinging to him, he said, "But now things were different." Remembering the past, Kim Jae continued, "If others saw this place as a game, then he felt this game was real life." He finally summarized with a short sentence, saying it that way to make it easy to understand. Sungmin pondered, then spoke. In other words, he had completely immersed himself in the game. Kim Jae gently replied, "It could be understood that way too." Kim Jae suddenly called out, "Mr. Han Sungmin, you play because you feel bored, right?" Sungmin forced a smile, asking what kind of madman would enter the tower just because of boredom. Kim Jae threw cold water directly. "There are all kinds of people in the world." Sungmin's expression changed, thinking to himself that he felt an oddly uncomfortable feeling. Kim Jae understood him well, even when he himself didn't. Sungmin extended his hand. "You're interesting." The two shook hands happily. He promised to do his best but told him to prepare mentally if the result was bad. Kim Jae calmly replied, "Of course." Kim Jae opened his bag. Inside was another space. He called the names Laha Koden Barin. Hearing the call, the playing Popoi immediately jumped into the bag. Sungmin asked what he planned to do next. After they were all inside, Kim Jae closed the bag. He put the bag on his shoulder, turned back and smiled. "I will depart for the 18th floor right now." On the 70th floor, headquarters of the Hypergrade Guild, an employee reported to a well-dressed man with blonde hair. He only chose magical species production factories to attack, seemingly in collusion with some guild. He said he only attacked with magic, so he left no trace. The sharp-faced blonde man spoke. "He left no trace because he recognized us yet still wanted to attack. He even confidently revealed his face, meaning he was very confident. It doesn't make any sense at all." He curled his lips in a cold smile. Turning around, he softened his voice and asked the employee, "What about Miss Kang Soha?" Because of rebuilding the factory, there was a shortage of people, so they withdrew all her guards. During the battle, Kang Soha was injured and is resting. The blonde man said indifferently, "Is that so?" The employee continued, "Even though I only passed by, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The battle at Factory 2 was very fierce. Almost everything was destroyed." The face of the blonde man Lee Saha suddenly darkened, looking irritable. Then, all of a sudden, his legs spun 360 degrees, his face smiling cheerfully as if he had never been upset. "Now we'll go see Miss Kang Soha." The employee was worried, letting out a fearful yes. Before leaving, he deliberately whispered that she was injured. Giving her work now was a bit. The blonde man asked coldly, "What did you say?" "If a precious guild member is injured, I have to go visit them." The employee thought to himself that he didn't even care when hearing a member died, but still had to obey. Understood. Night fell, the sky full of stars. The flow of people on the street was still bustling. User comments. Kim Jeju's life is so hard, I used to mock him. I'm such an idiot. From now on I will support you, Kim Jeju. Do you think you're the only follower? I'm one too. Kim Jeju was sitting in his room with the popoi flying around randomly. You really plan to go to the 18th floor as you said. There, you only need wood person to win. He replied while digging his hand into his backpack. Right, I'm about to go. A comment appeared. Homework? Then delete the other names. They have to pay for the ride because they're being waited on. Our Jeju isn't that type. Inside the backpack were leather shoes of Lostant, owner of the Serpent King Hero grade. A leather coat of Lostant, owner of the Serpent King Hero grade. Leather gloves of Lostant, owner of the Serpent King Hero grade. Leather protective gear of Lostant, owner of the Serpent King Hero grade. All had been restored. Kim Jeju held the coat he was wearing, thinking now the only issue was the coat. The new coat's effect was special, but he didn't know how to set it up yet. After restoring an item, it needs adaptation time. The notification panel showed leather coat of Lostant, owner of the Serpent King Hero grade. The leather coat of Lostant was made from the skin of a snake that died after battle, containing the power to predict time by 1 second. Kim Jeju raised his hand to his chest to check. A comment asked him not opening the reward. He looked at the notification panel. I was about to do that. A gift box dropped, the reward for the 16th floor. It included a money pouch of 1,500 coins, a sword of a rare grade hero, and a skill book for Fireball. Kim Jeju thought this reward was slightly better than the 15th floor. Probably the 17th floor wouldn't have anything special either. He pressed the jack button on the notification panel. The group of popoi suddenly screamed and ran around in panic. A comment appeared. Kim Jeju got a reward for doing well in an illusion? Admin hello. But if not for that, Kim Jeju wouldn't go anywhere. Kim Jeju pondered. He had reached the 17th floor. Everyone knew the rewards for the 17th floor were much better than other floors. Suddenly he thought of something, his expression turning serious. But no one had ever received a silver mirror, not even once. Even if everything goes smoothly, it still does not align with our original plan. Why did this thing appear here? It feels like you are being deceived. A notification panel appeared. Power Cube, a rare grade recovery item. A masterpiece of the eccentric Tower Mage Glennon. A one-use item that can repair broken equipment. I have decided not to get caught up in anyone's schemes in this tower anymore, but it seems the administrator is mocking and denying that. You are firmly in the palm of my hand. Whether you like it or not, that is what he means, right? Kim Jeju used his hand to turn a lever on the bed. Instantly, the bed's compartment opened, accompanied by a faint wisp of white smoke. He reached his hand inside to take out the items within. 3 popoi stood there, curiously eavesdropping. Beep sounded, startling the entire group. Kim Jeju picked up his jacket, preparing to put it on. After that, he finished putting on his shoes. Kim Jeju placed a hand on his chest, closing his eyes to think. If that man wants me to fight, since I was young I have not liked refusing others, nor am I one to endure abuse. If the administrator wants me to fight, there is no reason to avoid it. Let us see who wins. Suddenly, a sound came from Kim Jeju's backpack. The few popoi inside kept squeaking. Kim Jeju's eyes changed color, his face beaded with sweat. Alright, focus, I can do this. I cannot see anything now, I just need to concentrate on one single thing. His pupils visibly dilated, and small veins began to appear around his eyes. Popoi jumped out. He started counting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Zizu pounced on a popoi, holding it tightly in its hands. I've not fully adapted yet. If I concentrate, I can use it for a moment. Kim Jeju asked it, are you okay? It was fine and let out a poi sound. He cheerfully hugged them and said, let us go. Floor 18. If the administrator does not pull any strange tricks, I can easily pass it with just another group. Floor 18, the Ilu Cloud Village. An angry foot stomped on the cloud, letting out a curse. 2 people entered from outside. The curly-haired man shouted and complained, my feet are sinking in. The short-haired man soothed him. You knew before coming here. Do not make a scene. The curly-haired man adjusted his clothes. You are thorough, but be careful. The guilds only send their best people. Others are probably divided into groups like us. Fighting them means certain death. The short-haired man only replied curtly, focus on yourself. The curly-haired man turned to Hazion warmly. You look so refreshed. Have you done this before? Hazion replied enthusiastically. Of course, if you trust me, floor 18 is just a small matter. He then asked Kim Jeju, you have done this before too, right? Kim Jeju replied indifferently. No, this is my first time. The curly-haired man pressed on. Hey, you are lying, right? He clearly knows something. His voice and actions are very calm. The system announced. The trial round for floor 17 has officially begun. The sky was still blue and clear. The sunlight dimmed, no longer too harsh. In the sky, something was glittering. A giant iron cage fell from above. Lucky everyone dodged. Otherwise, they would have all met their ancestors. The players stared in astonishment at what had just fallen. On this side, the 3, including Hazon, the short-haired man, and the curly-haired man, were also discussing excitedly. It was a giant monster beast, shaped like a fierce bird. It was baring its claws and gnashing its teeth, looking very ferocious and difficult to deal with. The system announced, welcome to the Ilu Cloud Village. Inside that iron cage, there was not just one but many monster beasts. The system requested, Capture 5 bluebird demons within the time limit. Note, if one dies, you will fail. Time remaining before the trial is 10 minutes. Hazen raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Ahem. He began. Hello, is this everyone's first time attempting floor 18? I have a suggestion. Please hear me out. He spoke openly. I have ID 4850. I am the most experienced person here. Everyone, please listen to me. The two over there whispered, why is he acting like this? But listening a bit would not hurt. Hazen persisted even though no one had replied yet. We do not have much time, I will speak frankly. Kim Jeju remained silent, true to his character. In this tower, a user's ID is considered like age, reflecting the amount of experience they possess. Words from an experienced player can change the lives of those who cannot get information from guilds. Hazen analyzed. Unlike low or medium difficulty bird monsters, bluebird demons are very fast. If you are careless because of their size, you will only look up to the sky and wait for death helplessly. A short-haired girl raised her hand and asked, how fast? Hazen spoke while pointing at his own eyes, like this. Girl was confused because he did not explain clearly, so she asked again, what does that mean? Only then did he reply, most knights cannot even touch a single feather of theirs. If you do not know their weakness, it is very hard to beat them. The girl asked eagerly, what if we use magic? The staff behind her glowed, proving she intended to use it. She thought, I can show people catching birds with magic, and also negotiate with others for a stone that hits 2 birds. Hazen shook his head. It will not work. What? The girl looked as if she had been struck across the ear. Hazen continued analyzing. The feathers of the bluebird demon have very high magic resistance. Even if you use a mid-level maximum power attribute magic, it will only stop them for a moment. The curly-haired man asked, then can we just catch them right as they leave the cage? Or surround and attack after the trial starts? Hazen sighed helplessly. That would be even more impossible. Bluebird demons become extremely ferocious when caged. Even if we surround the cage, the outcome would just be us watching the feathers fall to the ground and be torn in half instantly. Hearing him say that, the curly-haired guy and the short-haired guy both felt helpless, their faces turning pale. One pessimist spoke up, so we're doomed. If both speed and magic are useless, how are we supposed to catch them? We're gonna die. The short-haired girl opened the comments to read the bird's weakness, but got caught cheating by the system. Her account was banned from the stream. It was a real disaster. She pondered, even receiving hints from viewers was strictly prohibited. After much back and forth, he finally named a price to the players. Here's my offer, 500 coins each, how about it? I know their flight patterns and movements. I can help you clear the challenge quickly. He smiled smugly, thinking that if they wouldn't pay the price, who would help them pass the challenge? The corner of his mouth curled up, smart thinking you're all still in the palm of my hand. I've challenged this floor countless times, only 1 coin is left as a reward. After I point out the weakness, I just need to catch 3 and the challenge ends. On the other side, the two guys were still discussing the methods with each other. He thought to himself with the gleeful mood of a victor, like this, I'll make a profit from these newbies on their first challenge, and I'll get an extra reward for completing it. The more he thought, the more narcissistic he became. My brain is truly exceptional for coming up with this brilliant scheme. The short-haired guy raised his hand with a disdainful expression. Who cares about weaknesses? How are we supposed to catch those birds flying in the sky now? Everyone is going to be amazed. Saying that, Hazen took a running start, ready to leap up. Very quickly, he shot up from the ground. The people below were still staring blankly at him, wondering what he was going to do. The two guys looked up and saw something that left them dumbfounded. His feet stepped on the clouds. Hazen just proved that my physical ability is enough to jump as high as those birds. But of course they're very fast, so reaching them doesn't mean catching them. Two guys seemed convinced by this. Wasn't spending just 500 coins to complete the challenge a bargain? The curly-haired guy decided. Alright, the short-haired girl also joined in and said I'm in too. Me too, I'll join as well. So all the players agreed to give Hazen 500 coins to easily pass the challenge. Hazen was still gleeful about the loot. This is great. Now there's just one person left. He turned to Kim Jeju, speaking as he held out the bag full of coins. The last one I'm fine with direct trade or through the window. Kim Jeju merely coldly turned around. No need, I'll pass the challenge on my own. Seeing that, he was taken aback. What? Wait, if you don't have coins, I'll accept items too. The system announced that the time remaining before the challenge started was 3 minutes. Jeon-seok fumed inwardly. I never thought anyone would object at the very last moment. He yelled, you can't go against the plan, just because you don't want it. Do you want everyone to die together? He cursed inwardly, bastard. He's probably planning to catch the birds himself and leech off without paying. All the players turned to Kim Jeju in a flurry. We all agreed to pay. Why are you suddenly backing out? The two guys over here whispered to each other. He looks experienced. Doesn't he seem confident he can pass on his own without paying? Is that so? I don't see that from the way he talks. Isn't he just lying? The short-haired girl immediately snapped. I'm going crazy. Just let me pay him then. When the system announced that the challenge had begun, the remaining time was 60 minutes. If you fail to catch the bluebird demons, the clouds will disappear. At this moment, Hazion started enthusiastically. Alright, now I'll catch the first one. Before he could do anything, a bluebird demon was already taken down. He turned around, stunned, and his face changing color. This is absurd. Bluebird demons were being subdued again. The more he thought, the more absurd this seemed. Very quickly, Kim Jeju had subdued all the bluebird demons. Kim Jeju turned back indifferently and said to the players, "The gate is open. Aren't you going?" Hazion trembled with rage because he had received the coins but hadn't done anything yet, and he was already beaten to completing the challenge. He spoke up. "Who are you? I couldn't even see your movements." At the 5th floor's difficulty, I learned the Royal Knight's body passive skill, and through continuous leveling, I possess excellent eyesight. He was still in a daze. Someone behind him commented, "See, what did I say? I told you must have some kind of trick." Anyway, the curly-haired guy, covering his mouth as he whispered to the guy next to him, looked at Hazion, causing him immense embarrassment. The curly-haired guy even deliberately spoke loudly so Hazion could hear. "If we follow that guy's logic, we just got carried by the guy in the round shirt. Shouldn't we give him those coins then?" The short-haired girl who had been snapping at Kim Jeju earlier to complete 180-degree turn, grinning cheerfully and saying, "My god, you're amazing." A whole group of players surrounded Kim Jeju, trying to get friendly, each saying something. "Are you going alone? We still have room in our party. I think it's a bit rude to just leave like this. Do you need any coins?" Kim Jeju merely replied politely, "Thank you, but I don't need coins or a party, and I've never been to floor 19. He thought, "I should go. I'll head straight to floor 19. Kim Jeju then quickly entered floor 19. In a white room, Kang Soha was lying on a hospital bed in pain and discomfort. The guild leader came to visit and asked, "Are you alright?" Kang Soha was quite badly injured, one arm bandaged, and she struggled to sit up, asking, "Guild leader, what are you doing here?" He raised his hand to signal she didn't need to sit up. "A patient doesn't need to be formal. Even though it's late, I still wanted to visit you." Kang Soha was moved to near tears. She said, "Thank you." The blonde guy covered his mouth with his hand, showing a look of sympathy. "Your injuries seem very severe." Kang Soha replied, "I was cut by a manama sword." She turned her face away, thinking with an annoyed expression, "It's not like it's a contagious disease. Why act like that? That man is so strong, can't she heal from it?" She laughed, "That's right, but I'm fine now. They said I just need to rest for a few more days." But inwardly she thought, I must act, I have to pretend to sweat. Said if she didn't mind, "Could I take a look at your wound?" Her inner thoughts at that moment, "I've put up with you for so long, of course I mind, you crazy bastard." Kang Soha gripped her clothes, thinking, but if she refused, he would continue to suspect her. Kang Soha pulled up her clothes, revealing the bandaged wound area beneath. He approached and looked closely at her wound. Not a lie, the wound was still glowing, meaning the mana was still ravaging her body. He stood up and asked Kang Soha what happened back then. Trying to recall and answer the question, Kang Soha Jun's body trembled. She stammered in response, "He is very strong, I couldn't even react." He asked again coldly, "So why did he run away?" Kang Soha absent-mindedly recalled that moment. It seemed he had poured all his strength into the first blow. As the match dragged on, he must have seen that he was exhausted, so he destroyed the factory and fled. He pondered, replying softly, "I understand." Then he showed sympathy towards Kang Soha. "It pains me to see an important person of the guild like you injured." After saying that, he dashed off like the wind, and at the door he did not forget to tell her one thing, "Then take care and rest up." She found it strange. The guild leader was unusually anxious and worried, so she sighed, too suspicious. "At first I thought he was clean and neat, but from floor 50 I realized that wasn't his true nature. Even if I told the truth, he would still be suspicious. I spoke so ambiguously like that. He will definitely be on guard." Just as she was thinking about that pervert, a knock on the door made her jump, like being afraid of ghosts in the dark. A purple-haired boy opened the door and said, "Let us eat. I made some porridge." Turned out it was just porridge. It made me jump. The boy looked at her dazedly, confused as to why she was startled. Kang Soa smiled brightly as if nothing happened. "Nothing, thank you. I will eat it with great relish." As she picked up the spoon and scooped a bit of porridge, she thought, "Whether it makes him suspicious or not, I have no intention of stopping here." A spoonful of delicious porridge was brought to her mouth. "Even though I didn't plan it, now I have an extremely skilled assistant to do many more things." A footstep walking in expensive deerskin shoes. Several comments appeared. "You are about to reach floor 20. Ah, I have to clear floor 20 soon, or else I will get kicked out. Kim Ju, accept my friend request." Kim Jeju gave a warm, friendly smile and replied, "Okay, when we meet I will accept." Hearing that, the commenters said, "So touching. Is it time? Looks like it is time to give you a trial. Are you staying longer just for this? How disappointing." Jiayu stood looking at the system panel showing information. Player Iron Guy has donated 1,000 coins with audio. "I am a huge fan. Player reversing the situation before enlisting has donated 1,500 coins with audio. Money flowing in here. Open the bag. There is even a user named Eat Mixed Chicken Thigh. Many users have spent coins to donate to Kim Jeju. Seeing this, he happily replied, "Thank you everyone." A comment replied, "It is all for our common benefit." Kim Jeju touched the gate and said, "Then I am going in." Inside the space, the system panel appeared. Players 48 4,89 991 4 house 9 of 1 4 than a 9 2. High difficulty. 4 players have entered. Required player count set. Kim Jeju entered inside. The notification appeared again. Floor 19 challenge will begin soon. The maze will expand according to the difficulty. Time remaining before start is 10 minutes. Kim Jeju saw 2 people talking. The girl asked, "What if we die?" The man coldly replied, "If you are scared, just go back." The girl was user 4901 named Lee Sin-hai. She lost her composure and shouted, "Each room has 5 doors, how can we go back?" The other man was user 48 named Sajang. He snapped, "Do you have no brain? Just leave a mark on the door." Kim Jeju stood watching the conversation. He thought they were arguing about strategy to pass this round. This was a maze consisting of identical rooms connected by identical doors on every wall surface, including the floor and ceiling. The goal was to get out of the maze. The high difficulty challenge had hundreds of rooms. Each time entering a new room, traps or monsters would appear, and if unlucky, one would be ambushed by magic. Additionally, after listening to the overview of this floor's challenge, Kim Jeju thought, the floor 19 challenge seemed the same as before. Both the entrance and exit were in the same place. He looked up at the floor above. In other words, this room was both the entrance and the exit. His eyes lit up as if he discovered something. If my guess is correct, this door emitting a blue light is definitely... Then Kim Jeju sat down, using his hand to tentatively touch the blue light on the floor. When one finds the switch hidden in the maze and activates it, the hidden entrance within the room will appear. Exiting the maze through that entrance was the clear condition. So he had found the solution to this floor. The corner of his mouth curled up. Then, this blue-haired boy was user 4902 named Beijing He. He appeared smiling with a gentle voice. "Alright, calm down. I knew this would happen, so I prepared in advance." Jin He took out a notebook titled Floor 19 Strategy Notebook and said, "I got this from floor 10. It was quite expensive." Said confidently, "Everything is in here, from the switch location to things to watch out for. You two have to trust me." Hearing this, Sin-hee happily asked back, "Really? Where did you buy it?" Only Sajang still looked displeased, not trusting. He spoke up, "Can it be trusted? What if you were scammed?" Jinha's expression changed upon hearing that. "My viewers said it is trustworthy. I bought it from a famous group, do not worry." Sajang hot-headedly turned and snapped, "Unbelievable. You can still live stream at a time like this. Our lives are in danger. What if we trust you and die? Who takes responsibility?" 4 people were now standing close together. Kim Jeju, who had been silent until now, was both studying the floor and listening to the conversation between the other 3. He thought, he has a point. A person only has one life. Information from a stranger met for the first time is a bit. When the system panel appeared, Player Rabbit donated 500 coins, with a note below. "That is right, stop being so suspicious." Jinha was happy. "Thanks for the 500 coins, Rabbit." Sajang was so angry he was both trembling and turning purple. Sin-hai standing beside him covered her mouth and chuckled, which made him even angrier. He turned to ask, "Are you laughing?" "No, I just have a cold." Hearing that, the blood rushed to his head even more. He was so furious he was about to start a fight. "Damn it, do I look that easy to push around?" A hand was raised. "Sorry for interrupting." Kim Jeju pointed at the blue light on the floor and said, "But I am going to break this floor. Everyone move to the edge of the room, please." Sajang suddenly became furious and cursed. "What terrible luck. Are all you people participating here a bunch of idiots? Do you want us all to die together by doing something sudden like that?" Kim Jeju did not want to explain much either. He only briefly advised, "Believe it or not, if you do not want to get hurt, then move." Seeing Kim Jeju like that, Sajang angrily raised his finger and shouted, "What? Are you threatening me? What the heck?" Jinha saw Sajang lose his cool as if about to lunge and punch Kim Jeju, so he stepped in to stop him. "Calm down. Let us just wait and see what he is going to do." Jinha laughed heartily to mediate between the two sides. "Just let him try and see." Sajang disagreed, still angry and arguing. "What if that is just a waste of time?" The blue-haired girl named Lee Sin-hee beside him casually agreed with Kim Jeju. "Alright, 1 minute out of the 60 we have is fine." As for Sajang, hearing her support Kim Jeju, he roared, his fierce expression turning sharply to look at the girl. As for her, she wanted to avoid trouble, not wanting to argue, so she turned her face away. After the argument, the system announced that the challenge was about to begin, with only 60 minutes left. If they could not escape in time, the maze would collapse. Kim Jeju put down his backpack, turned around and kindly told everyone to move, step back, and turn their faces away, because it would be very loud and their eyes could get hurt. Although Sajang disagreed, he had no choice. He closed his eyes and turned his face away in annoyance, and the others obediently did the same. Kim Jae-ju's hand touched the ground, where a faint blue light emanated. He sensed for a moment and then thought that there must be a reaction of mana. Kim Jae-ju recalled the familiar blue light on the first floor when he met Popoi, exactly the same as the light from this floor. The feeling was so familiar, like the light from the giant mana stone on the first floor. Kim Jae-ju remembered how he cleared the challenge on the 14th floor in an unusual way. He thought he could do the same on the 19th floor, and decided to take a gamble. Thinking this, he called the Popoi kids out of the bag. Laha, Kozin Bezin. Hearing their big brother call them, the Popoi kids in the backpack widened their cute eyes looking at Kim Jae-ju and called out in unison. Kim Jae-ju released them from the bag, and he asked the kids if they could eat this thing. One of them started licking the blue floor. After licking, its eyes lit up, it licked its lips and cried out bo-bo, meaning it was very delicious, so yam me. Seeing that reaction, Kim Jae-ju understood that these kids could eat that stuff. He smiled affectionately and asked, "Is it good, Laha, Kozin Bezin?" The three kids heard the male lead call them and immediately got into a ready stance, waiting for the big brother's order to eat. Instantly, the Popoi kids bared their sharp teeth. They ate happily, looking very appetizing. Edu saw that scene and smiled brightly, praising, "Good job, kids." After a while, the kids were full, and one even let out a satisfied cry of "Ove." Looking at the big hole below, the male lead calculated in his head. The room down there was also filled with mana, and the switch was probably down there. Kim Jae-ju found it strange that the switch was near the starting point. He told the kids to wait here and hide in the bag immediately, if they were about to be discovered. The three smart kids understood and all answered obediently. Without hesitation, Kim Jae-ju quickly jumped down the hole. When he landed in the room below, he saw the acid button in front of him. Kim Jae-ju was still suspicious, wondering if the administrator had his eyes on him and had already changed the challenge content. Tense, he reached out his hand to prepare to touch the button, thinking in his heart that although it was a bit annoying, he still had to press it. His hand touched the red button. A few seconds later, nothing happened, which made the male lead go from tense to confused as he looked around. Seeing that the surroundings were still quiet, Kim Jae-ju suspected this switch was fake. While he was suspicious, small stones fell from above. The room shook violently, putting Kim Jae-ju into a defensive state. A strange red thing protruded from the wall, emitting a strange cry. After a period of deformation, it took on the shape of a pigeon. Kim Jae-ju was startled and turned back to look, wondering about this pigeon in his heart, but he immediately dismissed that thought, because he saw its blazing red eyes and the atmosphere around it. From the pigeon's form, it grotesquely transformed into a human head. That demonic thing spoke up and asked Kim-ju, "So, have you thought about my proposal?" Seeing the monstrous birdman before him, Kim Jae-ju immediately knew it was the administrator. Hearing the administrator's question, Kim Jae-ju firmly refused. "I already told you, no means no." The bird-bodied, human-headed administrator heard this and was not angered. He laughed loudly, saying, "You have no idea how much effort I have put into taking care of you." The male lead lost patience and sneered, "Enough, you know how famous I am. I don't have time to relax like someone else." The administrator heard this and only laughed keek, saying a threatening goodbye. "I must hurry to prepare for this meeting. That's all for today. You will soon change your mind on the 20th floor. I am looking forward to it." He twisted as he spoke. Hearing the administrator arranged to meet him on the 25th floor, Kim Jae-ju was startled and asked back, "The 20th floor?" Seeing it was about to disappear, he quickly stopped it. "Wait." But regardless of Kim Jae-ju's disagreement, the system had already announced that the challenge was cleared. The entrance to the 20th floor and the entrance to the 10th floor would be open. Kim Jae-ju looked around in surprise, searching for the administrator's figure, not knowing where he had gone. While searching, a joyful voice rang out, "Oh my god, we actually cleared it." This startled Kim Jae-ju as if he had been caught red-handed. Suddenly, the male lead remembered that the Popoi group was still upstairs, next to those people. Luckily, the kids had smartly hidden in the bag before being discovered. Kim Jae-ju looked at the kids in the bag, sighed in relief, and thanked heaven. The viewers commented after watching. Some praised clearing the round. Popoi fans praised the incredibly strong carries. Others praised the cute Popoi. Some noticed the livestream was lagging, and others agreed. Seeing Kim Jae-ju clear the floor, Sejang immediately dropped his anger and asked cautiously, "How did you do that? I think I heard a monster." Asked this, Kim Jae-ju suspected he was pretending to have covered his ears but guessed that he must have heard everything. However, he only said indifferently, "What does it have to do with you?" Seeing that Kim Jae-ju did not want to talk, Sejang did not force him and replied awkwardly, "Let's go." Lee Saini spoke to break the atmosphere. "Let's get going." Jin-ha silently observed, his cold expression turning away. Kim Jae-ju was thinking when he was suddenly called from behind, "Mr. Kim Jae-ju." It was Big Jin-ha, with a complex expression implying a warning, "You should be careful." Male lead did not know how to respond, so he asked, "Aren't you planning to go, Jin-ha?" Jin-ha looked at Kim Jae-ju in annoyance and questioned, "The way you cleared the challenge looks like you used a BUG, doesn't it?" Then Jin-ha gave examples of the incidents he could encounter if he used a BUG. He said, "Playing in the middle of the field and using a BUG will get you stuck in the edge, stuck while clipping through walls, or stuck in the floor. Remember to be careful." Jin Ha reluctantly added, "The viewers have already told me everything. I heard you lied about your real name. You shouldn't deceive others like that." On their side, when caught lying, all they could do was awkwardly stay silent, secretly regretting not being more careful when changing the nickname. The audience witnessing the lie being caught immediately guessed Kim Ju had just sworn an oath in his head. Another viewer agreed. "Correct, I heard it too," said it loud and clear. That crazy bastard went all out on the lie. Kim Jeju thought to himself that Baek Jin-ha's viewers had already gone looking for his name. He looked at the man opposite him with a cold gaze, inviting him to leave as he had nothing to talk about. Baek Jin-ha heard the harsh words and could only endure them in silence. At this moment on the 10th floor, many people had gathered in groups, whispering and exchanging with each other. Two people were chatting with someone. The blue-haired young man asked the brown-haired girl in surprise if that character really existed. She recounted that she heard people on the upper floor had proposed a reward. The other asked how much. One person guessed uncertainly, around 5,000. The listener was startled and said, was he joking? That was crazy. Suddenly, a mysterious person stepped out from within the spatial door. Kim Jeju wanted to go straight to the 20th floor, but then reconsidered and decided to check if Han Sung-min was doing his job properly first. He thought he should gather more information about the 20th floor for safety. As he was planning, someone called out to him, "Hey there." The caller was a man with a scarred face and a large build. He reached out his hand and asked if he could take a closer look at his face. Kim Jeju neither agreed nor refused, only asked back in confusion if there was a problem. That man answered in a threatening tone, "I just want to confirm a few things, you better obey nicely." A mysterious hand appeared behind Kim Jeju's back. A tearing sound rang out in an instant. His hat was snatched off. When he clearly saw the face, the one who had rudely snatched the hat from behind exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't that bastard." The scarred man scratched his head awkwardly and apologized for his rudeness. "Damn it, how embarrassing. Let me apologize. It's just that we were a bit hasty." Not even hearing the full excuse, Kim Jeju cut in and said it was fine. After the main character left with Lee Saha, the group behind him gossiped. Scarface asked his teammates if they said that person was a woman. One confirmed it, "Yes, she is Kim Jae-hee." Another retorted that it was a middle-aged man. Another said it was clearly a kid. Someone from the 15th floor had witnessed it. The long-haired young man refuted, "I paid to buy the information." Someone else was surprised, "Same here." Another person refuted further, "You are all wrong, my information is the most accurate." Hearing everyone's gossip, the main character was half delighted and half helpless, thinking Han Sung-min did a great job. The rumors spread terrifyingly fast. Scene shift to another location. A girl with a haggard face appeared, greeting Kim Jeju in a tired voice. "You are here, you kept me waiting for so long." Jia-yu looked at the girl's gaunt appearance and gave a forced smile, asking if she seemed busy. She smiled on the outside but was full of resentment, sarcastically saying, "Thanks to someone, I have to work overtime every day." Sensing the resentment, Kim Jeju could only smile silently, not daring to say another word. At this moment in the spacious and luxurious room, a bespectacled man was sleeping soundly, none other than Han Sung-min. He was sleeping so deeply that he was drooling. Just as he was sleeping well, the female employee pushed the door open and loudly announced that Kim Jeju had arrived, startling him so much his soul nearly left his body. Kim Jeju entered the room and saw Han Sung-min's tired appearance with dark circles under his eyes, then spoke up awkwardly, saying he heard he had been busy because of him. Han Sung-min sat up, wiped his drool, and humbly replied, "Did he hear that? Actually, I haven't done much yet." As he was being humble, he suddenly poured out a heap of achievements. "I helped you constantly change your gender, traveled far and wide to spread rumors everywhere, lied to make the information sellers appear credible, and made a good profit." Everyone heard the rumors and believed everything. Kim Jeju could only sigh and say, "Oh, okay." That man, after listing his contributions, coolly concluded, "See, I only did that much." After taking credit, Han Sung-min reached out his hand demanding payment. "So what are you going to give me now?" On the screen, a square box displayed with a notification. User Kim Jae-2 has sent a friend request. Do you want to accept it? Accept or decline? Kim Jeju spoke while operating. "I will send a thank you gift through the message." Han Sung-min stared suspiciously and asked, Hey, you are not joking, right?" Kim Jeju replied straightforwardly, "Of course." After thinking it over, Mr. Sung-min accepted the friend request. On the screen, a notification appeared saying Han Sung-min had accepted the invitation. His hands quickly moved across the keyboard, sending something to that man. After sending it, Kim Jeju announced, "Check it." That man read the content of the message and found it interesting, so he chuckled. The content of the message Kim Jeju sent to Han Sung-min included what people like and what they dislike, habits of special characters, and so on. After reading, Han Sung-min smiled contentedly, even though it was a series of information usually considered useless. But for certain targets, they were more effective weapons than guns or knives. In the afternoon, Kim Ju finally got a return to his room to rest. He quickly jumped onto the bed. Lying on the soft mattress, he let out a comfortable sigh. Viewer asked, "Are you planning to go up to floor 20 now?" Kim Ju, drowsy and hazy, replied, "Yeah, I should hurry." After unknown amount of time, Kim Ju's eyes slowly opened. Before his eyes were the adorable, Poi kid sleeping soundly, snoring softly. In the comments below, the audience lamented, unable to believe they had sat watching a live stream for 7 hours of sleep. Some people stayed for hours watching the adorable kids without leaving. Indeed, the kids were so cute when sleeping they even blew bubbles. Kim Jeju read the comments and shyly apologized, saying he must have fallen asleep the moment he hit the pillow. Someone praised him for being professional and replying to the audience, even though he was still groggy. Kim Jeju thought maybe it was because he did challenges nonstop without rest, so he was too tired. Among the popoi, some woke up when they saw him and happily greeted him, while others were still fast asleep. Everyone in the comments generously said it was fine, and also reminded him to quickly open the notification board to check the rewards. Kim Jeju obliged the viewers, hurriedly operating to open the rewards and said, "I will go check now." Seeing a message notification from someone on his friend list, Kim Jeju was surprised. He opened the message from Han Sung-min. The content read, "Mr. Kim Jeju, are you asleep? When you see this message, contact me immediately. There is a strange change on floor 20. Reading the line, "Flonny has a strange change," made Kim Jeju, who had just woken up, feel his heart in turmoil. The evening had a clear moon and cool breeze. A young man with blue hair wearing glasses hurriedly fled from something, panting heavily. While running, he stopped and turned his head back and forth observing, looking for a hiding place. A terrifying voice rang out, "I will punish all the violent travelers who dare to cause trouble." In his hand he held a bloody axe. A blue-haired young man named Sejun was now scared, hiding in an alley and peeking out to look. Outside, a traveler had been beaten black and blue, shaking in pain. Seeing the crazed appearance of the NPC, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "What is this lunatic doing?" And Sejun hid in the corner, watching the explorers being defeated with worry. He thought the entire Hypocrite guild had fallen. Behind him, ferocious NPCs were escorting the hostages. Jin Sejun stealthily deduced the situation. He believed that from floor 20 downwards, everything had changed strangely, and was definitely related to Kim Jeju. The scene shifted to the main character, who was now arriving at the floor 20 area. The system announced the activation of the forum, and users below floor 30 would not be able to watch the live broadcast. A sharp axe glistened under the sunlight. Kim Jeju stepped out of the warp gate and faced 3 axes pointing at him. After receiving Sung Min's message, the main character rushed to Flonny at full speed. When he arrived seeing the encirclement, he was filled with confusion. The NPCs held their weapons tightly, all in a stance of vigilance. They were ready to strike without any mercy. Along with them were the explorers being suppressed. The scar-faced boss holding the axe saw Kim Jeju and gave a harsh order. He threatened, "Explorer, kneel down and take off your hood." Kim Jeju was not afraid of that man's aura at all. He replied coldly, "I don't want to do something so unreasonable." The scar-faced boss angrily asked, "It seems you really want your head chopped off." Kim Jeju taunted in response, "Try it." At the same time an axe appeared in his hand. Scarface was provoked until his face darkened. He charged forward madly, about to strike him while saying, "So arrogant," daring to challenge a guard. When the axe was about to touch Kim Jeju's head, he swiftly chopped Scarface's axe in half. Seeing his weapon destroyed, Scarface was shocked, his mouth hanging open. He fought while thinking. He had thought the warriors had eliminated all the strong users. After a few simple movements and exchanging blows back and forth, Scarface boss was defeated by the main character. Kim Jeju asked coldly, "What should I do now?" "Chop your head off." The annoying Scarface replied while being pinned to the ground by him. The underlings, seeing their boss being bullied, called out worriedly and urgently, "Captain of the guard." He stubbornly ordered his subordinates, "Get the magic cannon and report urgently to the team leader." The NPC quickly responded, "As you command." On the forum, everyone chattered in discussion. A clear-headed viewer commented, "Those lunatics, Kim Jeju didn't do anything. Everything has been reset. Those guys don't remember anything." Suddenly, a person appeared flying down from the sky. He loudly warned, "Get out of the way." Kim Jeju warily looked at the streams of black light in front of him. Newcomer, without saying a word, directly attacked Kim Jeju. This left him unable to counterattack, only able to defend and retreat backward. Attacked continuously, Kim Jeju fell into a passive position. He braced his axe against the ground, tensely staring at the dark figure before him. Newcomer suddenly opened his mouth to praise. "That cloak is interesting." After the frenzied attack, Kim Jeju could only smile wryly and reply, "Your greeting is quite fierce." Newcomer laughed smugly and said, "This is only the beginning." Kim Jeju joked along, saying that, "You plan to take my life, right?" Hearing his quick-witted reply, the man smiled brightly and teased, "Hey, you're still just as quick-tongued as that imperial brat, huh? Same as always." Hearing his teasing, Kim Jeju was suddenly startled. He hesitated and asked to confirm, "Lord Palam?" He lowered his hood, eyes wide with surprise as he asked, "You still remember me?" At the same time, the other soldiers clearly saw Kim Jeju's face, and their eyes lit up. They all dropped their weapons to the ground. They said in unison, "Welcome Lord Kim Jeju." Kim Jeju wondered not only Palaham but the other NPCs recognized him too. As a rule, tower residents would not recognize users even if they simply changed channels. They knew each other on floor 15, but going up to floor 20 meant they wouldn't remember anything. Palaham reached out his hand laughing heartily and smugly as he replied, "Told you." How could I forget such a special explorer like you? Kim Jeju happily smiled with eyes crinkling, reaching his hand in response. Indeed. The two shook hands in a strange atmosphere. Palaham said amiably and gently, "Welcome back to Taruha." Kim Jeju felt a bit touched when he realized Palaham and the warriors still remembered him. Breaking away from that mood, reality was slightly humorous as Palaham held his hand tightly. On this side, Jin Sejun was secretly looking for Kim Jeju. Seeing the warriors were very close with Kim Jeju, Shin Sejun deduced that he would surely be able to find out something. Jin Sejun hid behind watching Palaham hug Kim Jeju. He gritted his teeth, determined to confirm things because he didn't want to die for nothing. Inside a high-rise building in the real world, a blond man looked at a virtual screen, sighing as he asked his subordinate, "Did our entire guild fall?" The subordinate reported uncomfortably, "Yes, the Huang Empire drove all the users out of the city. The famous team leaders were killed, and the rest fled in disarray." Hearing the report, the blond man sighed sorrowfully, covering his eyes with his hand. He covered his eyes to hide his emotions, angrily thinking that everything was still changing dizzyingly fast. Thus, he needed to eliminate the root of these changes, and that was the familiar back figure of the main character. A friendly explorer was chatting happily with a warrior. Seeing this scene, Kim Jeju wondered, "Are there other users who are friendly with the warriors too?" Palaham laughed as he explained, "Those are users who respect us. They said they came from the same place as you and have a good relationship with the natives." Hearing Palaham's explanation, Kim Jeju immediately guessed they were from the Hansing Guild. He smiled, thinking that Han Sung-min was making good use of the information he had provided. The scene shifted to a house, its exterior covered in snow. Inside the house, a dog was happily wagging its tail at its owner. A cheerful blonde female chef cooked after a busy session in the kitchen. A lavish banquet table was set and ready. On this side, the Popoi group was joyfully eating the mana stones prepared by Palaham. Kimju sat eating, then looked at the enthusiastic Popoi table. He shyly told Palaham to just prepare low-grade mana stones. Palaham, holding a beer, generously replied that they were comrades after all, so he should prepare properly. Viewers agreed with Palaham, with some wondering why Kim Jeju did not know basic social etiquette. Kim Jeju suddenly turned to ask Palaham how many memories he could remember. Palaham pointed to his head and replied that the memories had not faded. They were even clearer, and sometimes he got headaches from the memories of another him. The viewers were astonished to hear the strange story about two Palahams. Kim Jeju speculated that the channel barrier had disappeared. He tried switching from channel 10 to channel 20, while Palaham rambled on about the increasing number of travelers. Kim Jeju's screen displayed a channel change notification, and he selected channel 20. Despite switching channels, there was no change. Palaham continued his story about being unable to catch them all. The viewers found it strange. Xuan Sao discussed the ineffective channel switching. One person speculated that the channels had merged. Love suggested checking and then vanished. Palaham casually asked what was wrong. Kim Jeju forced a smile and replied it was nothing. He asked Palaham if he had any jack users. Palaham laughed and said only criminals got jacked. The rest built temporary shelters outside the city. Popoi group was still happily eating mana stones, looking extremely joyful. Hearing that, Kim Jeju just smiled warily and said he understood. The viewers laughed and said that jacking people made calling him a butcher correct. Someone objected that it was legal in Taruha. Palaham, like an exploiting capitalist, smiled maliciously and said that Leto was still toiling away competing with travelers. As for Chiron, he had a headache due to a shortage of manpower. Palaham continued with a smile, saying they would be very happy if he visited. It was truly shameful. The atmosphere turned somber. Palaham sadly confided that after he eliminated the demon flower, they only then realized they were becoming apathetic. Hearing this, Kim Jeju did not know how to comfort him either. Recalling the past, Taruha Floor 15 was a nightmare of endless repetition. Floor 20 was the peak of that nightmare. Breaking out of his thoughts, Kim Jeju smiled positively, thinking that things were not like that anymore now. Palaham looked at Kim Jeju's smile with complex eyes and let out a breath. In Palaham's eyes, Kim Jeju was like a god. His voice full of gratitude, he said that he was truly their savior. Hearing that, Kim Jeju awkwardly scratched his face and humbly replied that he had not done much. The viewers simultaneously teased him for being modest, saying that he had truly done the extraordinary. The blonde female chef standing behind Palaham smiled and explained that he was very grateful. Palaham blushed shyly, pouted and retorted that they had survived this long because their hard work. The blonde woman touched his lips teasingly and told him to be honest. A romantic atmosphere enveloped them. The viewers discussed. Someone asked if he was getting married soon. Another person excitedly told them to get married right away. On this side, Kimju was stiffened by the lovey-dovey display, only able to force a smile. Finally, Taruha had awakened from what seemed like an endless nightmare. Outside the house, the youth Sejun peeked in and mumbled, wondering why he had been inside for so long without coming out. Leto appeared behind Sejun, saw his suspicious appearance, and asked who he was. Sejun looked at the man, panicked, his mouth agape, and asked if he was Li too. Leto asked back in confusion, how do you know me? And he smirked teasingly, you must be a criminal, right? Sejun broke into a sweat and quickly denied it, saying he was just lost. Leto grabbed Sejun by the collar as he was about to flee, saying he knew where he was going. Sejun turned pale in panic and asked how he knew. Leto laughed with killing intent and said, going to prison of course. Let me lead the way. Sejun was terrified, tears streaming down his face, struggling and crying for forgiveness. Leto still held his collar and teased further, saying turning himself in was good. While they were causing a commotion, a pair of footsteps approached. It was Kim Jeju. He frowned and asked what the two of them were doing. Hearing his voice, both Leto and Sejun froze, tears and snot still on their faces. Leto quickly reacted, smiling and greeting him, saying it had been a long time. Kim Jeju wondered, saying Palam told him he was busy, so why was he here? Leto smiled and said he heard a notable figure was visiting, so he came to greet him. Kim Jeju was surprised and said he thought he hated him. Leto lifted Sejun up and said he hated travelers. Meanwhile, Sejun screamed in his head that he was completely done for. Kim Jeju suddenly said he knew that guy, so let him go. Sejun looked at him in surprise. Leto asked back doubtfully, really? Kim Jeju smiled with credible assurance and said really, that was why he had come looking. Leto looked at Sejun and thought for a moment. Then he let go, complaining to Kim Jeju about why he did not say so sooner. Sejun landed on his butt, yelping. Leto took the hint and left, cheerfully saying, have fun everyone, I am going to see the commander. Sejun watched him leave with a resentful expression. After Leto left, Kim Jeju bent down to greet Sejun, saying hello. You have never met me before, right? Did you come here while running away? Caught red-handed, Sejun awkwardly replied yes. In his heart, he wondered why Kim Jeju was helping him. Kim Jeju knew this was not the first time. He knew this person's name was Shin Sejun, because Kim Jeju had once watched a video about Sejun, a user who had climbed to floor 15 and then became a detective. Suddenly, Kim Jeju kindly offered to help him survive. Sejun asked how. Kim Jeju smiled brightly and replied, are you interested in finding people? As for Sejun, caught off guard by the question, he hesitated and replied, I do not understand. Kim Jeju extended his hand and proposed, make a deal with me. For 1 week, you help me find a person named Chris Xenon. Who is Chris Xenon? He is a mysterious genius creator of magical equipment. Kim Jeju thought if Chris Xenon helped him, he would gain more benefits than just a simple pair of gloves. Kim Jeju described Chris Xenon as a young man in his 20s, 1.8 tall, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and round glasses. He suggested Sejun search for magical equipment crafting buildings on floor in America. The audience wondered about Xenon. One person stated confidently, I knew Kim Jeju was a regressor. Sejun nervously questioned the proposal, what do I get? Kim Jeju outlined the benefit. At the very least, I will get you a letter of recommendation from the team leader. The letter stated he is not a criminal, I guarantee it. Below it, there was a red stamp and the team leader's thumbprint. Kim Jeju understood Sejun's situation and offered a suitable benefit. His goal is safety. Sejun remained suspicious, hesitantly asking a letter of recommendation. Is it really okay? Seeing Sejun had not agreed, Kim Jeju fell silent, his face turning 360 degrees like a negotiator. He sulkily turned his head, pouted, and said, if you do not need it, then forget it, I am leaving. Sejun quickly fell into the trap, shouting, no, I agree, I will bring that person here. Leto grabbed an item in his hand and handed it to Kim Jeju with an angry expression, here your letter of recommendation. Kim Jeju received the letter with both hands, smiling widely as he said thank you. As for Sejun, he turned pale, frightened, and hid behind him. Leto was annoyed. The dream you are having. I did this because of the commander's order. Do not get any ideas. Kim Jeju imagined Balham telling Leto, Kim Jeju remembers us, you write it. Leto stared blankly and asked, me? Balham brightly replied, of course. Kim Jeju laughed on the outside to cover up, but internally he sympathized with Leto. You must have had a hard time. Sejun obtained the letter of recommendation and joyfully said, thank you so much, I will find him right away. Kim Jeju advised, do not overdo it. Leto appeared from somewhere, patting Sejun's shoulder, I am going with you too. Sejun was startled and objected. Huh? Leto replied reasonably, I have to make sure you do not use the letter of recommendation for anything strange. Sejun was dragged away by Leto, his eyes pleading for help towards Kim Jeju, but Kim Jeju ignored him, lost in thought. He found it strange because in the video he watched, Sejun was climbing the tower with a knight. That person was the knight he met on floor 10. He could not understand why he was climbing alone now. Thinking this, Kim Jeju tensely speculated, did something happen? In his mind, he guessed that he had changed something or it was an admin error. Kim Jeju thought as he took something out of his pocket. What should I do now? It turned out he pulled an incredibly shiny glove from his backpack. The audience asked, Kim Jeju, are you not going to name that glove? Others chimed in. That is right, did you forget what Gray said? Show a little love. Kim Jeju muttered, a name? He remembered Gray's words on floor 10, name your item. No matter how good the equipment is, if it is not named, it is just a soulless object. Remembering this, Kim Jeju was startled. I almost forgot. Kim Ju searched for the term bloodstone, his fingers scrolling through the results. Looking at the screen, he thought silently, a name? Do I really have to do this? It is just equipment. Although unwilling, Kim Jeju still had to give it a name because if he did not, the audience would nag him constantly. Yedu helplessly thought to himself as he put on the glove. Behind him, a little popoi had emerged. He looked at the popois trembling, afraid of something, and curiously asked, what is wrong? A familiar sound rang out, tsuku kuku. Hearing this sound, Kim Jeju froze for a moment. He turned towards the source of the sound. It was a pigeon perched on the fence. The audience saw the pigeon and wondered, huh? A pigeon? Why is there a pigeon in Taruha? I have never seen it before. Is this the irritating noisemaker from earlier? As for Kim Jeju, he was too familiar with it. He recognized it immediately as the admin. He hurriedly hugged the three frightened little popois tightly in his arms. The audience heard Kim Jeju say it was the admin and were surprised. Admin. What bitter words. After that, the system screen displayed a notification that the broadcast session had ended. Seeing his bird have its broadcast forcibly stopped, holding the baby popois in his arms, Kim Jeju was tense but still taunted. You are more timid than I thought. The admin, playing the role of the pigeon, did not reply and continued to coo. The little popois, who were once frightened, suddenly turned ferocious, baring their teeth and lunging forward, ready to attack the admin. Kim Jeju stopped the popois, shouting in worry, danger. The children were stopped and captured by Kim Jeju, leaving everyone confused. He ordered the kids to fall back. The little popoi monsters obediently retreated, but still couldn't help crying out a few times in regret. After confirming the little popoi monsters had safely retreated, Kim Jeju stomped his foot. Then he quickly rushed forward, as if trying to catch that admin pigeon. The glove from earlier suddenly activated its energy. A faint blue light emerged from Kim Jeju's palm. He reached his hand toward the wriggling pigeon, and a massive surge of energy erupted. The pigeon opened its beak wide in fright. A huge explosion occurred when that energy struck the spot where the admin stood. The loud explosion drew the attention of Palaham, who was inside the house. He looked outside. The three little popoi monsters behind him nervously watched the situation. From within the smoke, Kim Ju warily stared ahead at where the pigeon had just been perched. Red energy stone in the glove lost its light and fell out. Kim Jeju picked up the stone and reattached it to the glove. Wondering to himself, he questioned if he had used too much mana energy and caused the stone to fall out. The admin's distorted voice rang out, asking if he was done throwing his tantrum. Kim Jeju was shocked into stillness upon hearing it. He lifted his eyes to look toward where the sound came from. Sudden attack from the admin caught Kim Jeju off guard, and he was unable to dodge. He tumbled backward, a swollen bruise appearing on his face from the hit. After successfully landing a sneak attack, the admin casually asked, right, how is Taruha doing? This place holds some meaning for me. That grotesque pigeon opened its blood-red beak and laughed, saying, this is the image I thought you would want to see, kiddo. That grating mocking laugh infuriated Kim Jeju with the admin. He used his gloved hand to tightly squeeze its neck. Kim Jeju choked the pigeon and taunted bluntly, you admins have too much free time, always chasing after people. Others don't want you, yet you keep interfering. Do you have some perverse hobby of hearing people reject you? The admin was choked until it deformed, replying that it did not know why he hated it so much. From the form of a limp pigeon, the admin transformed into the shape of a young Kim Jeju. Clutching his fist with a smug laugh, it asked, what if I look like this? Maybe this appearance will calm your anger. Seeing his own childhood appearance, Kim Jeju's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Palaham rushed out from the house asking urgently, what is all this noise? Kim Jeju, while choking the admin in its small form, nervously glanced back. The admin was also frozen in surprise. Palaham asked tensely, hey, what are you doing? Before him was the sight of a grown Kim Ju choking a small Kim Jeju. Palaham stepped forward while trying to intervene, saying even if he did not know what was going on, to calm down. Kim Ju urgently warned him not to come closer. The admin snapped its fingers and said, disturbance. Hearing the admin use a powerful skill, Kim Jeju immediately spun around to shield himself in front of Palaham. The three ferocious-looking little popoi monsters also leaped forward to block in front of Kim Jeju. After snapping its fingers, seeing them defend like that, the admin was silent for 3 dots. Despite the tension, Kim Jeju anxiously turned his head to ask Palaham if he was okay. After a while, with no response, he repeated the question Palaham. Seeing him motionless, showing no reaction, all 3 little ones, Laha, Koden, and Barin, in front were frozen in midair. Kim Jeju deduced this was a time-freezing skill. As he was pondering, the admin walked closer and asked if he remembered what it had said before. The admin, in the form of a small, mischievous Kim Jeju, casually spoke cruel words. Human memory is like a soul. Taruha was the first place I tested that, to see how long they could live in endless repeating memories without being able to forget. That earth-shattering information made Kim Jeju freeze, his pupils losing their light as he stared blankly at the admin. That cruel being continued recounting its wicked experiment, some waiting for a savior whose existence they did not even know. Kim Jeju imagined the desperate scene of Taruha's people begging someone to save them from endless destruction. They could not abandon their vain hope, constantly reaching out and calling for rescue. This seemed to anger Kim Jeju. His face filled with rage, he looked at the admin with chilling eyes and asked, "So you mean to say it was all just a joke?" The admin's eyes shifted to a strange purple. He smugly laughed and said, "A joke. It was a test. The warriors of Taruha endured better than all the rest. To the point I had to admit I could do no more and stopped." Hearing the admin speak in a mocking tone, Kim Jeju clenched his teeth in fury. He did not want to linger with this pervert, coldly saying he had no interest in its amusement. To get to the point, the admin kept being annoying, saying because he had not seen Taruha on the 20th floor, he thought admins were not so bad. "I brought Hyuk into the night game to make you come here. Do you know how hard I worked? You should know, hey." In the middle of its rambling, the admin was shut up by Kim Jeju covering its mouth. The main character clamped one hand over the admin's mouth, and with a dark expression on the other side, warned it to shut up. Kim Jeju burst out shouting, no matter what happened, the answer would always be no. After the refusal, he used mana energy from the glove to attack the admin. Parts of the admin's body struck by the energy showed holes, a blood-like liquid splattering everywhere. The admin's upper body was blasted away by the mana, leaving only its legs. Kim Jeju calculated that with his current mana reserves, no matter how he attacked, it would not affect the admin's original. He needed to think of a better plan. Realizing he lacked the capability to defeat the admin, Kim Jeju calmly looked at the admin playing dead behind Lee Saha and spoke, "Enough, get up." The admin obediently resurrected behind Kim Jeju, while hugging the three little popoi monsters. He was smug about having grasped a weakness, saying he had handled things quite well when he first arrived, but because he did not want anyone to be a weakness, he had grown cold toward all relationships. The admin's voice from behind startled Kim Jeju. Not understanding how it got behind him, he immediately spun around. The admin had seized Kim Jeju's weakness. He arrogantly lectured him, saying the more one meets someone, the more they come to care for them. He grabbed one little popoi monster, threatening, "You do like something, do you not?" Kim Jeju stared in panic at the little popoi monster taken hostage. After that, he pretended to be calm, lying to himself, saying, "Enough, I'm only using them to survive." Admin hugged little popoi to his chest, suddenly saying something irrelevant, "Really? Thanks." Having said that, he raised his hand as if to jack three little popois, not forgetting to mock that they had helped him escape his guilt. A giant jaw like a cosmic black hole appeared, ready to swallow the three little popois. Seeing this, Kim Jeju's face turned pale, and he screamed in panic, "Stop!" He quickly rushed forward to stop him. Inside, he screamed, unable to bear seeing a popoi about to fall into admin's mouth. When popoi was about to touch the teeth of that wicked man, a flash of light exploded. Kim Jeju gasped, his eyes full of malice as he watched the scene before him. At that moment, popoi had returned to normal, one of them biting down hard on admin's soft part. Another one wrapped tightly around admin's teeth, pulling until the teeth rattled. The three little popois simultaneously attacked that horrifying admin. When that wicked man saw this, he couldn't believe it either, muttering, "The soul of the world tree, how absurd." He asked the little popois, "How can you escape my control? Impossible." Then asked and answered himself, "The man of the sunstone." Kim Jeju shouted, "Kids, take the chance to get Lee Saha out." The little popois obediently listened, jumping toward Kim Jeju, leaving the astonished admin behind, full of malice. At this moment, men also quickly attacked admin. Just as he was about to strike, he thought, "The light from those little popois is definitely the man of the sunstone." Admin was knocked to the ground by Kim Jeju. In men's mind, the image of the popois attacking admin appeared, although only for a moment. The popois' attack had slowed admin's movements. He guessed that the man of the sunstone was probably taking effect, and Kim Jeju's eyes gleamed with a blue light. He recalled Gray's words, "Mana was supposed to enter the heart but couldn't, right? That's because the power is too great, hard to control, so your heart had to suppress it to survive." After reasoning, Kim Jeju thought that if this mana was still in his body, it would be the key to defeating admin. His eyes gleamed with yellow, surrounded by blue light, like a galaxy in his eyes. He stomped his foot hard on admin's slimy flesh. At the same time, both of Kim Jeju's hands grabbed a sharp weapon like ice. Then he poured all his strength and mana into stabbing straight into admin, who was pinned under his foot. Blue flashes of light flickered in the darkness. Admin was stabbed but not dead. He clung on like a leech, climbing up the staff that was piercing him, sighing, "So stubborn." Admin was stabbed until he looked like a hedgehog, his familiar red eyes staring intently at Kim Jeju, who was pressing down on top, threatening, "Do you think that power will work on me? Giving up and accepting my offer is best for both of us." As he was speaking, he was interrupted. "Admin, if you wanted to get my attention, you succeeded. I admit that." Kim Jeju's gloved hand was condensing a yellow sphere. His eyes also blazed with that yellow color. Kim Jeju was about to finish admin, not forgetting to coldly declare 3 words, "I hate you." A massive explosion occurred, powerful enough to blow away everything around. Kim Jeju quickly jumped to another spot to avoid the impact of the explosion. He landed safely after the explosion, leaving only thick smoke and dust. Kim Jeju placed his hand on his chest, surprised to realize that the sun mana was no longer resisting as violently as before. Even touching his heart felt like it was supporting him. Inside Kim Jeju's heart, a yellow power was now emitting. If I can maintain this state, he smiled, looking at the glove in front of him. Mid-thought, suddenly, a shadow shot out from that smoke. Feathers fell, accompanied by a familiar voice that seemed to read Kim Jeju's thoughts. I can definitely do it. The admin, stubborn as a leech, flew in the sky, jumping. If you die, it'll be boring. The pigeon chuckled softly, looking extremely dangerous, declaring, "But I won't go easy on you anymore." Kim Jeju was not afraid. As his glove slowly condensed energy, he coldly replied, "As you wish." He cursed inwardly, "Damn, he's as stubborn as a leech." While condensing mana, he calculated silently. If this dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the pigeon fell silent 3 dots. Then it said something meaningless. "Let's stop here for today. I have things to do. See you later." Jeju was also surprised by this. He was dumbfounded, huh? A single sound. Before disappearing, the admin pigeon didn't forget to taunt, "If you're still alive to see me," along with pigeon feathers falling softly. Kim Jeju looked tired, secretly relieved. "I'm alive." Then he staggered and fell. At the same time admin disappeared, a notification appeared on the screen, broadcast starting, time remaining until entry, 5 days 11 hours. Below was a stream of comments from viewers frantically asking about Kim Jeju, and also wondering about that pigeon. Kim Jeju had now woken up, reading the viewers' comments asking him about what happened. He could only helplessly reply, "I'm fine." People didn't let go, urging him to explain everything. There were also comments concerned about his health. After reading, Kim Jeju forced a smile, thinking maybe I should move to another floor and broadcast. Still, he had to lie to reassure the audience. He looked away, offering the excuse. The broadcast quality was so bad it ended automatically. "I'm just resting while waiting for it to recover." Palaham took a deep breath and then laughed mockingly. "You're a good liar, aren't you?" Looking at the person who just entered and was mocking him, Kim Jeju was speechless, only able to say, "Lord Palaham." That god was carefree, laughing. "I was worried about you, but seeing you so energetic, I'm relieved." Palaham looked at the Popoy sleeping soundly in his arms, recounting, "When you fell, even your spirit closed its eyes." Below, the viewers also noticed the little Popoys looked smaller. Palaham reported the situation when he fainted. "Karun came to see you. He said you were fine, but for some unknown reason, it was best to observe for a while." Kim Jeju listened while putting on his coat, understanding and replying, "I understand." Kim Jeju reasoned that this was definitely the influence of the admin, who had frozen the time around them. As for Popoy, it was a side effect of them trying to protect him. Kim Jeju put the Popoy kids into his pocket and hurriedly said goodbye to Lord Palaham. Palaham curiously asked where he was going. Kim Jeju logically replied that an adventurer must go on adventures, and he needed to go up the tower. The goal was the 25th floor, where the world tree was broken in Astrod, to find out about Popoy's condition. He was worried the admin might have adjusted the challenge difficulty, because before disappearing, that man had declared he would no longer go easy on him. However, Kim Jeju quickly thought positively that if the admin blocked his path, he would break through no matter what. The audience below thought Kim Jeju was acting too hastily. Reading the comments, Kim Jeju asked back in confusion, "What?" The viewers reminded him that he forgot to check the rewards on floors 18 and 19, and also hadn't named the pair of gloves. Thanks to the audience's reminder, the main character suddenly remembered. He shyly touched his hands together and said to Palaham, "Forgive me, Lord, but..." Palaham understood, smilingly telling him he could stay as long as he liked. Jisoo bowed his head to thank Palaham as he left the room. Palaham graciously replied, and then left. In the room, Kim Jeju thought seriously and named the gloves Enyan, the goddess of victory. He hoped to receive protection from this goddess through that name. As soon as the name came to mind, Kim Jeju immediately engraved it onto the gloves to avoid forgetting like last time. After finishing the naming task, he moved on to check the rewards. Pressing confirm on the screen, 2 gift boxes fell down. One reward from floor 18 was 2,000 coins and a heavy metal electromagic skill book. The second box was the reward from floor 19, consisting of Sosu and a rare grade wrist guard named Temple of the Holy Knight. The audience, seeing the 2 rewards opened, were satisfied and chatted animatedly about their quality. Kim Jeju, having finished the task for the audience, hurriedly picked up his backpack, satisfied. "I'm off." The viewers wouldn't let him off yet and reminded, "Wait, you forgot the most important thing, the special reward." Kim Jeju, eager to treat the Popoy, was held back and could only stop helplessly. The special reward was given because he topped the floor 18 Hall of Fame. Kim Jeju had intended to check this gift, but forgot due his absent-mindedness, only remembering when the audience reminded him. He awkwardly pressed confirm to receive the reward. A white gift box with a gold bow fell right before him. Kim Jeju nervously opened the box lid. Inside was a reward named Shadow Dominator, the necklace of Sagnan. It was a necklace with a red gem, a hero-grade item. It contained the power of Sagnan, the ruler of the Western Desert, capable of creating a shadow clone for 10 seconds with 10% of the original's power. The audience buzzed, wondering how a hero-grade item, normally only available on floor 30, appeared here. Someone warned, "You are wearing Lostant. If you wear Sagnan to your head might explode." Kim Jeju read the comments dissuading him from wearing 2 hero-grade items. Clearly, the necklace of Sagnan was very good, but could not be combined with Lostant. Because wearing Lostant while controlling a shadow clone was no different from one person having 8 arms doing different tasks. He needed time to master it, so he didn't persist and obediently put it in his backpack. At the same time, he announced he really had to go. Everyone agreed and urged him to quickly save the Popoi kids, while some also cared to ask about what happened during the forest broadcast. Reading the sensitive question, Kim Jeju was caught in a dilemma and could only force a smile, saying, "I'm really fine." Evening in the town, Kim Jeju was leisurely walking down the street. Suddenly he stopped. He said to someone, "Show yourself." The audience was full of question marks. Some thought he was up to something suspicious again. After saying that, Kim Jeju remained silent and vigilant for a moment. Behind him, 4 people appeared, each holding a weapon. One of them asked, "You are Kim Jeju, right?" The speaker was a masked man who looked dangerous. Holding a sharp knife as a threat, he spoke forcefully, "Let's talk." The young man with a black mask, one hand gripping Kim Jeju's round hat, the other holding a blood-stained knife, threatened, "Let's talk, Kim Jeju." Kim Jeju calmly looked at him and asked, "Who?" The mysterious man urged, "None of your business, come with me now." He also complained, "So many Taruha guys passing by made me create a commotion to divert attention. Do you know how much effort I put in?" Only then did Kim Jeju notice the blood on the blade. He suddenly realized something and understood why the street was so quiet. Kim Jeju hated being threatened the most. He asked back coldly, "What if I don't want to?" In his mind, he also understood why Palam had been so busy lately. The scene shifted to another place. A mysterious dark figure stood outside a window, instructing someone, "Capture the player Kim Jeju on floor 20. He's no pushover, don't be careless." So the mysterious person was the leader of the assassins. He recalled his boss's words and smiled contemptuously, thinking Kim Jeju was just a weakling who had just ascended to floor 20. He arrogantly twirled the knife in his hand and taunted, "You are quite arrogant." This guy, unaware of his own mortality, waved the knife back and forth in front of Kim Jeju and issued threats. With just one move, the other's blade fell to the ground. Another punch landed straight on the arrogant man's face, causing him to fall groaning in pain. Kim Jeju was angered, his killing intent now like that of a true assassin. Kim Jeju said coldly, "Get lost." The masked man, after falling, saw the frightening demeanor of the main character and wondered how a newcomer to floor 20 could have such terrifying presence. Though scared, he tried to calm himself and ordered his teammates to prepare for battle. Kim Jeju looked at him with an icy gaze. That man, still not knowing his place, continued to threaten, "This is your last chance. Kneel obediently. These guys have all reached floor 29. While speaking, he suddenly stopped short. He didn't understand since when his teammates behind him had all fallen down. Kim Jeju said coldly, this was his final warning. Hearing the threat, the young man turned around and found a black object already pressed against his neck. Kim Jeju's gaze was sharp. He only uttered a short word to drive him away. Scram. Even while admitting Kim Jeju was strong, the young man stubbornly thought he could defeat him, his hand secretly hidden behind his back, doing something shady. The reason he was confident he could take down the male lead was because he had accomplices ambushing in many places. Some were hidden on the rooftops. After seeing the signal from the masked man, they all rushed forward simultaneously. He charged to attack the male lead, shouting in unison, "Jack." Kim Jeju, with pale blue eyes, watched these thugs playing dirty tricks as if watching monkeys perform a circus. An explosion occurred, the smoke and dust slowly cleared, and the silver-haired masked man said smugly, "You should have obediently followed me, you fool." Suddenly he remembered his boss's order to capture Kim Jeju alive, and silently cursed himself for forgetting in his anger. While flustered, he saw something roll to his feet. A suspicious black object slowly rolled to the young man's feet. He curiously bent down to look at it, then realized it was a human head. By this time, Kim Jeju was already gripping a blood-stained axe. All around lay the corpses of those who had just sneakily attacked. He deliberately let the silver-haired man survive to deliver a message. "Tell your master that I will surely return this favor." The silver-haired man finally knew fear, hastily fleeing, muttering, "A real monster." Kim Jeju watched his figure disappear into the distance. He sighed wearily, wishing to quickly reach floor 21 to save Popoi. At the same time, on floor 70, the conference room of the Hippocrate Guild, Jinsu was sitting, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, thinking about something. From outside the door, a girl forcefully pushed the door open and entered, angrily shouting, "Hanjinsu." And Jinsu only calmly looked at the furious demeanor of the newcomer. The girl was still burning with anger, walking straight forward. When she got close, she slammed her hand down the table, The tabletop immediately cracked from the force. Hanjinsu still only silently looked at her, saying nothing. The girl let out a light, smug snort. Suddenly Hanjinsu stood up and said with a meaningful tone, "I think you like certainty. No need to be so angry." The girl looked puzzled. "Why shouldn't I be angry? I heard most of the guild members are dead already." Hanjinsu glanced at her and said mysteriously, "But now we have a lead." Hearing there was a lead, the girl calmed her anger and asked suspiciously, "Really?" Hanjinsu replied, "Kim Jeju said he will surely return this favor." He stepped closer to her, analyzing further. He just reached floor 20 and already knows the guild is on floor 70, and his power is unbelievable. "I think he has a backer at least on floor 50. After hearing this, the girl tensely replied, "That is certain. It will be very difficult to make a move against him. Unlike the lower floors, from floor 50 upwards, users can freely enter and exit up to floor 100, because communication is not blocked. The narrow communication range in the lower floors is to protect high-level users from destabilizing areas below floor 50, and Jinsu seriously suggested, "But I think we should keep an eye on him until he reaches floor 50. Suddenly, an orange-haired girl, breathing heavily and covered in black stains, rushed in frantically to report, "Leader, there is trouble on floor 50. The two people in the room simultaneously turned their heads to look at her. The long-haired urgently asked what was wrong. The orange-haired girl panted and reported, "A large-scale attack occurred on floor 50. 2 drug gangs connected to the guild were annihilated, and 3 infrastructure construction sites completely collapsed." Hanjinsu calmly asked if it was the same person from last time. The orange-haired girl replied, "No, they masked their faces with cloaks, but the voices were of women." Contrary to his guess, Hanjinsu sank into deep thought. The long-haired girl glanced at him and then asked the orange-haired girl, "Did they leave any message?" The orange-haired girl hesitated before answering. "The message reeked of blood. If you people pull any tricks, he will jack you people." Hearing the murderous threat, both were stunned. The scene shifted to the spatial gate. The group of travelers saw guards blocking the gate and gossiped in confusion. "What is going on?" A traveler speculated. "From what I see, all members of the major guilds are being arrested." A male traveler suggested, "We need to quickly get to floor 30. Anyone going out gets caught and no one is allowed in." The girl asked him if he had an ID card. He said he did not, so he was planning to get one later. As they were talking, Kim Jeju slowly walked over. He quietly observed, gathering information from the crowd, confirming this chaos was caused by the Hypocrite Guild. Kim Jeju wondered how many Tarahachi people they had harmed just to catch him. Realizing they only wanted a fight, not a reconciliation, since they consider him an enemy, he would no longer hold back. Thinking this, Kim Jeju gritted his teeth in anger. "Hypocrites, I have disliked these guys for a long time." The audience also sensed Kim Jeju's anger, believing it stemmed from being blocked from seeing Popoy's situation. Kim Jeju approached the gate and said to the guard, "I will use the gate." The 2 people from earlier were shocked by his action. The blonde panicked. "Look at him. Doesn't he see the atmosphere?" The purple-haired one said in dismay, "He is crazy. Like this, he is asking to get his face smashed in." The soldiers heard Kim Jeju's request to use the gate and asked coldly, "What?" Kim Jeju took off his hood and asked the gatekeeper, "Do you need my ID card?" Seeing Kim Jeju's familiar face, the soldier was surprised. "Huh?" Afterwards, he loudly announced, "Greetings, Kim Jeju. Please use the gate at once." The surrounding crowd was bewildered. Kim Jeju blushed awkwardly at the guard's enthusiasm. "Thank you, but please don't be so loud next time." Kim Jeju changed his ID card to his name, granting him permission to use the gate. He slowly touched the gate. The system notified that from the current floor, he could select to go to floor 21. After selecting, the system asked for confirmation, and he decisively pressed yes. After confirmation, the system announced that the challenge on floor 21 was about to begin. Kim Jeju stepped through the gate. A question appeared on the screen. "How well do you know yourself?" This is the moment he gets his answer. At that time, a cloud of black smoke was floating on the water ahead. Kim Jeju suspected the challenge was still the same as before. Black smoke gradually formed into a human shape, a person with an appearance identical to him, except for his white hair. Reading the comments, Kim Jeju was still skeptical about the challenge content, but realized the audience seemed familiar with it. The second, Kim Jeju slowly walked closer to the real him. That person had white hair and black eyes with red pupils, greeting Kim Jeju in a friendly manner. Kim Jeju was also startled and scared by the person opposite him. The white-haired Kim Jeju asked in surprise, "Why are you so astonished, like you're looking in a mirror?" Kim Jeju quickly calmed down, speaking coldly, "Since we have to fight anyway, words are useless." The opponent laughed, taunted, "How rude, why are you so fake?" Suddenly, he asked an unrelated question. "Kim Jeju, if the earth is about to disappear, would you leave?" Kim Jeju heard the strange question and did not understand, asking back, "What are you talking about?" The audience was still stunned that the robot could talk. That strange being continued speaking incomprehensible things. "A great entity said the earth will disappear. Only the tower can save us." After speaking, he even had sparkling eyes and asked if he had kept his faith. Kim Jeju looked at his own face, spouting nonsense, making him hurt. Kim Jeju coldly replied with one word, "Nonsense." The white-haired Kim Jeju stiffened, then glared at him angrily. Without a word, he punched him straight in the face. He roared in fury, "How dare something like you say that?" A blue light gleamed in Kim Jeju's eyes. A flash of purple light flickered, brushing past the fake Kim Jeju. He quickly dodged back. Kim Jeju silently acknowledged that the high difficulty made the power truly astonishing. A familiar axe appeared in Kim Jeju's hand. He decided to end it, using force and mana to charge forward. Kim Jeju thought to himself as he swung the axe infused with mana towards his opponent. That guy dodged back, taunting, "I don't have a weapon in my hand," stomped his foot onto Kim Jeju's axe. At the same time, he continued, "Are you bullying me?" then kicked a leg forward. Kim Jeju was surprised to see his attack dodged. Fake Kim Jeju said firmly, "You're dead today, my instinct tells me so." He taunted, "How pathetic, I haven't even used items yet." Kim Jeju silently listened to his rambling. That guy laughed loudly again, "I know I am a clone, but my creator said if I kill you." Kim Jeju was startled upon hearing the word kill. The fake Kim Jeju laughed savagely, "I will become real, so die Kim Jeju." At the same time, a black aura appeared around this robot figure. Once it condensed, he attacked Kim Jeju with a stream of red light. The two streams of red and black energy collided. The fake Kim Jeju, like he drank an energy drink, attacked wildly, forcing him back. He laughed smugly, "If you only defend, you won't beat me." Kim Jeju was amazed to see the clone using items identical to his own, never seeing this before, realizing the admin was playing games. The audience was outraged, collectively cursing the admin upon seeing their idol attacked. Kim Jeju, while defending and retreating, deduced that the clone only copied what he did. Suddenly, a large wave appeared behind him. Turning around warily, Kim Jeju did not recognize what it was. He only saw that it looked quite dangerous. A stream of red energy attacked towards Kim Jeju. He quickly blocked it. After a few slashes, white cloth fragments fell from the sky. Kim Jeju deduced the attack came from the clone's coat. He had ambushed from underwater. Thinking that, he suddenly gripped his backpack strap tightly. The clone grinned, asking smugly, "Why are you so surprised? Isn't it a simple thing you can't do?" About to say, "Why don't you surrender?" he suddenly stopped in fear. "Wait, that's cheating." Seeing Kim Jeju use the gloves, he was scared, while Kim Jeju sneered, "Not at all." He looked at the item in shock, probing, "Did your great being not give you this?" While fighting the imposter, Kim Jeju realized that he only copied the skills he had used, but would also create new ways of using them if the fight dragged on. Thinking that, he immediately used the gloves to attack the fake robot. His feet stumbled in the water because he had no foothold. He looked down at his feet with worry, while also feeling anxious because no notification had appeared yet. His face at that moment looked extremely tense. While attacking, he thought that the mana burst had not spread yet, proving that he was still there. With tired, dark-circled eyes, Kim Jeju weakly wondered if he would resurrect like an administrator. While worried about that, a familiar voice rang out, "You are relying too much on items." At the same time, a red blazed across the male lead's body. In an instant, the male lead's head was cut off. It was a prediction of time, and the fragment shattered like glass. Kim Jeju was blocking the attack while intending to use mana, but it seemed he had run out. Because he could not use mana, he panted tensely. The imposter appeared before him, praising, "You are quite good. My head feels like it will explode. Even though I only used the coat, I am exhausted." His hand also wore a glove identical to the male lead's, gripping his neck tightly and speaking smugly. "You have run out of mana. I will become a greater Kim Jeju. Give up." While being choked, Kim Jeju suddenly smiled a victorious smile. The imposter looked at him in surprise. A stream of golden mana was activated by Kim Jeju. The imposter froze for a moment. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he asked, "Were you pretending?" In his eyes were the image of the glove glowing with solar mana and Kim Jeju's blazing golden eyes. The real Kim Jeju smiled and replied, "I never said I was out of mana, you just assumed that yourself." After saying that, he grabbed his hand and pulled him closer, retorting, "I am also not relying on items, I am just fighting with all my might." As he spoke, Kim Jeju's gloved hands condensed mana before the imposter's astonished eyes. A huge explosion occurred. Black fragments fell and dissipated. At the same time, the system announced, "You have completed the challenge. The gate to floor 22 will open." At this moment, Kim Jeju's eyes looked extremely tired. He relaxed his body and fell backward. The spectator saw this and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Kim Jeju sat up and sighed, "I am fine, I just feel relieved that the fight is finally over." Looking at the gate, he knew he had completed the challenge, and thanks to the imposter's carelessness, he found the loophole. At the same time, looking down at his shoes, he thought to himself that thanks to their effect, he did not die. They were the shoes of Lostant, the owner of the 7 Mirage, an artifact-grade item, made from snake skin that died after giving birth, capable of controlling hardness, size, transparency, and mimicking colors. It turned out that Kim Jeju had used the transparency feature to temporarily stop the imposter's movement. Otherwise, he would have dodged the mana burst, and the result would have been him losing to his own copy. Thinking of that, he shuddered and while operating said, "Check the rewards, then head to the next floor." The spectator worriedly stopped him and he smiled, refusing, "No, going quickly is better." The system announced the reward, and at the same time, a golden gift box fell down. The spectators discussed whether those people wanted to kill or save Kim Jeju, while others speculated they were training him, ignoring everyone's lively discussion. The main character opened the gift box lid, a golden light flashed, causing the spectators to buzz, thinking it was a top-tier item. The item was a dagger owned by Sangin, the ruler of darkness. It was artifact grade, contained the power to command his forces, enhanced the shadow body for 10 seconds, and added 20% physical power. Dudu wondered about the admin's intentions. Leaving aside Kim Jae-ju on floor 21, the story jumped to the free area on floor 70. At the central park created by Hippocrate, an old man sat in the park feeding pigeons. Not far away, a man's feet appeared, and he asked, "There is a strange player on floor 20. Their backing is so strong it scares me. Do you know who it is?" The newcomer was a golden-haired man dressed luxuriously, covering his face with a cloth because of the pigeons. The old man thought for a moment, then nodded. "Ah, of course I do." Hearing that, the golden-haired, blue-eyed man replied irritably, "It might be someone who helped him in some way." "Before you did not say that, you promised us absolute control," he said, getting increasingly angry, almost shouting. The old man, annoyed, clicked his tongue softly. "Tiske." He looked at the youth with a dangerous gaze, and a familiar voice rang out asking, "Kid, what do you think when you see an ant passing by?" Hearing the irrelevant question, the golden-haired youth was confused. "Huh?" The old man urged, "Answer me." Seeing his serious attitude, the youth timidly replied, "I do not think anything." Hearing the answer, he seemed satisfied. "Exactly," leaving the youth speechless. The youth looked at the admin in the harmless old man form, who was now emptying his pockets to check for bird food and lamenting, "I am out of food." Although the admin was hard to talk to, his one-sided way of speaking always annoyed the youth, but because he was easy to agree with, it was not too bothersome. He trembled, clenching his fist to suppress his anger, because to the admin, he was just an ant on the road, and the earlier question was what the admin meant to say. Finally, the golden-haired man helplessly turned his head and said, "You probably do not care. I will handle it myself." The admin chuckled softly with familiar red eyes. "Do whatever you want." While walking, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. He turned to talk about the player on floor 20, then a sudden explosion occurred behind him. The explosion sent a flock of pigeons scattering. The admin remained calm, while the blonde had to shield his eyes from the pressure. A pair of legs appeared, slowly approaching the two. The owner of those legs was a red-haired girl, flames blazing on her back and legs. The girl named Lee Charon, her player identity was hidden. The blonde nervously asked who she was. He was on high alert because there were many guild members scattered around. The fact that she had broken through Hippocrate's defense line to appear here showed Lee Charon was no ordinary player. Lee Charon's eyes lit up, fire burned fiercely. She replied curtly, "I am the one who will cause a disaster." Her hand brought forth a blazing flame. Lee Charon continued, "Actually, I only came to vent my anger, but a man who always hides like a sewer rat is also here." Perhaps Lee Charon meant the admin was standing behind the blonde. That young man broke out in a sweat from the pressure of the Phoenix control magic. Though Lee Charon stood still, he still felt short of breath. He decided he had to use mana to block that pressure immediately. Seeing the blonde using mana to resist, Lee Charon sneered contemptuously, "A petty trick." She lightly flicked her finger. Flame shot forward, attacking the blonde as mana shield. When he saw his shield develop cracks from the fire strike, he was so tense he clenched his teeth. Lee Charon saw the blonde still blocking the blow. She praised, "Seems you didn't get your high position in Hypercrite through luck alone." She flicked her finger again. The flame flared up violently, creating an explosion. An extremely massive explosion occurred. The blonde silently witnessed the scene. The admin, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up to remind her, "Stop, Lee Charon, enough." The admin turned to look at the blonde sitting on the ground, said curtly, "See you next time." The blonde understood the admin was dismissing him because he was just a performing dog in front of these two. Lee Charon laughed and taunted mockingly, "You're lucky. If you were alone, you would have been cooked." The blonde did not get angry, only coldly announced, "I'm leaving," then decisively departed. Seeing the outsider had left, Lee Charon immediately questioned, "What's wrong with you lately?" The admin asked back, "What do you mean?" Lee Charon found the admin feigning ignorance irritating. "Don't pretend. You know Kim Jae-ju, right?" The admin still played dumb, retorted, "I'm not pretending." Giving up, she asked directly, "Then my goat, I mean that man, Kim Jae-ju, has he ever entered this tower?" The admin answered where appropriate, "No." Lee Charon asked further, "Have you ever provided him with information?" The admin answered, "No." Lee Charon was puzzled. Then why? She meant why the admin treated him differently from the other players. The admin honestly answered, "Vita has already found it." Hearing this, Lee Charon swallowed in fear. The admin, with a face full of anger, continued, "An existence that can fix my broken toy." Lee Charon forced a laugh and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. He only just reached floor 20. The admin shook his head, not only just, but already. Hearing the news that Kim Jae-ju had reached floor 25, Lee Charon was afraid, astonished at his tower climbing speed. She had also never seen the admin so enthusiastic before. Having received the information, Lee Charon turned to leave, but before that confirmed, "So you're not planning to kill him, right? Good, I'm leaving." The admin revealed, "I have complete information on what he thinks and how he acts." Lee Charon stopped walking upon hearing this. She turned her face to look at the admin, said in fear, "What, if you act on your own? The places in the admin world will be destroyed." She recalled the reason the admin wanted to find a replacement. He had said so when offering the admin position to her, the one who had completed the tower floor. floor. Though the offer seemed good, Lee Charon found it troublesome and refused, because the admin said it would destroy the Earth. She decided to stay in the tower. The admin announced earth-shattering news: "I'm about to create another tower. Need to research more, but whether he dies or fulfills his role doesn't matter." Hearing this, Lee Charon was afraid and sneered in mockery, so cold-hearted. Though his whole body was melting, he calmly replied, "I can take such criticism anytime." Before completely disappearing, the admin proclaimed grandly, "Because the only thing left is the challenge of completing the destroyed world." Back to the Battle of the Travelers. An explosion occurred, smoke and dust flew everywhere. Those who inhaled coughed violently. At this moment, a girl cried out in grievance. She trembled as she looked up, muttered, "My hair, my hair." A teammate ran over to ask, "Sazian, are you okay?" She was holding her head and crying over her ruined hair. That young man recalled what just happened. If Kim Jeju hadn't fired mana blasts in time, they might have died. Thinking of this, his face turned pale from fear. Behind him now appeared enormous monsters. The onlookers were startled by the recent shot, unable to believe their eyes. Kim Jeju was still rushing forward to deal with the monsters. Encountering the monsters, Jae-jun continuously fired mana blasts to break the encirclement. After eliminating them, Kim Jeju ran off to rescue another team. As there wasn't enough time to wait for the bloodstone to recharge, he replaced it with a new one, while doing so urging himself to hurry, because the other teams were struggling greatly, and at the same time feeling lucky that he could defeat them using only mana from the bloodstone. While thinking, Kim Jeju was drawn by a desperate scream from ahead. Approaching, a young man was being grabbed by a monster. Hanging in the air, he struggled and cried out, "My leg, help." A traveler upon seeing this hurriedly called out, "Everyone hide behind me." He was tense and confused, wondering why there was a monster like this on floor 22. He thought at this speed, they would soon be annihilated, not knowing what to do, whether to abandon teammates and run away. Lost in thought, a pair of familiar shoes suddenly appeared from behind. The traveler started and turned back, warning him not to move because it was very dangerous. Scolded by Baekhyun, Kim Jeju was not angry but calmly said, "Step back." Seeing it was an acquaintance, he asked Kim Jeju in surprise what he was doing here. Kim Jeju replied that he came to help everyone, making Baekhyun unable to believe it, and asked again. He thought Kim Jeju ran away because the third team was annihilated, but he immediately killed the monster behind him. The young man froze for a few seconds in shock. After rescuing the victims, Kim Jeju quickly assigned tasks to the whole team. He asked if there were any medicine, then told them to treat the injured, the healthy ones to assist in combat, and the purple-haired young man immediately responded. After that, he and his teammates quickly helped the injured away for treatment. Baekhyun was still shocked because he did not see Kim Ju move, but he had already killed the monster. He wondered if the magic was that strong or Kim Ju himself was too excellent. After destroying all the monsters, the system announced the challenge was complete. The gate leading to the 23rd floor would open. The travelers gathered after the battle to heal their wounds. One person mumbled painfully about his arm, another panicked from losing his eyesight. Some demanded more medicine, everyone panicked because the monsters were too terrible. Baekhyun witnessed the chaos, recalling the time they desperately fought the same monsters. Kim had appeared and easily defeated all the monsters. Some were not saved because he arrived late, but thanks to Kim Jeju, many survived. While observing his gloves, Kim Jeju heard Baekhyun approaching to greet him. He looked curiously when he heard someone call his name. Baekhyun thanked him for saving his life. Kim Jeju waved his hand and said he did it for himself too. Indeed, it was because of Kim Jeju that the difficulty had increased that much. Baekhyun looked at him with bright eyes, promising to help him wholeheartedly in the future. After saying thank you, he said goodbye and left. Kim Jeju awkwardly responded. Kim Jeju watched the travelers leave one by one, including a girl crying because her hair was ruined. Kim Jeju stood silent, looking at the gate before him. He was operating the screen while muttering to check the rewards. As always, a gift box fell from the sky. Kim Jeju calmly opened the lid of the gift box. Inside were 5,000 gold coins and a small white box that looked rare. The box radiated a sparkling bright aura. Kim Jeju wondered curiously if inside was a bloodstone or mana stone. As he thought, he opened the lid of that box. Inside was a ring from Sagnan. The hero rank ring of the Dark Lord had the power to lead an army, usable once per day. The viewers criticized the ring as useless, mana-consuming, only darkening the surrounding space. Contrary to the criticism, Kim Jeju was quite satisfied to receive this item. The Dark Knight was deemed useless, but Kim Jeju remembered he had experimented and found it had no effect. It turned out the ring was not useless, but because he did not understand its true effect. He remembered a Russian assassin named Arseny, the only person who discovered the true value of this item. That female assassin used the Dark Knight to devour enemies like a tidal wave, similar to his own entity on the previous floor. The viewers saw Kim Jeju silently thinking, so they asked if he intended to use that thing, pulling him back to reality. He thought if he could use it, the Dark Knight would be very useful in the future, so he put the ring into his backpack. Kim Jeju looked into his backpack with a worried gaze. In his hand were several tiny popoi kids. They looked smaller than when they were on the 20th floor. Since the battle on the 20th floor, the kids had not woken up. He looked at the sleeping kids, determined to go up the floors quickly to confirm their condition. With his determination set, Kim Jeju stepped into the gate. The system announced enough players. The 23rd challenge began. On the red screen, 2 words, deathmatch, appeared, full of killing intent. A mysterious person with a mouth full of saliva was voraciously gnawing on fried chicken legs. The system gave the content. The battle would only end when one person remained alive. Arriving on the 23rd floor, before Kim Jeju was a fat man eating. Upon seeing him, he asked if he knew him. Everyone wondered about his greeting as if he knew Kim Jeju from before. Kim Jeju also wondered and asked him if he knew him. The young man, full from eating, patted his belly and casually replied, "Of course." The guild said if I did not know you, you would jack us. Hearing the guild, Kim Jeju immediately guessed it was hypocrite, and that chubby guy freely admitted it. He stood up, picked up the pizza and offered it to Kim Jeju. "Want a slice? I have too much." Jeju looked at his hospitality and shook his head helplessly. "No." The young man continued, "It is not just 1 or 2 people waiting for you. Good thing I found you early." Viewers upon hearing this guessed that many hypocrites were waiting in the arena. Kim Jeju looked at the chubby man's grinning face and asked, "One of us has to die, why are you so relaxed?" He replied casually, "Of course." He taunted Jeju saying he was the one who would die, while secretly pulling out a small knife hidden behind his back. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he lunged to attack Kim Jeju, catching the boy off guard. Kim Jeju, ambushed, realized that man was an assassin, because based on his appearance and movements, he thought him a fighter and let his guard down. Person who had just been friendly and offering pizza now smiled sinisterly, full of killing intent. In the critical moment, a beam of light appeared. It was the system notification screen. 6 minutes left until the challenge started. Notification screen appeared just in time, blocking the assassin's slash, making Kim Jeju break into a cold sweat. He smugly taunted, "If it weren't for the countdown, you'd be dead. I am different from you kids who just know how to raise skills or rely on items." Suddenly Kim Jeju asked, "What is your name?" Chubby man asked back in confusion, "Me? Why do you want to know?" Kim Jeju teased with a bright smile, "I think you would find it unfair if Jack didn't know your name." The assassin frowned. "What?" Viewers warned Jeju not to be careless or that man would turn into a thug. At that moment there was 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. As predicted, he transformed into a thug, spitting a wad of saliva. He replied angrily, "Lee Chang-sun, that is my name." After that he vanished. Kim Jeju scanned for mana everywhere but could not find Chang-sun. The stealth skill Chang-sun used was a low-tier assassin skill, deceiving the opponent's senses, but the level difference was another matter. While searching for Chang-sun, Kim Jeju glanced at the remaining time on the system screen. Taking advantage of Jeju's distraction, Chang-sun appeared from behind and said grimly, "Tell that to the god of death." The system announced, "Time remaining until the challenge begins, 0 seconds." Chang-sun prepared to stab Jeju in the back. Thinking he was about to succeed, he proudly continued, "Who jacked you?" Kim Jeju calmly looked at the knife pressed against his neck. With a cold gaze, he said, "You probably don't know which item I am using." Lee Chang-sun's arm was tightly wrapped by black threads. He could not believe it, staring at his weapon-wielding arm and exclaiming, "How is that possible?" He was sure Jeju could not have reacted in time. Suddenly, he realized something. He looked at the black thing protecting Kim Jeju. Chang-sun stated firmly, "That coat." Realizing Jeju was protected by the coat, he cursed angrily, "Damn it, lost it." While cursing, Chang-sun discovered more. Wait. Getting a clear look at the item inside, he panicked. "Lost it guardian coat? Did you even use future prediction?" Kim Jeju smiled smugly and said mysteriously, "You must know this coat." Lee Chang-sun saw Jeju showing off and criticized angrily, "How did you get something that difficult?" Jeju's hand held a familiar axe, ready to strike him down. With a murderous look, he still replied, "Go tell that to the god of death yourself." Chang-sun, arm disabled, could only silently watch the axe swing down. One swing of the axe sent fresh blood splattering. His hand trembled in a pool of blood. After a moment, that hand lay still. Kim Jeju wiped the blood from his face. System announced, "You have completed." Before he could celebrate, almost ascending to the next floor, Jeju was stunned to see the system being hacked. It changed from blue to red, with the message, "You have not completed the challenge." In the free zone of floor 20, the atmosphere was extremely peaceful. A soldier frowned and spoke up, "Hey, where is your ID?" Another person also ordered irritably, "Adventurer, get down right now." Sejun held the letter of introduction, his face turning pale. He felt like he had just fallen from heaven to hell. Just for being an adventurer, the Taruha people treated him like a criminal. Sejun, roughly handled by the 2 soldiers, thought bitterly. being treated like a criminal. The two soldiers' attitude suddenly did a 180-degree turn after seeing the paper with the commander's name and signature. After presenting the letter, Sejun was allowed to leave. The two behind him smiled and said goodbye. Travel safely. Sejun's heart was still fearful because this Lido channel did not remember signing the paper. At the magic technology store, the place Kim Jeju had told Sejun about, he was again lurking, secretly observing Lee Saha. While peeking, two adventurers walked by. One said, "The cause of the chaos on Floini is a Korean player." The other wondered who said that. Sejun quickly hid behind something. They continued, "All the viewers say so, it's reliable news." Seeing their appearance, Sejun was disappointed because they didn't match the description of Chris Xenon. The blonde laughed. "Is that so? Then it must be true." Dark-skinned man noticed something and hurriedly said, "Chris, hurry up, he's here." It turned out he was urging a young blonde boy wearing round glasses, who was rushing over in a hurry. Sejun saw the young man named Chris running while saying, I'm coming right now." He looked like the description, 1.8 meters tall, round glasses, blue eyes. Sejun guessed it must be Chris. When he ran to his friends, Chris seemed to ask them to wait for something. The dark-skinned man said helplessly, "I'll wait here. Machines already give me a headache." The blonde sighed. "I don't understand why you're so excited." Chris laughed awkwardly and stammered, I'll be back soon." Sejun saw Chris's two friends looking down on him and found it strange. He heard the boy was a genius, so why was he being disrespected? He suspected he had found the wrong person. The dark-skinned man asked, "So what is the information you heard?" The blonde man recounted what he overheard, that a Halifax had appeared on the 22nd floor. Hearing that, both of them turned pale and said in disbelief, "What?" The dark-skinned man exclaimed in surprise, as it was the first time he had heard of this. The blonde man also turned pale, fearfully saying that was the reason why it was strange, and only appeared at that specific floor and trial. After listening, the dark-skinned man speculated if it was because of a player there. The blonde man agreed it seemed they were trying to hide their identity, but if he had more time, he was certain he would find that person. Hearing the two adventurers discussing Seju, hiding on this side, guessed they were talking about Kim Jeju. Someone else chimed in, saying at least it was not a guide. The dark-skinned man relayed the news he just heard, that out of 50 participants on floor 29, only 5 survived. The blonde man fearfully said it was really pitiful. So many people encountering such high difficulty was a true nightmare. Back to Kim Jeju, our main character. Currently, he was in the trial of the 23rd floor. The system seemed to be hacked, as after announcing the trial was complete, it suddenly changed to the text, "You did not complete the trial." Reading the notice of incomplete, Kim Jeju was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he realized something. He warily looked towards the monitor. Chang Sun was lying motionless in a pool of blood. Suddenly, something rose from his body. Kim Jeju saw a black substance emanating from Chang Sun's mouth and immediately knew what it was. It was a guide and elemental warrior of the magic world summoned after sacrificing a human. This was a very rare monster for the 20th floor. At this moment, Lai Chang Sun had transformed into the shape of a guide with a long, black tongue, looking extremely terrifying. The monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth. It sucked the mana emanating from Kim Jeju. Seeing his energy being devoured so deliciously, Kim Jeju was stunned for a moment. The monster even let out a satisfied sound. Guide had assumed a ready combat stance. Someone from the audience reminded Kim Jeju that the monster's weakness was its horn. But before he could attack, the monster leaped and charged at him. Kim Jeju quickly blocked the blow, sending the monster flying far away, creating an explosion. At that moment, his whole body trembled from the sheer force of the attack, nearly knocking him back. While warily watching the monster, suddenly his arm was cut by something, causing blood to spray like rain. Looking at the wound on his arm, Kim Jeju couldn't believe it because he thought he had blocked the attack correctly. Clutching his bleeding wound, Kim Jeju warily watched the approaching monster. As he stepped forward, he calculated that the guide's weakness was its horn. If he could shoot a stream of mana into it, but because he was too deep in thought, Kim Jeju nearly missed his step. Luckily, he managed to grab onto the wall. Kim Jeju breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he almost died stupidly. Just as he was feeling lucky, right above him, the guide appeared and growled threateningly. Kim Jeju looked at the monster with a green face, screaming in panic inside, "Can a guy get a break?" If he aimed for its horn now, then perhaps... But before he could finish thinking about defeating the monster, his backpack fell into the pit below. Kim Jeju looked in panic at the bag moving away from him. He could only helplessly reach out his hand. Kim Jeju couldn't accept the backpack falling into the abyss because the popoi were still inside it. Thinking of this, he became even more panicked. In the urgent situation, he remembered his jacket. He would attach it to the wall and then jump down to catch the backpack. But at that moment, the monster above began to attack. After one strike, the cliff wall Kim Jeju was clinging to was crushed to pieces by it. It looked down, chuckling smugly, thinking it had destroyed him. In the pitch-black depths below, a flash of light suddenly appeared. The watching monster was surprised when its horn was caught by Kim Jeju's jacket. Kim Jeju had used the monster leap up from the abyss. At the same time, he also caught his backpack. The guide was startled to see Kim Jeju falling from above. Immediately after, Kim Jeju quickly landed behind the monster. He breathed a sigh of relief internally. Everything had gone according to plan. He had leaped when it attacked, grabbed the bag, then used the jacket to climb up. Kim Jeju tensely let out a breath, planning to tie it up so it couldn't move. As he thought, he took something out of his backpack. While searching for the item, the jacket holding the guide's horn was torn apart by it. As expected, even using the jacket, he couldn't hold it off for long. Kim Jeju pulled out the familiar white box. After a moment of tense thought, he decided to use it. Kim Jeju quickly retreated backwards to avoid being pulled back by the guide. Even if he could use a mana cannon to shoot the horn, it would dodge it. In Kim Jeju's hand at that moment, a ring had appeared. The monster grabbed a corner of the robe. It snarled angrily at the prey in front of it. From within the darkness, a thick black mist gradually emerged. His eyes also began to emit a blue light. Slowly, that black substance enveloped the entire space. It spilled onto the ground like a viscous liquid. The guide rushed swiftly towards Kim Jeju as if wanting to devour him. Kim Jeju stood still, raising his ringed hand to use the darkness. Just before the monster touched him, its limbs were locked by a surge of purple energy, but the ring drained too much mana. Blood began to flow from his nose. It drained mana like a sponge, making Kim Jeju's head feel like it would explode, the pain unbearable. His gaze grew brighter. He only had one chance to take down the monster. As he thought, he acted. A spring-like mechanism appeared on his shoes. At the same time, the glove condensed mana, ready to fire a cannonball. Prepared, Kim Jeju immediately raised his hand and fired a stream of mana cannon at the monster in front of him. A deafening explosion rang out. The scene shifted to Taruha Square, a free zone on the American channel, floor 20. Lucan's attitude was full of hostility. She threatened loudly, "Drop your weapons and surrender." The adventurer was threatened by her but remained calm and said, "We did not come to start a fight." Lucan maintained her attitude, staring at them. Lee Saha explained that they only wanted to find a place to rest. Lucan flatly refused and drove them away. She could not let a group of armed adventurers into the city. Leave now. The two girls were confronting each other, neither willing to back down. During the tense moment, a voice rang out from behind. "Lucan, you are being too rigid." Lucan turned and saw it was Palaham. He flashed a familiar smile and offered his opinion. "Among adventurers, there are good and bad people." Lucan called out in dissatisfaction. "Captain, are you trying to embarrass me?" Palaham walked closer to Lee Saha while defending himself. "Of course not." He looked at the small girl in front of him and suggested, seeing neither side willing to yield, "How about settling this with a one-on-one match?" Palaham had just finished his suggestion and immediately asked the adventurer's name. "What is your name?" The girl answered honestly, "I am Lee Saha." Hearing this, Lucan angrily said, "Nonsense." Palaham taunted, "What, scared?" Lucan took the bait. She immediately retorted, "Who said I was scared?" "Fine, let's fight." Palaham turned and asked, "Lee Saha, what do you think?" The adventurer was unfazed, calmly replying, "I agree." Thus, a one-on-one match was about to take place, with Palaham as the referee. Under the watch of the surrounding crowd, Lee Saha and Lucan prepared to engage in combat. The audience outside cheered excitedly. The sound of musical instruments echoed. Lucan saw Lee Saha was unarmed and frowned, asking, "Where is your weapon?" Lee Saha cracked her knuckles, assumed a stance, and replied, "I don't need one." Lucan did not press. She only said, "Is that so?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lucan vanished from her spot in a flash. Then, she appeared right in front of Lee Saha as if teleporting. A glimmer of mana light shone in Lee Saha's eyes. Lucan smugly launched a kick at Lee Saha. She wore a self-satisfied smile after the kick. But before she could bask in her triumph, Lucan realized with pain that her leg was trembling. The kick did not make Lee Saha budge. Lee Saha's eyes lit up. She gently pulled her leg free from Lucan's grasp. Then, as swift as a whip, she launched a kick straight at Lucan's face. The warrior Lucan quickly dodged. She retreated, not at all outmatched. Lucan watched the unarmed Lee Saha charge at her, angrily muttered, "Arrogant brat." Ignoring the taunt, Lee Saha continuously threw punches forward. After a flurry of furious attacks, she stopped to observe her opponent. Lucan's hammer was smoking from the repeated punches. Lucan looked at Lee Saha with wary eyes after the storm of blows. Lee Saha saw Lucan was still standing, murmured, "Still holding on?" Right after, a surge of purple energy blazed over Lee Saha's entire body. Using mana in both hands, she continued punching Lucan, who was curled up defensively behind her shield. After a barrage of intense attacks, the shield shattered into 100 pieces. Lucan was startled to see her weapon broken. Taking advantage of Lucan's moment of distraction, Lee Saha lunged in and landed a punch straight to her opponent's chest. The NPC took the full force of the punch, fresh blood spurting from her mouth. Not only that, but she was also sent flying far from Lee Saha by the impact. Just as she was about to hit the hard wall, Lucan was grabbed by someone. It was Palaham. He looked at Lucan, beaten until she was foaming at the mouth, and lamented sadly. That was not a pretty sight. The audience around the match exclaimed in astonishment, "Lucan lost. How is that possible? She won too quickly." Palaham set Luca down on the ground, then turned to Lee Saha and said she had won, so say what she wanted to say. At this moment, Lee Saha removed her mask. A beautiful face was revealed. She calmly said that she wanted to help someone. Returning to floor 23, where Kim Jeju had just fought the guide. At this moment, blood was splattered everywhere. Kim Jeju was lying unconscious in a pool of blood. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, his face looking extremely haggard. After waking up, Kim Jeju only felt pain all over his body, especially from the mana depletion. As he sat up, gritting his teeth to endure it, he looked around to see if he had won. In front of him was the messy remains of the guide. The system announced that he had completed the challenge. Seeing the notification, Kim Jeju was overjoyed and exclaimed happily, "Oh my god." The system continued to prompt, the way up to floor 24 and down to floor 20 was now open. Kim Jeju suppressed the pain, his hands trembling as he operated the screen, and said, "Let's check the rewards." The viewers saw his condition and worried, telling him to rest and find something to eat. Just as he was about to check the rewards, a notification suddenly appeared, making Kim Jeju stop to look at the message. It was a message from Han Sung-min asking how he was doing on floor 20, and reporting that the situation was worse than expected, so he had sent someone. The person sent was Lee Saha. She sent a caring message asking if he was okay, telling him to reply quickly because she was on her way. After reading the 3 messages, Kim Jeju was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and began to reply to Lee Saha, "I'm fine, don't worry about me." After sending the message, Kim Jeju was still puzzled as to why she would do that. He had never done anything for Lee Saha. He even owed her the necklace. He didn't know what Han Sung-min had said to get her to come help. Kim Jeju was very grateful for both their kindness, but he didn't like interacting with others like this. As he thought, he touched the bag containing the Popoi kids. The Popoi kids were getting smaller and smaller, which made him afraid that one day they would disappear. Kim Jeju gently touched the backpack. Even though he didn't know where it would end for the kids, he was certain he had to reach floor 25, because that was the only hope. He believed the Tree of Life on floor 25 would create a way to save the Popoi kids. After finishing his thoughts, Kim Jeju began to collect the rewards. The gift box was a familiar bag of 5,000 coins and a pair of pants. They were the leather pants of Lostant, the master of the false god technique. The item was of hero rank, described as Lostant's pants, the man who once controlled snakes with many abilities. The pants were made from snake skin shed before laying eggs, infusing those abilities into it. The viewers saw the pants and some thought they were bad, and that Kim Jeju wouldn't be able to use them. Kim Jeju pondered as he looked at the pants. Even he didn't know how to use them. He thought that was reasonable since few people collected many of Lostant's items. He heard some people sold them immediately because wearing them was very weird. Although he was helpless and preferred Sangin, he still decided to try wearing them. Just as he thought that, he immediately threw the pants to the ground. He stood up, preparing to take off his pants right on the live stream. Viewers saw this and screamed in disbelief. Kim Jeju was about to pull down the zipper when he suddenly stopped. He was silent for a moment, then coughed in embarrassment and said, "Brothers, I'll blur the screen for a bit." Right after, the system activated the hidden mode, displaying the notification, "I'm changing clothes along with 3 fussing Popoi kids." Some viewers regretted not getting to see the scene of Kim Jeju changing clothes. After changing into Lostant's pants, Kim Jeju turned off the hidden mode. As soon as he put them on, the system activated the effect 5 out of 7, and the snakes activated their functions. The functions included mana area amplification, color and texture mimicry, self-defense spell nullification, 6-second prediction time, and extremely potent poison. While the system was announcing, Kim Jeju felt uncomfortable, having to furrow his brows. It felt like hundreds of snakes were crawling all over his body. Although he could control his body better thanks to the magic stone, he was still disgusted to the point of wanting to throw the pants away. His entire body and heart felt as if they were tightly coiled by snakes. Despite the discomfort, Kim Jeju gritted his teeth and reassured the viewers, "I'm fine." A snake coiled inside his heart. After enduring for a while, everything returned to normal. The disgusting feeling disappeared. Kim Jeju felt more relaxed, touching his chest. Even though he didn't know the effect of the pants, he just wore them since there was no longer any adverse effect. Kim Jeju hurriedly grabbed his backpack because there was no time left. He had to hurry up the floors to save the Popoi kids. He said he would go to the next floor. The viewers were surprised, advising him to rest or he might pass out. Kim Jeju opened his backpack as he spoke, saying he had to speed up. Looking at the Popoi kids sleeping in his hands, they had become so small he had to look closely to see them. Kim Jeju was silent, recalling the admin's words, "You have handled things well, avoiding relationships to create no weaknesses. But the more I see, the more attached I see you have become to the children." Recalling that, Kim Jeju clenched his lips in anger. He put the kids back into the bag. Picking up the backpack, he stood up to walk, muttering to himself, "I have to go now." The scene shifted to a certain forest. The system announced number 4087, floor 48, high difficulty, total 2 participants, enough people. The floor 24 challenge begins. During the announcement, Kim Jeju stepped through the spatial gate into floor 24. The final notification line appeared, "Escape the forest within the time limit. The exit will disappear if you are late." After entering the floor 24 forest, sweat covered Kim Jeju's face. He thought to himself that even though he had expected it, this place was still too hot and humid. Kim Jeju observed his surroundings. Since floor 24 was a 2-person challenge, he was looking for the other person. This was a test of finding the exit, each person their own way. But the terrain would be difficult and stronger monsters would appear. If one was not confident in their combat ability, it was very easy to lose their life here. As he was thinking, Kim Jeju heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw a person approaching. When that person saw him, they let out a soft gasp. It was a girl who looked very pure, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She covered her mouth, her hand pointing at him in astonishment. Kim Jeju asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" The girl's eyes sparkled as she kept exclaiming, "How could we meet here of all places?" Kim Jeju looked at her helplessly. She was laughing happily, then suddenly burst into tears, saying she hoped he would become her underling. Kim Jeju was also impressed by her rapidly changing emotions. He introduced himself seriously. "I am Kim Jeju. It seems you know me." Hearing his name, the girl's mouth fell open in shock. Then she awkwardly scratched her head and said shyly, "Sorry, I'm used to talking to myself." She laughed while scratching her head. "I spoke too fast, didn't I?" A small octopus appeared on her shoulder. She blushed in embarrassment. "I am Pulpamom. I've been following you since the first floor. My real name is Min-hee. Call me Winnie." Hearing the name Pulpamom, Kim Jeju was helpless for a moment. He remembered there was a viewer who especially loved the popoi. He wondered if Winnie was that person. He laughed inside. This girl was a big fan of his. Kim Jeju didn't expect to meet a viewer in a cooperative challenge. He considered it very lucky. Min-hee called to the little octopus hiding behind her shoulder, "Laksa, come out." The little octopus heard its owner call, shyly stepped out, and chirped, "Laksa." Kim Jeju broke the atmosphere asking, "Laksa is the name of a dish, right?" Min-hee picked up Laksa, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "That's right, doesn't it look like one?" Kim Jeju didn't see the resemblance. In the middle of their fun, Min-hee suddenly deflated and sighed, "I'm still disappointed. I wanted to find it first to give to you." Kim Jeju was confused. "What are you talking about?" Lee Min-hee explained, "Din Laha, Baron aren't feeling well, so I grinded all the way to the 24th floor." The viewers hearing her remember the names of the little popoi were moved. That was true love. Kim Jeju was surprised here. He was suspicious, because he hadn't seen anything related to the popoi when watching the video. Min-hee explained there was a hidden detail on the 24th floor. The admin was very strict, so she wanted to get it herself and give it to him. Hearing about a hidden detail, Kim Jeju paused for a moment. According to Winnie, there was a hidden detail in the forest on the 24th floor, an item shaped like a cradle that fit perfectly in one's arms. That item had restorative abilities and was called a resurrection cradle. Min-hee said its location was random and very hard to find. Laksa was almost dead and recovered thanks to it, so it would definitely help the popoi get better. Hearing Min-hee's affirmation, Kim Jeju thought that even with the world tree on the 25th floor, the admin would still meddle. He didn't know if he could avoid the admin's eyes, but he couldn't miss this opportunity. His gaze became determined. He bowed his head seriously in gratitude. "I am truly grateful." Lee Min-hee waved her hand. "I didn't do anything." Min-hee seemed to glow as she enthusiastically said, "I wanted to get it for you myself. But since things have come to this, let's find it together." Kim Jeju suggested finding the exit first to be safe. If they couldn't find the hidden detail, they still had to clear the challenge. As they talked, a strange noise echoed from the forest, drawing the attention of both. With a crack, a monster's foot snapped a tree. That monster was a forest guardian, appearing on the 20th floor, looking like a chimpanzee. Kim Jeju turned to look at the other monsters, then called out to Winnie. After observing, Jeju said, "Not too many. Let's finish this quickly. I'll leave opening the path to you." Lee Min-hee pulled a dagger from her spatial storage. She raised the dagger enthusiastically. "Leave it to me, your majesty." Kim Jeju was speechless and reminded her, "Don't call me that." At that moment, behind Kim Jeju, a forest guardian was preparing to ambush him. Instantly, it was blocked by his circular cloak. The monster's hand trembled as it pushed against the lost and circular cloak. While Kim Jeju fought, Lee Min-hee quickly charged in a different direction to clear a path. She held her sword and swung a few basic slashes forward. Looking at the falling treetops after the slashes, Min-hee let out a satisfied breath. Behind her, two monsters were poised to attack. Kim Jeju timely blocked the monsters just as Min-hee lost her focus. She startled and looked towards him. By then, he had already taken down the monster that looked so ferocious earlier. Kim Jeju shouted a reminder, "If you just run wild like that, you'll get lost. Plan it out first." Haven't been saved, Min-hee's eyes sparkled as she vowed, "It's fine, I've passed through here a few times. Trust me." Seeing her carefree attitude, Kim Jeju could only force a hollow laugh. Time passed quickly from afternoon to evening. In the evening forest, the system announced there were 3 hours left. Defeated monsters lay scattered everywhere. The two wandered through the forest, and Kim Jeju sighed. "Finding the resurrection cradle is harder than I thought." Lee Min-hee wanted to give up and lamented, "And it's night now, too hard. At this rate, we'll just have to find the exit." Jeju thought that while it was important, they couldn't see forever, so he asked again, "Winnie, how did you find the cradle?" Min-hee recalled, "Back then, I was looking for some strange spirit beasts. I wandered around in circles, and then I bumped into something super hard. I was stumbling around at that time." She recalled that scene and told him, but when he turned his head, it suddenly appeared in front of him. Hearing the word "suddenly appeared," Kim Jeju fell into thought. Guessed hidden details usually had activation conditions. Perhaps Lee Min-hee had bumped into something hard. He slightly moved his gloved hand, suddenly asking her if the cradle had any water stains. Min-hee shook her head, answering she was not sure. It did not look fragile. Kim Jae-ju handed his bag to her, asking her to hold it for him. While condensing mana, he reminded her to step back because it was dangerous. With a bang, a mana cannon shot fired from the glove, creating a large explosion. Min-hee exclaimed in shock, afraid that if he kept booming like that, he would destroy the item. Despite her worry, Kim Jae-ju kept firing mana cannons forward to search for the resurrection cradle. He did not understand what he was doing wrong. If he had not seen it yet, if his mana ran out, it would be over. While thinking, something suddenly blocked the mana cannon. He quickly noticed the anomaly, hurriedly telling Winnie that the attack was deflected from the direction with the scent. And he asked back blankly, but he did not answer. He hurriedly ran towards where the mana was blocked. Winnie, carrying the backpack, followed behind. After a while of running at full speed, the two arrived. Kim Jae-ju panted heavily, happily saying he found it. It was a cup-shaped resurrection cradle, sturdy inside, shimmering brightly in the dark forest. Kim Jae-ju lifted the cup and asked Lee Min-hee if it was correct. She happily confirmed and asked how he found it. Kim Jae-ju stammered and evaded, saying he had his own way. That way was deduced from Lee Min-hee bumping into a hard object. Then the cradle appeared when she opened her eyes. He remembered that hidden details usually needed to be touched before appearing. Thanks to his wide attack range, he reduced movement and found it easily. He held the cradle, thinking. Min-hee understood his intention, quickly handed him the bag and spoke up. She even showed a bright smile, wishing him good luck. Kim Jae-ju received the bag along with her wishes, smiling back in thanks. You carefully put each little popoi into the pot. The kids seemed a bit blackened from being stuck to something. After putting the popoi in, a stream of blue light appeared. Kim Jae-ju looked at the glowing cradle, silently praying it would work. After a moment, the system reported that the item could not be cured due to limited functions. After reading the notification, the two stared blankly at the cradle. The viewers also could not believe it, starting to curse the game. Min-hee exclaimed in disappointment, "Oh no." Kim Jae-ju tensed up, grinding his teeth, damn it. In a critical moment, the system reported 2 hours left to escape. Looking at the little popoi kids as small as beans, he urgently thought he had to go up to floor 25, wondering if they could hold on. Just as he was about to leave, he received a comment from a viewer. That person asked was it not that he had a level up item. Reading the 3 words level up rune, Kim Jae-ju suddenly woke up. The level up rune was a hero item, could upgrade equipment but not beyond the rune's level. He almost forgot about this item. Min-hee curiously watched him rummage through his backpack. Finally, he found the level up rune stone. Looking at the stone, the system asked if he wanted to use the rune to level up. Kim Jae-ju nervously stared at the screen. Then, he slowly chose yes, silently praying it must work. When he chose it, the stone emitted a blinding light. Both Kim Jae-ju and Lee Min-hee stood there. They silently prayed for the poi. After a moment, the light enveloped the resurrection cradle. Finally, the system announced the resurrection cradle had been successfully upgraded. The two saw the notification overjoyed. The system additionally notified of purification and recovery functions, asking if he wanted to use them on the magical beasts. Kim Jae-ju pressed confirm. The system began purification. Little popoi were surrounded by blue light, gradually growing bigger. The black stains also faded away. A moment later, the popoi woke up, letting out a cute cry. Kim Jae-ju happily hugged the little ones in his arms, exclaiming it was okay. Min-hee beside him was so happy she cried, saying thank goodness. He was extremely grateful to her. Kim Jae-ju smiled brightly, holding the popoi, thanking her for helping the kids recover. Although they still had a little poison left, they were strong enough to survive going up to floor 25. While happily hugging them, he was startled to realize there was only 1 hour left to escape floor 24. Kim Jae-ju looked at the dark forest in panic, worriedly asking what to do, because it would take at least an hour to reach the exit. Min-hee immediately brought out Laksa, eagerly volunteering to take the whole group outside in 10 minutes. Kim Jae-ju saw her confidence, curiosity filling his head with question marks. In the familiar dark forest, an albino tentacle appeared. It turned out to be Laksa's. At that moment, little Laksa had transformed into a giant octopus, wrapping around both Kim Jae-ju and Min-hee to find the exit. Kim Jae-ju sat on the octopus, bewildered, saying it also knew how to use a size enlargement skill. The popoi were equally astonished. Min-hee squinted with a smile and explained that it was one of her magical skills. Impressive, right? She didn't forget to tease Kim Jae-ju, saying if he used magic, he could do it too. What a pity, Emperor. Kim Jae-ju looked at Min-hee, innocently shooting heart signs, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts embarrassed as he responded. The viewers also didn't understand what she was doing. Min-hee was proclaiming her love when she spotted the exit. She pointed and joyfully announced she had seen the way out. Kim Jae-ju, hearing her call him Emperor, helplessly reminded her that he had told her to change the way she addressed him. The two quickly passed through the gate, and the system announced they had cleared the 24th trial, and the gate to the 25th floor would open soon. Outside, Lee Min-hee humbly apologized for not being able to help much. Jae-ju disagreed, saying thanks to her, the popoi were better and could survive until they saw the world tree. Min-hee's eyes lit up. She spoke while reaching out her hand to touch the popoi, saying it was an honor to see them. The popoi growled fiercely at her hand. Even though she couldn't touch her idols, Minhee cheerfully said goodbye and wished them luck, hoping to meet again in the future. Kim Jeju waved goodbye to her. After Minhee disappeared, Yeju quickly prepared the little ones to enter the pouch, apologized, and told them they had to go to the next floor immediately. As the little ones entered the pouch, Kim Jeju was pleased that the pouch had become heavier. He thought as he stepped through the gate. Stepping through the gate, a wave of discomfort hit him. Although used to it, this time he felt a severe headache and nausea. He didn't understand why this feeling was worse than usual. He was pondering the cause of this repulsive sensation. It felt like his entire body was seething. Kim Jeju set foot on the ground on the 25th floor. Looking around, it was a space of pure red. This place looked like hell, and a monster stood before him. Kim Jeju realized he had strayed into the demon realm. The trial on the 25th floor was supposed to take place in the Soul Forest. That was a forest brimming with natural energy, not this place. Place full of death. As if it had fled from the sun and sunk into an underworld. After realizing this was the demon realm, Kim Jeju's face turned pale, not understanding why this was happening. On floors 5 and 15, the admin had changed the trials but never changed the location. Kim Jeju looked at the chat window, community, and reward notifications, but none of them responded. He decided to pinch his cheek to confirm if he was dreaming or awake. After a painful pinch, Kim Jeju knew he was not dreaming. While clowning around, he saw something appear before him. It was a sharp mouth that said it knew he would come. You have arrived. The owner of that mouth was a massive mass of white flames. Kim Jeju warily asked who it was. The mass of flames laughed silently for a moment, then said if he wanted to know, he should follow it. Kim Jeju heard it telling him to follow. He didn't understand where that thing wanted to lead him. Below where he stood was a deep crimson abyss. As he was thinking, the surroundings suddenly turned pitch black, and he tensed up, not knowing where he had been transported to. Kim Jeju thought this strange situation wasn't the admin's doing, since the admin usually showed up when asked about his identity. Lost in thought, that voice urged him again that there was no time, hurry up. The voice woke Kim Jeju. He looked towards the white flame flying in, wondering if it wanted him to step into it. Thinking of the popoi, although their condition had improved, the poison was not gone. He couldn't leave them in the demon realm for long, as the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it was. Kim Jeju tightened his pouch, deciding to step in because hesitating wouldn't solve anything. It would only waste time. The demon realm's gate was now wide open, welcoming him. A voice called out to the bald-headed man, the admin. Turned out to be the red-haired woman. Frustrated, she asked him if he was listening, threatening to go down to the 50th floor and smash him. The admin, unconcerned, muttered to himself, I was wrong. The red-haired woman heard the confusing answer and asked what, but she only saw the admin furious, his eyes glowing as if he wanted to devour something alive. After a moment, he calmed down, his eyes returning to normal. Then he replied to her that another time and disappeared. After he left, the red-haired woman broke into a sweat, plopped down, and exclaimed, what the hell, wrong, why was he like that? At that point, she immediately realized, could it be Kim Jeju? Instantly, she opened her system panel. Before her eyes was the text of Kim Jeju's broadcast, not broadcasting. This surprised her. She thought he had turned off the broadcast. Elsewhere, a white-haired person was sitting haughtily on a throne. Without making the other wait long, he introduced himself as Kafnan, a Grand Duke of the Demon Realm, and asked, do you know how much effort I spent summoning you? Hearing that, Kim Jeju was stunned and thought to himself, Kafnan, why is he here? Kafnan was the floor boss, the most terrifying type of monster for those climbing the tower. Even though it was his first meeting, he wondered if that man knew he was prepared, then voiced his doubt. Before he could finish speaking, that man cut him off. Ah, this isn't real, it's just a toy. Hearing that, he replied discontentedly, calling us toys, how can we believe you're real? That man looked at him with an arrogant gaze, calmly saying, I care about the person that fool is interested in, but he's just an idiot. He replied in confusion, who are you talking about? Is it the admin? That man laughed, that's right, they're scouring this place to find you, we have some private time. He looked around and asked, is this part of the tower? Reassure him. That man explained this was a private space, difficult even for the admin to enter. Don't you want to know why? He replied indifferently. No, please take me back to floor 25. That man said dejectedly, what are you talking about? Don't you know how rare this opportunity is? He replied warily, I don't care. That man smiled faintly, calmly saying, aha, now I understand why you're in such a hurry. It's because of that other world. Hearing that, his eyes suddenly became serious as the truth struck a nerve. On his side, that man summoned the popois that were being infected by the black energy. That man continued, isn't that right? I can see they're not in good shape. He turned around, saw the popois were no longer in the backpack, then became alert, wondering when that man had taken them. Their condition was still worsening. He couldn't stay long in the demon realm. Not seeing him reply, that man gently held the group of popois and spoke confidently. If a spirit said it knew how to make you all stronger, would you listen? He replied straightforwardly, what? That man pointed his index finger at his own head, smugly saying, you're so worried you've lost your sense, think again. But he still couldn't understand that man's words. Seeing that, that man quickly moved behind him, using a spell to say, I'll remind you. Right after, that man placed his hand on his head. Instantly, he fell into an illusory dimension. Inside, he recalled the moments of popois. They had been infected by the black energy because they saved him. Stunned, the backpack on his shoulder immediately fell. With a dazed look, he spoke. Could it be? Seeing that he understood, that man looked at him cheerfully. Recalled those moments, thinking he had never seen them with his own eyes, but the story was the same. The Popoys had absorbed the sunlight man and saved him. Thinking of this, he involuntarily placed his hand on his chest, wondering if there was a way. Seeing his mood, that man spoke to encourage him. Life is a cycle. You receive what you give. Trust in your abilities. With a determined look, he clenched his hand placed over his chest. Without much thought, he walked over to the group of Popoys. He looked at them suffering from the black energy infection. He placed his hand on his chest and took a long breath. Instantly, a cold energy enveloped his body. Through willpower, that energy moved around his heart. Very quickly, the energy enveloped his heart. Not giving up, he continued to circulate the energy, but ultimately failed. Suffering a backlash, he coughed blood, thinking there was a response, but he couldn't stop halfway. Determined, he continued to circulate the mana. This time, he succeeded. A snake surrounded by golden energy appeared. It bit his heart. Immediately, he noticed something unusual. He had met that snake before, and he had tamed it. At that moment, a great golden source of power emanated from his body. At this point, he knew he had succeeded. He thought confidently, now I know how to circulate sunlight mana. A fierce golden energy emanated from his body. He sensed his own heartbeat, thinking, I succeeded. Pain from recovering the mana dissipated. The sunlight mana was flowing through his body. He happily healed the group of Popoys, inwardly exclaiming, this is the power living within the heart. The more desperate, the more effective. He hugged all the Popoys to heal them, thinking it was magic that resonated with emotions. At that moment, the black energy on the Popoys' bodies gradually disappeared. He noticed the light was slowly fading. The last remnants of black energy began to dissipate. The Popoys, their bodies full of vitality, had returned. He happily hugged them excitedly, saying, the poison is gone, you all have fully recovered. What a relief, he inwardly cheered. Laha Kodin, Baron are lively as before. Witnessing that scene, Gafnin teased from behind, I don't think the admin will be happy to see them healthy. You should leave quickly before you're found. Hearing that, he felt a bit grateful and voiced his thanks, while the group of Popoi looked ferocious at him. Seeing this, that man continued, saying the interrogation was over and advised him to hide them. Finding it reasonable, he immediately complied, opening his backpack and asking the little ones if they wanted to get inside. Hearing that, his group of Popoi obediently crawled into the backpack. When he saw they were all inside, that man spoke again, saying he must have a lot of questions. Who is Kafnin? Why was he summoned here? And many other things, right? While leading him into the cave, that man said the admin could only imitate, not create something real. Simply put, he had the ability to create fakes, but they were never the real thing. Hearing that, he replied thoughtfully, what does that have to do with me? That man immediately turned his head and affirmed, it does, because he is the only one in the tower who can recognize and create real things. Not believing his ears, he said, impossible, I am just as ordinary as everyone else. That man waved his hand, turned around and explained that it might seem so on the surface, but on floors 5 and 15 he stood out. When everyone thought the scenario was fake, he was the only one who realized it was real. He immediately spoke up to refute, that's just how people are, but before he could finish, that man suddenly moved closer and said the spirit of the world tree would cry if it heard those words. Saying that, he grabbed the strap of his backpack, implying that he could deny it even after creating something real. Hearing that, he fell into thought. It was true that Popoi had helped him fight against the admin. Even though they were his former subordinates, he couldn't argue with Kafnin's point of view, or was it to say that he himself was the cause of this change? Not hearing his reply, that man became a bit impatient, stepped back and continued, well, it doesn't matter anymore. At that moment, that man glanced to the side and spoke, let's talk about something else. Looking in that direction, he realized there were sparkling purple objects before him. Seeing this, that man immediately took one of them. Then he brought it to his face and said, my favorite place. With those words, he offered the sparkling purple flower to him. Then he said in a low voice, if you don't want to be controlled by the admin anymore, accept it. This thing won't harm you. Not trusting his words, he probed thoughtfully, what if you are playing a trick on me? That man looked at him with a mocking gaze, laughed, and said, you are still too cautious, but to toy with you, I wouldn't use this method. Hearing those words, he still kept a suspicious gaze on that man. After a moment, he still hadn't replied. Seeing this, that man put on a sincere look, said it seemed time was up, and asked him what he would do, continue to be controlled by the admin or accept the offer. Looking at the flower before him, he fell back into thought. The flower kept glowing. Someplace, two spirits were chatting happily with each other, and they saw him lying asleep on the ground. Suddenly, he woke up, sat up quickly, startling the two spirits a bit. Afterwards, he looked around and asked where this was, making them somewhat afraid. Suddenly a voice rang out, a human. Immediately after, a spear pointed straight at his face. It was a centaur, accompanied by two other spirits. He looked at him with a wary gaze, asking how he got here. Hearing that his mind was also full of questions, he silently replied that he didn't know either. He just opened his eyes and saw this. Just like the trial spring on floor 15. Initially, players would go to the giant tree of the traveler and begin the trial on 25. On the other hand, the World Tree Meadow was the only entrance to the World Tree. Humans couldn't approach it easily. He thought he had to stay calm. This might be another prank by the admin. Then he replied thoughtfully, I want to see the elder. Saying that, he placed his hand on his chest to show sincerity and continued, I want to earn the trust of the Fairy King. This made him extremely surprised. He yelled, what did you say? A moment later, he was escorted away by 2 centaurs. Both hands were tied tightly. Looking at the escorting centaurs, he felt a bit aggrieved inside. Humans and forest guards were bound by an ancient treaty. If that were true, perhaps they would let him meet the elder. Sensing his gaze, that man turned around and said warily, you'd better not try anything. The spirit beside him immediately chimed in, try anything. Then he laughed heartily with amusement and continued, why is there a human here? Hearing that man quickly replied he would talk to him later. He observed from behind, silently judging that they probably didn't believe his words. Not giving up, he continued to speak, this place is quite unique, then silently thought about whether he should run away and tail them. Seeing them look but not reply, he continued, we are deep in the forest, but the sky is still bright, so refreshing. After saying that, he turned to another side, kept rambling, are you friends with these little fairies? How amazing! I also want to get along with everyone. Unable to bear it anymore, that man pointed his spear at him. Then he warned, can't you cooperate? He forced a smile and replied, sorry, it's just that my wrists are a bit numb. Hearing him say that, they silently loosened the ropes. Immediately he felt relieved and exclaimed, wow, much better. Seeing this, that man relaxed his vigilance a bit, turned around and said, what a weirdo. The centaur beside him echoed, so annoying. Taking advantage of the 2 centaurs not paying attention, he secretly opened the status screen, silently thinking that now they wouldn't pay attention to him anymore. He immediately began his broadcast. The viewers instantly started commenting, thought you died somewhere, I haven't unfollowed you yet, you're this bad. Are you okay? Kim Jeju, this place looks like the 25th floor, or am I hallucinating? You're hallucinating, shouldn't you start at the giant tree of the traveler? Kim Jeju, just admit it. Ignoring all the chatter, he calmly continued walking. At this point, the viewers realized, doesn't anyone see him being dragged away? Huh, why is that? Is it the admins doing again? Meanwhile, the camera angle clearly showed the scene of a centaur escorting him away. Crowd grew curious. Why did the forest guards take you away? Don't they hate humans? I just got here, the challenge hasn't even started and you're already being dragged off. I can't even guess. His eyes suddenly lit up. The viewers all saw this scene and marveled. The forest watchtower, the scenery here is truly beautiful. Even the second time it's beautiful. Why don't I see it on the grassland but I see it here? Those outsiders wouldn't dare trespass here. Yeah, that's right. Shortly after, before him was a beautiful village, where a female centaur was teaching a young centaur how to hold a spear, close the distance, and swing hard. She relaxed her shoulders, maintained her balance, then suddenly noticed a stranger and spoke, ah, Lord Kodran. So that was the name of the brown-haired centaur. She asked why the guards had returned so early. Only then did she notice him. He exclaimed in surprise, a human. This also surprised the other centaurs. They immediately pointed their spears at him and showed an extremely cautious attitude. He worriedly thought to himself. This feeling of danger was even greater than imagined. Thinking that, he began to observe his surroundings to find a way to defend himself. His hands tightened, trying to loosen the ropes. Suddenly, an angry centaur rushed over, scolding the other for daring to bring a human back. His 2 horns glowed blue. He continued speaking angrily, and Kodran calmly tried to interrupt but was brushed aside. Jack him now, he ordered. He shook his head and replied, no, this human wants to speak with the elder. Hearing that, the other found it truly ridiculous. With a contemptuous expression and blue light from his horns, he yelled, Kodran, one of the 3 tree guardians, fooled by a human, planning to reenact a tragedy? The viewers began to murmur, what is that blue light? Is he angry? Everyone is focusing on the wrong thing. Kim Jeju is about to be skewered. Contrary to the viewers' excitement, he was genuinely very tense. At this moment, Kodran stepped forward and said, he is a human trusted by the Fairy King. The other did not believe it and replied angrily, you speak nonsense. An exile for failing to protect the forest warden tree dares to open his mouth. He replied seriously, this person wants to talk, we should oblige. The other agitatedly said, more nonsense. Then he shouted, enough, this is truly nonsense. Immediately after, before the centaur's eyes, something happened to the sacred tree. The sacred tree was suddenly surrounded by a black aura. The viewers murmured, the forest warden tree seems unwell. It's rotting. Yeah, completely different. Seeing that sight, he realized, this is... The system immediately announced, difficulty confirmed, 50 participants in the 25th floor trial. Prevent the contamination of the world tree. The other became worried, wondering what was happening. The system continued to announce the current contamination status was 90%. He turned to blame him, saying it was caused by the human. He spoke up to defend him. Rawl, stop it. The viewers murmured again, is this really the 25th floor trial? No, it's to stop monsters from the contamination. At this moment, the other grew angry. Humans are untrustworthy. He quickly charged forward, swung his spear, and shouted, you. He still stood firm, ignoring him. Kodran worriedly thought to himself, a human could not dodge Rawl's spear, so he shouted a warning. Immediately after, Rawl struck Kim Jeju. He looked at him with a triumphant expression. Kodran could only look at him helplessly, unable to stop it, thinking he was dead, but he calmly said, "If I truly wanted to harm the tree, then I wouldn't do this. Instead, I would cut the throats of demons," he said with a dark expression, "and pour their blood onto the tree." With that, he threw his spear to the ground, saying, "I don't ask you to believe me right away." He, with a goodwill-filled expression, extended his hand and said, "Please give me a chance." He looked at him with a suspicious gaze, not answering. Shortly after, having thought it over, he scratched his head, retracted his aggressive aura, and said, "If you say so then." Seeing him accept, he gave a satisfied smile and replied, "Thank you." Having said that, he bowed his body and implored, "One more thing. I must see the elder to deliver the fairy king's prophecy." Viewers murmured again, "Kim Jeju is so shameless. What is he thinking? Are the guards that lenient? Does he have 9 lives?" As he bowed his head, he thought nervously to himself. He knew the guard's power well, especially the tree guardian, whose ability was on par with a guide. Seeing this, he replied with a serious gaze, "Raise your head. The only mercy for one who bows is death. I know your human ways. I'll let it slide this time. Follow me." He happily said, "Thank you." He turned to Kodran and said sternly, "Kodran, return to your post. That is the reason for your current existence." He reminded him to reflect on the past when teaching new guards. The reminder made Kodran somewhat uncomfortable. He turned around and calmly replied, "Let's go." The viewers cheered in unison, "Go Kodran. Why is he treated like that?" He looked at Kodran, also feeling sorry for him. Viewers teased him. There's a forest warden tree in Kim Jeju's meadow. Kodran is fooled and Kim Jeju is the swindler. His silhouette fades away. Floor 25 of the Traveler's Giant Tree, Floor 1 of the Traveler's Giant Tree. In the tavern, everyone was buzzing about the recent incident. Word was there was some sort of commotion on the 20th floor. If he completed the challenge and went down there, would he get caught up in it? What if he got captured by the warriors? In another corner, Big Jinha was sitting and watching the information board. He sighed while watching, wondering when it would start. Meanwhile, the other viewers were all discussing among themselves. Someone asked him if he knew what was going on. Someone else complained that they were eating, and it was not fun. A new follower asked him to turn on the broadcast so they could get notifications. He pressed the mute button, then replied, "All right, I will turn it on." Challenge had not started yet because it lacked players, due to him wasting time being trapped in the giant tree. On the other side, 2 other people happened to be chatting, and he overheard them. They said this was caused by a single player, just one person. After hearing that, he rubbed his neck, muttering that everyone was putting it too lightly. Another person exclaimed, "Ah, someone is here." He quickly approached to greet them, looking very happy to see them. Seeing that, the person being greeted responded by grabbing his head and slamming it into the ground. This caused him, standing nearby, to be unable to hide his astonishment. After that man calmly replied, "Sorry, I do not like men." Immediately after, he panicked and introduced himself as Sun Hu, the 6th leader of the Hypocrite Guild. He requested everyone's cooperation. He said he hoped he would not be refused. They were an elite group that had climbed up to the 29th floor. If there was anything they were unhappy about, they should speak up now. Hearing that, everyone fell silent, not daring to respond. Seeing that, he said smugly, "Thank you for your cooperation." They would go around to check things out. In a corner, he was observing and thinking. With 10 members from the Hypocrite Guild, there were a total of 48 players. The challenge required 50 people, so 2 were still missing. The guild members seemed to have noticed this as well. They were carefully examining every face. On another side, there were 2 people standing guard. Sanhu was talking with another person. That person reported that they had checked all the floors up to the 4th floor inside the giant tree, but did not see him. Sanhu replied, hoping the next 2 players would not include him, so the challenge could end peacefully. Suddenly, a new player walked over. He greeted with an excited look. He was a bit surprised and replied, "My God, you came alone?" Right after, the system announced that numbers 473307 and 488883 had confirmed their difficulty. A total of 50 participants had entered the challenge. Everyone in the tavern was simultaneously bewildered, talking among themselves. They were still missing one person. Was the system malfunctioning? Someone was playing hide and seek. Sanhu was extremely furious, thinking to himself, he had used the assassin's tracking skill. There was no way anyone could hide. Only 49 people were gathered in the giant tree. At that moment, the system began announcing the 25th floor challenge. The mission was to completely prevent the contamination of the world tree. The current status was 90%. He did not understand anything, thinking to himself that the challenge had started. What was happening? There was an order just issued from the guild. If the challenge was not progressing normally, the possibility was due to a marked player. After thinking it through, he quickly clapped his hands and said loudly, "Attention over here." Seeing everyone focus, he announced there was no need to worry about the contamination progress. Their 10 people could handle the 25th floor challenge. If you all just wanted to stand and watch, they had no objection. Everyone started talking among themselves. "Is that true? We do not have to do anything." He immediately cut them off. He set a condition. You all needed to find one person while they handled the challenge. That was the final final player not present in the giant tree. He was a male in his 20s, wearing a long black cloak. He was a dangerous player, on the run after killing guild members. His name was Kim Jeju. The viewers had the chance to talk about Kim Jeju. Kodran, hang in there, why is he being treated like that? In short, there was a forest guardian in the meadow where Kim Jeju was. But Kodran was deceived, and Kim Jeju was the deceiver. Deceived, that sounds more reasonable now. His silhouette was gradually fading. The only one the 3 tree guardians had lost his fate. He was a pitiful creature, still holding faith in humans, blessed by mercy, but ultimately deceived. The guardian of mercy, Kodran. At this moment, Raul looked towards Kim Jeju and said, "Follow me, human, we will go to the Tree of Wisdom." At this point, he suddenly realized that if the contamination level had already reached 90%, the forest guardians must be in a very bad state. After thinking it over, he immediately started walking. His footsteps grew faster and faster to catch up with Raul. As he walked, he observed his surroundings and asked, "Hey, I do not see the Tree of Wisdom anywhere." Hearing that, Raul looked at him for a moment. Then he sadly explained that after the Tree of Mercy was destroyed by humans, the Guardian of Wisdom had found a way to isolate them from the outsiders. He replied that was right, Farron had managed to do that. Raul turned around and wondered if he had ever been here before. He deftly dodged the question, saying the Fairy King would know the answer. The viewers discussed again, how does the Fairy King know Kim Jeju? That was because of his authority. Look at that smile. He was frantic, muttering that he had never truly been here. He had seen it before, but not getting a satisfactory answer. Raul sighed somewhat irritably. He stood behind and saw that, realizing that he was raising his guard. At this moment, his gaze turned serious. The main issue was, he silently looked at the information board, judging that the contamination progressed an additional 2% each day, so he had a maximum of 5 days. The initial challenge of the 25th floor was set after the contamination, but the content had changed. He did not have much time. The viewers continued to discuss what would happen if the contamination was complete. People usually got stuck because they failed the challenge. Stuck in the forest forever. Do not worry, Kim Jeju. I will send Sue to you so you do not starve to death. Is she the cow you raised? Hearing that, he felt a bit helpless, thinking to himself if it only ended with him being stuck. Only Kim Jeju was the one who had heard the Edmund story on the 10th floor. Did he know what would really happen? Monsters would continuously crawl out of the forest. Increasingly stronger monsters would continue to appear until that world was completely destroyed. At this point, he continued walking while remaining immersed in thought. Everyone had completed the challenge in the normal way, so it was only natural they did not know. On the other side, the spirits flew back to report that the Farron Forest Watcher Tree was submerged in silence. Hearing this, Farron cautiously ordered the spirit to monitor and report back. Suddenly, a spirit discovered someone approaching. When he arrived, he looked at the man with eyes full of seriousness. The man adjusted his glasses and spoke, "Strangers have arrived. Raul, did you bring him in here?" Raul looked at him warily and replied, "Someone wanted to see the elder, so Kodran insisted on letting him in." Hearing this, the man sighed and realized, that was right, the ancient oath. Then he stepped forward, announcing that now was not a suitable time for humans. The elder was busy monitoring the changes in the forest watcher trees. After speaking, he looked at him with wary eyes. This made the viewers annoyed on his behalf. What is with that look? We did nothing to you. How frustrating. He placed his hand on his chest to show goodwill. It is fine. I know what is happening. I just want to ask if I can help. Hearing the arrogant tone, he sighed contemptuously. A human dares to claim they understand us. Truly ridiculous. Suddenly, a spirit ran over in panic and reported, Farron, something terrible has happened." He worriedly turned back to ask what it was. The spirit replied with difficulty, "Kodran is being attacked by a human." On this side, the black-haired man looked smug. Damn, he is too lovable. He tightly grabbed hold of his horn. The orange-haired man chimed in, "A warden without a forest watcher tree is useless." The blue-haired man happily replied, "Raul will punch the mouth of anyone who reveals it." Seeing them so smug, he thought to himself that he must stay calm. If he lost his composure, the other forest wardens would be in danger. Suddenly, a man stepped over and said, "Enough, let us finish this." It was Lee Sun-Hu. He looked unconcerned. Soon the other wardens will realize something is wrong. Hearing that, he darkened his face. "What? You promised not to touch the forest children." Those men calmly looked at him as if he were a clown. They had never told him that. One of them let out a faint, cold laugh, and he grabbed his horn, smugly saying, "I wonder how you were so patient. Did you really believe that?" He flared up and bellowed, "You despicable fiend." He quickly mobilized his true strength, grabbing hold of that man's wrist. Just as he was about to strike back, another man lunged in to attack him. Knocking him down, the man held his weapon smugly. "Ha, you dare to attack me?" Another man approached and asked Han, "Are you alright? Has he gone mad?" He said, "I will repay what you have done." Lee San-Hu stopped him. "Stop." He moved towards him. "Conran, do you have anything else to say?" He thought that if the trial changed, the NPC information could also change. "I can only secretly obtain information about Kim Jeju if I am lucky." But what answered him was the sentence, "Release the children at once." He frowned in annoyance. "I am tired of that sentence." A moment later, he quickly picked up the knife from the ground. Then he calmly handed it to the black-haired black-haired man who had been hit take it. He kept shouting and begging, "I beg you, please release the children." The black-haired man held the knife smugly. "Do not worry, I will release them." With that, he took the knife and attacked him. "Go to the place you are meant to go." Seeing him in danger, a centaur shouted helplessly, "Lord Conran." Right after, a beam of light appeared. He was astonished that he was unharmed. As for the black-haired man, he screamed in fear when he saw his own hand had been severed. His two teammates could only watch in fright. Lee Sun-hyu realized in shock who the person before him was, Kim Jeju. He quickly regained his composure, eagerly stepping forward. "You are Kim Jeju. Very pleased to meet you." He did not deign to reply, only looking at him with icy sharp eyes. He held the green strand hidden behind his back, smugly saying, "You know our guild is looking for you, right? If you are scared, you can say it. Please spare me." But he regarded his words as a passing breeze, paying them no heed, looking in another direction. A moment later, he looked at him with a sharp, fierce aura. Kim Jeju spoke softly. "All right, let me speak." At this moment, something emerged from his ring. Sun-hyu was stunned to realize it was an item of Sagnan. How did he obtain a hero-grade item? Everything plunged into darkness, causing everyone to panic. "What is this? I cannot see anything. Does anyone have a light?" The red-haired man shouted loudly, "We must find Kim Jeju first." The green-haired man yelled, "You bastard, get out here now." Sun-hyu stepped forward with a lamp. Everyone calmed down. Everyone called out loudly later. He sneered, thinking he dared to do something foolish with someone about to become the 33rd floor executive, then sighed, saying he was just using some useless magic to darken the space. Everyone listened to him silently, not noticing the arm hidden behind his back, waiting for him to use up all his mana before making a move. He kept rambling, demanding the preparation of magic nullification equipment. But before he could finish his sentence, a strange sound came from behind. He curiously turned his head to look behind him. In his eyes at that moment were the images of shadows stretching out. The shadows grabbed his teammates, leaving him stunned, and his teammates screamed for the leader. At this moment, Kim Jeju slowly appeared, saying that if he wanted to save them, he only needed to say one word. At some point, he had already stood right behind that man, pointing thin spikes at him. The sharp black color pressed against that man's neck, forcing him to beg for mercy. Spikes slowly thrust straight into his neck, making him fear, his lips trembling. Meanwhile, outside the scene at this moment, the tiny fairies were diligently healing everyone. Ran nervously urged healing for the little ones, getting scolded by the fairy as an idiot, saying there were so many other fairies. He turned his head to look back and found that those people had completely recovered. This made him breathe a sigh of relief and offer his thanks. He wondered who had saved them, and the fairy immediately pointed in one direction. That was where the terrifying black sphere was operating. He asked in surprise if it was a demon, and the fairy immediately confirmed it was not. Suddenly the black sphere cracked in half. Kim Jeju and Sanu appeared, and the fairy said it was that person who had saved Ran. The sphere also released the captured members of the team. He walked over to Ran and asked if he was awake. He happily asked if he was hurt. Ran was still bewildered and asked what had happened. He explained that he heard there were bad people here, so he came. After that, he threw that man hard to the ground and turned to shout at him. That man trembled in fear and asked what was going on. Lin bent down and told that man to call all the remaining players here immediately. He glared at that man angrily, saying a good play is no fun without an audience. That man fearfully replied, "Right, yes, sir." As that man pressed the button to call everyone, he stood by, calculating, telling himself that even if it wasted time, he couldn't take it lightly, because he couldn't let anyone hinder him anymore, especially when he saw Godran turn his back. He looked at that man frantically operating, worried about a conflict between them and the players. He thought about standing in the middle of the conflict, which really wouldn't be good at all, so he had to prepare all his cards. The system panel jumped out with a notification asking deer hunting users to gather at the World Tree Meadow as soon as possible. Players who arrived were all confused, not understanding why the guild leader had messaged them to come here. Before them lay the scene of 4 people tied up and sitting close together. He appeared with a forced smile, greeted everyone, and said he wanted to ask a favor. Lick looked towards that man and explained that he and the Hypocrite Guild were not on very good terms. Then he started to show off his power, but actually everyone seemed quite uninterested. From the glove, he fired a powerful stream of blue energy. That power overwhelmed everyone, making them shield their eyes. Those people were shocked and terrified by that force. The energy stream created a huge explosion with extremely high destructive power. He continued speaking, declaring he would overcome the challenge, as long as everyone agreed to stay put. The comment section immediately buzzed, praising it as too awesome, with some even saying they were scared shitless, acknowledging that he truly was Emperor Kim Jeju. He rubbed his face anxiously, thinking he didn't have enough mana to handle both the pollution and the hypocrite, so he had to convince them. He turned to look at that man, who was still pale with fear, worried the players would lose trust, and if he pissed him off, things would get worse. He continued saying he wasn't here to force anyone. Then he flashed a bright smile, saying if no one objected, he would take it that everyone understood. In the lush green forest, Kim Ju thought the players were not very enthusiastic, but still relented and returned to the World Tree. Pharaoh saw him and said, "You're here, we were waiting." Raul still looked annoyed. Kadran crossed his arms and said, "Come here." Seeing Raul's expression, he could only smile awkwardly and apologize for being late, but thought to himself that despite the serious face, the fire in his eyes hadn't gone out. Farron immediately said it was fine, we were just talking about you. He said the elder was looking for him to thank him for saving Kodran. He turned and left, saying that although he still had doubts, Raul and Kodran did not, making him force a smile of thanks, surprised to hear Raul's name. He walked on the lush green grass, deep in thought. He pondered silently, thinking he had to explain everything to the elder and ask for their help. Suddenly, his eyes felt a sharp, intense pain. He couldn't help it, clutching his face and letting out a painful cry. The comment section immediately appeared asking if he was okay, Kim Jeju, with some even teasing if he was doing it on purpose, telling him to spill what he was planning, promising to keep it secret. Someone asked if he was okay. He forced a reply, saying he was fine, but inside he thought his heart ached so much. It must be from using too much mana. The comment section still had people asking if he looked unwell, if something was wrong. He still said he was fine. He recalled when he used mana to trap those people. He had expended most of it to activate the Enshredding Knight. Then he remembered when he used mana to display his power, after which he continued firing mana blasts. He thought about his heart at that moment. His heart had already reacted, but right after that he flashed a bright smile and said, "Let's go." Baron looked at him. "You protect us with a body like that?" He was immediately flustered. "Huh, I'm really fine, no need to worry." He turned his head and exposed the lie. "You are blessed by wisdom. I can tell a lie. Me being upset doesn't mean I don't believe you. But the problem of the Forest Watcher tree's corruption is a different matter. I don't think there's a solution." During that, he could only remain silent. After a while, they went deeper into the forest, arriving at a tree that was being corroded, where a person leaning on a staff was standing. The system displayed the current corruption progress as 94%. Farron worriedly asked the elder why he had come out here. He said, "Farron, the Forest Watcher trees are dying." He looked thoughtfully at the corroded trees. "I fear I cannot do anything." Then he shed tears as he looked towards them. "Is there any other way? Human, are you the one who received the mission from the Fairy King?" Lion replied, "Yes, that is correct. If you are here to uphold the oath of the Great One, you must know." He frowned as he looked at him. Even so, in his eyes reflected the image of something black appearing right at that moment. He stood before him, speaking suspiciously. "Isn't it very coincidental?" The comment section jumped out again. "Look, Kim Jeju, this isn't worth it. I think he's going to jack you. If you don't want to die, find another way." He gritted his teeth and thought, "No, this is not the time to back down. They cannot stop the corruption without knowing the root of the problem." He knew the corruption of the World Tree was caused by the Lord of the Demon World, Rifei of Illusions. Someone secretly implanted the heart of a creature near the roots of the World Tree. He devised an intricate plan, splitting the heart into dozens of pieces to avoid detection of its location. The elder said, "No need to retreat. Anyone who knows the Fairy King must die, but with your help, I will not press further." He said to Farron, "Go back and reinforce the protective circle of the Forest Watcher tree. I must go meet the Fairy King." Someone said, "But..." At this moment, he unexpectedly spoke up. "The forest beneath the core of the wise fairies is protected by the strongest warriors." Two turned to look at him in surprise. When bathed in the light of benevolence, the blessed people had brought a debt that could not be repaid to these creatures. He remembered a video he had watched. The story was a legend he heard from Farron after becoming close to him in the video. He continued, "A debt that could not be repaid to these creatures." He knew this was not something a new player entering this floor would know, so it would add weight to the mission. The comment section appeared again. "Is there such a legend? This is my first time hearing it. This is only known by people who build friendships over months on floor 30. Elder Lion said, "It is difficult to judge." He turned and walked inside. "As you said, the Fairy King can see for himself. Follow me." The comment section appeared again. "Oh my, he's actually going to meet the Fairy King, so awesome. Hand the mission over to Kim Jeju." "He, not our problem." He immediately became tense, finally getting to meet the Fairy King. Inside the tree base, a white-haired fairy appeared. The elder called out, "Your Majesty." The person turned his head, hiding his face behind a curtain of bamboo. The Fairy King spoke, "You the human I trusted." Kim Jeju smiled. "I am glad to meet you." He added, "I heard there is an ancient oath trusting humans to save the forest." He thought to himself, "Of course I know." The Fairy King said it in the video. Behind the face covering, the Fairy King smiled. "Your efforts are quite endearing. However, ever since the protector of benevolence disappeared, such faith no longer exists." He was surprised. "What do you mean? That can't be." He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please hear me out." But the Fairy King had already turned around. "Say no more. He tried to step forward to explain, hoping His Majesty would understand, when suddenly his pouch flipped open. 3 popos jumped out one after another, leaving everyone stunned. He was bewildered. Remembered Kafnin's words, "I think if the admin sees them healthy, he won't be happy." He quickly ran towards one of the popos, thinking if the admin saw. Then he called out loudly, "You guys, get back in the pouch." The Fairy King's voice rang out, "Human, what trick are you playing?" He turned and asked back, "What do you mean?" Seeing the 2 popos constantly rubbing against the Fairy King's face, causing him to, he decided, "I didn't mean to, Your Majesty." He thought the situation was already bad enough, then ran over and said to the popos, "You guys, come here." Holding a popo in his hand, the Fairy King sensed, "I can feel the energy of the world tree through these creatures." He thought to himself that it was because they were born from the moon world tree, but on the surface he still pretended to ask back, "Is that so?" Kim Jeju explained that popoles are born from the shattering of the world tree. That hasn't happened on this floor yet, so it made sense this was the first time His Majesty had seen a popole. The tiny fairies flew over asking what his name was. Another rubbed her face against him, so soft. The popole emitted a faint light in the Fairy King's hand, surprising the other fairy. "It's glowing." The Fairy King sensed, "It seems this child wants to say that I can trust you and that you want to help us." The popole immediately beamed a radiant smile. The Fairy King marveled, "I never thought I would encounter a creature intelligent enough to communicate like this." At this moment, the Fairy King finally noticed the young man. His body was drenched in sweat, and he hurriedly gripped his robe. His face was completely pale. The Fairy King asked if something was wrong. He tried to steady his mind. He forced a smile at the Fairy King, saying it was nothing, but his heart thought the sun mana from popole was making his heart pound. 3 popoles were worried, yet he still believed the earlier pain was not due to a lack of mana. Whatever the cause, now was not the right time. He immediately knelt on one knee and addressed the king as Your Majesty. He sincerely said that even though he was not sure he was worthy of bearing the ancient oath, he truly wanted to protect and help the forest. The Fairy King stared intently at him. He did not back down. Finally, the Fairy King compromised, saying he would tell the forest and the fairies a story, which made him overjoyed. The Fairy King lifted his face and instructed that his will in the forest would be monitored by him. The sunlight tied up the pages, and he stepped onto the carpet of grass. Then he dashed deep into the forest. He ran nervously, thinking he had to stop it quickly. All the forest guardians, the human trees, and the world tree, would be at the center of the triangle formed by those 3 trees. He stepped out from the bushes. Right in front of him was a hooded figure standing with their back to him. He immediately asked, "What are you doing, Lord of Illusions Rivia?" She lowered her hood, turned to look at him in surprise. "Oh, you know me, human." Kim Jeju thought he must always be vigilant. He said, "I have heard of you from the Grand Duke Kafnin." Rivia asked in surprise, "You know, Gafnin too, did you make a pact with a demon?" He tensed up and stopped immediately. "If you intend to do anything else, I will have to use force." Rivia smiled, "You really do not know what is happening." Then she frankly said, "I was just having a bit of fun. Why are you so angry?" Then she simply dropped the core of annihilation she was holding. He was stunned, frantically thinking he had to stop the collapse. When he tried to rush forward, he accidentally stepped on something, causing him to become immobile. He just watched the demon flower fall to the ground. She sneered, "This is why humans are so detestable." She laughed loudly. "How does the feeling of enchantment feel?" He was being enchanted by Rivia, the Lord of Illusions. He realized this was a powerful skill, using voice and gaze to bewitch and control the target's mind before they could realize it. He gritted, his teeth tense. Currently he was resisting its influence with magic, but one wrong step and it would consume him. Rivia lightly licked her lips, continuing to seduce, "Just sit down and enjoy." Then she waved her hand. The core of annihilation immediately shattered. She said, "When the forest is destroyed." He tensely watched what grew from it, the demon flower spreading without pause. His leg twitched slightly. His mind churned continuously. The heart of a species develops faster where life is abundant. If it continued at this pace, even as the contamination reached its peak, his mind grew hazy. He did not want to do anything that would displease Rivia. In his eyes, everything began to spin. He felt strange, everything was revolving. Vines kept creeping into his body. He must do as Rivia said, he must stand still. The vines slowly infiltrated his heart, but his heart suddenly reacted. It glowed and then repelled all the vines invading his body, causing her to be astonished. His eyes, once vacant and unfocused, gradually became clear. His mind and senses had returned. He felt Rivia's enchantment had stimulated the sun mana. It began to blaze within his body, burning away other energies. Energy condensed from his hand. The best way to use sun mana was now. Then he launched that power straight at Rivia, causing her to be stunned. She could not dodge in time and had to take his attack head-on. Then he looked towards her. Her voice rang out, surprising him. "How could—" She went berserk when her hand was burned away. "A mere human dares to touch me." And she instantly appeared behind his back. Then she attacked with vines, aiming to take his life. A huge explosion occurred, leaving her shocked. She stared in disbelief at her own vines. He stood beside her and looked at her. "I already said I would use force if you intended to do anything else." He then grinned excitedly, saying that now he could sit back and watch him clean up this pollution. Rivia stared straight ahead and screamed. Her hand began to melt like sand, and she suddenly cried out. She gritted her teeth in anger, unable to believe that human magic could be so strong. Her 2 hands vanished. The surroundings went dark, and red veins spread out. She let out a demonic roar, and green tendrils began to erupt. A huge brown beast appeared, growling as it advanced toward him, promising to tear him apart and crush his bones. People watched from above, commenting that Rivia had arrived. Her true form was revealed. Clearly, she was extremely furious. They wondered if the Elf King was safe. The image of a monster with its mouth wide open, its tongue wiggling, and a pitch-black body appeared, looking truly terrifying. That was Kim Jeju's scheme. He smiled faintly, his eyes full of calculation, having successfully provoked him. Rifia's true form from the demon realm carried an aura opposite to the fresh vitality of the trees. The 2 auras clashed, spreading rapidly, alerting the creatures in the forest. A creature sensed it and trembled. The beastman stood watching the black lights floating in the sky. Demon grew even angrier at his contemptuous gaze, roaring that it would crush him. It stuck out its tongue and attacked with streaks of power. Kim Jeju gracefully dodged every attack from the demon without getting hurt. After being hit, he realized he could still manage even without the charm. Forest guards arrived quickly. He just needed a little more time. Without noticing, a giant hand was looming behind him, wanting to crush him. The hand clenched, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. He laughed triumphantly, thinking he had succeeded. Then he was stunned in shock. The demon's ear was grabbed by his gauntlet-covered hand, and fragments clashed and fell. It panicked and retreated, its face full of fear. He watched, not understanding what was happening. The demon lay face down, asking him who he really was. He stood above, looking down. The sky let out a fireworks signal. He understood that was the sign of the forest guards. He wondered if it was okay to stay here. The demon stood up, saying that even with his people, the forest guards, and the tiny creatures, he could not handle everything alone. It lowered its voice, considering these insects as meaningless and daring to challenge it. From above, its face looked down with eyes that only wanted to slaughter them all. A voice rang out, the air filled with evil energy. A staff slammed hard onto the grassy floor, and he turned to look. The 2 forest guards turned around. The old man's entire body emanated a green energy source. He was the elder. He spoke, telling him to choose. His face was full of oppression, asking if he preferred to have his throat pierced, or to stop Lisa's bad behavior and repent. He was like a reaper. The demon heard this, its face sweating with worry. The elder continued, saying no matter what he chose, he would die. They had stopped Rivia. The elder's magic was so strong that it forced her to use all her power. Now the elder was joining forces to protect the forest. Rivia could no longer destroy it. Having thought this, the demon transformed back into a human and quickly knelt down to apologize. The demon stood there covering its face, blaming itself with guilt, saying it never wanted to do this. He stood opposite, unable to believe the scene. Rivia had never shed tears like this before. He speculated that she must have prepared something else. What was she planning to do? Worried, he pressed his hand on the screen. A sound rang out, reporting the current pollution rate at 99%. His face turned pale. He looked up and shouted Rivia's name. She was still kneeling there, covering her face. She slowly lowered her hands along with the dark sound sources around her. Her face was revealed, tears streaming down, a mad smile on her lips, as she said that he had called her.